Chapter 1, The Legendary Beast, Bloodflame Crow. Zhenhai City, Beast Awakening Altar. Only a handful of students were waiting in line. As the grand formation on the altar flickered with light, there were gasps of surprise, cries of joy, expressions of gloom, and looks of despair. The teacher overseeing the awakening ceremony remained expressionless, coldly watching the students take their beast companion contract cards and leave the altar. He remarked indifferently, "Want to reach the heavens in a single step? The fate of commoner beast masters is to create resources for the noble families." His voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every student present. Among them, a handsome young man with delicate features secretly clenched his fist. No background, no money, no resources. The lowest class citizens in the city could only rely on the powerful to obtain the necessities of life and the safety of being protected. Next, Gu Changqing. The teacher's impatient voice rang out as the young man stepped forward, handing over the prepared blood sample and documents. The teacher glanced briefly, noticing the word deceased in both parent fields. A faint smile surfaced on his otherwise indifferent face. Descendants of heroes, not bad at all. Seeing you grow up surely brings comfort to their spirits in heaven. As he spoke, he flung a drop of blood from the sample into the grand formation of the altar. Suddenly, after the blood was absorbed by the formation, a dense crimson hue rapidly rose from the center of the array. Immediately after, a deep, hoarse cry, like muffled thunder. The surroundings of the altar rumbled like thunder. This. The teacher's mouth gaped in shock as he stared at the unfading crimson hue, as if he had seen a ghost. Am I seeing this right? Not dazzling light effects, but a red bloodline level? Hearing the teacher's exclamation and witnessing the extraordinary aura displayed by the beast companion, Gu Changqing's entire heart throbbed along. Red. It's a red entry. Then the corresponding beast pet's bloodline level must be legendary. His beast companion actually had the bloodline of a legendary creature. Soon, as the spectacle within the grand formation gradually faded, a bird resembling a crow, its entire body engulfed in crimson flames, dove straight into the beast companion contract card. At this moment, the voice of the Abyss Rules echoed in his ears. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary bloodline beast Bloodflame Crow. On the red contract card, Golden Line sketched the simple outline of the Bloodflame Crow. Focusing his mind, he could faintly see a blurred silhouette, seemingly extending a friendly gesture toward him. Oh my god, he actually awakened a legendary bloodline beast pet. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. Why don't I have such luck? What's there to envy? Whether it's good or bad is still uncertain. Among the scattered few, their expressions varied. There was envy, there was frustration, there was helplessness, but in the end, all expressions turned to desolation. Indeed, what does legendary bloodline matter? They were merely the poorest of the poor in Zhenhai City. Only commoners would awaken beast companions at the Abyss altar, gambling on that pitifully low chance. 1,000 years ago, the Abyss plane suddenly descended upon Blue Star, bringing with it a fully digitized world, while also unleashing a type of monster known as fierce beasts into humanity's world. For a time, ferocious beasts roamed the continent, nearly wiping out the human race. Perhaps to maintain balance, the power of the Abyss placed awakening altars in several human cities. Their purpose was to grant humans the ability to tame beast companions and resist the ferocious creatures. After enduring a difficult period, humanity, with the aid of their beast companions, finally, he had the strength to battle fierce beasts. Moreover, through the efforts of human sages, a unique advancement path exclusive to beastmasters was created. After turning 18, everyone can awaken a beast companion that suits them at the altar. However, as time passed, powerful noble families began emerging like bamboo shoots after rain. Gradually, the awakening altar became almost deserted, reduced to the primary means for the poor to turn their lives around. Gu Changqing put away the legendary beast pet card and clenched his fists, began to dream about the future. 13 years ago, he transmigrated here and diligently studied beast taming knowledge, all for this very day. Though the standard golden finger never arrived, with this beast companion by his side, he was confident in securing a bright future. Just as he was about to leave the altar, the teacher presiding over the grand formation stopped him. Student Gu Changqing, would you consider transferring this legendary beast pet card? Trading beast companion cards is one of the most common transactions. Gu Changqing shook his head and firmly refused. Sorry, teacher, I have no intention of giving it up. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Gu Changqing's receding figure, the teacher gazed for a long time before sighing deeply. A legendary beast pet. What a pity, what a shame. Upon returning home, Gu Changqing hadn't even taken off his coat yet. A melodious voice came from the kitchen. Xiaoqing is back. Wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Okay, Gu Changqing responded and sat on the sofa, trying hard to suppress the joy in his heart. By the way, a breathtakingly beautiful face suddenly peeked out from the kitchen doorway. like a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. I heard you went to the awakening altar? How did it go? What bloodline level beast companion did you obtain? Gu Chongqing let out a slight sigh of relief. Seeing his troubled expression, the woman quickly reassured him. It's alright, that place is all about luck anyway. Later, I'll go check out the beast companion auction house. Your first companion must be a good one. Seeing the woman's serious expression, Gu Chongqing could no longer hold back. He got up from the sofa and rushed into the kitchen. Embracing her perfect S-curve figure, still wearing an apron and holding a spatula with her voluptuous front and back, and exclaimed excitedly, Sis, I've awakened a legendary bloodline beast pet. It's a legendary bloodline. The woman froze for a moment, then immediately threw the spatula aside and hugged Gu Chongqing tightly, overjoyed. Really? That's amazing. I always knew Xiaoqing was the best. Mwah! A dainty crimson lip mark pressed against Gu Chongqing's forehead. Amid the festive atmosphere, the two enjoyed their meal with exceptional delight. Rest at home while I go out to buy supplies for you. Legendary beast pets require more comprehensive care than ordinary ones. Hurry up and complete the contract with it. Understand? Listening to the motherly nagging and instructions, Gu Chongqing smiled warmly. Understood, my dear sister. You little rascal. As soon as the woman left, Gu Chongqing took out the red beast companion card and made a cut on his index finger with a fruit knife. The crimson blood was about to drip onto it. Legendary beast pet, Zhenhai City. I, Gu Chongqing, will surely claim my place among them. Suddenly, a gust of wind abruptly surged through the room. The dripping blood was blown by the wind and fell to the ground. Where did this wind come from? Just as he was puzzled, bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, and people filed in one after another, instantly filling the small living room to capacity. Gu Chongqing, right? I'm Chen Ziming, head of the Chen family. I'm taking this legendary beast pet card of yours. Chapter 2, They stole my legendary pet, saying I couldn't afford it. Chen Ziming's sunken eyes, bloodshot and weary, grew even more greedy and excited upon seeing that legendary pet card. Gu Chongqing held his breath and swiftly tucked the pet card into his backpack. Then he looked at everyone except Chen Ziming, his heart suddenly constricting. He recognized every single one of them. Among them were the principal and department heads of Zhenhai, one high school where he was currently studying, and one more person, an absolute heavyweight, Deputy City Lord of Zhenhai City, Li Haoran. Huff! Gu Chongqing suppressed the unease in his heart and said, Honorable leaders, what brings you to my humble abode? Is this a courtesy visit? Principal Wang of Zhenhai, one high school revealed a warm smile and amiably sat beside Gu Chongqing, patting his leg as he said, Chongqing, we've all heard about you obtaining a legendary beast pet. Normally, this would make you a key candidate for our focused training. But, as you know, legendary bloodline beast companions are incredibly rare and hard to come by. Even if a whole city were to pour all its resources into nurturing one to perfection, the time and resources required would still be incalculable. You are the descendant of a hero, the pride of Zhenhai City. Your veins flow with noble blood that prioritizes the nation and its people, sacrificing personal interests for the greater good. After repeated discussions between the school and the city lord's office, we have a proposal for you to consider. As he spoke, he signaled Chen Ziming with his eyes. Slap! A dozen material purchase lists issued by the Beast Pet Shop, along with a 3 million check, were slapped onto the coffee table. Here is a gold-tier Beast Pet card, along with all the evolution materials needed for its growth. An additional 3 million gold coins in compensation. This is enough to make you an elite in Zhenhai City. The bloodline ranks of beast pets, from low to high, are none, white, bronze, green, silver, blue, gold, yellow, lord, cyan, king, purple, legendary, red, mythic, orange, divine, gold. The color of each bloodline rank corresponds to the strength of its attributes. In the era of datafication, entries have permeated every corner, from daily sustenance to bloodline beast stones. Without the support of entries, they lose their value. As for the legendary tier red entries, even if they aren't beast companions but any piece of equipment or material, they remain priceless treasures beyond the reach of the market. Chen Ziming isn't here to negotiate a trade, he's outright robbing. Principal, are you here to trade or to seize? A legendary tier pet is worth tens of millions at auction, and even then, it's priceless. You can't take advantage of my youth and fool me like this. Chen Ziming's face darkened with malice, his mind fixated only on the legendary beast pet as he said harshly, Kid, these items are more than enough. Know what's good for you, don't do anything that would harm Zhenhai City. Principal Wang shot him a glare and chuckled. It's plenty, more than enough. Chongqing, think about it, how many resources does it take to raise a legendary beast pet? It's a bottomless pit. With your family's means, how far could you even train it? Moreover, its value is no longer just that of a mere beast companion, it is destined to become the future guardian deity of Zhenhai City. By then, everyone will remember your selfless generosity, and countless lives will be saved because of your benevolent decision. Have you forgotten the moral and intellectual education of Jinhai No? 1 High School, Chongqing. Building the greater good starts with sacrificing for the lesser. Gu Chongqing looked up and sneered. Principal, are you trying to place me on a moral high ground? If it's all about sacrificing the small for the greater good, why isn't the Chen family head willing to make more sacrifices? You damn bastard, how dare you act so smug? A lowly commoner like you isn't worthy of owning a legendary beast companion. Either hand over the legendary beast companion card now, or I'll cripple you today. After Chen Ziming revealed his true colors, Principal Wang stopped trying to persuade him. At that moment, Li Haoran, who had been watching the scene unfold, suddenly snorted heavily. What a prestigious Jinhai No. 1 High School, the so-called strongest high school in Jinhai. Principal Wang, do you only focus on strength education while neglecting moral education? Gu Chongqing, despite being the descendant of a hero, acts selfishly and disregards the greater good. With students like this, with beast tamers like this, they are destabilizing factors in the city. A hidden disaster waiting to happen. Li Haoran adjusted his glasses and spoke emotionlessly. To prevent any mishaps and prepare for the worst, I, as the deputy city lord, hereby order. Gu Chongqing is treacherous and harbors ill intentions. A legendary beast pet must not fall into the hands of such a person. Patriarch Chen, for the safety of Jinhai City, what are you waiting for? Yes. Chen Ziming approached Gu Chongqing with a vicious grin on his face. Gu Chongqing was horrified. What are you trying to do? At that moment, Principal Wang stood up and left, while several other school officials stepped forward to restrain Gu Chongqing. A black card appeared in Chen Ziming's hand. Gu Chongqing saw it and exclaimed in horror. A reverse contract card. What are you trying to do? You'll find out soon enough. Chen Ziming gathered the transaction proofs scattered on the table and forcibly grabbed Gu Chongqing's bleeding finger. He drew a hexagram pattern resembling a summoning circle for beast pets on the table, then squeezed out a drop of blood onto its center. Suddenly, a low, hoarse cry rang out. The legendary beast pet card flew out of Gu Chongqing's backpack. As if guided by the blood, it quietly drifted onto the single drop of blood at the center. Before long, the red six-pointed star contract formation shimmered with flowing light. An identical pattern appeared beneath Gu Chongqing's feet. Behind him, the shadow of the blood flame crow gradually solidified, eager to rush out. But the next moment, Chen Ziming crushed the card, and countless eerie black tendrils emerged, some probing into the legendary card while others firmly grasped the phantom of the beast companion. A reverse contract card, forcibly severing the bond between the beast companion and its master. Gu Chongqing tried to struggle but was tightly restrained by the school authorities. He could only watch helplessly as the beast's shadow was continuously pulled out. He could only look at Principal Wang with pleading eyes. Principal Wang met his gaze but immediately looked away. Gu Chongqing's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Unwilling, agonized beastly roars rose and fell in the room, intertwined with Chen Ziming's frenzied voice. As expected of a legendary beast pet, ordinary reverse contract cards truly can't extract it. But I came prepared. Submit willingly, and with the Chen family's nurturing, you'll become Jinhai City's guardian divine beast. Return to me at once. Suddenly, the beast shadow, nearly half pulled out by the black aura, was wreathed in thick crimson flames. Under the crimson onslaught, the black aura of the reverse contract card retreated step by step. However, the color of the beast companion card was also rapidly changing. Red, purple, cyan, yellow, blue, green. Not until the card turned completely snow-white was the black aura entwining the beast phantom completely evaporated. Click! Chen Ziming's face turned ashen. And not just his. Li Haoran's crimson eyes barely contained his overwhelming fury. They never expected the legendary beast to choose death over submission, even going so far as to burn its own life force to resist the forced contract. Not only did he fail to obtain the beast pet, but it also caused the legendary tier to drop to common. If this were to get out, it would undoubtedly spark a media frenzy. Li Haoran glared fiercely at Chen Ziming, then pointed a trembling finger at Gu Chongqing with an expression of fury. Well done. What a fine student your first high has produced. Even if you disagreed with the deal, you had no right to destroy it privately. Principal Wang, is this how your school educates its students? Is there any need to keep such a rotten apple around? With that, he flicked his sleeve and left. Faced with their false accusations, Gu Chongqing remained impassive, numbly stroking the now white beast companion card, his face ashen with despair. Legendary beast companion's bloodline essence depleted. Rank downgraded from legendary bloodflame crow to common nightglow crow. Chapter 3, Talent Infinite Golden Entries. The leaders of First High holding Gu Chongqing looked at Principal Wang in confusion. They had indeed come to seize the legendary beast pet, but not with the intention of destroying it. Principal Wang's face darkened as he shouted angrily at Chen Ziming, head of the Chen family. Even if the bargaining chips were insufficient and Gu Chongqing tried to demand too much, you didn't have to resort to forbidden methods to protect the legendary beast pet, did you? His voice was so loud that footsteps echoed from nearby residents, all coming to see what had happened. Chen Ziming immediately caught the hint. I never expected him to take such an extreme step, whether the deal succeeds or not. Our goal was always protection and nurturing. Alas, human nature is hard to predict. Outside the house, hushed discussions immediately broke out. What happened? It seems Gu Changqing obtained a legendary-level beast pet, and the Chen family along with school officials came to negotiate a deal. Gu Changqing refused to give it up and kept raising the stakes. In the end, the talks fell through, and Gu Changqing destroyed the legendary beast pet. Wait, wasn't it more like someone tried to snatch it? Snatch? The Chen family is wealthy and influential, the top family in Jinhai. Would they really need to resort to that? But that was a legendary beast pet, not just some ordinary animal. A certain high-ranking official from the city lord's manor just concluded that it must be Gu Changqing's insatiable greed. You look like one. Like what? A traitor to the noble family. Hearing the various opinions outside, most of them were favorable to our side. Principal Wang and Chen Ziming simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Changqing, what can I say? You've completely misunderstood our intentions, this is too extreme. Gu Changqing remained motionless, picturing the struggling scene of the blood-flame crow in his mind, murmuring, was I wrong? Yes, I was wrong. Wrong to have contracted it too soon. Wrong to have clung to false hope. Wrong to have just a little bit of trust in the school. In the face of a legendary beast pet, every originally kind-hearted person turned into wolves and tigers. The legendary beast pet is gone. Everyone, do I need to escort you out now? Child, how can you speak like this? What kind of education did the school give you? Such disrespect. Get out. A single get out. Cut short the reprimanding words of the grade-level director. Alright, calm down. After all, the national exams are approaching. Principal Wang dragged the indignant Chen Ziming away. The living room instantly fell silent. With no more excitement to watch, the neighbors all went home to rest. Everything was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Gu Changqing's heart was filled with mixed emotions, as if a piece of his heart was missing, and the stark reality before him was so naked. In the national examination, if one aims for a top ranking, the first beast companion is of utmost importance. Now, the legendary beast companion has been reduced to a worthless white-tier item. You were willing to sink into the abyss without giving up on me, so why should I have any reason to give up on you? Gu Changqing quickly sorted out his thoughts and forced open the wound. A drop of blood fell onto the beast pet card. At first, the beast pet card refused to absorb it, unwilling to form a contract. Only after Gu Changqing's threats did the blood slowly seep in. A palm-sized black crow emerged from the beast pet card. It leaped onto Gu Changqing's shoulder and used its sharp little beak to peck away the unwashed tear stains. A sense of blood connection spontaneously arose. Gu Changqing affectionately stroked the feathers of the nightglow crow. Even without legendary bloodline, I will never abandon you. Chirp chirp. The nightglow crow lowered its head and responded gloomily to Gu Changqing. Suddenly, a prompt from the abyss arrived. Congratulations on contracting your first beast pet, the nightglow crow. You have officially become a beastmaster. The information panel is now activated. Congratulations on awakening your beastmaster talent, infinite golden traits. Level upgraded to level 1. Talent triggered. Please draw a golden trait. A series of notification sounds left Gu Changqing stunned for a moment. He couldn't wait to open the information panel. Gu Changqing, Beast Companion, Nightglow Crow, White Common. Level 1. EXP, 0 out of 100. Title, Junior Beast Master. Talent, Infinite Golden Traits, Unique. Gain 1 golden trait per level up. Note, traits can only be granted to contracted beasts. Beasts granted traits cannot betray. This, really? Golden entry? Gu Changqing rubbed his eyes hard. It wasn't until the prompt sound urged him again that he finally selected the draw option. Entry draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden entry, Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline. A cluster of golden flames illuminated the beast taming space with resplendent brilliance. The flames were so intense that just a single glance made one's eyes ache. Like a blazing sun, Gu Changqing couldn't help but get excited. Golden entry. The corresponding bloodline is Myth. Gu Changqing still couldn't believe it. Mythical grade bloodline that was undeniably divine tier. Since the beast taming system was established, such a miracle had only occurred with the first generation beast taming god. All aspire to godhood, yet none attain it. Now, a beast pet with mythical grade bloodline was right before his eyes, shining unmistakably. Everything happened too suddenly, like the extreme ups and downs of a roller coaster. Even Gu Changqing, who had lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken and his breathing grow heavy. He opened his backpack, and a cluster of golden flames hovered inside. With a gentle tap, the introduction to the Great Sun Golden Flames appeared before his eyes. Great Solar Golden Flame, Bloodline Tier Golden Trait. Description: a supreme divine flame born from the sun, capable of burning all things, majestic and unparalleled. Special ability, bestowed upon a beast companion. It allows the awakening of bloodline abilities without additional constraints, as long as the level and evolution materials meet the requirements. Success is guaranteed. Requirement, fire attribute avian beast companion. It's true. It's really true. Gu Changqing forced himself to calm down, then chose to bestow the golden trait upon the Nightglow Crow. Do you wish to bestow the golden trait, Great Sun Golden Flame, upon your beast companion Nightglow Crow? Yes. Golden entry granted successfully. Your beast companion, Nightglow Crow, has successfully evolved into a dawnbird. Gu Changqing couldn't wait and immediately opened the information panel. Beast companion, dawnbird, tier, bronze, level, 1. Bloodline, Great Sun Golden Flame, gold. Attributes, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 70, spiritual power, 500. Skills, form shift, first sun true flame, fire immunity, passive, golden crow body. Rank advancement path, Nightglow Crow, common, dawnbird, bronze, true fire sparrow, silver, triple sunflame eagle, gold, woodflame eagle, lord, ninefold emberfire monarch, king, supreme ember vermilion bird, legendary, solar phoenix, mythic, great sun golden crow, mythical. Gu Changqing opened his mouth, but no sound came out. At this moment, all thoughts and emotions condensed into 2 words. Chapter 4, The Tea-Art Master White Lotus. Great is achieved when a beast pet reaches a specified level and uses designated materials to break through in advance. The strength of the bloodline traits determines the future grade a beast pet can attain. Only upon witnessing the alternate form of the Nightglow Crow did Gu Changqing truly understand what it meant to defy the heavens. After merging with the lineage of the Great Sun Golden Flame, all 4-dimensional attributes reached 100 points, marking the pinnacle of a nascent beast companion. Apart from the first skill, form shift, which allows switching between the Nightglow Crow and the Dawnbird forms, the remaining 3 bloodline skills are enough to make one's jaw drop. You should know that most beast companions either have 1 skill or none at all after forming a contract. Only during rank evolution do they have a chance to awaken the next skill. Most importantly, the Great Sun Golden Flame's bloodline advancement path from low to high has been fully disclosed. As long as you level up and prepare the evolution materials, you can break through without any obstacles. Golden trait. How terrifying. What's going on? Xiao Cheng? As soon as Yi Ruyan entered the door, she saw the messy hall and Gu Changqing sitting on the sofa with fluctuating emotions. She hurried over, shook him, and seeing the still wet bloodstains on the table, instantly understood something. Who was it? Which family in Jinhai City? Yi Ruyan was uncharacteristically furious, like a lioness protecting her cubs. Sis, I'm fine. Gu Changqing forcefully suppressed the joy and excitement in his heart, only telling Yi Ruyan about the truth of how the Chen family, the city lord's mansion, and Jinhai First High School had slandered him, but he made no mention of the golden entry or the mythical level beast pet. The twisted faces and madness of those people were something he dared not confront at his current state. Even with infinite golden attributes, before gaining the ability to protect oneself, one must still feign weakness and victimhood to deceive others. Them? Yi Ruyan's expression remained unmoved as she instinctively grasped Gu Changqing's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll get justice for you." Yi Ruyan was once a member of the city guard team alongside her late parents. 7 years ago, when the Abyss rule's restraint on ferocious beasts was weak, the creatures trapped outside the city and in dungeons broke free from their seals, forming a beast tide that launched a brutal attack on Jinhai City. In that battle, many brilliant beastmasters perished. After the war, Yi Ruyan became a teacher at Jinhai No. 1 High School and took care of Gu Changqing. As for her identity, Gu Changqing had previously heard bits and pieces from his parents. For some unknown reason, she came to Jinhai City, and behind her was a force not to be underestimated. After hearing her promise with his own ears, Gu Changqing became even more certain. But, Gu Changqing firmly declined Yi Ruyan's kindness. A hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes, not out of fear for those people or families, but pondering whether to leverage the power behind her. After spending so much time together, the two have become family. Yi Ruyan must have unspeakable reasons for not revealing her true identity. He was afraid that Yi Ruyan would leave because of this. Sis, I'll personally take it back. Believe me. Yi Ruyan looked into his eyes seriously, and only after a while did she suppress the hostility around her. Alright, I believe you. She understood Gu Changqing's temperament. He wasn't the type to act recklessly without support or confidence. If I don't succeed, you can step in then. Staring at Gu Changqing's meaningful smile, Yi Ruyan froze momentarily. You brat, always filling your head with nonsense. Go to sleep now. You have class tomorrow. Got it. Watching Gu Changqing enter the bedroom and close the door, Yi Ruyan's smile abruptly froze on her face, her pupils emitting a chilling glint as she stared at the bloodstains on the table. After entering the bedroom, Gu Changqing repeatedly confirmed that the beast pet's bloodline and talents were not illusions, then fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Early the next morning, he woke up to Yi Ruyan's knocking. and after washing up and eating breakfast, the two walked shoulder to school. Gu Chongqing walked down the narrow corridor of the teaching building, not yet reaching the classroom, when someone called out to him from behind. Gu Chongqing, wait a moment. Turning around, he saw it was his homeroom teacher, Lu Mei. Lu Mei wore thick glasses, with an ordinary appearance but exuded great approachability. She pulled Gu Chongqing aside to a corner of the staircase and whispered, I've heard about your situation, but I believe in your character. A student I've taught would never do something so outrageous. Gu Chongqing was deeply moved. Due to his special circumstances, Lu Mei had often shown him extra care. Alas, my voice carries little weight as a teacher, so I can't speak up for you. I just returned from a meeting. The school's decision is for you to go home and rest. But perhaps it's for the best. Take this time to adjust your mindset and prepare for the upcoming national exams. Gu Chongqing wasn't surprised. It would have been shocking if the school hadn't taken any measures against him. I understand, teacher. I'll go back to the classroom to pack my things. Good. Don't be discouraged. I've always believed in you from the start. Keep it up. Thank you. Gu Chongqing strode towards the classroom, and as soon as he entered, the noisy atmosphere instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to him, unaware of the attention. Gu Chongqing went to his seat and began packing up his books. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by. A crisp slap sound rang out, followed immediately by a sharp pain on his cheek. Gu Chongqing looked up in astonishment to see a beautiful, scholarly-looking girl glaring at him furiously. Her raised hand, not yet lowered, was poised to strike again. Gu Chongqing lowered his gaze, dodging the second strike. Su Cece, are you out of your mind? Su Cece froze momentarily, disbelievingly saying, Gu Chongqing, you're scolding me. You actually dare to scold me. With an attitude like yours, you still expect me to agree to your pursuit? Dream on. I demand you kneel and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing me again. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Not long ago, he lost a bet and the punishment was confessing his feelings to Su Cece, the top female student in their class. At the time, she appeared hesitant and reserved, gently turning him down. Gu Chongqing thought the matter would end there. How long has it been since the White Lotus became a tea master? Thank you and your whole family. Rest assured, I will never see you again. Gu Chongqing just wanted to take his things and leave, gently pushing aside the persistent Su Cece, whose gaze flickered toward the classroom door in that instant. He collapsed to the ground on his own. Ouch. Gu Chongqing, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Absolutely not. Hi, help me. Humph. Disrespecting your elders and disregarding Jinhai City is one thing, but now you're so arrogant you even bully your classmates. Gu Chongqing, you really are something. A tall, broodingly handsome young man stood at the classroom door, blocking Gu Chongqing's path. Gu Chongqing's heart burned with rage upon seeing this person. Chen Hai, the son of Chen Ziming, hailed as the genius of the Chen family and its future heir. For a moment, he began to understand. Chen Ziming came to snatch the legendary beast pet, probably for Chen Hai's sake. He took a deep breath. Gu Chongqing, stay calm. Chapter 5, a god-defying skill. Hi, look at him. My hand is all scraped. Su Cece's high-pitched, affected voice sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chen Hai reveled in the sensation of her soft embrace around his arm. He patted Su Cece's head and sneered. Gu Chongqing, apologize to my girlfriend. You probably don't know yet, but Cece is my girlfriend now. A worthless simp like you isn't even worthy of confessing to her. These two people, one is an arrogant young master from a noble family. The other is a master of manipulation. Truly a perfect match. Move aside. Gu Chongqing said coldly. I told you to apologize. Are you deaf? Su Cece nestled in his arms, provoking him. Kneel and apologize, or you won't leave this school alive. In that case, I might as well embellish what happened last night and spread it around. Chen Hai was stunned, then glared at him fiercely and whispered. Gu Chongqing, are you really asking for death? Humph. Even if you talk, how many people would believe you? Crushing you would be easier than squashing an ant. Gu Chongqing pushed Chen Hai aside with his hand. Then please, step aside. You're asking for death. Chen Hai was furious and raised his fist, ready to strike. What's going on? Shouldn't you be in class? Get back to your seats now. Lu Mei appeared just in time to stop Chen Hai from resorting to violence. Gu Chongqing nodded at Lu Mei and then left the classroom. The moment he stepped out of the school gate, his pace quickened, unable to hold back any longer. Level up. He must level up his beast pet before the National College entrance exams. Principal's office. Yi Ruyan's chest heaved as she stared at the silent Principal Wang, raising her voice. Gu Chongqing is still a student of Jinhai No. 1 high school. Not only does he have to endure grievances and losses, but he also has to bear the blame for the punishment? Teacher Yi, this is the decision of the city lord's residence. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay. Yi Ruyan suppressed her anger and said, then I'll trouble the principal to relay a message to the Chen family for me. If they dare to plot against Xiao Cheng again before the national college entrance exams, someone will kick the Chen family out of Zhenhai City, and even those backing them won't be able to stop it. Principal Wang finally showed a change in expression. Teacher Yi, there's no need for this. Calm down. It's also my fault. Had I known student Gu had such an unyielding temperament, I wouldn't have. Sigh. Don't worry. I'll step in to warn and restrain them. Then, I'll trouble the principal with this matter. Every word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth. No problem at all. Watching Yi Ruyan leave, Principal Wang picked up the phone on the desk. Hello, this is Wang Gang. Meanwhile, Yi Ruyan, who had left the office, arrived at the foot of the teaching building. Gazing at the azure sky, she murmured, Xiao Cheng, this is all the time I can buy for you. After leaving school, Gu Changqing hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Dungeon Plaza in the western district of Zhenhai City. The Dungeon Plaza is a training ground specifically established for novice beastmasters. It offers a comprehensive range of dungeons, from level 1 to the top-tier dungeons for junior beastmasters. However, the loot from these dungeons is barely satisfactory, with the main focus being to help the new generation adapt to combat environments. After getting off the car, Gu Changqing, in the dungeon square, teams of beastmasters lingered before various dungeon portals, veterans guiding newcomers. For spots taken, one left, join fast. Selling level 1 beast pet set, plus 10 strength points, the ultimate newbie artifact, level 5 hell difficulty, recruiting powerful beast pets. As soon as he approached, the bustling noise came through. Gu Changqing hurriedly arrived at the level 1 dungeon's light gate. The moment his hand touched it, the abyss's prompt sounded. Instance, verdant grasslands, difficulty, normal, level 1. Description, an ordinary verdant grassland where animals have mutated after being infected by the arrival of ferocious beasts. This dungeon can accommodate a maximum team of 5. Detecting that you are alone. Would you like to wait for a party? No. Would you like to enter the dungeon? Yes. The dungeon's light gate radiated a crimson glow, enveloping Gu Changqing entirely. Amidst a dizzying whirl, when his eyes opened again, he found himself standing on an endless green grassland. The scent of fresh grass in the air carried a faint trace of blood. A 6-pointed star array appeared beneath Gu Changqing's feet. The Nightglow Crow let out a joyful cry and perched on Gu Changqing's shoulder. Little Gold, it's your time to shine. The Nightglow Crow was pitch black all over, and even when transformed into its dawnbird form, only a single golden feather appeared on its head. The ultimate form of the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline was the Golden Crow, so Gu Changqing simply named it Little Gold. Little Jin's pair of black eyes spun with intelligence. Then a golden hair sprang from the top of its head, flapped its wings and flew into the air, gliding over the waist-high grass. Gu Changqing followed closely behind below. He had just pushed aside the dense thicket. Bah! A sheep's cry rang out as a black goat with blood-red eyes and 2 sharp, elongated fangs bared, almost pressing right up against his face. Damn! Gu Changqing was startled and immediately turned to run back. The red-eyed black sheep let out a harmless cry, yet bared rows of nice sharp teeth as it chased relentlessly. Bah! A cry rang out in the air. Gu Changqing only felt a scorching heat brush past the back of his neck. Boom! A faint explosion sounded. He turned back to look, utterly stunned. The black sheep that had been chasing him was now engulfed in flames, struggling fiercely for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground in defeat. Congratulations! You have slain a level 1 inferior fierce beast, mighty black sheep, gaining plus 5 EXP. It's dead just like that? The grade of a ferocious beast is completely different from that of a pet. 8 levels, lower, intermediate, advanced, elite, ferocious demon, beast king, beast emperor, beast god. Initially, it's 1 grade higher than a beastmaster or a pet. Although constrained by the abyss's rules, the ferocious beast's power was greatly diminished. Little Gold's first breath of true sunflame instantly annihilated it. Is this the dominance of a mythical grade beast companion? With disbelief, Gu Changqing opened Little Gold's skill panel. Upon seeing the information about the 3 bloodline skills, his closed mouth gaped open again. Primordial Sunflame, bloodline skill. Releases scorching white flames to attack enemies from a distance, dealing damage equal to twice the mental attribute value. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Spirit energy cost, 50. Flame immunity, passive skill. Ignores fire-based damage of the same level and tier, improving as the beast companion's tier increases. Golden Crow form, a bloodline skill. Upon activation, fire-based skill damage is doubled. Subsequent abilities unlock as the bloodline advances. Holy moly! Is this what a mythic tier bloodline beast pet is like? It's ridiculously overpowered. No wonder it can instantly kill ferocious beasts. The weak and mighty black sheep couldn't withstand the doubled damage from 70 points of spiritual attributes. It would be unreasonable if it weren't instantly killed. And what about the spiritual energy consumption? Is that really true? Little Gold was born with 500 points, which means, in just 1 minute, it can unleash up to 10 Dawn True Flames at its limit. Such insane firepower makes those new generation beast masters, whose pets take ages to recover after casting a single skill, feel utterly inadequate. Little Gold. Keep going. Gu Changqing's blood boiled within him. For a moment, fireballs flew chaotically across the sky above the green grasslands. Gu Changqing became a pill-popping expert, as aside from returning to the beast space, the restoration of a beast companion's spiritual power could also be achieved by drawing energy from its master. Nearly 20 minutes passed. Gu Changqing felt a surge of warmth throughout his body. Congratulations, your level has increased to 2. Infinite golden trait triggered. Please draw. Chapter 6, Golden Trait Battle Frenzy. A new golden trait is ready to be claimed. Drawl. A burst of golden light exploded, transforming into countless golden threads, with one finally surging into Gu Changqing's vision. Entry extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden entry, Battle Frenzy. Battle Frenzy, support type golden entry. Description: surging battle blood boils within your heart. Endless fighting spirit rages like towering flames. Even if faced with insurmountable chasms or skies filled with gods and demons, fear nothing and hesitate not. Special ability: during combat, the beast companion will gain a 0.1% increase in all attributes per second, with no upper limit. Requirement: can be granted to combat-type beast companions. Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but curse. What's a golden trait? This is it. Unlimited combat state stacking. A veritable war machine. Little Gold was already a powerful damage dealer, and now paired with it, Gu Changqing couldn't even imagine how brutal the scene would be. Bestow. After assigning the golden trait to Little Gold, golden light shimmered across its body before dissolving into a bloody hue and merging within. Accompanied by the bird's cheerful song, Gu Changqing checked Little Gold's stats again, his mouth instantly forming an O shape. Beast Companion, Dawnbird, Tier, Bronze, Level, 2, Bloodline, Great Sun Golden Flame, Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 140, Spiritual Power, 700. Skills: Form Shift, First Sun True Flame, Fire Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow Body. Damn! Gu Changqing couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. One golden trait doubled all four-dimensional attributes. With the quadruple enhancement from the Golden Crow's physique and the Primordial Sun's True Flame, it's just ridiculously overpowered. Others rely on cultivating rare treasures and equipment enhancements to boost their beast companions' attributes. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, relies on golden traits. With 2 golden traits in play, the current 3-legged golden crow has already surpassed the known tier classifications. Absolutely god tier. If it continues to evolve in the future, what heights could it reach? Gu Changqing couldn't even begin to imagine. The sheep-like dire beasts of the verdant grasslands had always satisfied their superiority complex by bullying novice beast masters in the past. Today, a god of slaughter suddenly arrived. If the Abyss rules hadn't deliberately scattered the beasts to give the new generation time to adapt, it probably wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for Gu Changqing to clear the dungeon. Watching the last white ram beast turn into charcoal, Gu Changqing began to ponder. The next step should be to challenge a dungeon beyond his current level. Little Gold's combat power is more than capable of defeating enemies above its level. With a mythical great beast companion that surpasses all known classifications, following conventional rules would be time to hit the sack. Just at that moment, billows of dust suddenly rose from the grassland ahead, as flying grass and dirt came charging toward him. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed ahead of him. 2 heavy objects collided with each other. Despite its small size, Little Gold didn't fall behind. The dust scattered aside, revealing the true appearance of the instigator. A wild wolf walking upright on its hind legs, holding a blood-stained cleaver in one hand and a worn wooden shield in the other. Gu Changqing used the inspection skill, and the wolf's information instantly appeared before his eyes. Grey Wolf, lower tier ferocious beast, level 3, attributes: strength plus 21, constitution plus 15, agility plus 13, spirit plus 9, skills, defense, slash. Introduction: who rules the green grasslands? The unparalleled shield and blade master, Grey Wolf, a level 3 lower tier ferocious beast. In terms of overall attributes, it's only slightly better than sheep. Xiao Jin's spiritual power is still slowly recovering, but the other 3 attributes, excluding spirit, are superior to Grey Wolf. With the boost from Battle Frenzy and the aerial advantage, each swooping claw left deep wounds on Grey Wolf's body. Soon after, as Grey Wolf fell backward with his blade broken and shield shattered, Abyss notifications followed one after another. Congratulations on defeating the lower tier ferocious beast Grey Wolf. EXP plus 10. Newbie dungeon green grasslands cleared. Exiting automatically in 10 seconds. That's it? Gu Changqing felt it ended too soon. After exiting the dungeon, he skipped 4 levels directly and chose a level 5 dungeon. However, apart from leveling up once and obtaining some chunks of beast meat, there were only a few white tier equipment pieces without any attributes. the dungeon's drop rates and experience gains were appallingly low, and this was despite him clearing it solo, monopolizing all the experience. The Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline, although it doesn't have those complicated promotion requirements, still requires a few essential materials. To obtain them, besides purchasing from the city's specialized pet stores, another method is through the level 10 highest difficulty dungeon, where there's a chance for the final boss to drop them. Gu Changqing stopped his dungeon farming. He took a taxi home and retrieved a gray savings card from the drawer. This card contained the compensation money after his parents' sacrifice. Gu Changqing turned on his computer, searched for pet specialty stores in the city, and began checking the prices of required materials. Space Stone, 100k. Fire Beast Stone, 50k each. Bloodline Evolution Potion, damn it, 59k. Bloodline Stabilizer, 66k. Calculating the total amount, it reached as high as 300,000 gold coins. He helplessly ruffled his messy hair, wearing a bitter smile. Why do the poor keep getting poorer while noble families grow ever richer? The mere promotion of a beast pet's tier is enough to prove everything. Buy it. Gu Changqing entered his personal information and delivery address, but paused at the payment interface. The computer screen displayed, "This store currently does not offer purchasing services to you." Ha! Gu Changqing was stunned and tried placing orders at other stores, only to receive the same prompt. Even with a price increase, it remains the same. "I'm back." The sound of the door opening echoed as Yi Ruyan entered, took off her coat, walked behind him, and saw the prompt on the screen. Her face instantly darkened. Can't buy it? It must be the Chen family's doing. As the foremost family in Jinhai City, the Chen family's wealth permeates the entire city. Achieving this is effortless. Even when using her own account, Yi Ruyan still refused to make the purchase. Xiao Chang, I might have made a mistake. For a moment, she thought about the warning she had given Principal Wang today. Her connections were unknown to others, but some of the upper echelons in Jinhai City were well aware. Precisely because of this, they feared Gu Changqing would leverage these connections to rise forcefully, thereby revealing the truth of that incident. Gu Changqing sighed, having a rough idea of what was going on. Holding Yi Ruyan's hand, he smiled and said, "It's all right, sis. You did all this for my sake. If I can't buy it, then so be it. They can't just kick me out of the store tomorrow, can they?" Yi Ruyan wore a guilty expression. "Xiao Chang, I really have my difficulties." Before she could finish, Gu Changqing stood up and pressed his index finger against her crimson lips. "Sis, I'm not a kid anymore. I get it." Yi Ruyan froze for a moment before exploding in rage. "You brat, how dare you take liberties with me?" The atmosphere at home instantly became lively. After all the commotion, Yi Ruyan was panting heavily, her ample bosom rising and falling dramatically. It made Gu Changqing's mouth go dry. "By the way, what do you need these materials for? Wait, you've contracted a beast companion? Could it be the one that was downgraded to having no bloodline?" Chapter 7 Another Golden Trait. Gu Changqing didn't hide anything and summoned Little Gold from his beast taming space, as if sensing the unusual atmosphere between the two. After Little Gold emerged, it hopped and skipped to Yi Ruyan's feet, its golden fur swaying adorably on its head. Utterly charming. Girls have no resistance to such petite pets. She bent down, cradled it in her hands, and playfully teased it with a smile. After playing for a while, Yi Ruyan still worriedly said, "Xiao Chang, I know it's reluctant to leave and would rather burn its bloodline than be apart from you, but if you contract with it, what about the National College entrance exam? Your parents have very high expectations for you. Sis, why don't you take a look at Little Gold's attributes?" Gu Changqing proactively activated the inspection function for Yi Ruyan. Only it was the information he had altered. Yi Ruyan stared at Little Gold, and in an instant, her face lit up with joy, followed by confusion. "Golden grade bloodline? Little Chang, it's, Gu Changqing nodded. It didn't burn out completely and still retained some potential for bloodline growth. After all, it's a legendary level beast companion. How could it be so easily destroyed? It wasn't that Gu Changqing didn't trust Yi Ruyan. It was precisely because of trust that he deliberately concealed it. The world of beast taming is bizarre and unpredictable, encompassing every type imaginable and beyond. He dared not take the risk. After the initial joy, Yi Ruyan calmed down and said with deep concern, "Xiao Chang, it's not that I want to discourage you, but relying on it alone still won't be enough. If only I hadn't rushed to leave back then and stayed to help you complete the beast contract, maybe we could have saved it." Watching Yi Ruyan blame herself again, sigh, "I guess I'll have to keep up this well-intentioned lie to the end. Sis, Little Gold's bloodline will gradually recover. No one can foresee everything since it's already happened. We must look forward." "Really?" Gu Changqing nodded earnestly. "When have I ever lied to you? Sis, I'm hungry. I want braised pork." "You little glutton." Even though he knew Gu Changqing was just trying to comfort him, His words carried a blindly reassuring quality that inspired trust. Early the next morning, Gu Changcheng, still in deep slumber, was pecked awake from his dreams by Little Gold. The little one opened its mouth, clearly hungry. Alright, I know you're hungry. Gu Changcheng took out the beast meat he had hunted the day before from his backpack. Little Gold's eyes lit up, pouncing on it like a starving ghost, devouring it with gusto. By the way, it seems there's still one chance left to draw a golden attribute. Yesterday was busy reviewing materials, and later chatting with Yi Ruyan until very late, so I forgot about it. You still have one draw opportunity remaining. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Drawl. Gu Changcheng rubbed his hands vigorously, wondering, what entry will I get this time? Before his eyes, countless chaotic golden lights intertwined, and in the end, only a single strand danced free. Entry extraction complete. Congratulations on obtaining the golden entry, A Foodie Springtime. A Foodie Springtime? The names of these entries are getting more and more abstract. Gu Changcheng muttered to himself while checking the abilities of the entries. Gourmet Spring, Golden Entry. Even foodies have their springtime. Everything is edible. No picky eating allowed. Any item consumed by a beast pet can maximize the absorption of its attribute abilities. The entries are abstract, and the ability descriptions are a bit convoluted too. Believing that no golden entry is a wasted entry, Gu Changcheng immediately bestowed it upon Little Gold without hesitation. The little golden crow, which was eating, suddenly paused, then began pecking at the meat faster and faster, so fast it left after images. A whole chunk of meat weighing over 10 pounds disappeared in an instant. Moreover, still not full, it kept chirping madly at Gu Changcheng. Gu Changcheng was at his wit's end with such an appetite. Even a gold mountain wouldn't last long. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Foodie Spring ability triggered. Your beast pet consumed bloodthirsty boar meat chunks, gaining +1 to constitution. Ha! Stat points increased. So that's how it works. Gu Changcheng took out a plain white armor from his bag. Equipment, wooden vine armor. Grade, white. Attributes, strength +1, agility +1. After finishing the meat, Little Gold turned its attention to the armor. Then, to Gu Changcheng's astonishment, its sharp beak easily pecked open the wooden vines and devoured them piece by piece. In less than 2 minutes, the entire armor had disappeared into its stomach. Glutton Spring ability triggered. Your beast pet consumed a piece of white tier equipment, gaining attributes, strength +1, agility +1. As Xiao Jin's attributes increased, Gu Changcheng roughly grasped the ability of the golden trait. The quality of the beast meat determines how much the attributes increase. Equipment, on the other hand, is accepted without discrimination. The better the food, the more the attributes increase. It really is true that you are what you eat. Not a single bit goes to waste. Drool trickled from the corner of Gu Changcheng's mouth. This golden tier ability is absolutely game-breaking. Seeing no more food left, Little Gold flew to Gu Changcheng's cheek, desperately acting cute to beg for treats. Gu Changcheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glanced at the pitiful few pieces of equipment in his bag. They were originally meant to be sold for money, as the cost of advancement materials wasn't cheap. Forget it, money is just, we can always earn more if we don't have it. Taking out the last 4 pieces of equipment, Little Jin's eyes gleamed with red light as he dove right in. Glutton Spring ability triggered. Your beast pet consumed a white tier equipment, gaining +1 strength. Glutton Spring ability triggered. Your beast pet consumed. In 5 minutes, all the equipment had vanished into its stomach. The latter kicked its little legs and flopped onto its back, looking utterly comfortable and content. Gu Changcheng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Cheating is so damn satisfying. In just this short while, the 3-legged golden crow's 4-dimensional attributes increased by 12 points. Gu Changcheng gritted his teeth and shouted at the digesting 3-legged golden crow, "Come on, let's take you to the beast pet shop. If you can't buy it online, surely you won't turn down money delivered right to your doorstep." Gu Changcheng took a taxi and arrived at the square in the city center. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of shops related to beast pets, bustling with a continuous stream of customers. Among them, the largest and most luxurious was undoubtedly the Eternal Beast Pet Store. Rumor had it that this store was backed by the city lord's residence. Many rare materials aren't a problem as long as you have enough money. You're the one. Gu Changcheng walked to the luxurious store entrance and was just about to step inside when the greeters on both sides of the door blocked him simultaneously. "You're Gu Changcheng, right? Sorry, but our Eternal Pet Store doesn't serve your business. Please leave." Gu Changcheng frowned. Not even allowed to enter the door? Without further argument or questions, Gu Changcheng turned and went to another shop nearby. Yet every beast pet shop used the same excuse to keep him outside. Moreover, in perfect unison, they each took out a sign from their shops and placed it at the entrance. "Gu Changcheng and dogs are not allowed in the pet store." Chapter 8, Trying to cut off my path forward? Then I'll sever your retreat. A 5-meter vacuum zone formed around Gu Changcheng. Passing customers also stopped in their tracks, gathering to watch. The name Gu Changqing felt familiar to them, but they couldn't quite place it at the moment. Amidst their hushed whispers, their expressions and gazes gradually shifted. Oh, I thought some big shot had arrived. Turns out it's just the infamous star of Shanghai First High. Infamous indeed. Rather than letting a legendary beast slip away, he'd drain its bloodline essence dry then hand it to someone more deserving. Shanghai First High must have struck gold in their past lives to raise such a student. What are you all being so sour about? If you've got the skills, go awaken at the abyss altar yourselves. Gu Changqing is showing us with his actions. What does Shanghai City matter? I'm happy. I'm comfortable. Genius. Are you heading to the beast pet shop? No need to trouble yourself. Just say what you need. Want some monster droppings? Not expensive, I'll give them to you for free. Ha ha ha. You guys are too cruel. How is the genius supposed to face this? In no time, Gu Changqing became the subject of mockery and sarcastic jokes. The staff from various stores also cooperated by holding brooms and ropes, adopting a posture of driving people away. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, wore a smile as he listened to their mockery. Those people still pinned the blame squarely on his back. What's going on here? Everyone, step aside. At this moment, the crowd parted to make way. Chen Hai and his lackeys made a grand entrance, full of arrogance. Seeing Gu Changqing being stopped by the shop assistants, Chen Hai curled his lips into a smirk, finally venting the resentment in his heart. His face darkened as he glanced around at the shop assistants, who instinctively lowered their heads in fear under his gaze. Do you know who he is? He's from our Shanghai No. 1 high school. Did you even ask me before treating him this way? A shop assistant stammered timidly. Young Master Chen, please don't be angry. We're just following the rules. It's just that this person has a notorious reputation, selfish and self-serving. Despite being a hero's descendant, he lacks his father's magnanimity. Doing business with him would damage our reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, the other shop assistants all nodded in agreement. Chen Hai's expression turned grave as he spread his hands toward Gu Changqing, with an expression that said there's nothing I can do about it. He leaned close to Gu Changqing's ear and whispered, Top student Gu, if you sincerely beg me and publicly admit to your misdeeds, they'll immediately clear a path for you to enter the store. The moment he made the online purchase yesterday, he knew the malicious forces had begun their sanctions. He just hadn't expected their actions to be so swift and forceful. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Chen. I may not have much, but my bones are hard. Gu Changqing didn't linger. He left the square, got into a car, and headed home. Once he left, the crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle dispersed. Chen Hai's expression flickered between light and shadow. Young master, are we just going to let him go? He's just a worthless trash. We could have some fun with him. Chen Hai glared at him and said coldly, do you want to tell the people of Shanghai City that our Chen family is suppressing and retaliating against him behind the scenes? No, not at all. That's absolutely not what I meant. Chen Hai's expression softened. Let the public opinion continue to escalate, but don't lay a hand on him for now. Yes, I understand. Public humiliation, merciless trampling, preferably grinding him into the dirt. Chen Hai wished he could instantly make Gu Changqing infamous, fading into obscurity, vanishing from Shanghai City. But his father warned him that while they could suppress Gu Changqing in every possible way, it must never escalate to matters of life and death. Chen Hai knew that the best opportunity to crush Gu Changqing was gone. Humph, even if I don't do anything to you, in Shanghai City, you'll learn what it means to find every step a struggle. What? Every beast pet store in the city has turned you away. In the living room, Yi Ruyan angrily slammed the table and stood up. Are my words just going in one ear and out the other? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She took out her phone, ready to call for backup. Gu Changqing quickly stopped her. Sis, don't rush. How can I not rush? Under Gu Changqing's soothing words, Yi Ruyan sat down angrily and said, last night I thought it through carefully. To rank at the top in the national exam, I need to break through to an intermediate beast master level and unlock a second beast space. Gu Changqing was stunned, then deeply moved. Yi Ruyan had already planned out everything that would follow. A beast master, upon contracting their first beast companion, becomes a junior beast master. When a beast master reaches level 10 and uses the required materials for their beast's evolution path, they will advance to an intermediate beast master, unlocking the ability to contract a second beast companion in their beast space. Space stones are crucial materials for unlocking a beast space. Nowadays, pet shops are blacklisted, and it's nearly impossible for independent beastmasters to come up with something so expensive. Trying to rely on that slim chance is no different from winning the lottery. Gu Changqing once read a forum post, where a beastmaster, refusing to believe in bad luck, spent an entire month grinding level 10 dungeons. Not a single hair dropped. So, I never intended to bet on drop rates. Gambling on drop rates, we simply don't have that much time. Really? Suddenly, Yi Ruyan realized something, staring in disbelief at Gu Changqing, who held all the cards. You want to take the clearance record? The dungeon clearance record is an additional reward imposed by the Deep Blue rules after the creation of the Beast Dungeon. Any top-ranked player who maintains a top 10 score for 24 hours can obtain rare materials. The Space Stone and other promotion materials that Gu Changqing lacks can be guaranteed by securing the record. The challenge lies in the fact that only Hell level difficulty counts toward completion records. Shao Chang, are you sure? The Hell level dungeon is almost equivalent to the Beast's original strength. Gu Changqing had already taken out his phone and searched for the completion record rankings of various level 10 dungeons. Topping the list was none other than the elite team from Eternal Beast Pet Store. This team's clearance record is insane, 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Yi Ruyan stared at the nearly unbeatable record numbers, her face filled with worry. Clearing a level is different from setting a record. For clearing levels, as long as you find the right method and exploit, you can grind it out over time. Online, many Beastmasters profit by writing walkthrough guides, but to brush up on records, the requirements are even more demanding. Complementary teammates, knowledge of replicas, and powerful beast pets. You can't have one of the three without the other. Moreover, such a low-level copy. As a high-level Imperial Beast Master, she had already lost her qualifications to enter. Gu Changqing's reputation, deliberately rendered, had reached the point where everyone was shouting at him, and who would risk the world to team up with him? Yi Ruyan turned her head to look at Gu Changqing, who was consulting the information of the major copies, as if she had made some sort of great determination. Just as she was trying to find an excuse to leave, Gu Changqing closed his cell phone and stood up from the sofa. The information is pretty much read. Sis, let's go. Yi Ruyan froze. Where to? Gu Changqing hemmed and hawed. Incoming. The forces are united in boycotting his resources. That's fine. I'll knock out all your resources. Chapter 9, Hell's Copy Record List. Yi Ruyan's entire body was still confused when she was pulled down from the car by Gu Changqing, looking at the replica light gate in the square. He was busy pulling him aside and whispered, "Little Green, don't get carried away. You're not thinking of entering the copy alone, are you?" "Yeah, it's too much of a hassle to find teammates and stuff." There's another thing he didn't say. Exclusive experience is the way to go. Yi Ruyan choked on a mouthful of old blood and wanted to spray him in the face. Feelings talk so much, they fall on deaf ears. For the first time, she felt that her little brother, who had been carefully cared for several years, was becoming stranger and stranger, losing her legendary beast pet, being planted, and being suppressed by all the major powers. If she were in her place, she would not know how to solve it without her own background. But he, instead of giving up on himself, was actively looking for a way to break the situation. Yi Ruyan seemed to see that he appeared to have some kind of dependence on him, and could go ahead without fear. Is it getting older? Starting to get indecisive? If you don't have a backing, then sis will be your backing to make it big. Yi Ruyan suddenly patted Gu Changqing's shoulder. In his stunned eyes, his full puffy breasts stood up, and a confident smile appeared on his stunning face. When Xiao Qing does something, she never fights battles she's not sure of. Go on. If anything goes wrong, you'll have sis to take care of it. Yi Ruyan's change, Gu Changqing saw it in his heart, as if he was relieved. The first time he saw Yi Ruyan, Gu Changqing felt as if he had seen a woman heroine who was resolute in killing. That glow is still fresh in my mind. But since the death of her parents, the heroine has shed her robes and turned into a faggy, nagging janitor. Everything is because of him. Now the peaks are turning and his legendary path is about to begin. Yi Ruyan, too, should go in search of her splendor. With my sister. No surprises. I'm going. Gu Changqing had just walked up to the level 10 copy. Just then, the replica light door suddenly flashed red. Congratulations to the Zhenhai King Squad, breaking the record of clearing the replica Chaos Lone Ridge. The beep sounded and drew a gasp of surprise. Gu Changqing clicked on the copy record list and his pupils shrunk slightly. Only the Eternal Beast Pet Shop, which was in first place, was kicked down. Copy of the Gone with the Wind, Inferno level, passing time record list. First place, Zhenhai King Squad. Clearance time, 29:11. Second place, Eternal Beast Pet Shop. Passing time, 30:03. Third place, Imperial Beast Rose. Clearance time 33:64. Yi Ruyan also checked the record list and was surprised. Within 30 minutes, this Shanghai King Squad, is it someone from the Royal Beast Master Association? Just wait, it'll be out in a minute. Soon, the replica light door gave birth to a vortex, and 5 figures slowly walked out from it. Behind the 5 people, all of them were followed by a powerful beast pet, and the beast pets of each of them were all above the gold level. The might emanating from his body was also ridiculously strong. These 5 people's beast pets were not only piled up by money, their bloodlines were also extremely excellent. They are the elite city guards guarding the East District. Seeing the costumes they wore, Yi Ruyan recognized them at once. The elite city guards of the East End? Gu Changqing murmured in his heart, instantly realizing the Eastern District was the location of the Chen family's old mansion base camp. and the city guards over there were basically all inextricably linked to the Chen family. It just made him not expect that the Chen family's response was really well thought out, and all the links were counted. Oh, isn't this the former vice captain Yi Ruyan? The leader of the 5-member squad noticed Yi Ruyan and greeted him familiarly. Yi Ruyan's face was gloomy. The purpose of the city guard is to protect Shanghai City from the harassment of ferocious beasts. When did they also become interested in low-level clearance records? What? Is the Chen family going down the drain? Can't afford to supply you with materials? The leader looked around at a circle of several brothers and spread his hands. Vice Captain Yi is biased in this statement. We are just the lowest level of junior soldiers, whereas you are born at the top of the Roman Avenue. Besides, we really need materials for promotion. You didn't come here because you want a rabbit from us as well. Only, with your body and beast pet, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I still have to face it. A high-level Imperial Beast Master lowering his own level to brush the clearance record of a low-level copy is really going back the more he lives. Yi Ruyan frowned deeply after checking their levels. Little green. All 5 of them used special secret methods to forcefully drop their rank levels. It seems that they don't even want you to dip into the clearance records. Gu Chongqing nodded. He was familiar with Yi Ruyan and, outside of his words, he held some contempt for Yi Ruyan. Mud. You've come to abuse the vegetables and you've developed a sense of superiority. The elite of the city guards, brushing up on their records. That's it? Gu Chongqing's voice was not loud, but it landed accurately in everyone's ears. For a while, the Imperial Beastmasters in front of the various replica light gates stopped in their tracks. Where's that yellow-haired brat from? He doesn't know the heights of heaven. When the copy record is a cabbage can break into within 30 minutes. Iran is a monster level well. Are the new generation of Imperial Beastmasters nowadays also high-eyed? In the crowd, there were also many students who naturally recognized Gu Chongqing. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be Gu Chongqing. Other people say I have to give him a couple of sentences. Gu Chongqing? Well, no comment. Yeah, the ruthless lord who won't even let go of his own beast pet. Gu Chongqing, go back to your home and stay there. Don't come out to discredit Jinhai First High. Shapes and colors of speech are coming out of the woodwork. You're the Gu Chongqing who awakened the legendary beast pet at the abyssal altar? The leader's gaze was sharp, as if he was trying to see through him. Yeah, shouldn't you have prefixed it with a couple more? Selfish, tawny tumor, or something like that? This, Gu Chongqing's preemptive style of speech made the latter not know how to take it for a moment. Are you that thick-skinned? You don't have any friends like that. Are you here to set the record straight? Gu Chongqing pointed behind him. The people behind you, how scared they are. Legendary beast pet has been reduced to a ruined pet, and you have to be careful too? Nima, the leader is going to break down. Did you answer what I asked? The corners of Gu Chongqing's mouth were smiling, and he couldn't stand it after only a few words. Alright, you're also getting paid to do something. Otherwise, have to set a bet with you. Gu Chongqing stepped forward and peeled away the blocking and somewhat confused leader. Please select the difficulty of your copy of the Rocky Lonely Ridge. Hell yeah, only one person is detected in your team. The full team of the replica is 5. Do you want to enter? Enter. A copy of the hell level difficulty has been generated. Please enter the light gate. In the midst of everyone's bewilderment, Gu Chongqing walked into the replica light door. This is how it starts. Chapter 10 Unknown Species NPC, Mysterious Beast Pet Card. You've entered the hell-ranked replica of the Lonely Ridge of Gone Stones. The light from the duplicate light gate gradually faded, and Gu Chongqing's figure was revealed. Before he could wait to see the environment inside the copy, he only heard the sound of breaking air whistling, becoming more and more urgent. Gu Chongqing raised his head and saw a huge rock with a diameter of 1 meter smashing down like a cannonball. He lifted his foot and was just about to dodge when his footsteps gave way. The feet, by now, had sunk into the soft, fine sand. Jean, Little Gold let out a cry, and a white blazing fireball spat out. It collided with the boulder in mid-air, only to see a layer on the surface of the boulder, slowly melting under the heat of the flames, a pitch-black stone man that fell from it. When it landed, it kicked up violent and wild sand. The information about the Black Stone Man leapt forward in Gu Chongqing's eyes. Unknown species of beast, Black Jade Stone Man, not ranked. Rank, 10. Attributes, Strength plus 100. Physique plus 300. Agility plus 55. Spirit plus 0. Skills, Rockfall, Black and Berserker. Eternal Body. Looking at the stone body reflecting black light under the shroud of the swirling wild sand, Gu Chongqing wasn't shocked by the intimidating attributes of the. How did you meet the NPC in the copy here? The Chaos Lone Ridge copy. Gu Chongqing had studied the past strategy thoroughly before he arrived. Just to his surprise, the pace of the copy changed after his turn. In the guide, it's only right that the first level after entering the copy is the Sand Monster. The location of the transmission, too, was indeed within the sandy soil, but the Black Jade Stone Man, was only encountered after crossing the sand swamp and coming to the foot of the Sanying Ridge. Phew! Gu Changqing took a deep breath and didn't think much about why the copy level had changed. The early appearance of the Black Jade Stone Man caused no sand monsters to come out to attack in the sand swamp. Also, as an NPC, there is no quest, but there is no inclination to attack. Jean called out again. Sharp claws grabbed Gu Changqing's shoulders, and then rose up into the air. Kogane's four-dimensional attributes are doubled again after giving him the Spring of Eating. 40 points of strength was more than enough to grab Gu Changqing. The Black Jade Stone Man really was as Raider had said, and after coming out of the stone shell, he stood there motionless. Little Gold carried him as he soared over the head of the Black Jade Stone Man, toward the blurry, massive mountain that could be faintly made out beyond the sandy swamp. Snort! Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of breaking air came again. Kogane instinctively dipped to the side. Only a black stone was seen, grazing Gu Changqing's cheek as it sped past. Warm liquid flowed down, and Gu Changqing reached out and wiped it away. The blood was actually black. Toxic. That was the first thought that came to mind. There was just no physical discomfort. Gu Changqing was just about to command Little Gold to move away from the sand swamp when he saw a first sun true flame trailing a long flame tail, blasting towards the Black Jade Stone Man. Immediately after that, Xiao Jin threw Gu Changqing, dashingly turned around and lowered the collar with his mouth. And, sharp claws burning with white flame swooped down. Clank! The sharp claws arrived one step ahead of the fireball. Only, the white flames instantly dissipated upon contact with the Black Jade Stone Man's neck. The steel-like claws merely grazed several sparks, not even leaving a scratch. Kogane rose vertically, and the first day of True Yen arrived late. Boom! The whirlwind exploded with a powerful shockwave, setting off wild sand into the sky. In the center of the vortex, white flames steamed, burning the Black Jade Stone Man within. Xiao Jin fluttered his wings and switched his sharp claws to grab Gu Changqing. Her face came up to rub against the dazed and confused Gu Changqing's face, as if to say again, "Don't be afraid, I've avenged you." Gu Changqing's brain was dizzy, and he managed to suppress the fluttering in his stomach. No, the side effects of moving the turret are too great. It's better not to go on until it's critical. Unprotected high-speed movement was not something that he, a junior Imperial Beast Master, could enjoy yet. After a moment's reprieve, the flames of the true flame of the first sun were also slowly dying out. Gu Changqing's gaze was fixed. The raiders have also been mentioned as being able to kill the Black Jadeite Man. There have been many comments made. Only 2 points. The inability to break through defenses, and the irony that the Black Jade Stone Man was too lazy to return the favor. True Flame of the First Sun is by far the skill with the most sufficient damage, especially with the spirit attribute of up to 280-odd points. No point in wasting time if neither can break defense. The wild sand disperses and the flames are extinguished. That black body stood like a god of war. Not only was it harmless, the black color got a little deeper. Go! Gu Changqing patted Xiao Jin's back without lingering. An unknown species that even Deep Blue couldn't determine, at least for now, couldn't be taken down. Nico! Little Gold rushed at the Black Jade Stone Man and snapped, as if in warning, but the next second, a sudden shadow came down. Gu Changqing jerked his head up, and a rock that was more than 10 meters in diameter and resembled a small mountain hung just above his head. Mud! This copy is toxic, isn't it? The amiable, invisibly mocking Black Jade Stone Man had laid a deadly hand on him. Fortunately, in the face of the boulder's attack, Little Gold fully exerted the strength that a mythic-level beast pet should have, but the Black Jade Stone Man's attack became more and more sinister. Just as they entered safety, Rockfall appeared out of nowhere and chased them. It was clear that they didn't want them to leave. As time went on, under the superimposition of the warlike boiling of the, Xiao Jin didn't run away either, and the 5-second one of the first Sun True Flame was blasting at the Black Jade Stone Man in a desperate manner. What was even stranger was that being burned by the flames, the falling rocks that were chasing them fell apart and dissipated into gravel. Gu Changqing wrinkled his brows, and suddenly, the perpetual motion torso of the Black Jade Stone Man's 3 skills came to mind. Could it be that it won't let me go because it needs me to provide energy? At this point, Gu Changqing put brushing the record behind him, seeing the flames disappear faster than once. That deep black color is even more oily. Until a full 10 minutes had passed, Xiao Jin's spiritual power empties and replenishes itself. Gu Changqing had eaten a lot of pills and almost didn't get smoked to death by Xiao Jin. Suddenly, a huge repulsive force swept from around the Black Jade Stone Man. Immediately afterward, the originally impenetrable Black Jade crawled with a crack. 1, 2, 3. Without a moment's effort, the Black Jade Stone Man was cracked all over, and was about to shatter at the slightest touch. Jin, get down there! Little Gold flew to the Black Jade Stone Man, and Gu Changqing jumped down. He reached out and touched it gently. Wow! Half of the Black Jade Stone Man's body collapsed in an instant. Inside its body, it is hollow. A black card, silently suspended at the heart. Just then, Black blood burst out of the cheek wound that had previously been grazed by the black stone. It landed right on the black card and quickly absorbed and fused. It all happened so fast. Before Gu Changqing could figure out what was going on, the beep sounded. Congratulations on completing the special hidden quest, Unfillable Eternal Body, and receive a reward, a beast pet card of unknown species. Chapter 11, Setting Fire to the Mountain. Specific gold words, Black Beast Pet? Gu Changqing pinched the card and frowned. Obviously, it was of a grade that was not within the ordering of the rules of the abyss. Such an unknown piece. I don't know if it's good or bad. Putting the Black Beast Pet card into his package, Gu Changqing raised his hand to grab Little Gold's paw and flew towards the sand marsh beyond. When you get out of the pass, make an extra effort to gather information about the unknown species. Thinking about the terrifying defensibility of the Black Jade Stone Man, he was still very moved. If the second beast pet can contract that kind of meat shield defense, then on the stage of the national exam, there will be no more worries. The roiling sands in the sand swamp gradually thinned out, and the outline of an isolated 100-foot majestic ridge slowly became clearer in the line of sight. When the wind and sand have faded, the glowing green landscape fills the eyes. Below the Kanjiing Ridge, the vegetation is lush and thick with trees, and the mountain road leading up to the ridge is punctuated with the sound of birdsong from time to time. Little Gold had just landed on the ground with Gu Changqing when the beep sounded. The first stage of the Chaos Lone Ridge replica has been completed in 15 minutes and 4 seconds. Stage time ranking, 19th place. Stage 2 begins. Most of the time was wasted in the first stage of the sand swamp in order to give the Black Jade Stone Man plenty of energy. If the record is to be broken, the following stages will have to be all out. Jean, holding up okay? At this time, Little Gold's spiritual energy was less than half. The uninterrupted bombardment for more than 10 minutes, even with the 3 golden word strips added to the body. With the current grade and level, it was a bit overwhelming. Xiao Jin lowered his head and rubbed against Gu Changqing's belly, his bird's beak emitting a pampering and pleasing sound. Gu Changqing was helpless and patted its head. It was supposed to be a copy to upgrade and get food for it. It was a good thing that the food didn't hit the spot at all and nearly emptied the body. It's normal to get a little emotional. Pampered children are the best. Well, the back progress is all food, all yours. Upon hearing about the food, Xiao Jin's foodie attribute activated. It's all yours, and it's fueled by an unprecedented desire to fight. Gu Changqing stepped forward, and suddenly, the earth shook and a thigh-thick vine that broke through the ground. The straight spikes, sharp as blades, came straight at Gu Changqing's heart. The flames of hunger rose in Xiao Jin's eyes, instantly flashing to Gu Changqing's body. It's instinctive in the blood to deal with something that's long and straight and also soft and hard. After grabbing the tree vines with both claws, a mouthful of First Sun True Flame was sprayed over. Tree vines are already afraid of fire, only to hear a click sound, by the flames of the back end of the burning itself broken, and then submerged into the ground. With just this moment's effort, Gu Changqing found out its information. Sphinx, Intermediate Beast, Rank, 10, Attributes, Strength plus 72, Physique plus 208, Agility plus 5, Spirit plus 30, Skills, Earth Spike Strike, Exuberant Vitality, a 10th level intermediate ferocious beast with this attribute. What a living target. But, Gu Changqing looked at the dense rows of tall trees as far as the eye could see, and his scalp went a little numb. This dense forest stretches all the way up the mountainside, and the overall length of the trail is probably around a kilometer. In other words, in addition to distinguishing which are the Sphinx bushes in the second stage, you also have to deal with attacks that will come at some point. A contest of speed and reaction, so to speak. But in the next second, a smile appeared at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth. He turned his head to look at Kogain. Kogain was devouring the softened vines with gusto. One bite of a packet of water, crunchy and watery, with an aromatic herbaceous scent. Little Gold, I've heard that there's a particularly delicious ferocious beast on the ridge. What you're eating is garbage compared to it. The remnants of food from the gutter. You're the one I've given the golden word to, and you're already a supreme being at the super god level. That's all you eat when you're beyond God? If you can stand it, no one who is a master can. Currently in the juvenile stage, Kogain has the IQ of a few year-olds. When they heard Gu Changqing say this, their gazes were loud and clear. It met its eyes firmly, as if to say, I'll do whatever my master wants. Gu Changqing pointed at the dense forest. It's all garbage. Burn it all. Let's have a big feast. Phew! A sudden rush of wind passed by, and Little Gold had spread his wings and taken to the sky. The blazing true flame of the first sun condensed and blasted down towards the dense forest below. There was a violent explosion, and white balls of fire scattered in all directions, and wherever they fell upon the trees, whether it was an ordinary tree or a sphinx bushy tree, it burned. Within 2 minutes, most of the dense forest became a sea of fire. What's even more terrifying is that it doesn't even require any special targeted care from Little Kim. The human-faced bushy tree was already afraid of fire, and when the fire came together, it was even more unstoppable. Gu Changcheng, on the other hand, stood leisurely in place. It's better to fool your own kids. It's just a shame that you can't pick up the gear from the fire. Suddenly, a beep exploded like a frantic echo. Slay the 10th level mid-level beast, the Sphinx Pope Tree, and gain plus 50 experience. Slay the 10th level mid-level beast, the Sphinx Pope Tree, and gain plus 50 experience. Kill the 10th level intermediate beast, Swift Wind Eagle, gained experience plus 25. Kill the 10th level lower level ferocious beast Swift Wind Eagle Cub, gained experience plus 10. Experience pops up like a rising tide, worthy of being a hell level difficulty copy. This experience, even if the experience required for each level was doubled, it was still easy to take at this rate of brushing monsters. Within a minute, the exciting upgrade alert came. Congratulations on your leveling up by 1 level. Unlimited gold words triggered. You can draw a random gold word once. Gu Changcheng, beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird. Rank, 4. Experience, 20/800. Title, Junior Beast Master. Talent, infinite gold word, unique. Level 4 required 800 points of experience, and the rate of acquisition was gradually slowing down. The copy was nearing its end, and Gu Changqing rubbed his hands together for another counterintuitive gold phrase. That way, the final boss won't be too much of a waste of time. Extract, golden words in the draw. Congratulations on obtaining the golden word, Path of Destiny. The Path of Destiny? Gu Changqing doubtfully tapped on the introduction of the golden words. Path of Heavenly Destiny, special bloodline phrase, a path against the heavens full of thorns and perils that only a special beast pet can harness and use. Out a specific gold phrase, chicken ribs. The beast pets as well as the ferocious beast atlases recorded in the textbooks alone were as high as 1,000, not to add the undiscovered and undocumented. Trying to find one of them is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack, just as Gu Changqing regretted wasting an opportunity. Suddenly, the black beast pet card in the backpack, as if guided by something, a violent shudder went up. Chapter 12 Oversubscribed Copy Boss. Is there any humanity left? The black beast pet card buzzed violently. The mysterious beast pet temporarily housed inside seemed to want to break through the card, but Deep Blue's rules are overbearing, rendering its actions useless. A beast pet that has not been contracted cannot be given a gold phrase. Gu Changqing took the black beast pet card out of the package and cupped it in his hands. Unsure. Are you attracted to familiar scents? The beast pet card moved again. Stay inside honestly and I'll consider making you my second beast pet. With Gu Changqing's promise, the black beast pet card quieted down. Putting it back, Gu Changqing couldn't help but think. Having just acquired the designated special gold phrase, the black beast pet card reacted. Is it hard to believe that the gift of infinite gold words is still offered randomly using himself as a reference? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Don't want to. There's still quite a way to go before level 10. At this moment, the Tsanging Ridge had been completely reduced to a sea of flames. After the first sun true flame was extinguished, the fire did not go out, but instead formed a Tao blazing wave fire dragon, vowing to burn the entire ridge. The experience bar was still growing, only the magnitude had decreased down. The barrier that was about to break through the 5th level came to a hard stop. Be happy with what you have. The other sprint record teams, hating not a single monster, went all out to compress their time. The fire has been going on for just under 7 minutes. The experience value was even more than 1.5 levels gained. There's still a lot of time to spare to maneuver away from the first place clearance record. Behind it, there was only one old monster. Kogain hovered above the scene of the fire, swooping down from time to time, and, when he soared up again, he had a broken piece of equipment in his mouth and threw it down in disgust. Spring of Eaters can't absorb the attributes of all that gear. The second stage of the Chaos Lone Ridge replica has been completed in 7 minutes and 31 seconds. Stage time ranking, first place. Final phase begins. Due to the fact that you set fire to the mountain, the beasts of the replica have gone berserk and the difficulty of the stage has increased. When you kill the final fierce beast, the explosion rate will also increase. There is a higher probability of obtaining rare items such as Bloodline True Blood and Space Stones. The beast stormed off. Gu Changqing had just finished listening to the abyss's beep. There was a loud bang. Only a large crater several meters deep was blown out of the open space to his left. At the bottom of the pit, most of the white flames that surrounded Little Gold collapsed. Jean. Gu Changqing was shocked and jumped into the pit to check its injuries. After a moment, he let out a long breath. Luckily, there's a flame shield. Kim is not in any serious trouble. Just then, the earth trembled violently. Xiao Jin revitalized himself and grabbed Gu Changqing and flew up into midair. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. It wasn't just the earth that was shaking, it was the entire copy that was shaking a bit, only in the direction of the sand marsh. Several tornadoes formed by fine sand converged towards the ridge with a momentum that broke through the sky. the entire Sonying Ridge boulders rolled down, pulling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The greenish-blue swift eagles that had not perished in the fire were gathered in groups at the top. As the mournful eagle chirps rose and fell, hundreds of swift-winged eagle feathers fluttered and eerily blended together, forming a large eagle's head. The main body of the Eagle Ridge, after rising nearly 3 meters, slowly extended its limbs. Huge amounts of fine sand filled the surrounding area, transforming into a flowing cloak of armor. I'm yet. At this moment, standing in front of him was a fusion-type monster with a height of 30 feet, an eagle's head, and a sandy coat. His knowledge of imperial beasts was very solid. He had infinite gold phrases, and several types of anticlimactic gold phrases were not at stake. But now, looking up at such a ferocious beast, it was tempting to say, what's in the textbooks is just fooling the kids, isn't it? You call this a ING rampage? It's more like it. In the regular copy guide, the final guarding beasts are the swift-winged Eagle King and its henchmen who possess extreme speed. It's not just setting a fire. Is it necessary to use nuclear weapons to fight mosquitoes? Gu Chongqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and the information about this fusion monster in front of him also appeared. Feral Demon Lone Ridge Watcher, Fusion-type Special Beast. Rank, 10. Attributes, Strength plus 300. Physique plus 300. Agility plus 300. Spirit plus 300. Skills, Swift Wind Eagle Whistle. 1,000 miles of quicksand. All things spring. Eternal body, passive. Description, a mutated beast forcibly fused by unknown forces. Defeating it will result in an unprecedented special reward. If you die in battle, you will become part of it. Fierce demon level. Although it was said that there were 200 ferocious beasts that had died in Gu Changqing's hands, if not 1,000, but at the highest, it only goes up to the intermediate level. Now, in front of him was a ferocious demon. It's a full span of 3 big grades. Gu Changqing looked up at the replica sky and, Nima, Abyss, you want me up, just say so, okay. The terrifying 4 attributes of 300 had completely surpassed the intensity that a level 10 side book should have. The 3 active skills were also unique to the 3 stages of ferocious beasts in that copy. No wonder little Kim got tapped out. Even the mythic level bloodline granted by the Golden Word was a small karami in front of this fusion monster. Hot breath puffed out of Kogane's mouth, and the temperature of his body rose as the white flames wrapped around Gu Changqing while rapidly coalescing in front of him. Jean fumed, vowing to avenge the slap. The fireball had been building up for a full minute, and was a meter in diameter. Only then, in an angry cry, did he drag his flaming tail towards the fierce demon. Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly flashed before him, and he seemed to see that the shadow of an unusually handsome divine bird wrapped around little gold. Could this be the body of the golden crow? Kogane's spirits suddenly lifted and wilted slightly. Under this strike, the spiritual energy that had been recovered with great difficulty was consumed in an instant. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, was frowning, as this fusion fierce demon had the most headache-inducing skill on its body, permanent motion torso. This skill is possessed by the Black Jade Stoner. Gu Changqing couldn't take it. The fierce demon was having the special ability to fuse the skills of the fierce beasts present in the copy. Or, was it also one of the unknown species of ferocious beasts like the Black Jade Stone Man? Wherever the powerful type First Sun True Flame passed, space became distorted and blurred. The fierce demon did not make a move to. The eye saw the fireball getting closer and closer, heading straight for the eagle's head. Suddenly, Hawkhead's tightly closed eyes opened and the black pupils were like beautiful jade. An invisible wall of chi collided with the flying First Sun True Flame. Looking at the fireball whose power began to slowly diminish, Gu Changqing's heart thumped. Couldn't have guessed right, could it? If that's true, what's the point of having fun? Waste of time to start the next game before it's too late. A crunching sound interrupted his thoughts of quitting. Only the invisible wall of chi was seen to have spider-like cracks spreading. In the next second, the true flame of the first sun broke through it, and although its power was weakened, it was still powerful. There's drama. Gu Changqing was overjoyed. Soon, he was once again dumbfounded. At some point, the fierce demon's hand had already condensed a giant sword that was gathered by quicksand. A lumbering swing of the stone arm. A half-moon-shaped quicksand sword chi spread like it covered the sky. The true flame of the first sun had just come into contact with it, and was instantly wrapped around it. Out. Chapter 13, Darkness Trace, passing the copy. The sky was filled with quicksand, centered on the fierce demon, covering most of the sky of the replica. This strike not only dissolved Little Gold's first sun true flame, it also completely knocked Gu Changqing's heart to the bottom. How can this be fun? Your own attacks are just scratching an itch. The fierce demon's casual strike was devastating coverage. Pressing is not even in the same league. Jean, Gu Changqing called out, already planning to exit. But Kogane tilted his head back and looked up at the yellow-orange sky, whimpering lowly twice. He thought the little one was upset and whispered reassurances. Don't mind it. Victory and defeat are commonplace. your future is by no means comparable to its mere ferocious demon. When you grow up some more, you will be able to strike it down with your hand. Surprisingly, in response to his master's soothing words, Kim is bizarrely cranky. It suddenly turned its head and its sharp beak pecked at Gu Changqing's belly. Gu Changqing was startled. He didn't expect that Xiao Jin would attack him. The next second, before he could react, as if the beak had crossed a barrier. When it was drawn, it held a black card in its mouth. Gu Changqing fixed his eyes on it. Wasn't this the Black Beast pet card in the package? It's hard not to. The black card was held in his mouth, and white flames instantly wrapped it. The card was nourished by the power of the flames and instantly reacted, swinging away in a circle of black ripples. And Gu Changqing's ears rang with a childish, stumbling voice. Silly bird, let go of me, you bit into my brother. Brother, loosen up and loosen your mouth or I'll hit you. Gu Changqing's jaw dropped, and after confirming it for a while, he finally determined that the sound was coming from the Black Beast pet card. The other is a bit more ebullient than its milky baby voice. Haiwa-chan, it's all because of the trouble you caused. Hurry up and lend me your power. Otherwise, humph. What? Power? Silly bird, I'm still a child. Son of a, if something happens to the master, I'll dismantle you, roast you slowly over a low fire, and eat you after you're moist with oil. Coarse, vulgar, violent. What is your master's business off? Me. Gu Changqing listened quietly, his heart happy. The textbook had learned that beast pets were capable of empathic communication with each other. Prerequisite is the same sentinel. Xiao Jin was a mythic-level bloodline, and it was no surprise that he had this ability. On the contrary, the beast pet inside this black card was actually able to communicate with it. At least it shows one thing, its own ability is powerful. You don't want to lose, do you? Fine, when we get out, I'll have my master look for something glowing and shiny, and give you a holy light bath every day, so as to wash away the pitch blackness of your entire body. The two beast pets were stubbornly bickering, but suddenly Xiao Jin said something and immediately killed them, only to hear the beast pet in the black card milking a curse, unwillingly spilling raging black energy from it, wrapping it around the white flame. Nico! Xiao Jin cleared his voice and stuffed the black card back into Gu Changqing's package space. It flew high into the air, its body stimulated by the black energy, growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop slowly until it turned into a terrifying size of almost 10 meters. The body of the golden crow. This is the true body of the golden crow. Gu Changqing was busy checking Xiao Jin's status. Beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird. Grade, bronze. Rank, 4. Bloodline phrases, golden flame of the great sun, gold. Battle spirit boiling, gold. Spring of eating, gold. Attributes, strength plus 40 plus 4, eating attribute. Physique plus 40 plus 3. Agility plus 40 plus 2. Spirit plus 280 plus 4. Spiritual power, 21,100. Bloodline ability stimulation plus 20,000. Skills, morphological transformation. True inflammation of the first sun. Flame immunity, passive. Golden crow's body. Status, darkness perpetual motion. Darkness negative attribute destruction plus 100%. Absorption plus 100%. Pieces of darkness traceability, maximum enhancement of the beast pet bloodline ability to stimulate, depending on the beast pet physique to determine the upper limit. After the disappearance of the state, all the attributes and skills of the beast pet will enter a cooling period of 5 hours. Looking at the status page in the info bar, Gu Changqing understood why Xiao Jin had to hold the black card out. From the moment he entered the replica and encountered the Black Jade Stone Man, he unlocked the hidden quest. And precisely, the beast pet in the black card was the only key to defeating the fierce demon. Go on, Jin! Gu Changqing couldn't help but shout. A sharp cry responded to him from the little gold that had been uplifted by darkness trace. Immediately afterward, a raging monstrous fire rose up all over his body, blazing white and dark. The two opposing colors of energy mingled together in a surprisingly peaceful manner. Xiao Jin stretched out a pair of wings that were several times wider than his size and impacted towards the fierce demon. Gu Changqing watched quietly and couldn't help but feel emotional. This was the hegemony and might that the mythic grade bloodline Great Sun Golden Crow should have. The small mountain-like ferocious demon with black eagle eyes eyed the small gold wrapped in ferocious might and arrived, seemingly sensing the threat. He once again drew the quicksand giant sword and swung it several times. A wall of degrees of quicksand canopy that was going to flood the entire copy as if it were a wall. But in the next moment, a giant fireball with a diameter of 9 meters, scorching the black mist of the mists, broke through the barrier of quicksand. Pure black aura flowed in the eagle eyes of the ferocious demon. It could be completely nullified by its perpetual motion skill under the enchantment of the status. Boom! The giant fireball exploded abruptly as it approached a dozen meters from the fierce demon. Countless small flames, like a meteor shower, did their best to cover the entire massive body. Bang! 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 Every fireball that fell produced a violent pop. Black and white flames are intertwining. As the blow-ups continue, the huge pillar of fire that rushed up to the sky reached the sky. Raging waves of fire and shockwaves spread outward. The overbearing power seems to be trying to reorganize the earth. Unable to do anything else, Gu Changqing had no choice but to jump into the big pit to hide. Suddenly, his brain was giddy and his whole body was rapidly losing strength. Is this going to smoke me to death? The Beast Master and the Beast Pet, once the contract is signed, are in a symbiotic relationship. Once one of them suffers a heavy blow, the other will also be damaged to varying degrees. Before, when killing a ferocious beast, one could completely crush it with their bloodline. Now that Xiao Jin was being forced to raise the strength of his bloodline by dark traceability, he was overdrawing his master's power to achieve his own recovery. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing pulled out a bottle of elixir and poured it out into his mouth. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. The sound of the bombardment outside disappeared, and a dark shadow appeared above Gu Changqing. He looked up. Xiao Jin had turned into his night raven form and fell weakly into his arms. It was riddled with holes, cuts from birds pecking at it, and splinters from tree spikes. Get some rest. With a flash of light, Gu Changqing put it into the Imperial Beast space. He climbed out of the large pit and looked off into the distance. What you see is a sky of fire and cratered debris. Gu Changqing's heart is not in the right place. It's a skill that's best not used when you can. Congratulations on killing the feral demon grade special fusion fierce beast, Lonely Ridge Watcher, gaining plus 2000 experience. Congratulations on completing the final copy of the hidden quest and obtaining the special prop Pupil of Darkness. Congratulations on passing the hell level copy of Chaos Lone Ridge 4. Chapter 14, Expelled from School. What are the qualifications? Dog's ear hearing. In front of the duplicate light door, Yi Ruyan quietly stood outside and waited, rubbing her hands tightly without stopping but betrayed her state of mind at the moment. Gu Changqing said with further words and confidence. As time continued to pass, Yi Ruyan's worries still erupted like a well. From time to time, he looked at the replica light door, nervous and complicated, like the first time he formally fought a ferocious beast. Vice Captain Yi, don't be in a hurry. Even if you can't pass the replica, daring to single-handedly go alone, the momentum is still there. Yi Ruyan glanced at the squad leader and grunted. Zhang Sun, is the reward given by the Chun family so strong? Willingly letting you guys give up your future just to brush a low-grade copy record? It seems that more than a decade of peace has made you guys forget a lot. Zhang Sun is also not cerebral. You don't need to provoke me. There is a give and take. The city guards are loyal to the city lord government. You understand. I really don't know how those heroic spirits who lost their lives in the beast tide for Jinhai City will feel when they see that their offspring are treated like this. You are still so compassionate. And yes, those who are in high positions have the heart of remembering the world. But likewise, it is also a shackle. Otherwise, how could it trap you in Jinhai City for more than 10 years? Yi Ruyan was irritated to the reverse scales and scolded sternly. Shut up, if you don't want me to cut it for you. Zhang Sun immediately shook his hand and made the zipper gesture at his lips. The last sentence before shutting up is for the sake of the former master teacher. Although the Chen family is restrained because of you and doesn't dare to do anything with Gu Changqing's life, it's hard to say otherwise. What do you mean? Yi Ruyan pursued the question, but Zhang Sun returned to the team and resumed the attitude of not caring about things. Just then, the crowd gathered in the square parted a path on their own, only to see Lu Rinjia, the grade director of Jinhai First High School, accompanying Chen Hai walked over full of solemnity. Su Sisi sat on Chen Hai's arm, and when she saw Yi Ruyan, she lowered her head in shame. Yi Ruyan looked at them unexpectedly and was surprised. Director Lu, what are you guys? Before Lu Rinjia could speak, Chen Hai coughed and clamored. Teacher Yi is also here. Ah, that's just right. For the previous incident where Gu Changqing did something that was outrageous to both the gods and the people, the city lord's office has already given the latest notice. For this reason, the school's senior management was outraged and specially held a general meeting to decide on his punishment. Director, show Mr. Yi the results of the punishment. Lu Rinjia compensated with a smile and pulled out a cut sheet, coldly shoving it to Yi Ruyan. Teacher Yi, since Gu Changqing isn't here, you'll be the one to pass it on. Yi Ruyan unfolded the adjudication book and after browsing through the contents on it, she couldn't help but rebuke. You expelled him from Jinhai No. 1 High School? Director Lu, does the school authority really want to make things impossible? The matter of the legendary beast pet. You guys just. Lu Rinjia interrupted Yi Ruyan with just the right amount of anger. Teacher Yi, the school authorities have already done their best to be merciful by expelling him from Jinhai First High School. The matter of the legendary beast pet. What he did is a smear on Jinhai City as well as a desecration of the Imperial Beast Master. Yi Ruyan's towering chest trembled in anger, but reason told her that she couldn't be hard. The ruling is enough to say it all. While expulsion from school does not cut off the path to the big national test, But the most important thing about a prestigious school is the face. An imperial beastmaster who has been ordered to drop out of school, whose character is questionable, and who has even been ostracized by an entire city. Basically, it will not be considered by the Imperial Beasts University. That's a tough enough move, ruthless enough to drive Gu Chongqing into the abyss, never to be recovered. The school should have dealt with Gu Chongqing a long time ago. With a character like that, it's a good thing that he didn't make a contract with a legendary beast pet, or else he would have become the biggest scourge of Jinhai City. Su Sisi took Chen Hai's arm, hating that she couldn't rub it into the nicely sized 220 meat. Chen Hai smiled with satisfaction. Teacher Yi, you have a big background, so why lose that face for a guy with a bad track record? Originally, the school's decision was to be notified nationally. Remembering that he is the descendant of a hero, he was only given one last chance to clean up his act. Yi Ruyan was extremely angry, pointing at Su Sisi and snapping, at a young age, the tea art is a great success, am I wrong? With Chen Hai by her side, Su Sisi's courage was even stronger. What kind of thing is Gu Chongqing? Also worthy of having a legendary beast pet? He's just a pauper. How much special care can he get even if he has it? A legendary beast pet isn't even something he can have. Wouldn't it be good to exchange it for something more suitable for him? A bottom crawler is going to want to do whatever it takes to crawl out of there, not be overly ambitious. If the legendary beast pet was in Hai's hands, with the Qin clan's abundant resources to cultivate it, it would have become Jinhai City's township divine beast in the future. He's burying great ambitions just for himself. You say, is he a sinner of Jinhai City? Expulsion from the school is considered light. He should be cleared out of Jinhai City. Everyone was silent as they listened to Su Sisi's words. Are you two a couple? If so, it's too much control, isn't it? Legendary beast pet, who wouldn't want to keep it for themselves? If not, it's none of your business what choices people make. This anticlimactic speech is really not a family not to enter a door. Saying that, Su Sisi pointed at Yi Ruyan and said contemptuously, Teacher Yi, you've always been self-possessed, and that's because you don't understand the logic of the life of the lower class. If you really have the ability, then make it out. Yi Ruyan's face flushed red and surprisingly did not retort. She did have the ability to change Gu Chongqing's destiny, but didn't do it. Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded from behind Yi Ruyan. What kind of thing are you? What choice does my sister make that I need a stinking like you to blindly compare? In the duplicate light door, Gu Chongqing weakly walked out from it. Yi Ruyan was delighted and went to the front and said anxiously, How is it? Are there any injuries? Gu Chongqing shook his head. Seeing the book of cuts in her hand, he smiled contemptuously. Jinhai First High School, it really sucks to the bone. Lu Renjia was instantly enraged. Gu Chongqing, you're a selfish, self-serving traitor who jeopardizes Jinhai City. Speaking out loud, what qualifications? What are the qualifications? Shut your doggy mouth and listen carefully with your doggy ears up. Buzz. As soon as Gu Chongqing's words fell, the abyss's beep sounded in the square. Congratulations to Gu Chongqing for clearing the hell-level difficulty copy of Chaos Lone Ridge, topping the copy record list at number 1. Time, 27:63. Chapter 15, Lake Deep Lava, bitchier than grass. The abyss's prompting sound was like a heavy bomb that landed straight on everyone's brain. On the record list, Gu Chongqing's name mercilessly stepped on the Jinhai King squad that had just broken the record. What's incredible is that the other record holders are all in full 5-man squads. Gu Chongqing, only one person. Zhang Sun and the other members of the Jinhai King squad cast ghostly glances at Gu Chongqing with a horrified look on their faces. With a difference of 2 minutes, others might not know the difficulty of it, they naturally knew. Let alone boosting for 2 minutes, even 2 seconds, that would be beyond the limit. Not to mention the sand swamps that seriously slowed down the time schedule. The second phase alone cost them a lot of time and financial resources. Moreover, it was still the case that he had utilized special means to fall from the rank of Senior Imperial Beastmaster to Junior Imperial Beastmaster. Reduced dimensional strikes, numerical and experiential superiority, all kinds of super responsive delicacies and medicines to add to the mix. Even so, the record was broken. With a 2-minute lead in the rift, to be crushed so cleanly by a self-serving loser? How did you do that? Zhang Sun's CPU or dry burning. Cannot think of the reason. Cheating. How could I break your records without relying on cheating? After all, the punishment for wantonly dropping down in rank to compete for a low-level copy record isn't small, is it? Gu Chongqing did not hide it at all and said it directly. By the way, it will stick another knife into the heart of Zhang Sun and others. He was supposed to have gotten through with the gift of cheating. But there's no trick. My talent is just counterintuitive. Bite me. Chen Hai and the others snapped out of the shock of Gu Chongqing breaking the record. Following his words, he scolded. It really was by cheating. Gu Chongqing, you still have the nerve to have the face to admit it. Su Sisi also helped out. That's it. really shameless to the extreme. Utilizing cheating means to maliciously snatch a copy record. The City Lord's Mansion and the Imperial Beastmaster Association will not let you off easily. Unknown peer-level Imperial Beastmasters also joined the wave of vocal criticism. Gu Changcheng, a disgrace to Jinhai City. I suggest that the City Lord's office expel him from the city and leave him to fend for himself. Did you ever think of your parents when you cheated? The honor they gave their lives for was tarnished by you. To be born in the same era as this man is a great insult to us. Deportation from the city. Deportation from the city. The voices of support for expulsion are growing louder and louder. But there are still some of the Imperial Beastmasters who are not involved. Any Imperial Beastmaster who had experienced the difficulty of a hell-level copy was silent at this moment. Cheating? After the rules of the Abyss were invoked in the present world, there have been rumors of powerful geniuses with too much power, thus causing the rules to collapse. And yet there was never a case of exploiting the abyssal loopholes to their own advantage. Even though what Gu Changqing did was too unbelievable, a copy that had been hammered out over generations couldn't possibly be backdoored for him alone, could it? Yi Ruyan clutched Gu Changqing's hand and expressed her position. Gu Changqing returned a slightly warm smile. Sister, it's not over yet. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for completing the replica's hidden quest. The Chaos Lone Ridge replica will be temporarily closed for 1 hour. The reopened copy will present new ferocious beasts. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for unlocking the unique hidden quest chain. The first stage rewards have been issued. Abyss is a little less loud compared to when the record was broken. It still silenced the vast outcry against it. Instantly, everyone's gazes swarmed towards Gu Changqing. In there was curiosity, envy, greed, desires of every color. Quests? Is there a quest inside the copy? I don't know. I'm only 2 levels old. I'm not qualified to hear this. Is there any level 10 big brother to say what that hidden quest is? Isn't the reward very rich? I don't know the specifics. I can only tell you that the copy exists so far, only analyzing the possibility of a mission. I didn't expect it to be true, and it's still unique, and the rewards absolutely fall off the charts. Yi Ruyan was first stupefied, then excited and, holding up the 2 male peaks, she slammed into Gu Changqing's arms. Brat, out of your league. Sniffing the scented air against my nose, feeling the wonderful touch of elastic against the, Gu Changqing had a rare blush. Sister, calm down. Realizing that the posture was not suitable for such an occasion, Yi Ruyan raised her hand and tapped his forehead. Little kid, how dare you think of nonsense? Gu Changqing cried out wrongly. I didn't think of anything. No wonder. We didn't lose unjustly. Zhang Sun came forward with a relief like a weight off his shoulders. To be able to solve a task that countless Imperial Beastmasters are suspicious of is enough to show your excellence. It seems that the rumors about your beast pets have been brainwashed by the rumors. Overkill. Just luck. Abyss and Zhang Sun live commentary. Those Imperial Beastmasters who had shouted that they were cheating had all bowed their heads, and some even ran away in shame. Chen Hai's face was iron blue. His grip on Su Cici's hand increased in strength. The latter grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to attack. Gu Changcheng, Gu Changcheng, we'll see. With that, he dragged Su Cici out of the square. Lu Renjia did not follow Chen Hai, but changed to a smiling face and said, Changqing don't hold a grudge against the school. It's all a matter of necessity. Don't worry, I'll have a good word with the principal when I get back. After all, it's not our original intention to let the outstanding children stray. Yi Ruyan sniffed and laughed lightly, taunting, Director Lu, your attitude change is really big. Weren't you just shouting that Xiaoqing was cheating? Hey, that can't be helped. The school had to follow the decision that came down from the city lord's office. However, our hearts still think that Gu Changqing is a good student. Lu Ringjia's words changed. By the way, Evergreen, is there any reward for this mission you obtained? It's not that the director wants to pry into your privacy, but a strong point. That way, we can also argue with the city lord's office to get you back in school. Reward. Gu Changqing opened the package and took out a cyan-colored card from it. On the card, an eagle is printed. This was the reward for the first stage that the hidden quest had just given, the Swift-Wind Eagle King. It's also just a beast pet card with a lord-level bloodline, and the rest are just a mess of cherished materials. It is estimated that in the back, there will be king level, legend level, and even higher. Pop. Lu Rinjia slammed his thigh and hated it. The school administration is confused. Confused. How can such a genius be expelled from the school? Go, follow me back to the school. The director will let you resume school even if you lose your position. With that, he was about to pull Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, however, dodged out of the way. Eyeing the surprised passerby, he sneered expressionlessly. Director, have you heard the saying? Late deep love it's cheaper than trampled grass. Chapter 16, Three-Way Wind Falcon. Unexpected visitor. Gu Changqing, you. Lu Rinjia's face flushed red. In front of so many people, He actually taunted and ridiculed without any fear. In the way of Gu Changqing's current particularity, he had to suppress the fire in his heart, still smiling face to face. Alright, don't say anything angry. You're a talented student trained by Maizhenhai First High School, and your parents are both honorary Imperial Beast Masters of the school. There's also your allowance, your encouragement money, and so on, but it all came from here. Evergreen, I know you still have school in your heart. Misunderstandings are solved. Don't play childish. Gu Changqing was stunned as he looked at Lu Rinjia, who spoke eloquently, yet his face was as normal as ever. He really couldn't figure out how that was a good thing to say. Just now, same place, same crowd. His voice is still vibrant and deafening as he shouts about cheating. One can only say that, having practiced cheat to a certain point, it's really resistant to a nuclear attack. Yi Ruyan rolled her eyes straight up and mercilessly revealed it. Director Lu, it seems like you just said all of this. Either it's an honor awarded by the Provincial Capital Imperial Beastmaster Association, or it's something I've been busy finding connections to run out. When it comes to your mouth, it's all a function of school. In the face of Yi Ruyan's dissatisfaction, Lu Ringjia's posture remained unchanged. You're a teacher of the first high school, and the school authorities are looking at you in this regard. Teacher Yi, just don't count on it. What matters now is to restore Evergreen school registration. Everything is for the national exam. With his sticky-toothed attitude, Gu Changqing wanted to vomit. He took Yi Ruyan's hand and said, "Let's go, sis. I'm going to comb through the quests and the rewards I've obtained. Come on, let's go home and make you something good." The two men crossed over to Lu Rinjia, pawing at the latter's outstretched arms as he held them back. Director Lu, Gu Changqing, can't afford the school's favor. From now on, I have nothing more to do with Xinhai First High School. Lu Rinjia still wanted to argue, but the two had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. Damn Gu Changqing, it's not just that he took the blame once, so vindictive. Even the school's nurturing favor can be forgotten. White-eyed wolf, on second thought. No, we have to report it to the principal quickly. Not to mention the rewards of that hidden quest. If they were to be snatched up by the other schools in Xinhai City, they would lose a lot of face. Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan returned home, and the latter dug into the kitchen and started cooking a delicious meal. Gu Changqing sat in the living room, first checking on Xiao Jin's status. Dark Traceback's buff status is so scary. Little Gold lay motionless in the Imperial Beast space as the majestic flames burned and healed its wounds. The zeroed-out spiritual energy never showed any signs of recovery. Gu Changqing was not without emotion. This is the second time that Kim has put it all on the line for herself. There is a sense between the Beastmaster and his beast pet. It also knows that copies can be withdrawn at any time. Nonetheless, it remains unreserved. From Xiao Jin's body, he experienced the same warmth as Yi Ruyan. Get some rest, and when you've recovered, I'll let you have it all at once. Hearing the eat, the deadly three-legged golden crow raised the weak bird head, nodded a few times and then slumped down again. Gu Changqing guffawed. The three golden words, favoring food, had the greatest impact. After that, Gu Changqing began to take stock of the gains from the copy trip. The first was the space stone that was currently the most needed, which was a whopping 3 pieces. The fusion feral demon exploded in 2 pieces, and the completion of the hidden quest rewarded 1 piece. The progress bar pulls up a big chunk. Other than that, it's a few individual materials. Sand Demon's Heart. Ingredients. Swift Eagle Beast Stone. Ingredients. Cattail Tree Fruit. Ingredients. The heaviest reward was undoubtedly that Swift Wind Eagle King's Beast Pet card. Gu Changqing's fingers caressed the Eagle King pattern on the card, and a message about it immediately surfaced. Swift Wind Eagle. Bloodline, 3-way Swift Wind, Lord. Green. Skills, Swift Wind Eagle. Extreme Speed. Low-level evolution. Description, possesses the weak bloodline of the 3-way Wind Falcon, with a very low probability of being able to evolve the bloodline level. There's not much to say about the Swift Wind Hawk King. Simply possessing a single bloodline phrase of 3-way Swift Wind was enough to call a name amongst Lord-class beast pets, simply because the 3-way Wind Falcon, both amongst the ferocious beasts and amongst the captured beast pets, all of them were well-deserved king-level peaks. The bloodline skill of the 3-way Wind Falcon. The wind blown out is said to be able to dissipate the flesh, strength, and even the souls of the Imperial Beast Master and the Beast Pet. There is a horrible rumor that when the wind rises in the 3rd way, the soul will be scattered. Among the Imperial Beast Masters, only one 3-way Wind Falcon was captured and tamed to become the Imperial Beastmaster's Beast Pet. The person who owned this Beast Pet was Zhao Zhanxiong, the current head of the Xinhai City Lord's Mansion and the Royal Beastmaster Association. However, these were all unimpressive little caramels in Gu Changqing's eyes. No matter what bloodline you have, as long as I get a good look at it, I'll immediately make you shed your skin. Gu Changqing, however, was hesitant whether to choose the Swift Wind Eagle King or that unknown Black Beast Pet for the second Beast Pet. It's better to finish the hidden quests first and see if the follow-up rewards a better beast pet. In his heart, the swift-winged eagle king couldn't really see it. Already having little gold, the king of the air, was naturally not an option. As for the black beast pet card, despite having a sense for that particular gold phrase, still, there was something unsettling about something that even the abyss couldn't detect. In case a mysterious, unknown and powerful monster is released, if you can't grasp it, you'll be in trouble. The next step is to look for anomalies in each copy. Unfortunately, none of the copies below level 30 had any obvious abnormal NPCs like the Black Jade Stone Man. Gu Changqing scratched his head. Is it hard to believe that the clues are in the wild copies outside of Zhenhai City? After completing the first phase of the mission, the objectives of the second phase of the mission are not given at all. It's all up to the Imperial Beastmaster, who takes the task to fumble around as if he's hit the big time. The nature of the copies inside and outside the city are, again, two extremes. The copies outside the city are called wild copies. The location of the light gate of every wild copy is almost always coiled with ferocious beasts. If you want to pass the wild copy, you will first have to experience a life and death struggle with the ferocious beasts. Again, the rewards and experience of the wild copies are an order of magnitude higher than those in the city. Even so, the only ones who dared to venture out of the city were high-level or higher Imperial Beast Masters. Gu Changqing considered whether or not to go out of the city and try his luck. Greenie, it's time to eat. The aroma that tantalized the taste buds filled the room, and Gu Changqing, who had returned to his senses from his thoughts, sniffed vigorously, and his stomach instantly rumbled. Coming to the dining table, picking up chopsticks and picking up a piece of braised pork, the whole person was suddenly sublimated in general. Yi Ruyan's cooking skills were really getting better and better. A world of difference from the first dark cuisine. Looking at Gu Changqing, who was feasting, Yi Ruyan would smile, had just handed him a bowl of rice. Suddenly, a rush of brakes came from outside. Immediately afterward, a soft, fluffy female voice came in. Excuse me, is Mr. Gu Changqing home? Chapter 17, The Female Highlander Comes to Snatch. Green tea still needs specialized grinding. Ha, who? Yi Ruyan was surprised to open the door, only to see 6 beautiful-looking, expensively dressed and not youthful girls. After nodding to her, Warbler entered the modest living room. Gu Changqing, who was eating, glanced up and instantly froze. Good lord, where is this group of celebrities coming from? The 6 beauties, except for the one in the center who was slightly older. The other 5 were basically similar to Gu Changqing. If Yi Ruyan's face value was at 99 points, their scores were around 90. They're all first-class beauties. Who are you guys? Barging in here without saying hello. Manners? When Yi Ruyan saw Gu Changqing admiring with a straight face, even putting down his chopsticks, she couldn't help but feel a burst of anger rise in her heart, and her words were quite unpleasant. Hello, we're from Zhenhai Female High School. I'm the senior class director, Xia Bing. They're graduating students who all want to come and see Zhenhai's man of the hour. Xia Bing's smile was easygoing and had a feeling of being in the spring breeze. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. Yi Ruyan sighed in relief and glared at Gu Changqing, scaring him into immediately withdrawing his gaze and eating honestly. Zhenhai Female High School. Come to see our family's little green what to do. If it's a viewing, look and see. I won't stay for dinner. The female classmate beside Xia Bing, who was just displeased with her attitude, wanted to speak. She was stopped by a raised hand. It's like this. I heard that Gu was expelled from the school by the first high school. In response to this, our principal paid extra attention. The school has decided to make an exception to student Gu Changqing's acceptance after many aspects of research and discussion. If he's willing, Zhenhai Girls High School will pour in all of its resources to escort him through the national exams. Put. The rice that Gu Changqing had pulled into his mouth nearly spewed out. Zhenhai Female High School, he knows. More than that, the fame of this school, in the whole province and city, are famous. The Imperial Beastmasters that came out of the Female High were either collected by the major clans or were involved with certain large regiments. Even the wife of the current city manager graduated from the women's high school. In terms of relationship alone, the Chen family, the #1 Imperial Beast family in Zhenhai, would have to fall below its peak, and they, who had always been unobtrusive and only cultivated outstanding female Imperial Beast Masters for the Imperial Beast world, had made an unprecedented move to pull a man into the school. Can I go to the girls' high school? Gu Changqing was filled with confusion and took out his phone to look at Rongyan, still handsome and masculine. How did they get a look in? Xia Bing smiled warmly and said, don't be skeptical of our school's determination. We are sincere in recruiting you. Give me a reason. Gu Changqing was not a 3-year-old child, and it was almost unimaginable how much energy was behind the Female High's so-called devotion. Pie in the sky, a pit in the ground. He wasn't simple enough to think that with a suspected legendary beast pet and a hidden quest, he could make them go crazy to such an extent. Yi Ruyan also frowned, and suddenly, seemingly thinking of something, she said offhandedly. You guys are trying to make Xiaoqing go to that place? Xia Bing nodded directly and without delay. Mr. Yi is a quick thinker. That's right. We're paying such a big price because we hope that after Gu's ability, she can go to the Forbidden Sea and search for her for us. Gu Changqing listened with a muddled head. Her? Who is she? Yi Ruyan's face was serious as she said in a deep voice. Zhenhai City's last and only female city lord. Situ Tanya. That time when the beast tide attacked the city, there were only ferocious beasts on land, but not in the sea. That was because the female city lord led an elite team to kill the Forbidden Sea, but after the beast tide, that group of imperial beast masters did not return. Xia Bing sighed. We have also sent out royal beast masters to search for them, but the Forbidden Sea has been recovered by the rules of the deep sea, and non-legendary beast pets are not allowed to enter. Student Gu, we have learned that your beast pet has not been downgraded, or rather, there's still a chance to return to the legendary rank, right? Gu Changqing was not surprised that the intelligence was so accurate. To occupy the top spot on the record list says it all. Xia Bing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, as long as you agree. What the female high can do, just mention it. Yi Ruyan looked at Gu Changqing, and there was movement in her eyes. As long as it was promised, the Chen family as well as the city lord's mansion would definitely have something to fear. Zhenhai Women's High School does have that ability. Gu Changqing slightly considered the stakes, just about to answer. I disagree. Before his words were spoken, a growl came from just outside the house, interrupting him, only to see Su Sisi rushing in with a face of anxiety and anger. Behind him was Lu Rinjia and a few of the top brass from the first high school. I disagree. Su Sisi walked to the dining table and looked down at Gu Changqing, slightly easing her anxious mood and softening her tone. Evergreen, you are the pride of our Zhenhai First High School. My pride. How can you transfer to a girls' high school? Is it, then, that you are willing to part with me? I've thought it over carefully, and I still have a place for you in my heart. The previous rejection was all because I cared too much about you and wanted to put some pressure on you to become better. Now that you've gotten even better, I agree to be your girlfriend. Moreover, Hai has already agreed that as long as you are willing to come back, the Chen family will remove the effects of those rumors for you. Just do it for me, okay? Su Sisi's eyes were reddened, and there was a hidden mist of water spreading. Gu Changqing didn't hear a word of her moving persuasion into his ears. Instead, it was as if she herself had made a great sacrifice to save the world from itself. Where's the self-conscious green tea? Dare to steal Brother Gu from our female high school. Tea in the tea. For God's sake, there can't really be anyone who thinks that a pair of broken shoes can walk in front of people. Gu, who did I think it was? So it's one of young Master Chen's girlfriends. Hi, gee, it gives me goosebumps to hear that. Dare I ask, how many fish do you keep in your pond? The big ladies of Zhenhai Female High School, with sarcastic words on their lips, surrounded Gu Changqing left and right. All kinds of tantalizing aromas drilled into the nostrils, and were exceptionally captivating. Su Sisi angrily pointed at them and helplessly turned to Gu Changqing. Evergreen, they are slandering me. Don't believe it. I'm innocent. Mr. Su, we don't know each other well. Please call me by my name. Gu Changqing's face was frosty. As for whether or not you're innocent, does it have anything to do with me? Su Sisi's pupils widened at her words. Evergreen, how could you do this? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have slapped you out with a big earful. The sight of you makes me spit out the meal I just ate. When Su Sisi was about to say something else, she was disliked by a few of the older ladies. It's too late for a big snotty nose to get in your mouth and no to shake it off. Get lost. Brother Gu is ours. Do you have money, power, or leisure? You don't have anything, and you have the nerve to say this and that. You've got a word for it. Su Sisi's face gradually reddened and warmed, and her sentences were solid. Evergreen, I've already given you a step down. If you don't come back, I'll never ignore you again. After that, she covered her face and left in a hurry. Gu Changqing's head was full of question marks. What kind of thinking is that? What dumbass author could write such a plot? Chapter 18, is this a begging attitude? Preparing to attack the out-of-town copies. Su Sisi was just so pissed off by the big ladies of Zhenhai Female High School. Lu Rinjia, as well as a few of the school's top officials, smiled rather awkwardly and looked quietly at the several young and beautiful beauties that, the left and right on the side, attentive, wanted to serve Gu Changqing his meal. The intel was wrong. Didn't you say Gu Changqing was in love with Su Sisi? According to the analysis, it's not just about a step up. As long as Su Sisi puts her foot down and says something soft, it's a handful. How is this? A few people looked at each other and quickly found the answer by heart. Still young kids, after all. With other girls watching, it's a perfectly normal maneuver to say something angry to save face. It seems to be in play after all. Ha ha ha, it's true that you're a talented young man. Lu Rinjia was the first to break the awkwardness left behind after Su Sisi left. Changqing What Cece wants to convey is the heartfelt sentiment of all the teachers and students of our first high school. You are still too calm. Just ask, would we personally send away the genius that we have cultivated through thousands of years of hard work? The few remaining school leaders, along with the conversation, explained frequently, we're just in the way of pressure from above, and we're making a temporary method of withdrawing from the school in order to protect you, which I'm sure you understand. Yeah, creating that much public opinion. For the national exam afterward, the first thing is to quell the public's misunderstanding and prejudice against you. You should be able to see how much the school values you. Come back. The school is your home and your classmates are your family. As for you and classmate Sue Cece, if it's intentional, we'll still acquiesce. Yeah, this time she argued for you for a long time with the relevant people on the city lord's side. In her heart, you are a special existence. They finished, laughing even more. The chesty look made Gu Changqing want to laugh when he heard it. Pop! Half a bowl of rice was snapped on the table. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows, teasingly looking at the few people who had finished their performances. In that case, it's me who is small-minded and misunderstands the good intentions of the leading teachers? Lu Rinjia heard that there is a game, and said that Su Cece is really good, and immediately added another fire. It happened for a reason. It was all a misunderstanding. How can we blame you? Let's go. The principal has organized a special ceremony for you to resume school, so let the past be revealed. Gu Changqing stood up with a smile on his face, while a few beauties from Jinhai Female High School were worried, tried to say something and couldn't interject. Yi Ruyan rarely expressed her own opinion, with a believing light in her eyes. Seeing Gu Changqing walking this way, Lu Rinjia's few people were even more smiling. He also glanced at Xia Bing in a provocative manner, and the sneer was self-evident. In that case, Gu Changqing set his feet and came face to face with Lu Rinjia. I will, then, agree to the matter of cooperation with the female high school. Specifically, we'll have to discuss it. In the next second, Gu Changqing suddenly turned around and forcefully took Xia Bing's hand. In the latter's state of confusion, he sneered, Director Lu, thank you for taking care of me at first high, but I don't share the same fate as the Chen family, so I won't cause any trouble for the school. The smiles of several people froze on their faces, only now realizing that they had been tricked by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, Lu Rinjia's voice was gloomy. You've been given a great deal of face. Don't be ungrateful. The steps are given to you. Don't let student Su Cece be disheartened. She can't cool down. How can a tea socializer let her body cool down? Gu Changqing paused for a moment, and who told you that I eat this? Director Lu, could it be that you like the feeling of being green? Lu Ringjia was choking on red warmth, and his hand shivered as he pointed at Gu Changqing. For that tiny bit, you're ignoring the alma mater that taught you to be an adult. You are dishonoring your heroes and don't deserve to have a monthly pension anymore. Xia Bing slowed down, although Gu Changqing had only agreed to cooperate and hadn't agreed to join the female high school. But the purpose has been accomplished. Just that pension of 1,000 a month? That's not right. How do I remember? According to the degree of merit, Evergreen's parents were treated as A-class heroes, the two together, at the very least 7,000. Could it be that I'm misremembering? That's something we'll have to ask the relevant departments of the city lord's mansion properly. Lu Rinjia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Their D-rated treatment. How can they be A-rated? The Jinhai Female High School has always had a reputation, so it turns out that it is also outstanding in defaming its peers. Gu Changqing, do you see? A school like this will only lead you astray and make you the laughingstock of Jinhai City. Gu Changqing smiled unconcernedly, eyeing them, and I'm already the laughingstock of Town Hall, thanks to my good school. That was all a misunderstanding. Gu Changqing spread his hands. Fine. I'll return to school whenever the school authorities explain the ins and outs of that day at my house to the public. Well, I still have important things to talk about with Ms. Xia Bing right now, so if there's nothing else, I won't see you off. Several people were gray and their faces were cloudy. The eyes were avoiding Gu Changqing's gaze. What about this? Offend the Chen family as well as the vice city lord? They wouldn't dare even if they had 10 guts. Which one who can climb to a high position in a city is a good one to be messed with? Don't say childish things. We'll give you plenty of time to think about it. Consider it, my ass. That's my only condition. If you can't agree, don't come stalking me. Gu Changqing nonchalantly gave an expulsion order. Let's go, guys. Do I still need to give you a ride? Yi Ruyan's gaze was sharp as she gave a final warning. Humph. Don't regret it. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. It's not certain who will regret it. The annoying guy left, and a few female high beauties were going to pester him, but they were expelled from the house by Xia Bing with a look. Thank you for your trust in us. Obnoxious flies away. Please tell us how you want to work together? Materials, equipment, or beast pets, or to fight against the Chen family? Gu Changqing shook his head. Just apply a little pressure. The real score, I'll get it back with my own hands. As for the rest, there's no shortage for now. Such pretentious words confused Xiaobing. Before they came, all of Gu Changqing's information was collected and familiarized, and even what time to go to the bathroom and how many times a day were investigated clearly. The Chen family used the power in their hands to blockade all the beast pet stores in the city, almost cutting off his front path. There are many other programs that are targeted, things that are so huge that they have left him with no way out, and the man in question went so far as to say that he lacked nothing. Either they are arrogant and conceited, or they have a body of work. Xiaobing couldn't figure out that a legendary beast pet, no matter how precious it was still trash if it didn't grow. Where on earth does he get his confidence? Or was there some doubt in his mind about their sudden approach? It's not good for cooperation if you don't mention any conditions. Gu Changqing smiled. Who says I don't have conditions? My offer is simple. I want your school to facilitate me in the wild map. Chapter 19, 2 messages. Beauty Protection Corps. Wild copies? Xiaobing's face instantly changed. She had thought a lot about how harsh the conditions Gu Changqing would put forward would be. The school executives at the women's high school, too, are psychologically built up about it. In preference, he chose none of the conditions in its favor. Instead, it pushes itself to its death. Xiaobing was in a trance, thinking he had heard wrong, and opened his mouth to confirm. You mean, you're going into the wild copy? Gu Changqing smiled faintly. What? Is it hard to understand? Xiaobing subconsciously nodded. A wild copy. That's a real place of 9 deaths, compared to a beast tide that erupts only a long time apart. A wild copy is a purely straightforward burst of ferocious beasts. The city of Zhenhai is protected by the rules of the abyss, so in the copy, whenever the Imperial Beastmaster's life is in danger, he can choose to exit versus continue. Moreover, the beast pet shop would sell some life-saving props, which would allow the Imperial Beastmaster to be free from the fear of danger to his life. But as soon as we get out of the city and officially step onto the map outside the city, then the protection mechanism of the abyssal rule will be completely ineffective. The wild copies, moreover, are the deadliest of the deadliest of the deadliest. In addition to the elixir, some other auxiliary props will be invalidated. Then dead is really dead. The normal process for 99% of the Imperial Beast Masters in Zhenhai City was to get into the school of their choice and learn everything they could about Imperial Beasts and their skills. Only after the Imperial Beast rank was promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master and 2 or 3 beast pets were contracted would one consider stepping into the map outside the city. The death of a beast pet will only cause irreversible damage to the sentinel space, but is not life-threatening. Xiaobing looked at Yi Ruyan with a strange look, as if to inquire, is he always like this? Thinking and brain circuits are different from normal people. So you're not masochistic or mentally ill, are you? Yi Ruyan returned a bitter smile. She completely understood what was going through Xiaobing's mind right now. At that time, when Gu Changqing was alone and had to brush up on her copy record, this was how she felt. Well, since you dared to mention it, you have something to fall back on. However, we need some time. How long? 1 day. Gu Changqing shook his head. It's too long. To me, a single second is precious. Xiaobing could see that Gu Changqing obviously knew very little about the map outside the city. There are currently a total of 5 wild replicas that can be accessed by exploring the out-of-city maps around Zhenhai City. Only, around these 5 replicas, the Imperial Beastmaster Association, the City Lord's Mansion, and the major clans in the city have Imperial Beastmasters under their command guarding them and setting up camps. She sighed slightly. Unfortunately, the female high school was not involved in the rights to use the copies, so it will be necessary to consult with the others. I hope that's understandable. So it is. Gu Changqing understood. 1 day is too long. I can only give you 5 hours. Xiaobing hesitated for a moment and said, okay, we'll do our best. Xiaobing left, and before she left, she still drew up a supplementary cooperation agreement with Gu Changqing. There is mutual peace of mind with Abyss supervising. During the waiting time, Gu Changqing heavily queried up the information on the map outside the city. It's just that there's so little useful information to be found online. It's as if someone isn't too keen on too much exposure to what's going on outside the city. Its purpose is self-evident. Beyond preventing the Imperial Beastmaster from sending himself to his death, it also serves to keep secrets about what comes out of the copy. Originally, Gu Changqing's intention was to take down the city's copy records first, at least to preserve the materials needed for promotion. The rewards of the available hidden quests are significantly better. Now with Zhenhai Female High School bottom, at least in terms of material needs, is no longer so embarrassing. While he was at it, he also wanted to see what kind of big fortunes the big guys were making behind everyone's backs. Yi Ruyan saw that Gu Changqing's mind was made up and knew that she couldn't stop him. Just ask for Gu Changqing's entire fortune and start preparing for the wilderness adventure. It wasn't until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Xiaobing arrived. 2 pieces of news, one bad and one good. Which one to hear first? Yi Ruyan, who had collected a large amount of supplies and was sorting them for Gu Changqing, sniffed and immediately said, "Okay, the good news is that the replica usage rights have been taken down, and it's still the most prolific of the 5 replicas." Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes and said, "What about the bad news?" "That's the bad news. This copy has always been rated by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. We learned from the side that the major powers had also organized elites to go in. As a result, none of them came out." Xia Bing had a guilty conscience, conscious that the female high school had not honored the most preferable conditions. "We've tried swapping with others, too, but..." Gu Changqing was already mentally prepared, "but they've all agreed that no matter what you offer, they just won't change, right?" "Yes, only the Sentinel Guild is sore." "Well, there it is." Gu Changqing didn't need to guess to know that the Chen family's blockade power was not to be questioned. Suddenly, his imperial beast space trembled and hummed. A majestic heat spread through the living room with him at its center. Gu Changqing was delighted in his heart and said soothingly, "Little Jean, don't make a fuss. I know you've recovered well." The blazing heat wave, which slowly faded. Xiaobing wiped the dried sweat on his forehead and said excitedly, "Is this the oppressive feeling of a legendary beast pet? This cooperation is truly a win-win situation." In her imperial beast space, a leopard with a snow-white body and a special pattern draped all over its body. The moment the heat wave of the 3-legged golden crow surged out, it was as if it had smelled an unrivaled natural enemy. Shivering, he slumped in a corner of the space. It was pure suppression from the bloodline. To have such power before even ascending in rank, it was as if she had seen the image of Gu Changqing bringing back that legendary city lord from the Forbidden Sea. "The food is ready." Yi Ruyan mentioned the large parcel to Gu Changqing's side. Gu Changqing reached out and placed the item into the parcel space. In Yi Ruyan's complicated emotions of wanting to speak, he held her hand in his palm. "Sister, I understand everything. Don't worry. With it, self-preservation is not a problem." A dense mist rose in Yi Ruyan's eyes as she lovingly touched Gu Changqing's cheeks. "It's my sister's fault for not being able to accompany you. It's too dangerous there to be left to your own devices." Gu Changqing's heart warmed up and laughed. "That's for sure. I still have to accompany sis, and I still have to witness your splendor in the beginning." Some of Zhang Sun's words confirmed that something was wrong with Yi Ruyan's body as well as her beast pet. Even if Yi Ruyan wanted to follow, he wouldn't let it. To her, Gu Changqing couldn't tell what kind of emotion he felt. Also a mother and a sister. Or, "Our men will follow and never put him in danger." Yi Ruyan was then slightly relieved. After all, no one would want to openly go against the female high. When Gu Changqing got out of his house, he saw several beautiful women gleefully getting out of their cars and surrounding him. "Ms. Xia, don't tell me that they are the ones who are going to protect me?" Xia Bing nodded his head and laughed. "Don't underestimate them. The strength of the Imperial Beast Rose is not bad in Jinhai City. Chapter 20, World Outside the City. The landlord meets the landlord again. Imperial Beast Rose? I think I've seen that name somewhere before. Gu Changqing pondered for a while and couldn't help but show his admiration to the 5 beauties. The list of records of the Chaos Lone Ridge replica, which was previously in 3rd place, was the Imperial Beast Rose team. This team's fighting ability, it's not simple. Xia Bing got into the driver's seat, and after saying goodbye to Yi Ruyan, he watched Gu Changqing's expression from time to time through the rearview mirror on the way. Seeing that Gu Changqing's eyes took the few of them seriously, he laughed and said, "Don't underestimate the girls of our female high school." Gu Changqing nodded his head rather awkwardly. Simply by clearing a hell-level difficulty copy and leaving a very good score behind, it's not something that first high can do. The female high school is really deep. The girl named Su Qing had 2 cute ponytails and a pair of soulful eyes that twirled around. Hearing Gu Changqing praising up, she saw a needle in the eye and said, "Brother Changqing, just join our girls' high school. If you come, any conditions can be granted to you yo." As she spoke, a dense pink mist flowed from her eyes. Gu Changqing only glanced at it, felt a blur before his eyes, and when he recovered, his heart could not help but rise a wave of good feelings and love, and he subconsciously said, "I would like to." Nico! A piercing cry steeped through the carriage, and surging heat wrapped around Gu Changqing's entire body, as if Su Qing had suffered a heavy blow. Her face instantly turned white, and the pink color in her pupils immediately collapsed. Misunderstanding. Xiaobing hurriedly pulled over to the side of the road and turned his head to explain. The heat wave rolled in, which only made Gu Changqing wake up from that strange feeling. He scornfully looked at Su Qing. Just now, it was her eyes. "Su Qing, didn't I tell you not to just use the ability of your second beast pet? If the principal finds out, you'll be punished in the small dark room." Su Qing miserably blanched and squeezed out a forced smile. "I'm sorry, Brother Evergreen, I'm not." Raising his hand, he was about to touch Gu Changqing. He subconsciously dodged, and a quick flash of light flashed through his mind. Charm, a mental skill? Xiaobing didn't expect Gu Changqing's knowledge base to be so thick, and the words of explanation were tossed aside as she sighed. I'd like to tie you up in the female high school. No wonder Su Qing would want to charm you. Gu Changqing wasn't annoyed. Letting Xiao Jin quiet down and said, my parents left behind many books, and on one of them, there was a record of this. However, a skill like this that a beast pet unleashes through an imperial beast master is too rare. Xiaobing just smiled and didn't explain too much to him. Gu Changqing also had the sense to drop his gaze out of the car window. It's both private and better not to know. The car turned around in the streets of the city, and gradually the scenery around it became different. The crowds are sparse, and you can barely see a person every few minutes. The buildings in this area are also mostly square-based, even if they are multi-story buildings, are rare, and further on, the house disappeared. Instead, there was an unrecognizable wall of debris and a pit that was several meters or more than 10 meters deep. Gu Changqing immediately straightened up. He knew that the buffer zone had been reached. In front of the vehicle, under the illumination of the sun, a huge wall about 100 feet high, as if it was a huge dragon lying on the earth, stretching for thousands of miles. City boundaries. It was also Gu Changqing's first time here, but he had read about it from his computer. Whenever the tide of beasts broke through the rules of weakness, they would cross over and breach this encircling wall and unleash their most bloodthirsty and ferocious attacks on humanity. In this situation, Gu Changqing's mind, from time to time, flashed through a tragic scene of hell on earth. It wasn't until the car stopped that he saw that it was already before the city gates. Gu Changqing got out of the car and followed behind Xiaobing, slowly walking towards the city gates. Standing underneath the giant door, a sense of heaviness came over him. Xiaobing took out his documents as well as the proof of leaving the city and handed it to the city guards guarding the city. The city guards looked over everyone and frowned when they saw Gu Changqing. Teacher Xia, the outside of the city is not a gentle place like the inside of the city. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to bring along a junior imperial beast master. I can't help it if our principal hand-picked it, so just be accommodating, he said, quietly slipping the city guard a bag of money. Okay. The city guards took it and yelled for the door to be opened. Dozens of feet-high doors of unknown materials slowly opened from it to both sides. As soon as they were boarded, a thin gray mist seeped in through the doorway, whisking past Gu Changqing's face. The rich smell of blood stung his nose. His ears seemed to ring with the roars of beasts, the sounds of fighting and anger, sternness, and bad hope. Without being summoned by him, Little Gold flew out of the imperial beast space and landed on his shoulder. The negative effects of the fog, which diminished. Gu Changqing looked at the others. Besides Su Qing and Xiaobing, the other four girls were also being affected. On the contrary, the city guard, seeing Gu Changqing regaining his clarity so quickly, could not help but show a look of surprise. It wasn't long before the four girls were back to normal as well. After thanking the city guards, Xiaobing led them through the nearly 30-meter corridor of the city gate. At the end of the corridor was a scarlet door of light. Gu Changqing was also marveled by the human handiwork. It took an unknown number of people's efforts as well as material resources to build the wall that surrounded the entire city. Go! Xiaobing was the first to walk through the light door. Gu Changqing followed closely behind to keep up, and after his feet stepped in, a beep sounded. You are about to leave Jinhai City and enter the unknown and dangerous world outside the city. Do you enter? Yes/no. Gu Changqing clicked yes. The next second, the door of light flashed and, when his sight returned, he was already outside the city, and behind him, the towering walls had become a blur, shrouded in mysterious energy. It was impossible to see. You have entered the world outside the city. The abyss protection rules disappear, and some props will lose their effectiveness. Click, click, click. Several voices rang out from the body of Gu Changqing knew that it was the protective constraints of the abyssal rules shattering, and in the package, some of the props that Yuruyan had given him to accurately save his life had also turned dark gray. Let's go. It's still a ways to go until the replica camp. Samurai spoke up and reminded that. The originally warm expression tensed up. Yes, Gu Changqing answered and saw several summoning formations light up. The five beauties summoned their beast pets. Gu Changqing's attention was first placed on Su Qing's beast pet. It was a small, snow-white dwarf horse that timidly hid behind Su Qing as soon as it appeared, showing half of his horse's head. He looked curiously and timidly at Gu Changqing, as well as Little Gold on his shoulder. To Gu Changqing's surprise, the horse's forehead bulged with a small bag of a small, white, angular bone is very eye-catching. Could it be unicorns? Gu Changqing asked uncertainly. Su Qing sniffed and nodded cheerfully. Yes, a supportive unicorn. Don't be fooled by the cuteness of its appearance. Yo, it's powerful. Gu Changqing get inside. Su Qing's family lineage must be extraordinary. Assisted unicorns are absolutely flying in price. No wonder their 5-member squad was able to clear the chaotic rock Lonely Ridge copy. In the Imperial Beasts, the auxiliary type of well-known beast pet was originally a phoenix. Its value, which was several times higher than other class pets of the same grade. Just as Gu Changqing was lamenting the fact that there were dirtbags everywhere, without realizing that, in the grass not far away, a flash of shadow passed by. Chapter 21 Interception. Weird to the core skill. In the world outside the city, the dense forests were vast, and the Rocky Mountain tributaries were numerous, except for the faint odor of blood that could not be dissipated in the air, and the roars of the beasts that from time to time would come from afar. Otherwise, it is no different from the city. The imagined sudden appearance of a ferocious beast-killing machine did not come as expected. Gu Changqing's puzzled and cautious look was in Xiaobing's eyes as she explained. This place has already been trodden by previous generations and belongs to a safer zone. Together with the constraints of the rules of the abyss, the ferocious beasts generally won't come too close to the walled zone. They like to live in groups around wild copies and are, relatively speaking, quite friendly to humans. Gu Changqing was quite puzzled. It was the first time he had heard of using the word friendly to a ferocious beast. It's kind of like treasonous. How many casualties have the ferocious beasts inflicted on mankind? And how many imperial beastmasters have died tragically under their tyranny? Her comment made Gu Changqing have a loss of favor. Xiaobing did not explain much and continued to lead the way ahead. There are times when words don't teach. The dense vegetation around them thinned out as they got farther and farther away from the walls. A rocky mountain of 10 or tens of meters is arranged in groups, and a stream twists and turns between the mountains and forests, flowing into the unknown and misty sea in the distance. The city was called Jinhai City, but how far away the sea was and what kind of waves it was were all fixed in the computer network. From the moment he left the city, Gu Changqing compared the scene in front of him to the previous azure river and mountain. It's all wrong. It's all gone to hell. The abyss changed not only the species and ecology of this planet, but even the area expanded silently. Heads up, we're coming to the rock forest. Xiaobing's tone was serious, and in her hand, a touch of icy blue color flashed. A blue shield, depicting a tiger-like panther, was slung across the front of the group. The rest of the girls' high school sniffed as if they'd been trained, and stood in a 1-3-2 formation that, the beast pets, on the other hand, were split between the left, right, and back 3 sides of the group, maintaining a vigil. The first time he came out, Gu Changqing didn't know what to do, so he could only let Little Gold fly up into midair and observe the surrounding situation. The formation, though, kept him firmly in the center and doubly warm. Having traveled about 200 meters on this point, they had just reached the entrance trail to the rocky forest. On one of the rocky mountains, a huge boulder several meters wide rolled down from above, crushing straight over. Gu Changqing was startled. This was an encounter with a ferocious beast? However, the Little Gold in the air was shaking its head at him and did not find any traces of the ferocious beasts. Xiaobing's face was however gloomy, holding his shield in front of him as he said, "The ferocious beasts during the beast tide are indeed humanity's greatest enemy. However, in the world outside the city, they are described as friendly to them because they do not invade their territories, and there are very few ferocious beasts looking all over the world to feed on humans. And here, the greatest enemy of the imperial beast masters is their own kind." Gu Changqing did not yet understand the meaning of Xiaobing's words. Just above her shield, the pattern of the beast opened its mouth, and a gorgeous ice arrow condensed with cold air and shot towards the rolling boulder. White horse, give me strength." Su Qing was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten, and after pronouncing 2 ludicrous phrases, only then did she see her unicorn nodding contentedly, and the white light of the small horn bone surged out, enveloping Xiaobing. Being bathed in white light, the pressure on Xiaobing's body was a few points thicker and more severe. More ice arrows sped away, doing their best to freeze with the earth before the boulders rolled down to the front of the formation. And then, Little Gold spat out several small fireballs, burning the boulders into piles of red carbon. Xiaobing gazed at the white flames that were gradually dying out and was surprised in his heart. A flame temperature of this power was truly something only a legendary beast pet could achieve. Drifting off for a moment, she looked above the rocky forest above those small mountains. Her breath was sufficient to shout, "Jinhai female high school teacher Xiaobing, with my school students outside the city trial. If we are disturbing you, please bear with us. We are just passing by on a borrowed road, and we still know the rules. After passing through, we will not forget it since." No sooner had she finished her words than she saw a square of round stone at the top of the hill, as if it had been jerked by a huge force, and the round stone was thrown and flew, heading straight for Xiaobing. Boom! Instead of retreating, Xiaobing held strong with his shield. The tremendous force of the impact spilled out in all directions, and Gu Changqing, with his hands on her shoulders, still felt the full force of the recoil, and his organs shifted with the shock. "Mr. Xia, who are they?" It was already clear that it wasn't a ferocious beast that was blocking them in the rocky forest, so there was only one possibility. "I thought it was one of the clans occupying the rocky forest as a camp, but apparently not. This copy road has always been managed by the Imperial Beast Master Association, and accordingly, the probability of those bastards appearing is also the highest. It's my carelessness. In a moment, you and Su Qing and the others retreat as quickly as possible. I'll buy you guys some time. After Xia Bing finished speaking, she slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then her eyes became firm and determined. Gu Changqing shook his head. To go together, the main reason is me. If not me. Shut up, Xia Bing suddenly chided. They are Imperial Beast Hunters who make a living by killing and looting. Vicious Imperial Beast Hunters who have been expelled from the city. Staying here will only become a burden to me. Nico, the little gold in the air, rushed at Xia Bing with a childish cry, and then returned to land on Gu Changqing's shoulder. His mouth kept opening and closing, even though Gu Changqing could not communicate verbally with his beast pet yet, but through the bloodline connection of the Imperial Beast space, it is roughly clear that a little bit of, it's pretty dirty cursing anyway. Xia Bing's mind was made up, and when Gu Changqing wanted to persuade him again, abruptly, just 2 meters to his left, a man wearing a black cloak and a purple demonic insignia on his chest, just out of nowhere, little by little, from head to toe, Su appeared. This scene can scare everyone. Little by little it appears. Not a projection or hallucinogenic skill. Such an ability is rare in the world. I found you. His voice was raspy and distinctive as if his throat had been splashed with sulfuric acid. As the words fell, the sound of breaking air and strong air pressure arrived at the same time. Look out! Su Qing was right behind him, and sensing that Gu Changqing was in danger, she lunged at his body. But in the next second, the powerful air pressure swept over the spot where Gu Changqing was standing. But Gu Changqing himself disappeared. That was close. I almost got caught. Gu Changqing's voice came from the air. By now, he had been carried into the air by Little Gold. Just as the unseen attack came, Xiao Jin activated his golden crow body at the right time and dodged it at a faster speed. While dodging, he cracked the shockingly bizarre technique. The black-cloaked man was surprised and quickly distanced himself from Xia Bing and the others. Gazing at Gu Changqing above the massive divine bird, he said, worthy of a legendary beast pet, we've changed our minds. Xia Bing was shocked. Evergreen, on your head. Chapter 22. Only the weak choose to embrace the group. At this moment, above the sky, an inverted black water swamp appeared. A huge blister tumbles up from the bottom of the pool and, with a loud pop, the blisters burst and a black flame exploded like fireworks. It quickly turned into a sea of fire in the sky. Immediately after that, raging black water poured down, and strands of electric arcs of the same color swam through it. 3 different kinds of power. Under the mutual collision and intertwining, and the strange phase fusion, it transformed into a giant black snake, wrapped in the power of the 3 skills of electricity, fire, and water, and poured out to cover Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's brows furrowed. Such a beast pet skill was not rare. Xia Bing from below cried out in horror. No good. It's a fusion skill of the same power form. When Gu Changqing heard it, he straightened up and called out good guy. That was a crushing card that could only be grasped by those who had been promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master. It's still one of those magnificent skills that are only possible in a million. The collision between beast pets could make the original skill 10, or even 20 times as powerful as the overwhelming power. Instead of crowing again, the little gold looked up at the blackened stretches of the pool. After determining that he couldn't escape, he quickly built up his energy and prepared to carry it hard. This huge black snake with 3 skills converging. If Gu Changqing wanted to escape, he would be able to minimize the damage even though he couldn't escape. But once he left, Xia Bing and the others below would be the focus of the blow. Nima, spell it out. Little Jean, don't mind me. Whip it hard. The power of this move, although it was no match for that fierce demon fusion fierce beast, it has to be at least half as powerful. Xiao Jin was also ready to smoke down Gu Changqing. It had a flame immunity, and apparently the flame power of the fusion skill was beyond the scope of immunity. Move if you don't want to die. Gu Changqing drank low toward the bottom. Anxiety was written all over Xia Bing's face, and there was nothing he could do about it. She hadn't yet been promoted to a high-level Imperial Beast Master, and of the remaining few, all of them, except Su Qing, were low-level. But once Gu Changqing fell in this way, then Jinhai female high's plan of rescuing the female city lord would be completely lost. Gu Changqing, we won't. Let's go. Teacher. Su Qing interrupted Xia Bing's stubbornness and shook his head gravely. The latter met his eyes and finally shouted helplessly, go! Before Su Qing left, he recited that laughing man's incantation and increased the status for the 3-legged golden crow. Don't you die, or else the first place in the national exam will be mine. Looking at the several people struggling to escape the coverage of the skill, Gu Changqing sighed. Sure enough, he was running to himself. The human ghostly Imperial Beastmaster on the ground did not intercept them. It's all gone, so we can do it without any reservations. Gu Changqing opened his backpack and pulled out the mysterious black card from it. Who doesn't have an undercard? The black card seemed to be anticipating what would happen next, struggling to detach itself from Gu Changqing's hand. If you don't move again, I'll sell you at the auction house. Born through my hands, I am your benefactor. It's time for you to contribute. The black card was held in place and struggled less. Jean twisted his head and took it in his mouth. Only this time, it did not borrow the perverted increase ability of the black card to temporarily activate its bloodline. As Gu Changqing was surprised, he noticed the auxiliary skill Su Qing had applied to it. Glory of the Holy Light of Heaven, plus 200% protection against darkness, plus 100% reduction from darkness damage, plus 30% damage from beast pet skills, skills with radiant effect. My goodness, it's a support skill, and it's a strong one, not bad for a rare breed of unicorn. From the skills, it could be seen that Su Qing had already mapped out the evolutionary route towards the light. Gu Changqing sked inside. Sure enough, I'm not the only one favored. Those families that stood at the top of a city, even if they didn't have a talent like his, it will also be infinitely more catching up and approaching through underpinnings and financial resources. But I'm the real bug. For a moment, Gu Changqing stood up, looked at the black giant snake that was gradually taking shape, and coldly grunted. Fusion skill? Or is it because it's too weak? That's why it's chiming in. Xiao Jin was also infected by Gu Changqing's surging heart. With the auxiliary status, the size of the first sun true flame grew larger and larger. The white firelight grew brighter and brighter, and in the core of the center, there were faint wisps of golden light washing through. That's it. Little Gold was originally the ancestor of playing with fire, and the unique Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline was more than enough to compare to the sun. How can a small layer of darkness cover the light of the sun? Nico! The sound of cries traveled through the rocky forest, spreading out in all directions. Xiao Jin had gathered almost all of his spiritual energy, and the eye-piercing and eye-catching fireball, no longer swiftly. Instead, it slowly detached itself and flew towards the giant black snake that was lunging and biting. Boom! As soon as the light and the darkness came into contact, the terrifying energy instantly raged, and a violent shockwave spread. Even the ground blew up in a sandstorm. At first, the black giant snake was still able to fight against the true flame of the first sun, but it actually swallowed the fireball in one gulp, and immediately, the light exploded in its energy body. The giant snake's body also dissipated as fast as it could in the illumination. The remaining power of the true flame of the first sun was unabated, and it struck into the black watery swamp. It was only a matter of moments before the swamp evaporated and the sky returned to its original form. Whoa! 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 3 cries of pain rang out from the air in unison. Xiao Jin spread his wings, as fast as lightning, pecked at the air in one direction. At the same time sharp claws seemed to grab hold of something and yanked hard. A shower of avian blood and feathers spilled from the sky and a large black bird torn in two was revealed in Little Gold's claws, and on its sharp beak was a man in a black cloak with a demonic insignia on his chest. At this time, his heart had been pierced through, as if he could not live. With a mighty heave, the man hurtled toward the ground and fell. After stirring up a cloud of dust, there was no more movement. Congratulations on killing the vicious Imperial Beastmaster. Honor value plus 10. Zhenhai City prestige plus 10. And a windfall. The honor value was useful in the career path, and it was an essential consideration if one wanted to join the City Lord's office or the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Prestige, on the other hand, is reflected in the establishment of an organization or family, and the higher the prestige, the more prevalent the support from the people of the city. Kim, it's all yours. Don't let any of them go. Kogain was overjoyed that he could finally eat. The bird's head was as if it had been fitted with a pile driver, and the corpse of a 3-meter-long bird was eaten without any hair left in an instant. After the food was finished, it recovered quite a bit of its spiritual energy. With another scream, 2 more malignant sentinels were killed. Nearly the same birds and beasts' favorites became belly food. Eater Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the gold level ranked beast pet Black Firebird, gaining 4-dimensional attributes plus 50, current max, and flame skill proficiency plus 100. Eater Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the gold level ranked beast pet Black Thunderbird, unable to acquire attributes. Lightning resistance plus 5%. Eater Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the gold level ranked beast pet Black Waterbird, unable to acquire attributes. Water system resistance plus 5%. Your beast pet 3-footed golden crow first sun true flame skill proficiency is full. Level up to level 2. Beep after beep after beep. Gu Changqing didn't bother to listen. He was looking at the ground, where the bodies of the 3 malignant Imperial Beast Masters were disappearing. Kogain lands in a dive. Gu Changqing jumped down from its back, looked around at the empty surroundings, and sneered. Want to run away with the corpse? Unfortunately, it's already too late. Chapter 23, There's a way to heaven you don't go. Gudong. The sound of gulping resounded steeply across the open wasteland bulldozed by the shockwave. In the next second, Gu Chongqing looked ahead to the left. Little Gold understood, and the first sun true flame in his mouth instantly condensed and completed. Moreover, a faint golden afterglow was born on the flames that were originally mostly white. The moment the fireball burned, the surrounding temperature instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. It was hard to imagine just how high the temperature of the energy contained in the fireball was. Gu Chongqing was also stunned by the heat wave pounding on his face, and then looked at the skills that had been upgraded to level 2, and nothing else had changed. Only the damage of the flame skill had doubled from double to quadruple. With this kind of damage intensity, if it was converged at full strength, it was close to matching the strike from stacking the auxiliary status just now. God-level bloodline, terrifying as it is. Come out. Don't think that by relying on the special talent of a beast pet, you're really godless. The fireball spewed out and burst into flames, forming a 5-meter-high flame tornado while blowing a crater in the ground. Black dust filled the air, and on the outskirts of the flames, a 2-meter-long chameleon revealed its true colors. Its mouth snapped open, and the first malignant imperator that appeared jumped out of it. This was followed by 3 corpses without hearts, which also fell out of it. The eyes of the malignant imperial beast master showed panic, and his hoarse voice trembled. What do you want? Naturally, I want to ask you a few questions. Will you answer honestly? Dream on. We'll never do anything. Snort. With a crunch of bones, Xiao Jin was as swift as thunder and lightning. His petite body after the lifting of the golden crow's body flew through his heart. The malignant imperialist looked down in amazement at the empty hole at his heart, his head full of questions. No, say you're going to do it? According to the regular process, you should threaten and intimidate me, and I can't take it anymore before slowly spilling out the information you want to know? Xiao Jin swallowed the heart into his stomach in one bite, perhaps because imperial beast masters couldn't trigger the spring of eating, and spat it out again in disgust. Gu Chongqing slowly walked up to the malignant imperial beast master, a smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. I knew you guys had the decency to beat a dead horse and not reveal information about your employer or organization. The malignant imperialist's pupils began to lax, trying to say something and opening his mouth feebly, unable to make any sound. His beast pet, the chameleon, was still trying to avenge his master's death when he was torn to pieces by Little Gold. Congratulations on killing the vicious imperial beast master. Honor value plus 10. Zhenhai City prestige plus 10. Eater spring trigger, eat silver grade ranked beast pet chameleon. Gain 4-dimensional attributes plus 20. Fake breaking ability plus 5%. Only silver? But relying on the special skills of the chameleon, even when facing a strong enemy? It can be a surprise even when your opponent doesn't know it. As the malignant imperialist's body fell to the ground, 4 pale red rays of light fell out of him. Gu Chongqing walked forward to pick it up and couldn't help but smile. These were their parcel stock, and after opening and probing in addition to having a huge amount of money of more than $300,000, there was also a wide array of materials for beast pets. It was mostly low level, but it still made him turn up treasures. Bloodline fruit, skill elixir, and a space stone. It's really what's missing. Apparently, the gang didn't do much burning and looting. Yikes! A surprised voice rang out as Gu Chongqing fused the package into his backpack. Xia Bing, Su Qing, and the others went and returned. Seeing the 4 bodies on the ground, all but 2 turned their heads to cover their eyes. There was even one that vomited. It was really because Xiao Jin hadn't been gentle with his hands, and the area that had been poked through his chest was slightly larger. They just died? Xia Bing was in disbelief. She had seen the vileness of the vicious imperial beastmasters before. It's not so much about being strong as it is about being good at ambushes, surprises, and fighting the many against the few. That move, the fusion skill, was the best example. She had never seen or heard of a sentinel beastmaster escaping in one piece from their siege. Even all of them backfired. Now, Gu Chongqing not only did it. Look at the look. You're swimming without blushing. Could it be that his legendary beast pet is really not downgraded, as the school speculated? Su Qing, on the other hand, had a pair of eyes that were glowing with light, gazing at Gu Chongqing in death. That's awesome, brother Evergreen. You're definitely deserving of first place in this year's national exam. Gu Chongqing laughed. If it wasn't for your last auxiliary boost, I wouldn't have been able to remain unharmed under that powerful skill. It would be a real shame if Little Gold of the mythic rank bloodline couldn't clean up a golden ranked beast pet. Xiaobing raised his hand and threw out a few ice arrows, freezing the 3 corpses before the ice arrows collapsed, completely destroying the corpses. Let's go. Making such a big commotion is already a place of wrongdoing. The group continued on their way. This time, they didn't encounter any more killers or ferocious beasts along the way. As darkness fell, it was out of the rugged and difficult rocky forest to the campsite of the field replica. Stop. This camp was extended by hand, fenced with red blood acacia wood, and the entrance was guarded by a sentinel. The blood acacia wood was watered and grown with the blood of ferocious beasts, giving off an odor that they disliked. Xiaobing took out the pass order before releasing Gu Changqing and the others inside. The camp was quite large, with vegetation cleared around it and a number of warning props and traps placed. A dozen or so wooden huts sat in an unorganized line, and from time to time, Imperial Beastmasters entered and exited, casting curious glances at them. Let's go rest first. The wild beasts in the night are frequent, not conducive to making copies. How about it? Xiaobing asked Gu Changqing for his opinion. He spread his hands. At your service. Yes. Xiaobing led the way, heading towards the largest cabin. Just opened the door. The originally noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down. A savage aura of pressure was pressed towards Gu Changqing and the others. Xiaobing hurriedly raised the pass order up and said, "We are from Jinhai Female High and have come to brush up on our replicas. The Imperial Beastmaster Association should have made the arrangements." At that moment, a young man with a reddened face and an odor of alcohol staggered up, walked over and circled around them, finally fixing his gaze on Gu Changqing. "You're that traitor from Jinhai City?" With a single sentence, Xiaobing's several faces changed drastically. Before Gu Changqing could say anything, Xiaobing said grimly, "Chen Go, he's a member of our Jinhai Female High School, so think before you speak. Don't think that just because you've entered the Royal Beastmaster Association through the Chen family's power, you can provoke my female high with impunity. Oh, ha ha ha, I can't imagine. The more you female Highlanders live, the more unintelligible you are. What kind of person dares to protect? Aren't you afraid that you'll end up drawing fire?" he said, spitting into the ground. "Wild copies are already strapped for resources and can only be entered once a day. Wasting the opportunity on him? What? Is it looking down on our Imperial Beastmaster Association?" As Chen Go's words fell, 7 or 8 of the 10 or so people in the room stood up. The eyes are not good. Gu Changqing pulled Xiaobing back and shook his head. "Don't talk to crazy dogs, or what if they bite you? There doesn't seem to be any rabies vaccine here, right? Ha ha ha, he. Su Qing and a few other little girls couldn't help but laugh. Chen Go's expression changed wildly. "Rubbish, what did you say?" Gu Changqing pulled out his ears. "It just so happens that I have a belly full of anger today and can't find the right person to vent it. You're from the Chen family, right? Coincidentally, there's a rightful owner for the grievances. Can you let me see how powerful the Imperial Beastmaster Association is? Don't worry, it's point to point, it won't take your life." Chapter 24, Show your cards. I'm not pretending anymore. Want me dead? Chen Go looked back at his teammates from the Imperial Beastmaster Association in surprise. "Did you guys hear that? He said that he wants me dead. Ha ha ha, Chen Xiao, you have to be careful. It's so scary to come up here and fight to the death." The members of the Imperial Beastmaster Association jeered as you spoke. "Gee, do I admire you for having absolute confidence? Or do I admire your ignorance and stupidity?" Chen Go gradually converged on his smile, his gaze icy cold, as if he was looking at a corpse that was about to lose its temperature. "Evergreen student." Xiaobing tugged on Gu Changqing's coat at the back and whispered, "I know that your beast pets have extraordinary battle prowess, and that even several gold-ranked beast pets can easily deal with them. However, it's better not to cause unnecessary trouble, especially him." "I know." Gu Changqing's reply caused Xiaobing to choke on her words. "If you know that, why do you knowingly do it?" The Chen family of a few years ago was only an average prestigious family in Jinhai City, far from reaching its current status. He, on the other hand, came out of nowhere and rushed into the top 30 rankings in the national examination that year, and was accepted into the Green Dragon University, one of the 4 Imperial Beastmaster Academies. During the exam, most of the other Imperial Beastmasters were at the intermediate rank. Instead, he rode through the ranks and was promoted to Senior Imperial Beastmaster. Only, in the ring battle, it was lost to a supreme genius from Kyoto. After graduating from university, he returned to Jinhai City and was admitted into the Imperial Beastmaster Association by the current city lord. Others say that he was scared out of his wits by that genius and degraded himself. Taking advantage of the Chen family's rising prestige, he entered the association. By conservative estimation, he has already surpassed the Senior Imperial Beastmaster and opened up the 4th Imperial Beast space. Gu Changqing spoke Chen Go's basic information as well as his speculations in a flowing manner. Especially when it comes to strength, it can be a guess towards the top. This time, the girls of Jinhai Female High School understand even less. With such a high opinion of it and so much caution, why pick a fight? Junior Beast Royalist. Even if the beast pet was no more advanced, it was impossible to crotch 3 job titles in a row to challenge it. And, from the first official promotion of the first rank of Intermediate Sentinel, it will no longer be the beast pets that will be boosted, along with the beast master himself, who will dramatically increase his own combat power. After 3 ranks, along with Xiaobing, there was no telling how strong it would be. For the first time, Xiaobing's eyes began to twinkle as she looked at Gu Changqing. She was a little shaken with suspicion. And the one person that Jinhai Female Highness had thrown everything she had into trying to support. Doesn't seem like the right choice. It wasn't a bad thing for a young Imperial Beastmaster to be sharp, or at least have a fair amount of confidence. But overconfidence becomes conceit. Over the years she had been a teacher. She had seen quite a few good seedlings with potential, but none as arrogant and cocky as Gu Changqing. A good stiff is easy to break, and sometimes it's not cowardly to retreat. Many thanks to Mr. Xiao's teachings, I know how to advance and retreat, but today's scene doesn't allow it. You, treating her good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Xiaobing's face reddened with anger. The mind is already made up to persuade the school administration. When they get back, too, can't put any more experience into someone who doesn't know any better. Let's go to the campyard, or I'll see how you want me dead. But then, the same words I pass on to you, point blank, it won't kill you, one after the other. The two men came to an open spot in the center of the camp and stood opposite each other. The Imperial Beast Masters in the camp had put down their hands when they learned that someone was going to duel with Chen Go. In no time at all, the two were surrounded by nearly 30 people. Teacher, what should we do? Su Cheng jumped anxiously and turned to Xiaobing for help. What can I do if I seek my own death? Hey, the plan is going to be put on hold. Don't worry, Chen Go won't kill him. But, the latter words she didn't say, but they were obvious. Gu Changqing's reckless behavior is not false, but she knew more or less about Chen Go's temperament. It's not like the kind that actively seeks out trouble. Go Chen Xiao, don't be abused by a junior. Bet on it, bet on it. It's rare. Look at the way young Chen is getting serious on rare occasions. Chen Xiao, be careful. Don't really kill him. Listening to the members of the Imperial Beast Master Association flirting, Chen Go suddenly smiled. The drowsy state of what should have been drunkenness dissipated into nothing. I can't believe it. You really disregarded others and took the initiative to propose a match with me. There was less arrogance and cockiness in his voice and more indifference and skepticism. The Chen family has sent you out. Even if I don't want to look for trouble, you'll still try to rack me up by all means. In that case, why bother so much? Just outside the city, he encountered a vicious Imperial Beast Master who intercepted him, and then he met such a legendary figure of Jinhai City in the camp. Even if he was stupid, Gu Changqing understood the intent. If he dies at the hands of a malevolent sentinel, it's just as well that it's all over. If he didn't die, Chen Go was the last hurdle. The purpose, of course, is simple. They had to clearly grasp what Gu Changqing's bottom card was. You're a lot smarter than I thought. If my cousin had half the heart you have, how good it would be. For the sake of the Chen family's grand plan, I have no choice but to be offended. Gu Changqing waved his hand. There's no need to talk about offenses between mortal enemies. Chen Go did not expect Gu Changqing to be blunt in his words, froze for a moment, and suddenly released a laugh. Good. Worthy of being an enemy who dares to provoke my Chen family. When you lose at the hands of my brother, I'll plead for mercy and let you walk away in pain. Then thank you very much. And in turn, I will consider sparing your life when I destroy the Chen clan. After some verbal sparring between the two, the air suddenly chilled. There was silence all around. Everyone held their breath, and a needle could be heard, only to see that Chen Go took the lead. His right hand swung forward and, 4 hexagram spell formations appeared on the ground, and when the light became more and more intense, the virtual images of 3 behemoths appeared in 3 of the spell formations. 2-headed dog, the golden sword of sundering, ice bird, as Chen Go read out the name of the beast pet. The essences in the hexagram array converged, revealing their true colors. A vicious dog with a black body and scarlet eyes that was about 3 meters tall and had 2 heads. A giant bird covered in icy blue. Its size was close to that of a golden crow. The third, however, was a huge golden sword. The aura of solemnity filled the air, and when you looked at it, you could only feel your eyes aching, as if you were being stabbed by needles. The 4th hexagram array, however, was empty. Even so, Gu Changqing was so shocked that his mouth opened slightly. Unexpectedly, one of Chen Go's beast pets was actually an artifact pet. The giant golden sword abruptly became smaller and transformed into the appearance of a normal sword. Flying into Chen Go's hand, Chen Go gripped and pulled a sword flower, saying, the Imperial Beastmaster skill after the senior rank promotion. Now, I am the beast pet. As he said that, surging battle intent flowed from his eyes. Since you have a female high guarding you, don't hide your head anymore. That legendary beast pet of yours, it hasn't dropped its bloodline, right? Quickly summon it out and take a look. Let me see the might of a legendary beast pet. Gu Changqing collected his mind and said faintly, as you wish, and as Chen Go said, having survived the most dangerous of times, it's not loaded. Now, I'm showing my cards. Chapter 25, The Supreme Valor of a Super God Tier Beast Pet. The attention of the crowd was all focused on Gu Changqing, though, no one would believe that a junior Imperial Beast Master would win, but they were extremely keen on legendary beast pets. Gu Changqing's mind sank into the Imperial Beast space. and Little Gold knew that this battle had to be fought out of name, was holding the black card in his mouth, and his sharp claws kept scratching as if he were teaching a rebellious little brother a lesson. The voices of the two beast pets also echoed in the Imperial beast space. No borrowing, shoot to kill, borrow it or get tired of it with my fire. Burn, the hotter the fire the better, the harder it burns, the faster I grow. Then I will compel my master to throw you into a dark, black hole. If you do, then I'll borrow. But say yes, suck lightly, the last loss hasn't been made up yet. I have a feeling the master is going to do something this wave. Behave yourself and maybe I can keep you around. The two little ones, since yesterday's week wake up, speak no longer mix and knock. Milky voice, listening to Gu Changqing heart itch, come to the big job. If you do it right, you get whatever you want. If it's not done well, it's all punishable. There are rewards and penalties. This is the way of the royal beast. Gu Changqing left the Imperial beast space, which was still in the preparation stage and needed a bit of time. He was seen walking up to the betting table in full view of the, looking at the space bags stacked full on the left side. There was no need to think that it must be Chengo's. He rummaged through his backpack, pulling out rare materials such as the Lord-level beast pet card as well as space stones one by one and slapped them where they belonged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The moment the Lord-level beast pet card appeared, everyone's mouths opened wide, their foul mouths came out, and they breathed heavily. It's a Lord-level beast pet card. Moreover, it was still a beast pet with a special bloodline. If cultivated properly, even if it didn't reach the strength of the king level, it would still be in existence in the first tier of that grade. This guy, he's not crazy, is he? Doesn't it smell good for you? Or is there a better alternative? For a time, there was a large shift in their attitude towards Gu Changqing. Subsequently, those who were not admitted followed suit. Space stones, blood-shaping pills, and other delicacies were also pressed. Even Xia Bing and the others couldn't hold back their restless hearts. Only, with the exception of Su Qing, they all placed the winning party on Chen Go. Gu Changqing didn't care. As long as he was a normal person, he wouldn't bet on him. Looking at the table soon to be full of a wide array of material money, his harumph was dripping out. A handful. Everything is ready. There are many more to be found in abundance. Su Qing took out a fist-sized white jade stone and bet on Gu Changqing's side, then laughed. I'm giving you my pony's lifeblood, so you're not allowed to lose. Gu Changqing sniffed and grinned at the corners of his mouth. Can you change the word ah? Don't worry, it's wrapped. After that, he returned to his original position and said, sorry for the long wait. It seems that you are quite confident in your beast pet. Even that Hidden Quest's beast pet card was taken out. It's a pity. Chen Go showed disappointment. I forgot to tell you, a month ago, our Imperial Beast Master Association hunted and killed a fierce demon-level beast that was about to metamorphose and evolve. Although it was in its weakened stage and its battle power was less than 8 out of 10, we still killed it. On the other hand, was the main output of battle power. You seem to have taken the rank disparity and overthought it. Gu Changqing pulled out his ears full of concern. Fierce demons, that's all there is to it. All of them are looking forward to how to divide up my bet, so I won't waste any more time. In the Imperial Beast space, Little Gold exuberantly screamed, clearly ready to go. The 6 main star formation slowly rose under Gu Changqing's feet. Immediately afterward, a blazing golden firelight, transformed into a tornado of momentum rushed up to the sky. The burning light was so bright that people were afraid to look directly at it, so they could only close their eyes. The raging cold aura overflowing from Chen Go's icebird instantly fell apart. Waves of scorching heat swept through, and all of them were as if they were on the side of the sun, as if they were going to melt away at any moment. Nico, a cry like that of a phoenix, and a fierce hurricane swept through the camp, taking all the heat with it. Everyone opened their eyes, dumbfounded. What had been a dark night was now like day, only in the air. A big golden sun hung horizontally. Squinting closely, one could vaguely see the gesture of a giant bird flying through it. Gu Changqing was also astonished. Little Gold's stance was not this powerful when he killed that fierce demon-ranked ferocious beast. This image was close to the real golden crow of legend. He subconsciously entered the Imperial Beast space, and saw the black card lying there. The black had nearly faded to a blackish gray. The complaining voice is even more breathless. The little master, I believe you again. Just, it is you who gave birth to it. A weak voice, as if it was GA the next second. Gu Changqing quietly withdrew and checked Little Gold's status. No wonder it was so raw. The ability to overdraw the bloodline in advance had reached a terrifying 50%. It had taken on the true form of the Golden Crow. More fighting? Gu Changqing's tone was light as he looked toward Chen Go. The two-headed dog had long been lying on the ground shivering. Not only was it the suppression of the bloodline, but there was also the crushing of strength that could not be resisted. Although it was possessing the bloodline of a hell's three-headed dog, it was at best a lord level. The iceberg shed the layer of ice on its body and became a completely bald chicken, motionless, like a statue. The only thing that was still hardened was the sword in his hand. Artifact pets are not rare, and their association with the Sentinel is deeper compared to other types. At this moment, sensing the struggle and pressure within the master's heart, the golden sword of sundering even broke away from Chen Go's hand on its own and defiantly stabbed into the sky. But the glint of it was so dull in the searing light that it was close to nothing. Gu Changqing raised his right hand, and then dropped it, only to see that the golden sun that wrapped around Xiao Jin slowly fell from the air towards the camp. The golden sword of sacrifice just contacted it. Click a crunch, from which a fold and break immediately disappeared. Whoa! Chen Go opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Gu Changqing in horror, saying, "Is your beast pet really legendary grade? Impossible. This can't be." His question is everyone's question. Even though legendary beast pets were extremely rare, it didn't mean that there weren't any. A full-bodied legendary beast pet does have the destructive ability to subdue a city or province, but that's also the full body. The rank is exactly equal to the bloodline level, fully activating the beast pet's form as it should be. And the cultivation couldn't be curved, tapping into all the potential with countless piles of materials and equipment. Where's Gu Changqing? 3 days full of time from contracting the beast's pet. You're telling me that a beastie with a 3-day contract can launch the sun? As one of the geniuses of Jinhai City, the top immediate combatant of the Chun clan's younger generation, the light in Chen Go's eyes slowly dissipated, as the golden fireball descended on the camp only 100 meters. He despaired. I admit defeat. When the word admit defeat comes out, the golden fireball swept over the camp in an ethereal arc before heading far to the west. Nearly 10 minutes later, a violent roar came through, and the earth trembled twice right after it. The camp was silent, the only sound being the swallowing of saliva. Everyone just felt a chill on their necks and escaped from the ghost gate. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, cheerfully said he was sorry, and very nicely scavenged the loot on the table into his package. The prompt then exploded into a frenzy of pulsing as if it were a bomb. Chapter 26, Golden Word, the sun shines in the sky. Congratulations on killing the lower-level fierce beast Forsehorn ant, gaining experience plus 66. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast blood-tailed kite, gain experience plus 100. Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast, the bald dog, and gaining experience plus 66. Xiao Jin threw out the super-large first sun true flame. I do not know which mountain hit. Kill alerts ringing desperately. Seeing the experience is like riding a roller coaster, jumping up and down one section at a time, until... Congratulations on your leveling up by 1 level. Unlimited gold phrase trigger. Please draw the gold phrase reward in time. Gu Changqing smashed his mouth as if he had found the secret method of upgrading. If this were to throw around in his spare time, before the national exam, it would be no problem to be promoted to senior imperial beast master. But the next hint dissuaded him. Due to the severe overdraft of the bloodline of your beast pet, the first sun bird, it will be dormant for 12 hours. So serious. Consciousness probed into the imperial beast space. The golden crow's body had yet to unwind and retreat, and compared to its usual state, its figure had shrunk by nearly half. The black card was equally badly depleted, lying on Xiao Jin's body, slowly drawing on its flames to recover. It seems that the ace in the hole can only be used to save your life. It was better to rise to level 10 and contract a second beast pet before thinking about anything else. Hey, you're not happy about winning the pot. Su Qing beamed over, while her eyes were fixed on Gu Changqing's package. My baby, it's time to give it back. Sorry. Gu Changqing took out the white jade and the other delicacies and handed them over to Su Qing. Su Qing only took the piece of jade and laughed. I'm just propping up the scene. These things, I have a lot of them. Gu Changqing didn't make any pretense and stuffed the things back in again. False politeness with a rich woman is the same as playing a sword in front of Guangong, which is clownish behavior. Suddenly, Chen Go, who had suffered a blow, shouted at him in surprise. Watch out! As Gu Changqing was surprised, he only felt a chilly air current hit his face. Get out of the way. Su Qing reacted quickly and blocked in front of Gu Changqing. Bang, a heavy sound. A strong force came. The two people stacked like Luohan, flew out backwards, only to see a giant with a set of pitch-black armor, slowly revealing itself, with a 3-meter-long broadsword in its hand, draped in black lightning. It was just about to capitalize on its victory when the 6 main star formation rose from under its feet and returned to the Imperial Beast space. Su Qing, Gu Changqing. The people from Jinhai Female High School were busy running over to check on the injuries. Gu Changqing was unharmed and fell into a fart squat. Su Qing's arm cut a sword wound that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. The skin and flesh flared out, and black arcs of electricity could be seen vaguely traveling around. Gu Changqing was enraged, staring at Chen Go in the distance and said in a chilling voice, "You want to die?" Chen Go was also in a cold sweat from fear. Gu Changqing's death. That was something the family was happy to see. If something went wrong with Su Qing, then the Su family in Jinhai Female High School would blow up. Pulling out all the injury medicines from his backpack space, he hastily said, I just contracted a beast pet, and its loyalty isn't very high. Gu Changqing's heart palpitated, almost rolled over and became dead by the sword. He's got countless treasures yet to be unearthed. Under the piles of various expensive injury medicines, Su Qing's wounds quickly healed. Only his face was still a bit white. Thanks. Gu Changqing thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Su Qing smiled faintly and said in a voice only heard by the two of them, hurry up and contract a second beast pet. Gu Changqing was stunned. Noticing the flickering pink color in Su Qing's eyes, his heart was clear. He still somewhat misjudged the ability of Su Qing's second beast pet. After a thrilling little episode, late night would come. When Gu Changqing returned to his room, Chengo was already waiting for him at the door. Something? Chengo squirmed a bit unnaturally. You know, I don't really want anyone to die. Knowing that, it's about time to gather information on me. Gu Changqing bumped away Chengo's shoulder that was blocking the way and pushed the door into the room. Little Kim's might did make those present despair no less. Chengo has not been able to make an effective counterattack against him since the beginning. But, it's more like, willfully giving up and admitting defeat. As the door to the room was about to close, Chengo said, the Chen family is wrong. All wrong. I can feel it. It's not the legendary beast pet that has accomplished you. It's only you that can accomplish the beast pet. I'm tired. Bye. Gu Changqing closed the door to his room, not paying the slightest attention to Chengo outside the door. The heart, however, was beating rapidly. This guy is a little scary in his observation skills. Sit on your bed and start extracting gold words. Only countless golden lights flowed in front of his eyes, from which one flew out. Congratulations on your gold phrase, the sun shines in the sky. Gu Changqing couldn't help but be overjoyed at this kind of cradling explosive word name. He's figured out a pattern of infinite gold phrases that, the more you snuggle, the better it gets. Keep snuggling. A straight cool. A smile gradually spread as he checked up on the golden words abilities. Sun shining in the sky, gold phrase, used by specific flame beast pet, bathed in the noonday sun's strongest moment, and within 1 minute, the beast pet's entire attributes and skills are increased by 1000%. The introduction to the entry is short and concise. Gu Changqing's eyes dropped as he watched. A tenfold increase, or an instantaneous increase, especially since it's included along with the skills. Is there no limit to the perversity of the golden word? It's only a minute, though, but for a minute, it's almost unbeatable. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing inflicted it on Xiao Jin. Little Gold, who was in deep sleep, seemed to sense something and whimpered twice. Gu Changqing then began to agonize over whether or not to choose the mysterious fellow within the black card for his second beast pet. The next day, when Gu Changqing woke up, there was a commotion outside the room, only to see that in the courtyard, Xia Bing, as well as a few beautiful students from Jinhai Female High School, were arguing with a few middle-aged people dressed as leaders. Even some greetings to family members are interspersed. Awake, Su Qing appeared at an unknown time. What's going on? It's not because someone had a big night last night and scared the most outstanding genius of the Chun clan's younger generation out of his wits. That's not why the wind has spread to the city. Boring. Gu Changqing muttered a sentence and prepared to go back to the house. It's still 2.5 hours until Kogain recovers, and last night's one loot hasn't even been organized yet. Green. Before his feet could step inside, the call that made him sickened rang out. Su Sisi was full of surprise, and was just about to throw Gu Changqing a warm helping hug. The schools that were still arguing were moving faster than she was. Gu Changqing student, I am the vice principal of the second middle school. As long as you come, the second high school counts for nothing, but also our Jinhai self-supporting colleges and universities, our education. Don't all crowd, one by one. Gu Changqing student, I went to war with your parents chattering and self-reporting. They even lifted out Gu Changqing's parents. Just then, a faint voice from the gang caught Gu Changqing's attention. We, Private Independence High School, are willing to offer 1,000-year-old redeeming ginseng to help fix your sister's dark disease. Gu Changqing's heart pounded as he brute force pushed away the people in his way and came to the man. Returning sun ginseng? You really have it? Chapter 27, Mysterious Seniors. Ferocious Beast Riot. The skinny spectacled man in the crowd, seeing that Gu Changqing was extraordinarily concerned, immediately peeled away the people in front of him and said at the top of his lungs, yes, there is definitely an independent of our private camp. Gu Changqing looked at the people crowding forward and frowned slightly. The man with the glasses looked weakly molded, and his eyes under the thick lenses occasionally showed some other emotions. Who did I think it was? It turns out it's the director of external recruitment at Independence High School. What? Want to use cajoling to deceive the evergreen students before the school collapses? The vice principal of the second middle school, with his big belly, taunted disdainfully. Others have seized the opportunity too. Don't listen to him, Mr. Evergreen, the 1,000-year rejuvenating ginseng is a one-of-a-kind superb delicacy, not to mention Jinhai City, even the province may not be able to find it. Yeah, who in Jinhai City doesn't know that Mess Yi has a heavenly background? The forces behind her can't even do it, so just Independence High School can? Too old-fashioned fraudulent tactics. This is seeing Evergreen Sand's weakness. In your words, Lu Renjia heard the key points from it. Ms. Yi is an excellent teacher of my Jinhai First High School, and we and her family have been exploring solutions to her matter. The rejuvenation ginseng. We've been poking around for nearly 8 years and found nothing. Director Chi, you're still a bit young to try to use it to hoodwink the talented students of my school. Yo, being your genius student again? If I remember correctly, you personally threw the book of cuts in Evergreen's face. Now you regret it? Where's the face? Old Lua. In fact, your first middle school has even less face to show up here. The fact that the Evergreen students are not treated fairly is because they are being suppressed alive by your collusion. If it were in our school, the city lord wouldn't even be able to come. Su Qing whispered and belabored beside her. Horse hindsight. How come you guys weren't seen getting excited the first time Brother Evergreen was dropped out of school? The atmosphere, in an instant, fell to the bottom. Gu Changqing shouted high in his heart and reached out to pull the private independent director Chi into the room, saying, "Gentlemen, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it." The door to the room closed and the noise took over again. He sat on the edge of the bed and asked, "1,000 years of sun returning ginseng, do you really have it?" The 1,000-year reducing ginseng was an extremely special material for promotion. Its first appearance was when the 4th-ranked spirit-level royal beastmaster was promoted to king-level royal beastmaster. According to the books, the advancement from spirit to king is no longer for the sublimation of the beast pet. Even the imperial beastmaster will have a transcendent transformation. This was indeed the case. As the first one to be promoted to the rank of king-level imperial beastmaster, that powerhouse, with his own strength, had resisted the beast tide in his city. After this incident, it was revealed that the one that could have such transformative power was that main ingredient, the 1,000-year-old reduced young ginseng. Not only was it a superlatively rare delicacy for promotion, but it also had the utility of causing the imperial beastmaster's flesh to shed its bones and repair dark wounds, only that it has no specific place or copy of the output. The predecessor back then also got it unintentionally. Families as deep and thick as Yuruyans couldn't even find a single plant, showing its rarity. Director Chi, who had just been cowed by the siege, suddenly took off his glasses and his temperament changed abruptly. They were right. I do not have the returning sun ginseng. His candor did not surprise Gu Changqing. Director Chi raised his eyebrows. Gu Changqing's reaction was beyond his expectations. Seeing that he didn't say anything and didn't kick him out, for a while, he couldn't pinpoint what Gu Changqing had in mind. However, we have information on the returning sun ginseng. Oh, Gu Changqing responded nonchalantly. Director Chi began to scratch the horse in his heart. What do you mean? And just now the attitude. A different person. A senior entrusted our old dean to keep the secret on his deathbed, and said that it would get us everything in the near future. This time, Gu Changqing raised a small amount of interest, but still didn't continue to say more. Director Chi's teeth clenched lightly, and his gaze behind his glasses was quite biting. There's that attitude again. Outside Jinhai City, near the sea, there was originally a small town, but after the great change in heaven and earth, it was occupied by ferocious beasts. Importantly, the rules of the abyss have very little constraints there, perhaps because it's too far from the city, and the ferocious beasts don't leave easily. Okay, I get it. Get out. Director Chi froze, his hand just resting on the doorknob when he suddenly realized, *********, my undercard, so easily lassoed out? Outside the door, the pink color in Su Qing's eyes was dissipating, while her feet went limp and she was held up by her female high companion. What's wrong, Cyan? Su Qing shook her head. It's fine, let's go back and rest first. Anything else? Gu Changqing asked in surprise. No, then Gu Changqing opened his backpack and began to organize the clutter. At that, without lifting his head, he said, "Didn't that senior anticipate that?" Director Chi was overjoyed. "You've agreed to enter our school?" "No, crediting is still possible, but there's one more condition. When I get back to town, I want to see your old principal. Take names." Director Z's interest was undiminished, but he compromised. With Gu Changqing's current influence, even if he was only credited, he could bring a school on the verge of closure back to life. Then we'll be waiting at the school. In less than an hour, Gu Changqing finished organizing the items in his backpack. The materials used for promotion are basically complete, and at the same time, jumping at the chance to see what's next in the wild copy. The copy record resources that were extremely valued by the major beast pet stores, clans, organizations, and so on in the city were not premium goods here. The things that the people of the Imperial Beastmaster Association carried with them alone could be sold for a not-so-fabulous price when they were put into the city. Sure enough, playing the field is the best way to get rich. Gu Chongqing entered the Imperial Beast space, and after a night's rest, Xiao Jin's state was obviously much better. Only the black card was still a dark gray color, and the buildup of this ace was, well, troublesome. I can't help it. It belonged to an unknown species that could not even be identified by the abyss, and the currently known means of storing energy was Little Gold's flames. Take a step and see what happens. With the two auxiliary divine skills of battle spirit boiling and sun shining in the sky, even without the black card's ability to transform and kill in seconds, the trips through wild copies with no less success. Time is ticking away. Finally, with a loud phoenix cry, the room where Gu Changqing was instantly rushed up in white flames and turned into ashes. It wasn't long before Gu Changqing had a dark face, and over his shoulders stood the black crow that was feasting. Xia Bing and other senior officials from various schools swarmed up to them and were stopped by Gu Changqing. Gentlemen, I have no intention of joining any school, so I'd better return. Xia Bing sniffed, her face dimmed a few points, and said, Evergreen students, Mr. Xia, lead the way. Xia Bing sighed long and hard, knowing that the last glimmer of hope was gone. The good thing is that he did not terminate the cooperation. Under Xia Bing's leadership, the group left the campground and headed deeper into the wilderness. About 20 minutes into the journey, a rich red light was seen in the hazy distance. That's the entrance to the duplicate map right there. Xia Bing had just finished speaking, only to hear a deafening roar of a beast coming from that direction. Immediately after that, the rumbling sound of treading the ground came closer and closer, like a million horses galloping. Not good. The ferocious beasts are rioting. Chapter 28, Wild Ferocious Beasts Without Experience? Over there, is it all arranged? Zhenhai City Inner City. City Lord's office building. Inside the luxurious and spacious office room located on the top floor, a middle-aged man with a head full of barbed messy hair and unkempt, shaking the red liquid inside the goblet in his hand and looking out the window overlooking the infinite light of half of Zhenhai City. The smile at the corner of his mouth stretched as he asked this, as if he had thought of something funny. Someone fun. Reporting to City Lord. Arrangements have been made. Estimating this point in time. It's just right. The young man dressed as a secretary in a suit responded without a smile. Just from the eyes, you could see some concern. What? Starting to worry about this only child of the Gu family? Zhao Zhanxiong took a sip of the vintage's long-lasting sweetness and glanced at him with his afterglow, snickering in his tone. The City Lord is joking. Since the time of the city's collapse, this life of mine has belonged only to you. As for him, it is no longer up to me to consider what the future holds. Miss Yi will do better than me since, TSK. Zhao Zhanxiong barked twice and said helplessly, believe you damn it, if it wasn't for you secretly helping him, the news of him easily defeating Chen Go would have spread so quickly? For this reason, the one below me is still annoyed and thinks that I secretly authorized it. The youth remained calm and collected. You could have pushed me out. I don't think the Vice City Lord would have made things difficult. You, hey. Seeing that the cold stone did not show any sign of warmth, Zhao Zhanxiong also stopped snickering. I just did it on purpose. Over the years, he and the Chen family forces have hijacked all the duplicate records in the city. I've guessed a thing or two as to what the ultimate goal is. Unfortunately, it was stirred up by a little guy. Zhao Zhanxiong sat back in the main seat, one leg resting on the desk, and said, what do you think about him? Used properly, it is a sharp knife. Improperly used, it is a deadly murder weapon. Zhao Zhanxiong's expression was instantly serious. Yes, the knife is too sharp and injures more than just the enemy. Combined with the fact that he possesses an unrivaled intellect, it's really a genetic point of view. The youth's pupils had an extra touch of admiration and arrogance. That's natural. Their child. Is it not something that a Chun family can hold at will? Ha ha ha. Zhao Zhanxiong put on a laugh. Mouthy guy. You can continue to monitor that side. As long as it doesn't deviate from the original intent of our plan, everything is up to you. I'm going to contact those old guys. Snatch someone from their hands. We're going to bleed a lot. Good. The youth exited the office, and after the door closed, he took his wallet out of his pocket and opened it with a photograph clipped inside. A loving couple of handsome men and women, flanked by naive teenagers, rushed forward to compare scissors. The young man's index finger, rubbing against the photo, the corners of his mouth twisted into a not-so-good-looking smile. Green, don't let us down. The earth roared and trembled, and the rich odor of blood hit the air. Gu Changqing stood at the first place in the line, alongside Xia Bing, gazing at the ferocious aura wrapped around him. He droned, Little Gold, interrupt their onslaught. Xiao Jin tilted his voice and instantly switched the body of the golden crow, soaring into midair before his large feathered wings kicked up strong gusts of wind. The true flame of the first sun was spread all over, and as the frequency of lifting the wings became faster and faster, a single white flame was like a meteor, shooting into the sky of dust raised by the ferocious beasts. At the same time, a portion of the flames circled them. With a sudden burst, a 2-meter-high wall of fire sprang up, accompanied by the dust getting closer and closer. Along with the blowing of Little Gold's fierce winds, Gu Changqing finally saw the true colors of those ferocious beasts. Berserk Rhinoceros, medium level. Rank, 10. Attributes, strength plus 120, physique plus 150, agility plus 130, spirit plus 45. Skills, Horn Strike, Berserk Trample. Status, enslavement. The increased value of the thinking attribute is determined by the owner's mental power. Current increase, 30%. Sacrifice, being a labeled sacrifice. Random abilities are strengthened. Already strengthened values, strength plus 40, agility plus 40. Looking at the Berserk Rhino's attributes, Gu Changqing's heart trembled violently. Sure enough, without the excessive suppression of the abyssal rules, the 4-dimensional attributes of the intermediate level ferocious beasts all soared by a large margin, but it skyrocketed a little too perversely. The two states of enslavement and sacrifice in particular were unreadable to him. Is it possible that the abyss saw that I was too powerful and turned the normal difficulty to hell mode? Formation. At Xia Bing's shout, the few people from the female high school immediately formed a formation. It was only their looks that showed the most panic and fear. Outside the city, various protective props fail. That is to say, if you are killed by a ferocious beast, you are really dead. These big ladies of the female high school were a rarity when it came to placing copies in the city, casually grouping up imperial beast masters with excellent strength. Facing danger between life and death is almost unheard of. Xiao Jing maintained the flames while not stopping for a moment to intensify his output on the Berserk Rhinoceros herd, despite the fact that the true flame of the first sun has a decent damage capacity and area of coverage. But this group of extremely large numbers of raging rhinos are no longer the witless cuties in the replica. They utilize Rampage Trample to reduce the spread of flames as well as damage, and wrapped Gu Changqing and the others. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Gu Changqing looked up, only to see a red sun climbing to a height of 80 degrees in the gray sky. Looking at the clock, there was still an hour to go before 12 noon. Jean, it's up to you. Gu Changqing began to pull out his pockets, and threw all but the materials for the promotion into it in one fell swoop. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on red sun grass, increasing flame damage by plus 1%. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the monstrous bear beast stone. Attribute strength plus 20. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet eats misty fruit. Attribute spirit plus 15. With all kinds of delicacies going into the belly of little Kim, Xia Bing and the others' eyes gradually widened. They saw the 3-legged golden crow's body, growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Despite limited growth, but the skills it unleashed were gradually increasing in power. What a fuss! Gu Changqing muttered proudly. Don't look at the little attributes added, but through the stacking of several gold phrases and skills, that power tumbled several times over. At this time, a few beauties from Jinhai Female High School seemed to be inspired and hurriedly rummaged through their packages, throwing materials, pills, and so on towards Xiao Jin's body. The fact that someone was feeding it stirred it up to sell. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded. Vote, vote, vote. The more the merrier. You don't have to spend your own money anyway. Su Qing saw that Little Gold had suppressed the Berserk Rhinoceros herd to death with his own strength. Then he broke away from the formation and came to Gu Changqing's side. I'm getting the feeling that Shengo's words were right. Your beast pet is not legendary grade at all. Gu Changqing didn't pick up on it. Missy, if you're really free, let that horse of yours add status to my beast pet. Su Qing smiled sweetly. I got you. Don't worry, we won't reveal it. Gu Changqing bristled, and suddenly, he realized the problem. Did you guys receive any experience alerts for the kills? Chapter 29, Wild Ferocious Beasts Beyond Cognition. No, the rhinos outside the firewall were all killed by fire. Xia Bing and the others were guarded by the firewall and still threw skills at the rhinoceros herd outside from time to time. It was only that most of their beast pets were gold level, and there was an essential gap between them and the berserk rhinoceros. It can only cause minor damage and scratch the itch. Woo! At this moment, a rhinoceros covered in fire broke through Xiao Jin's wall of fire and barged in. However, all of its vitality was burned by the white flames, and it lay on the ground unwillingly just as it entered. Nico! This scene seemed to open the fuse. The white flame on Little Gold's body was being gilded with a touch of gold at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, the surging blood-colored chi mist was like boiling water, rapidly steaming. Gu Changqing tapped on Xiao Jin's status, and the battle spirit boiling had unknowingly stacked up twice as much, and was still slowly growing. Su Qing's beast pet, the unicorn, also added the auxiliary status to Little Gold. As the increase was added, the nature of the flames changed. If it is said that the true inflammation of the first sun is the first light that illuminates the heavens and the earth when the sun rises, then the fire at this moment is like the nemesis that swept away all the evil demons and monsters in the world, obliterating everything, relying on the berserk rhino that could still slightly resist the berserk trample. The next second, the temperature of the flames suddenly increased. Together with the gravel and earth particles, it melted instantly, almost in the blink of an eye. The herd of berserk rhinos fell in pieces, covered by a sea of fire, burning. A meter-wide stream of lava meandered through the sea of fire. When you pass the wall of fire, go around it on your own. Su Qing couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the scene outside the wall that looked like a sea of fire in hell. What kind of monster are you? You? Burning mountains and boiling seas is not a legend. As the eldest young lady of a powerful and prestigious family, Su Qing had also seen many beast pets with powerful abilities. Those imperial beast masters, none of them were the mainstay of Jinhai City, and some of them had even been picked up by people from the provincial capital, with an unlimited future. But the difference is that they are all stacked up with unimaginably huge resources. For example, Chen Go, the leader of the Chen family's younger generation, might even be the leader. The title of Senior Imperial Beast Master, even before his national examination. A Lord-level beast pet and 2 top gold-level beast pets had made a name for themselves in the grand examination, and the results they had achieved had broken Jinhai City's record. Imperial beastmasters with natural talent and resources like this were almost always able to reach that level. Where's Gu Chongqing? With a ruined pet that had turned into a waste card. Even a legendary level beast pet had a power that was comparable to those of the molded and talented Imperial beastmasters. He hasn't been promoted to rank yet, and none of the evolutionary routes for his beast pets have been opened up yet. That exceeds the efforts of others for a decade or decades? Su Qing inwardly tossed and turned, only feeling that all 3 views were shattered. Every time, she thought it was Gu Chongqing's full strength but each time, he was refreshing himself. Even with her second beast pet's special ability, it was completely undetectable. Gu Chongqing, where is the limit of your ability? The potential of a beast pet? Su Qing was completely hazy. Without blinking, he stared at Gu Chongqing as if he was looking into a bottomless abyss. Hey, don't be a nymphomaniac. We might be in the way. Gu Chongqing tapped his index finger on Su Qing's forehead, and seeing that she was clear-eyed and awake, he crouched down and pointed at the raging rhinoceros that had barged in. Little Gold's flames didn't disappear and continued to burn. It was just that there was something special about the skin of the berserk rhinoceros. After the flames burned it to ashes, the dust did not scatter in all directions, but solidified tightly. Gu Chongqing picked away a portion of the flame with his hand and gently pressed it. Hard as stone. There was also the coldness that traveled down his fingers and into his body. Teacher Xia, with the strength of this wild copy, are you sure that the gang from the Imperial Beastmaster Association can really keep an eye on it? Gu Chongqing frowned. The wild map-fierce beasts are tough. That's not true. Continuing deeper into the unexplored areas, one could even encounter the Beast King, but that would never happen here. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the addition of a few heaven-defying gold phrases to Xiao Jin, which infinitely amplify the power of the divine bloodline, like those people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association in the camp, 10 times more, the Berserk Rhino could be whisked away in a few rounds of charging. Their destructive power and impact power could be completely compared to the Vanguard elites during the Beast Tide siege. I'm not really sure. Xia Bing was very apprehensive, even fearful. Of the 5 known wild copies, this is the only one that has not been cleared so far. The Imperial Beastmaster Association's information about this copy was closed and strict. From the looks of it, it is merely a little more difficult than the other 4. But who knows? Before even arriving at the replica light door, hundreds of horrible ferocious beasts were killed out. If Gu Chongqing has a 3 long or 2 shortcomings here, things got big. I'm sorry, we didn't look deeper into the information about the copy when we exchanged it for the right to use it. Xia Bing apologized promptly and explained again. But I can guarantee that there was no berserk rhinoceros in the previous distribution of ferocious beasts in this area. Oh, it's not the original ferocious beasts, so either there's something wrong with the copy or someone is doing it deliberately. As to which one, it is not known. Jean, Gu Chongqing called out softly. Little Gold just circled above the wall of fire before clearing his voice. Gu Chongqing froze, then took a look at its state. Its battle intent boiling increase and still rising, but the berserk rhinos had all burned to death, and the boiling of the battle spirit should have stopped. Gu Chongqing immediately got up and said, "You guys hurry up." Su Qing thought Gu Chongqing was angry and started to defend the school. Valuable raiding experiences like wild copies are usually not freely publicized. Besides, we can't help it if you want it too urgently. Go! Gu Chongqing's face darkened as he loudly scolded. What's wrong? Su Qing realized that something was wrong and hurriedly inquired. If you don't want to die here, hurry up and don't dilly-dally and talk. Nico, The little gold in the air seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and his mouth opened, and a beam of white flame shot out from it. The beams melted the ground around the wall of fire into flowing rivers of lava. The ground that Gu Changqing and the others were standing on was like a flatboat, drifting toward the way they came. Gu Changqing reached out and little gold swooped down, carrying him on his back. Looking down from the top, Gu Changqing looked at the corpse of the berserk rhinoceros lying on the ground. Each one fell in the same position as it was rehearsed, forming a giant ghostly face, and the original position was right in the center of the forehead of this ghostly face. Yet, Gu Changqing cursed. At this intensity, there shouldn't be another fierce demon-level beast, right? The thought has just flashed. Suddenly, in the direction of the field copy not far away, a person wearing a black cloak appeared out of the haze. In the next second, a big hole broke in the earth and a pair of arms with the heads of 10 ferocious beasts poked out of the ground and, straight away, he grabbed at Gu Changqing in the air. Chapter 30 gives you a son to die. Gu Changqing was horrified. What the hell is this? 10 ferocious beasts' heads, like 10 fingers, opened and closed forcefully, and the beasts' mouths opened one after another. Only a variety of skills were seen, instantly forming a splendid firepower coverage network. The arms interlocked, to strangle Gu Changqing, along with the beast pet. In it, Nico, little gold's wings trembled, and large flames came off and quickly exploded around his body. The powerful waves of impacting fire barely dragged the 10 different ferocious beasts' skills to a halt before they flew into the sky and managed to leave the encirclement. Boom, boom, boom. The successive skills rushed together, and for a time the sky was ablaze with flames. The astral winds swept, the thunder and lightning raged, and the rain poured down. So hung over, Gu Changqing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. This two-armed monster was really tough, compared to the ferocious demon in the chaotic Lonely Ridge. Without the constraints of the abyss, there had been more than enough. He's kind of in a pickle right now. Was it a mutated fusion-type ferocious beast? Or was it the beast pet of that black-cloaked Imperial Beast Master? No wonder he was able to kill our people with ease. Junhai First High's former theoretical and academic genius. Even the beast pet is so unique. This person, who had not deliberately suppressed his voice, used his true voice. The voice was euphonious, like an oriole squeaking, yet masculine. It's coming at me again. It seems that in order to root me out, the price they paid was not small. The moment he appeared, it was clear that he belonged to the same organization as the 4 dead malevolent Imperial Beastmasters before him. The highly recognizable pattern of evil spirits supports this. But there was one thing Gu Changqing couldn't figure out. Zhenhai Female High School openly stood up for him. Yi Ruyan's pressure also gave to that. Why did the Chen family still want to kill him? A lot of it doesn't make sense. Unless, Gu Changqing's mind was slowly dispelling any doubts about the Chen family. Some parts of it just don't make sense. Since he had dared to make a test and had arranged an interception, Chen Go's test in the camp became meaningless. But the Chen family, who could it be? For a while, Gu Changqing couldn't think of anyone else with whom he had an undying grudge. The cloaked figure laughed softly, and a tiny arm broke out of the ground behind him, and he bit through his index finger and wrote something in the palm of that arm. Suddenly, the 10 ferocious beast heads let out a mournful hiss. Their huge mouths opened, and even their gills glands were torn apart, dripping with blood. Extremely terrifying. A thick smoke as black as ink spewed out from the mouth of the ferocious beast. These smoke met the storm rising, and almost in the blink of an eye, it wrapped up all the contamination in the zone of several kilometers above the replica. Even with his aerial superiority and speed boost, Kogain still couldn't get rid of it and was imprisoned within. Ahem! Wrapped up in the black smoke, Gu Changqing inhaled and immediately covered his mouth and nose. The smoke enters the body and you just feel dizzy and weak. It wasn't until Little Gold wrapped the flames around his entire body that uncomfortable negative state slowly disappeared. Little Gold's state was also affected. Struggling in the black smoke, even the golden color in the flames began to fade. When Gu Changqing tapped on its status, he saw a malevolent ghost-type pattern. Soul Lost Dust Domain, a negative status fusion skill released by a special fusion-type mutant beast pet, reducing full attributes, perception, mental strength, etc. Nice guy, even if he was new to the world. He knew how terrifying the Morning Soul Dust Domains was. No wonder it could make even Xiao Jin, who has a god-level bloodline, start to degenerate. Special, fusion, mutation, almost all of the exceptional conditions are accounted for. Moreover, it was still a fusion skill of 10 ferocious beasts. Woo! Nico! In the Soul Lost Dust Domain, Little Gold's state gradually withered. Its attributes decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye, especially the spiritual attribute, which fell by nearly 40%. If the battle spirit hadn't boiled over a little bit to consolidate, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It let out a pain sound, and the huge golden crow body carrying Gu Changqing shrank, but it still endured the discomfort to support it. Jean, Gu Changqing suddenly leaned down and pressed close to Xiao Jin's back, murmuring, "It's hard to follow me, so if you're tired, don't force yourself." Xiao Jin's eyes, which had begun to cloud over, brightened a few moments later. Only, it still doesn't help. Its body shrunk and shrunk again until it could only maintain the size of Gu Changqing alone. "Give up, don't struggle, you've done enough." Gu Changqing opened the package and took out a dagger for defense from it, gently resting it against the front of his chest. He laughed, "I've embarrassed you by being your master. Even if I die, I will not give you to them." Just at the moment Gu Changqing's dagger was about to be pressed down, a gash was peeled open in the black and dusty domain of morning souls. Outside, the sun shone in as if paving a path to light. At the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth, a conspiratorial smile appeared, and the malignant sentinel beastmasters outside of the morning soul dust domain apparently sensed that they had been duped. Just about to make up for that gash. "Just listen to Nico." The high-pitched phoenix cry was like thunder from the nine heavens, stirring up in the morning soul dust domain that was only dark and silent. The voice was ancient and long, as if it came from a distant unknown world, reckless and mysterious. With the fall of the cry, Little Gold's originally shriveled body instantly erupted with an immeasurable amount of golden light. The light was so strong that it banished the darkness from almost every corner of the morning soul dust domain and illuminated it. It was like a sun in the sky, not daring to look directly at it, with infinite power. Click, click, click. A crack that climbed up the special spatial wall of the morning soul dust domain, until with a loud crunch, the morning soul dust domain was bursting with endless light. Regasping for fresh air, Gu Changqing wore a smile on his face as he looked down at the cloaked man below. "Your beast pet skills are great. It's just a pity that the person is a bit too stupid." The malignant imperial beast master's teeth clenched, and his tone turned harsh. "Damn brat, I'm going to tear you alive and plow you into pieces to experience pain worse than death." The two arms began to wrap around each other, eventually forming the shape of a towering tree, and those 10 ferocious beast heads, stretched out, like spiritual snakes, came running from all directions. Gu Changqing smiled lightly and looked at the head of the ferocious beast that was gradually approaching and began to release its skills once again, saying, "The best time to kill me has been missed, but why didn't you kill me at that time? Was it because you were concerned about something?" After a pause, he proudly said, "No one can kill me at high noon, because my beast pet is invincible." As if responding to Gu Changqing's words, the golden flames on Little Gold's body rose steeply into the sky. Even the hazy smoke that obscured the sun retreated under the extreme heat. The blazing midday sun revealed itself as it should have, and Little Gold's golden crow body, under the sun's rays, was repeatedly huge. "Ready to die?" Gu Changqing's gaze suddenly became fierce. The malignant imperial beastmaster tilted his head to the heavens, and in his gaze, the 10 heads of the fierce beasts that had flown up, before they came close to it was instantly melted by the golden light. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva in consternation, and his eyes froze. Two Suns? Chapter 31 Exotic Organization. Evil God. Above the vaulted sky, like a big hole had been poked, unknown for tens of thousands of miles in the green sky. A great sun was shining with dazzling light. The haze of smoke attempted to patch up the hole, only to be pushed away by the extreme wave of fire. Little Gold's circumference was miles and miles of golden light, echoing the great sun precisely. Gu Changqing bathed under the gentle golden flames and watched as the two arms gradually melted in the extreme heat. Can't help but feel, infinity produces all the best. Sun shining in the sky, at the moment of noon. It can absorb the sun's energy for the beast pet's use. Now time, 12 o'clock. Words grant ability, all attributes and skills plus 1000%. The status disappears after 1 minute. What a pervert. 10 times the increase in full attributes and skills. Plus, the true flame of the first sun and the golden crow's body already had a damage stacking multiplier. On this basis to enhance 10 times, that power. Nico, with a clear cry, Little Gold swooped down, wrapped in the unrivaled might of a divine beast. The golden flames were like meteors from the sky, trailing a long flaming tail that covered every inch of the land below. Shocked, the malignant imperialist once again bit his finger and drew one strange symbol after another. Just then, those berserk rhinos that had been burned to death by the flames, suddenly stood up again and, as the fireball was about to hit the ground, only the rumbling sound of the earth trembling could be heard, and dust filled the air recklessly. A huge pattern of evil spirits spread out from the dust. The fireballs magically disappeared as if they were stones sinking into the sea after contacting the pattern. Gu Changqing was shocked. He would never have imagined that with the power of several golden words and phrases added to it, the malignant imperial beastmaster would still be able to resist. This scene was greatly beyond his imagination. You should know that the power of that one fireball, although not as destructive as when borrowing the black card, 1/10 of the intensity is more than enough. Such a dense and saturated attack can still be blocked. He was really a little skeptical. After fending off dozens of fireballs, A crunching sound rang out abruptly. The next second, a series of incessant blasts followed. The pattern of evil spirits, bizarre in the extreme, crawled with a thin crack, and under the impact of the fireballs the whole thing blew up with a bang. A mangled body flung itself out of the smoke. Half of the malignant Imperial Beastmaster's body blown up in a bloody mess. His beast pet, on the other hand, was inserted into the heart, and in a flash of black light, it rapidly repaired his wounded body. This doesn't even die. The malignant Imperial Beastmaster's tenacious vitality truly shocked Gu Chongqing. At this time, Xiao Jin shrunk the body of the golden crow, and after placing Gu Chongqing back on the ground, which had been blown up into a pitted and disfigured state, a light brazier formed by flames that nailed that hand to the ground. The life of the malignant imperialist was saved for the time being, except that he could no longer continue to repair his body. The hood blew halfway off, revealing half of a shady-looking face with beautiful eyebrows, but his pupils, they were green. Green pupils? It's not someone from the Manhwa kingdom. This side of the imperial beast world used to have various different kingdoms just like the blue planet. However, after the ferocious beasts descended, many kingdoms were destroyed, and the forced integration into other kingdoms fled for their lives. Others picketed and explored the wild world, settling down out there as uninhibited wild lords. Most of these imperial beastmasters are enemies of the imperial beastmasters in the city, so they are defined as vicious imperial beastmasters. Zhenhai City, a large coastal city located on the eastern side of the divine China kingdom, had actually infiltrated in vicious imperial beastmasters from other kingdoms. The man knew that life and death were not up to him, and said in a cold voice, "Defeated at your hands, I have nothing to say, but your good days will soon come to an end. Unless you are like a shrunken head turtle, stay in the city forever and don't come out." Suddenly, his eyes turned grim. "Even in the city, you won't be able to keep your head above water. One day, you will pay the right price for arrogance." Gu Chongqing pulled out his ears and said disdainfully, "Am I scared? Don't worry, there's no need for your people to come looking for me. I'll find my way to the door and kill them all. Answer me a question and I'll let you die a painful death." "Bah! The warriors of the evil god will not fear death. I will not die, but only return to it, and one day, when it awakens and reappears in the world, I will die as a believer and return." Before he could finish his words, Little Gold's mouth pierced his palm, and the flames burned gently, scorching the flesh and blood from the wound. "Well, great warrior of evil, consider my offer." Dreaming. Another hole in the thigh. Still a familiar recipe. Gu Chongqing was happy to do so, and he was beginning to like the headstrong, exotic warrior, until, with burnt holes all over his body, Kim has found a new target. 2. As the sharp beak was about to peck down, he hissed, "Ask instead." "Didn't I ask?" Gu Chongqing glanced at the uninterested Xiao Jin. Little Gold, on the other hand, completely ignored it, staring straight at the heart as if to say, "What the hell? Peck it first." Phew. The malignant imperial beastmaster looked at the one man and one pet who didn't even look like good people, and helplessly said, "Our organization is, indeed, in some hidden location outside of the city, and most of its members, for the most part, are descendants from exotic countries." Opening up the conversation so easily, Gu Chongqing asked, "Pick up the key points, such as the evil god in your mouth, and why did you want to kill me?" "The evil god, which is the last hope of our exotic descendants, is not clear about its origins. I only know that it needs a large number of beast pets to regain its former strength. As for why it killed you, it was of course your beast pets." Gu Chongqing nodded. "That would make sense." That bizarre one-handed maneuver in the Soul Lost Dust domain clearly had nothing to do with the Chen family. However, a new doubt arose. Everyone in the city knows that I was selfish and caused the legendary beast pet to become a ruined pet. Even if you made a slight appearance last night, you wouldn't have that much time to come here and set up such a trap. The head of the wind? I did not receive the news. If I knew ahead of time that you were a pervert, I wouldn't have taken the quest to death. Fear spread as he looked at the little gold above his head. If he had known, love him who picks up himself killed not come to find death. This mission was taken the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Gu Chongqing frowned. The Zhenhai female Highlander had exchanged a large number of conditions for a spot to enter the wild copy. At the same time, someone then issued a quest to kill into the vicious sentinels in the wild. If you take out the Chen family, then there's only that person. Thank you for your cooperation. Gu Chongqing got up, and Xiao Jin cleanly pecked through his heart and the flames instantly rose and burned it to ashes. Just as Gu Chongqing went to pick up the package he dropped, suddenly, the arm that was nailed by Xiao Jin with a light brazier suddenly turned into a puddle of white liquid that it merged into the ground and disappeared. It happened so fast that neither one of the men nor the favorites reacted. That thing isn't his beast pet? Chapter 32 Vanishing Town, Hand of the Evil God. Congratulations on killing the evil Imperial Beastmaster. Honor value plus 20. Junhai City prestige plus 50. More honor and prestige than the 4 you killed earlier? It seems that this guy is an elite member of that evil god's organization. The little gold jumped to the place where the arm disappeared. His sharp claws kept picking at it, and finally closed his hand with a grunt of exasperation. Gu Chongqing smiled and stroked its head. Next time you encounter it, directly kill and eat it without giving a chance to escape. Only then did little gold recover his mind. Chirping and reluctantly putting away his golden crow body, Gu Chongqing turned around and walked towards the replica light door not far away. Looking at the rocky mountain that had been blown flat, even he sucked in a breath of cold air. Being in a minute with the sun shining in the sky, Little Gold's battle power was enough to rival those powerful beast pets that had been carefully cultivated to be in perfect condition. If its grade increases, the bloodline ability is further unlocked. Gu Chongqing felt that his brain was no longer enough to imagine how terrifyingly powerful it would be then. As he walked, he was struck by a piece of limb and arm that had been blown in all directions. These corpse-like limbs were black in color, and with the slightest touch of a finger, the familiar grim aura still lingered. This is the carcass of those raging rhinos. He was slowly figuring out why that ghostly face had absorbed the flames of Kogane's. It was transferring all the power of those flames into the berserk rhino's body. If Xiao Jin wasn't in a moment of invincibility, it would really take a lot of wasted effort to finish him off. Now Gu Chongqing understood what Xia Beng had once said. Malignant sentinel, not possessed of overwhelming battle prowess. Rather, their beast pets were a bit too bizarre compared to ordinary imperial beast masters. First, an extremely rare fusion skill, followed by a formation that used ferocious beasts as carriers for absorbing firepower. Without absolute strength, there's really nothing you can do about it. Instead it will be killed by bizarre means. In Gu Chongqing's mind, he set an extremely dangerous label on the evil god organization. Within moments, he stepped under the door of light. Luckily, the replica light door adjusts itself to the height of the terrain. Gu Chongqing reached out and touched the light door, and a column of information appeared before his eyes. Wild copy, Hand of the Evil God. Copy level, Inferno. Copy introduction, a town, on a dark night, was destroyed by a terrifyingly huge hand. No one knows what happened that night. The only thing that is clear is that nearly 10,000 Imperial Beastmasters were not spared. Copy reward, rumor has it that there is a mysterious stone from beyond the heavens that can open the mysterious foundation space of the path of the God of Beasts for those who are destined to do so. This wild copy, with no level restrictions and even less difficulty options. Straight up pulling full strength. What was even more coincidental was that Gu Chongqing had just heard the term evil god from the mouth of the malignant Imperial Beastmaster. The next moment, you meet the copy that bears the name of the evil god. Mere coincidence is too much of a coincidence. As for the rewards, Gu Chongqing skimmed over them lightly. The foundation space for the path of the god of beasts sounds lofty, but it is only a rumor. With the infinite gold phrase, he could still become a god even if there wasn't much space. Besides, the path to godhood is just a word from a legend. Numerous talented Imperial Beastmaster seniors have gone after the so-called becoming a god. In the end, it could not survive the baptism of the years, and eventually became a grain of dust on the road. You are currently ungrouped, and this copy can withstand a maximum of 30 people traveling together. Do you enter the copy alone? Yes/no? The prompt appeared again, and Gu Chongqing was just about to click OK, only to be interrupted by a voice. Wait! Gu Chongqing twisted his head. Chengo arrived with a complex expression as he galloped on his double-headed dog. Something? Chengo sighed and looked around the rocky mountain, which had dropped at least 3 meters overall, and said, I owe Su Qing a favor, and she asked to return it to you. Gu Chongqing shook his head. It's not necessary. It's necessary. I'm going to say the basics about the replica. Our Imperial Beastmaster Association, ever since we discovered this copy, has always been stuck at the halfway point and never been able to refine it. Do you know why? Gu Chongqing just looked at him like that, with no intention of asking. Chengo wasn't embarrassed and naturally said, because inside the replica, aside from the ferocious beasts, there are also Imperial Beastmasters. Gu Chongqing's eyebrows twitched. This one occurred to him. As per the previous Malignant Sentinel's ability to add the enslave and sacrifice statuses to raging rhinos, and the ability to manipulate them, and the arm that got away, he already had a rough guess. Preliminarily, we've rated it. If you manage to pass the level, I'd like to give us an easy cheat, not as a way to pass the level, but as a tribute to our fallen colleagues. There were no distractions in Chen Go's eyes. Gu Chongqing, on the other hand, nodded and suddenly thought of something and said, I remember you said that you hunted a fierce demon. Was it inside a copy? Right. Chen Go sighed. There were 30 of us, led by the association's Team 6 captain, Spirit Grade Imperial Beast Master Sun Yi. Before we encountered that fierce demon, everything was fine. Aside from the fact that the fierce beast was of a very high level, the battle power wasn't too strong. Just when we thought we could pass through without any problems, the fierce demon appeared, seemingly thinking of horrible things. Shengo's eyes were filled with fear and panic. That's a metamorphosed three-headed tentacle dragon with multiple corrosive skills. Moreover, its bloodline is extremely pure, and it has even grown half of a dragon's horn. Shengo told Gu Changqing about that copy experience. Completely. After Gu Changqing heard this, his perception of the difficulty of the replica was raised to another level. Shengo, who had finished speaking, did not feel any pride at all in killing the fierce demon. Instead, he was drenched in cold sweat and soaked through his clothes. With the potential of your beast pet, you can definitely level this copy. We're enemies, but still, I'd like to say that it may not be possible right now. Shengo suddenly had a firm look in his eyes. I've come back to look through a large number of books since then, and I can clearly tell you that the abyssal descent has brought more than just ferocious beasts. I agree. He now had a half-dead black beast pet card lying in his royal beast space, an unknown species that the abyss can't even identify. So, you're still going? Gu Changqing lightly on the yes point, as the copy of the light door began to rotate, giving birth to a vortex with strong suction. His figure slowly disappeared into it as well. You will die. I may not. The vision began to dim before his eyes, and, when he recovered, Gu Changqing realized that he was already standing in the middle of a green wheat field. You've entered the wild copy, Hand of the Evil God. In the copy, any auxiliary props will be invalidated except for medicines. Every 12 hours, there will be an opportunity to exit the copy. Once you choose to exit, you will not be able to enter for 1 month. Copy begins. Please get ready. As the cue from the abyss fell, in the midst of the wheat field, suddenly a single head emerges and, the eyes stared straight at Gu Changqing. Chapter 33, Mimicry Beast, Human and Beast Pet Merging. Asterisk. The sudden bizarre scene scared Gu Changqing to the core. I was just about to greet Little Gold, but I saw that it had long since flown above those heads and, the sharp beak pierced the top of the head with ease. There was no blood bursting out. There was just a green sticky liquid hanging over his mouth. Sucking and swallowing. Eater's Spring Trigger. Your beast pet consumes the essence blood of an anthropomorphic beast. Camouflage ability plus 5%. Eater's Spring Trigger. Your beast pet consumes the essence blood of an anthropomorphic beast. Plus 1 spiritual attribute. Several prompts in a row, until the spiritual attribute was increased by an additional 10 points. Xiao Jin gradually lost his fun. Perhaps it was afraid of being eaten by it. The head instantly turned into a single firefly and flew towards another field in the distance. Congratulations on killing a lower-level beast, the Mimic Beast, and gaining plus 1 experience. Congratulations on killing a lower-level beast, the Mimic Beast, and gaining plus 1 experience. Looking at the motionless experience bar, Gu Changqing thought he had misread it. He looked to the mimic beasts that flew away, information about them gradually appearing before his eyes. Mimicry, Inferior Fierce Beast. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength plus 0, Physique plus 1, Agility plus 1, Spirit plus 50. Skills, Illusion, Rift, Mimicry. Introduction. As the lowest of the ferocious beasts, anthropomorphic beasts use their unique ability to escape the risk of being preyed upon. Cowardly by nature, they are not good at fighting, but have remarkable escape skills. Gu Changqing raised his head, and a look went over Little Gold intended and immediately spread his wings and chased after the anthropomorphic beast in the direction of the. Not long after, the mimic beasts, of which there were still a few dozen left, were forced to fly back under Little Gold's lustful authority. Gu Changqing found one of the largest among them, and its information changed, with the word chief added to the end of its rank. The mimic beast leader noticed Gu Changqing's unkind gaze and immediately took the initiative to approach Xiao Jin, completely forgetting that it was the one that instantly ate a dozen or so of its compatriots. Taking out a contract card from the package, Gu Changqing said, "It seems to have gained some spiritual intelligence. As long as you obey me, you won't kill your friends." Little Kim chirped, acting as a translator. The leader of the mimics exchanged words with it for a few moments, then suddenly returned to the center of the group and, the next second, a mimic beast flew closer to it leaning in and, dozens of glittering starbursts became one in an instant. Gu Changqing grinned with a wide grin. Not bad, not bad. The skill of cracking was not different from what he thought. Once merged with his brothers, the leader of the anthropomorphic beasts took it upon himself to fly towards the packed card in his hand. The lower-level ferocious beast mimic beast has voluntarily surrendered to you and is willing to become a beast pet. Do you agree? Agreed. As the words fell, the rule power in the contract card gave birth to a suction force that sucked the mimic beast leader in. Watching the transparent contract card turn white, Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. White beast pet cards are crap. Indeed, the battle power of the anthropomorphic beasts could be described as garbage. Gu Changqing, however, was interested in its anthropomorphic and illusionary vision abilities. Both of these act on the spirit. I'm not afraid of a bad bloodline. The last thing it needs is gold words. Upgrade, upgrade. Refreshed, Gu Changqing left the wheat field and walked along the only road, heading deeper. After walking for a long time, there were no ferocious beasts. All around were dilapidated houses, as if they had gone through a grueling great war, and the limbs and white bones of people and ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. This area was rated by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Wild copies differ from in-town copies in that the copy will only reset and refresh if it is completely cleared. Let's go, Kim. Xiao Jin activated his golden crow body and crouched on the ground, waiting for Gu Changqing to get onto his back before he spread his wings and flew towards the front of the unraveled raiders. After flying for nearly an hour, the blurry shadow of a city wall slowly emerged from the edge of his sight. Below, no longer a wilderness, a simple campsite measuring in the dozens of square feet began to appear situated in an unorganized manner. You have reached the edge of the copy progress. No sooner had the abyss's queue arrived than the little gold hissed in displeasure and was forced to drop to the ground. Gu Changqing jumped down and looked around. The campsite was made of new materials, probably left behind by the Sentinel Society. Some are relatively intact, most have collapsed and destroyed. It seemed that they were rounding up fierce demon-level beasts not far away. At this time, Little Gold called out twice to the west before grabbing Gu Changqing and flying low. Only when he got close did Gu Changqing see that within a 10-mile radius of this side, the ground was pitted and ruined beyond recognition. He slowly approached a huge, deep pit not far away, and looked down and, pupils clenched violently. Only at the bottom of the deep pit, a giant ferocious beast skeleton that was about 30 meters long and 5 meters high was lying on its back at the bottom. The bottom of the pit was almost covered with a layer of brown blood, and when the wind blew, the stench of foul blood hit his nose. This is the corpse of that fierce demon level 3-headed tentacle dragon? The Imperial Beastmasters Association's got a real knack for it. The hallowed fierce demon level ferocious beast was stripped down to a mere corpse. Also, several of the hardest parts of its body were damaged, broken and taken raw. A man and a beast, looking at the huge skeleton, opened their mouths at the same time. How nourishing the blood and flesh of such ferocious beasts should be. Like ferocious beasts that eat humans, they find human flesh and blood tasty and capable of fueling their abilities, and vice versa. It's just that humans have always been on the inferior side. Don't crave it, there's better back there. Gu Changqing patted Xiao Jin's head, left the place, and started walking towards that city wall. He did not choose to ride, but to walk, along with the blurry city wall in the distance becoming more and more solidified. A building like a police sentry tower or something like that appeared in the surrounding area. Suddenly, in the police sentry tower, a human head poked out through a narrow window. Again, Gu Changqing frowned, only heard a crunching sound. The police tower was split in pieces in an instant. A large octopus body, holding up the small space. What was even more oozing was the octopus head, which was actually that of a human. The octopus was agile, climbing down the tower with the utmost dexterity. In a few blinks of an eye, it was only a few dozen meters away from Gu Changqing. Only 6 or 7 octopus whiskers flung out at the same time, dancing with a fiery sound. With an ear-splitting sound of friction against the air, it lashed out. Gu Changqing made a big jump and flipped onto Xiao Jin's back. Also saw the information about the octopus-bodied, human-headed monster. Deep-sea octopus, high-grade beast. Rank, 25. Attributes, strength plus 351. Physique plus 549. Agility plus 313. Spirit plus 221. Skills, corrosive horn kill. Ink bomb. Description, a beastly ferocious beast parasitic with its master. Dangerous. Gu Changqing finished reading, his eyebrows raised and then wrinkled. What Shengo is talking about is not only ferocious beasts but also beast masters. I didn't realize it would be this way. The tentacles swept from side to side like iron whips. Xiao Jin's speed wasn't slow in comparison, both dodging narrowly and narrowly. Kill. Receiving Gu Changqing's command to attack, Little Gold quickly condensed a first sun true flame, touching the top of the octopus's head while dodging the tentacles at a tricky angle. And then shining on the human head, he spat it out. Seeing that he had gotten a hit, Kogain immediately withdrew. Suddenly, murmuring sounds came from Gu Changqing's ears. Help! Help me! Save me! Relief! Chapter 34, Hidden Quest triggered. Surrounded. Boom! Zip! 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 The true flame of the first sun accurately hit the face of the octopus human head, exploding and splattering the flames dripping down onto the huge octopus body. The overwhelming temperature killed into the skin and burned the octopus whisker limbs. Immediately afterward, a large amount of moisture gushed out of the octopus's carapace, trying to block the flames from burning. Unfortunately, it was a completely wasted effort, and Little Gold's mental attributes, through several absorptions and the augmentation of the golden word, it has gone to appalling points. Even though this deep-sea octopus had excellent 4-dimensional attributes, it still couldn't stop Xiao Jin's fire. Slowly, the fire's getting bigger and bigger. The octopus has yet to show its true strength after the moisture in its body has been scorched clean out of its body. It becomes a small mountain of tantalizingly scented food. Congratulations on killing the high-level ferocious beast deep-sea octopus, gaining plus 400 experience. The experience bar jumped hard by a large margin. The Gu Changqing tapped on personal information. Gu Changqing, beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird. Rank, 5. Experience, 720/1600. Title, Junior Beast Master. Honor, 60. Prestige, Jinhai City, 90. Talent, Infinite Gold Word, Unique. It takes 1,600 experience points to get to level 6, doubling the original amount for each level. This is to meet the minimum standard of 10 steps for promotion. Gu Changqing scratched his head. The task was arduous. I can't wait for the book to come out, and take advantage of the minute when Jean is invincible, firing map guns indiscriminately on out-of-town maps? But it's just a thought. Who knows what ferocious beasts are coiled in the unexplored zone? He began to envy those bulls who had shocked their way to gold-level Imperial Beast Masters before the big exam. Gathering his thoughts, he continued to check up on Xiao Jin's status message. Beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird. Grade, bronze. Rank, 5. Bloodline, golden flame of the great sun, gold. Battle spirit boiling, gold. Spring of eating, gold. Sun shining in the sky, gold. Attributes, strength plus 80 plus 31 plus 50 plus 20. Physical plus 80 plus 22 plus 50 plus 20. Agility plus 80 plus 46 plus 50 plus 20. Spirit plus 560 plus 14 plus 50 plus 20 plus 10. Lightning resistance, 5%. Water resistance, 5%. Disguise breaking, 5%. Camouflage plus 5%. Skills, true inflammation of the first sun, level 2. Flame immunity, passive. Body of the golden crow. As a mobile high-altitude firepower battery, Gu Changqing could no longer comment on it. A whopping 654 points of spirit, stacked by the 2 levels of increase from the first sun true flame and the golden crow's body. The horrific damage displayed. This deep-sea octopus was a living example. The doubling of base attributes brought about by each gold phrase bestowed has allowed little gold to go further and further down the path of supergods, despite the fact that the other 3 attributes drag the, but in its class, that's a super tier 1. While Gu Changqing was checking it out, Xiao Jin had already jumped to the top of the octopus's head, fully utilizing the advantages of a super high-speed pile driver. Eat a piece of flavorful meat into your mouth. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, came to the head of the crowd. His face was dried up by the flames, but he could vaguely see that the corners of his mouth were accompanied by a smile. The fists couldn't help but clench, and the Imperial Beastmasters in this copy used to fight in the front line of defense, fighting in blood for the rear base camp. Just one hand cost them their lives. Even in death, one suffers this soul scourging, hand-to-hand combat, and it is only as a small part of the world outside of the 10,000 cities. Phew! Gu Changqing let out a mouthful of turbid air. Waiting for Kogain to finish all of the octopus, he continued on without a word. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet eats the blood and flesh of a high-level beast pet. 4-dimensional attributes plus 30. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on a high-level ferocious beast stone. 4-dimensional attributes plus 50. Fear of the deep sea greatly reduced. Your beast pet's 3 attributes have reached a critical value and cannot be increased any further. Reached the tipping point? The other 3 of the 4-dimensional attributes, except for spirit, have come to 200. The spiritual attribute broke through 700, reaching a terrifying 734 points. Gu Changqing sighed mockingly. The desire to rely on the spring of eating to pull the little metal sex infinitely higher is still dashed. On second thought, the total attribute breaks through 1001 under the bronze rank. It was also enough to prove the horror of the super god level. Depends on what the critical value of the spiritual attribute is. Continuing on, he deliberately slowed down with each police tower he passed, all the way to the bottom of the city wall. He hadn't met any more Imperial Beastmasters who had been assimilated by their beast pets. This city wall, it's almost half as high as Jinhai City. The walls were 20 stories high, and the towering gates were cast from fine iron. Still as good as new. Little Gold took to the air and only flew halfway before he was suppressed by the rules of the abyss. Gu Changqing frowned. This was the rhythm of breaking through the city gates. He approached the gates with slow, cautious steps, and had just placed his hand on the cold iron tether when suddenly the cue came. Hidden Quest Stage 2 trigger. Please go to the center of the city and stop the evolution of the 3-headed tentacle dragon. Punishment for mission failure, talent reduction, and the bloodline of the beast pet is lowered by 3 grades. Mission success reward, randomly receive a king-level beast pet card. Gu Changqing's eyes widened. The good news is that the hidden quest activated, and sure enough it's in the wild copy. The bad news is the punishment is so ed up. A king-level beast pet card to cash in on his lifeblood. Abyss Abyss. Your intentions of targeting me are too obvious. This time it was, and so was the ferocious demon from last time. It was clear that he didn't want to make it easy for him. Take the quest on your own after it's been activated. There is simply no option to refuse. A three-headed tentacled dragon? Wasn't it killed by Chango's team of beast royalists? It couldn't be that there was more than one of that kind of fierce demon-level ferocious beast. The strong sense of security that Little Gold had brought him also faltered at this moment. Besides, there was no hint of a time limit in the quest. The serious failure in intelligence had given Gu Changqing the intention to retreat. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He beckoned to Kogain, who was fighting the rules of the abyss in the air. Wanted to hold off and wait until I was well prepared before pushing the copy through. But the city gates slowly opened on their own. A strong light shone through the growing doorway. Nima! Gu Changqing cursed abyssal pit in his heart. Eyes narrowed, and after relieving himself of the glare, he got a good view of the city behind the gates. Jean, run! Gu Changqing's face changed drastically, and he couldn't roll up in time to. Grabbing the bird's legs with both hands, Kogain greeted and hurriedly withdrew. Xiao Jin had his horsepower on full blast and had just carried Gu Changqing 100 meters away. It was seen that from the city, densely packed and various kinds of skills bombarded the city gates in succession like brilliant fireworks. It lasted for a good 10 minutes before the skill dissipated. The originally magnificent city gate wall also collapsed with a loud bang. Abyssal WOJU. Gu Changqing broke into a fit of rage, only to see that among the dusty and smoky ruins, a single Imperial Beast Master led his beast pets and chased them out from there. Target Gu Changqing. Chapter 35, Puppeteer. Second three-headed tentacle dragon. I'm just opening the door. There's no need for such a spirited, exhaustive and fervent welcome. The Imperial Beast Masters below, orderly commanding the beast pets that had transformed into ferocious beasts, kept releasing their skills in an attempt to knock Gu Changqing out of the air. After the skill attacks were unsuccessful, those with flying ferocious beasts hugged the group and struck him in the air. Taking this opportunity, Gu Changqing also fell through their information. Compared to the magnificent four-dimensional attributes of the first deep-sea octopus, the unhumanized pets combined with them were a cut below in terms of attributes. But there are good points, too. That's fighting instinct and experience that didn't just disappear. Little Gold, don't get out of fighting distance. Prioritize eliminating the ferocious beasts in the air and use sparrow tactics to sneak them to death. Nico, Little Gold lightly whistled in response, and one of the first sun true flames coalesced around his body. It deliberately slowed down a little, and when the flying ferocious beasts in the rear caught up with it, a beautiful moon face flip, and in an instant, a dozen fireballs exploded with a thud. Nonsense! Gu Changqing only felt a complete loss of centrifugal force. His eyes went black, and his brain began to roar. It didn't slow down until the abyssal cue sounded. Disgruntled, he knocked Xiao Jin on the head and took out a rope from his backpack space, firmly securing it to his back before his heart settled a little. Congratulations on killing a high-level beast, the fiery-headed falcon, and gaining plus 300 experience. Congratulations on killing a high-level beast, the fiery-headed falcon, and gaining plus 300 experience. The two flying ferocious beasts were burned to ashes by the flames in a single glance. Gu Changqing's heart couldn't help but jump as he looked at the name of the ferocious beast, fiery-headed falcon. The name was all too familiar. His memories, back to before the last beast tide hit the city. The father, whose face was fading in his memory, had once taken him into the city guard where he was. It was there that he had seen the fiery-headed falcon, and not just one, but an entire domesticated breeding facility. The fiery-headed falcon possesses unrivaled speed and excellent aerial melee capabilities. Anyone who joins the city guard can be contracted as a beast pet as long as they have the royal beast space available. The voice, already nearly muffled, rang in his ears. Gu Changqing snapped his head up, and behind him, there were still 6 or 7 3-meter-long giant birds chasing after them, and on top of their heads, a tuft of red hair was particularly conspicuous. It's the fiery-headed falcon. Gu Changqing recognized it at a glance. In the entire Jinhai city, only that one city guard team would contract the fiery-headed falcon. Gradually, the fiery-headed falcon also became their symbol. Why was his cheap father's city guard here? Shouldn't it be Jinhai city that they are sworn to protect? His eyes cast down to the ground and, those imperial beast masters, even though they had long since died and become living dead similar to ferocious beasts, but the combat savvy, and the unfolding formation, were telling him that in their lifetime, they were the elite city guards who had survived bloody battles. Pop! Gu Changqing flung a mouth on his cheek, and the slight wavering that had arisen in his heart quickly dissipated with the raw pain. Kill! The tone was raw and cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. Gulp! As if in response to the master's stabilized state of mind. On Xiao Jin's body surface, the light red blood mist began to gradually boil, like boiling water. The battle boiling is stacking up minute by minute. Above the true flame of the first sun, it was also covered with the color of blood. Every 5 seconds, a ball of fire coalesced and, While keeping his distance, Little Gold was surrounded by the scorching hot true flame of the first sun all around his body. Nico! With a cry filled with excitement, a fireball was seen trailing a long white and red flame tail, like a meteor out of the sky, bombing towards the surface of the earth. The flames of the main attribute bursting into flames burst out violently the moment it touched the ground. A brilliant firework in general, engulfing the pursuing Imperial Beastmasters in the blink of an eye. Congratulations on killing an intermediate Imperial Beastmaster, Golem, gaining plus 200 experience. Congratulations on killing the senior Beastmaster, Puppet, gaining plus 250 experience. Congratulations on killing an intermediate Beastmaster. Beep after beep. The Gu Changqing's experience bar, like a rocket, quickly rushed to level 6. Hints of infinite gold phrases followed. Only Gu Changqing's attention wasn't here. Looking at the Imperial Beastmaster in the flames who gradually showed no signs of struggle, his teeth clenched. Each of these people is a hero of Jinhai City. To die and be so insulted. For the second time, he couldn't hide the killing intent in his heart. Even man and beast, nearly 100 in number, under the carpet bombardment that Little Gold had been storing up for so long, not a single more survivor. Gu Changqing unbound himself and walked through the sea of fire. The corners of their mouths, as they fell over a burning corpse, were smiling and, it's exactly the same as the one that morphed into one with the deep-sea octopus. Gu Changqing took out a bottle of not-so-good booze, uncorked it and poured it out against the flames. The alcohol was spreading, evaporating, and drifting with their ashes in the direction of that town. Pop! The bottle of wine fell out of his hand, and Gu Changqing folded his body to return to Xiao Jin's back. Squeak ya! Sensing that his master was in a bad mood, Kogain began to create movement in comfort. I'm fine. Destroy this place. The ultimate destination of the hero, receiving applause and flowers as well as the adoring praise of the populace, is a rare outcome. More than that, with heaven and earth as their backs, and brothers who fight side by side to guard the land they have to protect. Even if I am broken to pieces, I have no fear or regret. Kogain spread his wings and flew to the town as fast as he could. As it approached the target point, the battle boiling that was about to disappear was renewed, returning again, without the shelter of the walls. The unimaginable scene that he had seen earlier was displayed in full view, only to see that the center of the huge town was already a sea of corpses and blood. The bones of humans, the corpses of ferocious beasts and beast pets were densely piled up, thousands of beast stones, silently suspended in mid-air in the center. The energy inside the stones being drawn out of it turned into thousands of ribbons of energy that converged at the very center. And in the center, a giant snake with a body size of nearly 100 meters and 3 heads lay coiled. The 3-headed tentacled dragon. There are really 2 of them. On its head, a black and a white beast stone bloomed with 2 colors of light. Absorb all the energy from all the beast stones as much as possible. As the energy continued to pour in, the 2 black and white beast stones were fusing at a slow pace. However, from Gu Changqing's perspective, all the corpses and bones were arranged like a promoted altar. He also saw that there were some corpses and bones that had not yet fully decomposed. Those, I believe, were the Imperial Beastmasters killed by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. For a moment, Gu Changqing remembered the vicious Imperial Beastmasters who had intercepted him. Right at this moment, on the backside of this 3-headed tentacled dragon, 4 Imperial Beastmasters slowly walked out. They've discovered Gu Changqing's location. One of them opened its mouth, its voice mechanical and emotionless. Young Imperial Beastmaster, promotion sustenance is sufficient. Go away. I won't kill you. Not kill me? The flames in Gu Changqing's eyes were about to burn reason to ashes. Thank you for not killing me, since I have a favor to repay. Speaking of having grace, wisps of white smoke leaked out of Little Kim's mouth. By the time it got to the word report, it was storing up pent-up flames, like a volcano erupting, and a beam of flame light over 2 meters thick spewed out and, directly pointing at the 3-headed tentacled dragon. Chapter 36, There's a traitor in the city? Unbridled. The 4 Imperial Beastmaster puppets, with their skin moving, coldly drank. Only 12 black hexagram arrays rose up from the ground, enveloping the 3-headed tentacled dragon from 4 directions. 12 palms of steaming black gas stood up from the center of the formation. Huge palms, extending out with a thick black aura, clasped together with other palms that, forming a black barrier. The hand of evil? Gu Changqing looked at the scene in amazement, and due to the distance, he was unable to capture the information about the giant hand. Boo! With a sound of a bubble bursting, the pillar of flame light spewed out by Little Gold was seen to collide directly with the barrier formed by the giant hand. The two met without much fluctuation. The power of the 2 energies seemed to be in a delicate balance between Bo and Zhong. Mud, you're competing with me for endurance, aren't you? Xiao Jin couldn't move any further and could only mobilize a portion of his flames to protect Gu Changqing's well-being. Those 4 Imperial Beastmaster puppets, too, had no intention of rushing up to duel with him. Gu Chongqing opened the space of his backpack and pulled out all the medicines inside. In one fell swoop, not long after, Xiao Jin's broad back was lying full of various kinds of medicine bottles with different healing effects. Little gold, smoke it boldly. If I don't destroy it, what face do I have to continue being a royal beast master? Gu Chongqing also went out on a limb. You're the only one who has the energy to sustain it. What started out as a long and destructive battle has, by chance, become a contest of endurance. Squeak! Little Gold responded 2 times knowingly, and after that, even more majestic flames rose and burned. Asterisk. Suddenly, the powerlessness of a panicked and helpless heart spreads through the heart. All the strength in my body, drained in one moment. Gu Changqing's eyes widened as he dove headfirst into the soft feathers. Oh little Jean, there is a saying that a thin stream of water flows over a long period of time. Are you afraid that you won't be able to suck me up? Now he experienced the helplessness of the black card. Each time, the pump is ramped up to the max, and even if you have a sky-high reserve, you're squeezed to the last drop. Luckily, the pill bottle fell apart, and the vermilion red elixir inside rolled down to his mouth. Rolling an elixir into his mouth with his tongue and gently biting through it. A warm, hot stream traveled down his throat and into his stomach, then began to flow through his limbs and bones. Within 10 seconds, Gu Changqing sat up alive and well. These elixirs, in addition to those won back from the camp's royalties, most of them were prepared by Yi Ruyan. He's really afraid that something will happen to him. The mistake helped save lives. Time passed by, and after one attempt, Kogain finally found the point where the draw and replenishment were balanced. Gu Chongqing, on the other hand, downed the pills one by one, experiencing the wonderful sensation brought about by the rapid loss and replenishment of power. Without the substantial purification of the black card's bloodline, it could only rely on its own supply. Although Xiao Jin is a beast pet of super god level or higher, strictly speaking it was still only at the larval stage, and the intensity of this stored-up attack had long exceeded the limits of spiritual power. Nico, Gu Chongqing, who was caught in a cycle of getting high, was suddenly awakened by Xiao Jin's cries. He turned his head towards the center of the city and, after nearly an hour of stalemate, the blackness of the barrier condensed by those 12 giant hands disappeared, revealing a white skin color. This arm, it was extremely similar to the one that escaped. The impact of Little Gold's pillar of flaming light, each point of its power, was 1 point stronger than before. The endless increase of the battle spirit boil is also one of the bottom cards. Phew! Suddenly, the giant hand that had morphed into white, without the aid of the black chi, was like white paper in an instant, burning to ashes. Dang! Like a heavy hammer beating a drum, the pillar of fire, incomparable to that of an hour ago, was no longer impeded. Wrapped in matchless scorching heat, it blasted at the 3-headed tentacle dragon. Hiss! The left and right heads of the 3-headed tentacle dragon were trembling up and down in pain. Only the one in the center was as if it was in a state of tranquility. But the next moment, the beast stone energy that was originally absorbed by the black and white stones was actually turned around and collapsed. A rippling energy shield was formed, once again protecting the 3-headed tentacle dragon. Marred, this altar is not only for promotion, it also has a powerful protective formation. While cursing, he stuffed the elixir into his mouth. Dog thing, if you have the ability to remove the energy protection for the master, I'll just stand here and not move a muscle. Come and fight one-on-one. Go Dong, you're such a loser, and you're still a fierce demon-level beast? Even the arching pig at our doorstep has more guts than you. Gu Dong, you want to spend it all with me, don't you? I don't have much else, but I have a lot of medicine. Look at the dull color of those beast stones. They're about to run out, right? Gu Dong. Gu Changqing stoned and transformed into a fiery mouth-strong master. Only, no matter how much he provoked him, the 3-headed tentacle dragon cowered in its protection. Looking at the medicine that was already little left, Gu Changqing was a bit anxious in his heart. Whoever succeeds will then become a full meal for the other. While the beast stone energy was depleted, his reserves were about to bottom out. Well, you've got some balls, don't you, Kim? Give me more horsepower. Gu Changqing stuffed 3 of them in a row, and Xiao Jin, after confirming with his eyes that he was already pounding to a certain degree of boiling battle intent, the savage and unreasonable monstrous blood flames almost shrouded half of the town in the color of blood. Little Gold's body, swollen nearly 5 times, was bathed in blood flames, just like a heaven-destroying world-destroying ferocious bird. But Gu Changqing was miserable, took all the medicine and still couldn't maintain the high power extraction. As your essence falls to a critical point, the abyss turns on its own protection. Experience value will replace medicine consumption. Your experience minus 100. Experience 100. Experience 100. Abyss your ass. Running out and robbing at this time of year. Cursing aside, when you play hard to get, you play hard to get. The experience value dropped wildly by 100 a second. And in return, Little Gold attacked frantically. Originally, after exterminating the Imperial Beastmaster puppets and ferocious beast pets that had chased them out of the city, Gu Changqing's level soared to level 8, with a large surplus of experience. Now, it's back to the drawing board all at once. As the experience clears, the rank falls one place, until you fall back to level 6 and see that you won't be able to keep your experience at this level. Gu Changqing wanted to curse. Good thing, just when there were only 200 points left, it suddenly stopped moving. Surrender. I surrender. A strange, weak voice came slowly. Without Xiao Jin's extraction, Gu Changqing's mental strength gradually warmed up. It wasn't until he was able to get up that he saw what was in front of him. Towns, where there are towns. The entire dozens of meters within the city walls turned into a stark black scorched earth. The huge body of the three-headed tentacled dragon spread out across the ground. The claw marks were all over his body, each one bordering on open. The favorites were all still charred by the flames and not dead. Of the 3 snake heads, 2 were pecked at the face and more than half were missing. The remaining one struggled to raise itself and rushed at Gu Changqing, lightly spitting out the snake's letter but emitting human words. I've lost. Don't kill me. I can become your beast's pet, willingly and never betray. Seemingly feeling unconvinced, the 3-headed tentacle continued to add, even though I failed in my promotion, I'm still at the fierce demon level, and I can help you a lot, as long as you don't kill me. Gu Changqing jumped off Little Gold's back and walked over to the huge snake's head. With a single claw, Kogain pressed the snake's head into the ground, squealing and warning it to be honest. Since you are humane, tell me, where is the hand of the evil god? The 3-headed tentaculoids arched their mouths out of the ground with great effort. You're here for the hand of the evil god? No wonder you have such a divine favor. The evil god's hand has been destroyed by you. No, to be precise, the power it left here was dispersed. Gu Changqing arched an eyebrow. What level of ferocious beast was this evil god's hand? Even the rules of the abyss can't do anything about it? Then, in its place, die. Gu Changqing gave the order to kill. Xiao Jin has long been unable to restrain himself, and is about to take its snake's bile and peck through the snake's brain. Wait, I have secrets. I know a secret. Someone in your human city is deliberately breeding, or has an ulterior motive with the evil gods. As Xiao Jin was about to gorge himself, Gu Changqing hurriedly stopped him. Jin! The latter quaffed unhappily and distracted his attention elsewhere. How did you know? Seeing that Gu Changqing had temporarily put away his butcher's knife, the 3-headed tentacle dragon immediately said, the massive energy I used for my promotion was deliberately sent by that person. Chapter 37, A Bountiful Harvest, Promotion to Ranks. Whoa, how? Gu Changqing hadn't been too excited about this. His purpose was to upgrade in addition to exploring the quest. The favorites came to me one by one, or on the same side. I also heard the 3-headed tentacle dragon say that someone was deliberately taking the lives of Imperial Beast Masters to provide it with the sustenance for promotion. Plus, most of the deaths in this copy came from his father's city guard. All sorts of buff conditions were stacked all over the place, causing him to focus on some of them. It's just killing Imperial Beastmasters through copies. Every time, the Imperial Beastmasters that come in won't be very high in rank, belonging to the big with the small. We also have a tacit understanding to only kill the small ones and send the big ones back. However, just a few times ago, there was a deviation. A powerful group came, and my wife died at their hands. Gu Changqing remembered the 3-headed tentacle dragon that was killed, and felt that it was a male and a female. Chengo did not lie to him. Do you think I would believe that? The belly of the 3-headed tentacle dragon suddenly wriggled, and its huge snake mouth opened, from which it spat out a white card. It's a beast in pet card without a contract. Only the 4 corners of the card, wrapped in black lines, were obviously something unknown. The hand of the evil god gave it to me and told me the necessary conditions for promotion. I am all the meat waiting to be eaten by your mouth, so how would I dare to lie and cheat you? You can ask the god's favorite. What I said is all true and genuine. Saying that, the snake's head tried to deviate sideways, but was pressed back by Xiao Jin with more force. You can tell the rank of my beast pet? Through the rules of the abyss, a beast master could view information on currently known ferocious beasts, unless they were of an unknown breed like the black card. Similarly, ferocious beasts also had the ability to detect imperial beast masters or beast pets. I can't see it. Only that the intimidation and oppression brought to me by your divine favor is no different from that evil god's hand. The difference is only in rank and grade. Instead of being used as a gun, I'm more willing to follow you. Little Kim glared disdainfully, squeaking and squealing. The words of the 3-headed tentacle dragon were clearly sincere. Just as well. Then I'll keep you for now. Gu Changqing fished out his own beast pet card, bit his index finger to drip blood on the card, and then pressed it onto the forehead of the 3-headed tentacle dragon. Fierce demon grade beast. The 3-headed tentacle dragon has taken the initiative to surrender to you and wants to become your beast pet. Do you agree? Yes, a burst of black and white light enveloped the huge snake body, and in less than a minute, the snake body was like a deflated leather ball, leaving only a thick layer of snake skin. The color of the beast pet card, too, changed from white to purple. Gu Chongqing froze. I didn't expect It still had a king-level bloodline in its body. King's pet card, three-headed serpent. Grade, general. Bloodline, touched dragon divine blood, purple. Initial attributes, strength plus 20, physique plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 10. Skills, strangulation, corrosive acid. Introduction, descendant of the dragon gods Jiao. Just a hair's breadth away from being able to transform into a dragon. The bloodline of the touched dragon divine sculptor. TSK. Picking up a great bargain for nothing. Gu Chongqing still remembered from his textbooks that there was a place for the touched dragon divine sculptor in the tragic war between humans and ferocious beasts. The Kyoto Dragon Incident. Rumor has it that when the touching dragon divine sculptor was about to reverse its bloodline and wanted to transform into the nine heavenly sculptor, it was blocked by the strong human beast masters of the time. This ultimately led to the outbreak of fierce clashes between the two sides, which resulted in heavy loss of life and injuries. But Gu Chongqing put away the beast pet card, already having a calculation in his mind. In his plans, the three-headed tentacle dragon was not yet ranked. With the golden word in hand, anything with divine blood or immortal roots, step aside. Congratulations on completing your mission and obtaining a king's grade beast pet card. Follow-up tasks, please feel free to explore. That's when the reward for the quest arrived. Looking at the two purple beast pet cards in his backpack, Gu Chongqing deflated and, sometimes too many beast pets can be an annoyance. Anyway, it was a full trip, but after waiting and waiting, the clearance never arrived. Could it be that there are other ferocious beasts that have not been killed? Murmuring two sentences, Gu Chongqing took out the beast pet card and threw it at Little Gold's feet. At this time in the card, the three-headed tentacle dragon that had been cut down to a full strength and restarted its number immediately panicked. Unable to speak, it desperately spat out its snake letters in explanation of innocence. For his part, Kogain understood its words and slowly walked over to the snakeskin and burned a large hole in it with a mouthful of flame. Gu Chongqing obediently picked up the beast pet card and walked closer to take a look at it. Where the three-headed tentacled dragon had originally been, the stone slab had burned and melted, revealing a dark hole. Gu Chongqing threw a stone downward, and within moments, he heard an echo. It couldn't be that legend from the copy's introduction, could it? Jean. A burst of fire dissipated, and Kogain, who had transformed into a night raven, flew in. It squeaked immediately afterward. Gu Chongqing followed close behind, about 7 or 8 meters deep. The blurred vision, all at once, brightened. It's a 3-meter-high hole in the ground with a small interior space a cream-colored stone, firmly embedded in the ground. Inside the stone, there are black shadows, stones from outer heaven, unknown species, ability, unknown, efficacy, similar energy fluctuation as space stone, can be forced to try. Information about the stone appeared. Just watching Gu Chongqing's teeth clenched. What I can't identify, let me force a try? Dogs in the deep end, trying to kill me several times. Mud, just try. There was at least one point where the stone's properties were consistent with the copy's introduction. I would like to see what space can forge the path of the god of imperial beasts. Gu Chongqing's hands, covering the surface of the stone of the outer heaven. For a moment, an extremely strong electric tingling sensation was conveyed throughout the body through the arm. Immediately afterward, a wave of manic power began to sear through the limbs like boiling magma. Little Gold. Gu Chongqing wanted to call out to Xiao Jin to interrupt him. The latter was quietly watching, pressing no intention to make a move. What's going on? Am I in trouble? Just as he was skeptical, the abyss's cue sounded. Receiving feedback from an unknown species of extra heavenly stone. Your imperial beast space is being opened up and remodeled. Received feedback from an unknown species of extraterrestrial stone. Experience plus 100. Received feedback from an unknown species of extraterrestrial stone. Experience plus 100. Gu Chongqing was a bit confused for a moment, watching the loss of experience, growing upwards a little at a time. And the space of the imperial beasts, enveloped as much as it could be by a cloud of milky white light. On top of that, in the zone beyond the space, a white bead the size of a grain of rice was expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. He gulped and, this is, the second imperial beast space opening? Gu Chongqing was even more confused. What had happened was beyond his knowledge of imperial beastmasters. The hot rolling continues. After slowly getting used to it, Gu Chongqing was able to grit his teeth and hold on. Just then he heard a cry of pleasure. Hey, is there a sound? Master, can you hear me? Little black eggs, get to the side. You're not your master's beast pet. What's the point of getting together? Gee, what a long time. How I'd love to hear my master call me affectionately. Little black egg. No malicious stringing of platforms with your powers. This is my space and belongs only to me and my master. If you've got it in you, take that newly opened space next door. It was Jin's voice. Before that, it could only be done at bloodline elevation or heartline link. Now, at last, the human pet conversation has been realized. Although Gu Changqing was unable to speak, Xiao Jin beside him was chattering around him. Since there was no danger, Gu Changqing dispelled his scruples and relaxed wholeheartedly. I don't know how much time has passed. He was suddenly carried into the cold water like he was soaking in a hot spring. Subconsciously shivering, he opened his eyes when the piece of stone from beyond the heavens had disappeared, and only a book with a black cover lay on the ground. Congratulations, you've been promoted to a higher rank by a special power. Chapter 38, Serial Copies? What exactly is hidden? Congratulations on breaking through the limit and being promoted to Intermediate Imperial Beast Master. A warm and majestic energy dispelled the pain caused by the stone from beyond the heavens, moisturizing and repairing his body. Gu Changqing clenched his fist, only to feel that his chi was sufficient, giving birth to an illusion. A tiger in front of him couldn't even resist a punch. From the inside out, he could feel that the energy was boosting the strength of his flesh as if it was cutting down his hair and washing his marrow. Intermediate Beast Master's Beast Skill, Beast Power Activation. Gu Changqing opened his personal information, and there was an additional skill bar for the Imperial Beast Skill. Beast Power was like a blood-colored vortex that slowly opened up. Beast Power, a skill unique to Imperial Beast Masters. Elementary. Through the sublimated Imperial Beast Space, one can master a small portion of a beast pet's power for their own use. Current Beast Power ability, Fire Control, Mythic Beast Pet Hatsuyo Bird. The opening of the beast power made Gu Changqing understand why his body was as painful as if he were in lava when he absorbed the energy from the stone of the outer heaven. It turned out to be condensing Xiao Jin's first sun true flame. However, I was thinking of showing off the true flame of the first sun, and imagining a bright future in which I would be able to protect myself by relying on myself. A lighter like white flame, pulsing and popping at his fingertips. Blasting the prospects he had briefly constructed mercilessly to pieces. Never mind. It's pretty safe with little Kim protecting it. Returning to his senses, before he could pick up the black sealed book on the floor, little Kim then swooped and flew into his arms, her mouth squeaking non-stop. But to Gu Changqing's ears, it was a normal girl's timbre. Master, you can finally understand what I'm saying. Gu Changqing rubbed Xiao Jin's head and said, yes, now our communication is open. One man, one bird, yakking away for most of the day. Mostly it's just Kim blathering on. You didn't get promoted? The energy of the heavens beyond stone pushed him to the 10th level in a single breath, and after saving the Dao sequence for promotion, it also opened up the second Imperial Beast Space. Save time, save labor, and save your materials. No, that broken rock won't let me rub it. Little Kim's aggrieved look was becoming more and more humanized. Your bloodline, which levels up to automatic promotion, has more than enough materials. It was only after a while that Gu Changqing stopped the talkative Xiao Jin and picked up the black sealed books from the ground. Atlas of the Beasts, Unknown Atlas, to be activated. Ability, Unknown. Introduction, it seems to be a booklet of all the beasts, with a blank space on it, probably meaning that you want to fill it in. Gu Changqing threw the 10,000 Beasts Atlas into his backpack with a black face. The abyss is getting less and less reliable since the second phase of the mission. However, there are no more special abilities other than early promotion. The legendary god of beasts. This is it? Just then, a curtain of light popped up in front of his eyes. 12 hours have expired. Do you want to leave the copy of the evil god's hand? Yes/no. No passes on copies? The three-headed tentacle is not the final boss? Gu Changqing couldn't read it. As explained by the three-headed tentacle dragon, the hand of the evil god broke free of the abyss and was not among the copies of the fact that it willingly became a beast's pet showed that it wasn't lying. It seems that this copy is not as simple as it seems. Yes, Gu Changqing didn't want to stay much longer, and it wouldn't be too late to come back and explore later if he had the time. The duplicate light door was generated in front of his eyes and sucked him in the next second. When he was back outside the copy, he subconsciously touched the light door. Wild copy, beast-tide disaster. Copy level? Copy description. No one knows what really happened here. The hand that brought death and destruction seems to be brewing secrets that jeopardize humanity. Replica reward, depending on the clearance. Not capped. The copy has changed, and with the difficulty level marked with a question mark. That means it's beyond hellish. You've used up all your copies for this day. Please come back tomorrow. It was as if Gu Changqing hadn't realized it, as he stared at the words beast-tide with a deadly stare, thinking about the city guards that weren't supposed to be in that place in the previous copy. Various conjectures were turning over in his mind. Brother Evergreen. A crisp voice interrupted Gu Changqing's reverie. Su Qing, as well as Xia Bing and the other students of Jinhai Female High School, and the people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association in the camp, were all waiting not far away. Seeing Su Qing's hurried footsteps, and even having the gesture of stretching out her arms, Xiao Jin sprayed a ball of fire on the foot in front of her, signaling to stop. Instead, it rubbed Gu Changqing's face affectionately and said arrogantly, "I'm the master's heart and soul." Gu Changqing was dumbfounded. "Xiao Jin, she even gave you ingredients." Kogane's head glanced up. "Humph, sugar coating." Su Qing didn't care about Xiao Jin's warning, came up and watched the one person and one bird communicating without any smoothness, and said joyfully, "You've been promoted to intermediate royal beast master? It's hard to believe that you have found the treasure in the copy? It's kind of a small gain, not much treasure to talk about." Gu Changqing spoke ambiguously. The people next to me listened, but not so much. "A treasure that can be called the god of the imperial beasts, and you say it's only a small gain?" Their varying expressions. Gu Changqing saw it all in his eyes. "Since you don't believe in the truth, let your minds go wild and think. You passed?" Chen Go came to him, looking as serious as ever. Gu Changqing shook his head. "None of that intelligence of yours is correct. The three-headed tentacle dragon, a male and a female, almost died in its hands thanks to you." The colors in Chen Go's eyes rotated. There was both shock and lingering fear. And more than that, it was an emotion that even he couldn't tell. "I apologize. It was my fault." "No need." Chen Go wanted to speak, but stopped. To him, Gu Changqing didn't have much malice. "Can't say I like it either." Even if he wasn't a member of the Chen family, he might not be a friend. The feeling he gave seemed sincere, yet there was something indefinable in it. "Mr. Xia, we should head back and get ready for the big test." "Good. I've already explained to the association that there will be 3 waves of the association's men on the road to protect them this time." Just as he brushed past Chen Go, "Wait," Chen Go called out to him. "Before the big exam, Xiao Hai should be able to be promoted to senior royal beast master. Moreover, the Chen family has used almost all of their connections to purchase a king-grade beast pet card. Don't underestimate the fact that it's only king-grade. Its battle power is enough to rival that of a legend. Last night, you did shock me. It was only afterward that I figured out that your beast pet couldn't possibly unleash that heaven-destroying strike at no cost." Gu Changqing was once again surprised. "As an enemy, what is your intention in revealing information to me?" "That's right. A blow like that drains almost all the energy. But so what? Pinching Chen Hai to death and restoring the truth was just my initial purpose." Chen Hai? The Chen family? Having survived the most dangerous period, they were now no longer in Gu Changqing's eyes. Chen Go froze, then revealed a bitter smile. Looking at Gu Changqing's distant back, he murmured, "Gu Changqing, what if there are beast pets that can hold your beast pets above the legends?" On the way back, the people of Jinhai Girls' High School were silent. Even Su Cheng, who was very close to him, was bowing his head in deep thought. As expected, as Xia Bing had said, there were 3 waves of the Imperial Beast Master Association's team that patrolled this road when they reached the Jinhai City Gate. Gu Changqing turned around and glanced at the outside of the city, walking straight into the light gate. The moment he returned to the city, the power of the abyss was upon him, and that feeling of being protected resurfaced. "Brother Evergreen, if you meet me in the big exam, don't be hot-headed." In the car, Su Qing broke the ice. "That can't be said. Anyway, cheer together. Being in the same city, it's inevitable that we'll run into each other." Su Qing was surprised. "Didn't you go on the official website to see this year's examination process?" Gu Changqing shook his head. "I haven't been at peace since I got Xiao Jin. The rules have changed this year, and in addition to individual ability scores, there are 2 more. One is the escape battle, and the other is the team battle." Chapter 39 Yi Ruyan's Disorder. Second Beast Pet Knox. This year's big exam is so difficult? In previous years, there were only 2 national exams, the civil and the martial arts exams. The civil exam is for the knowledge of breeding imperial beasts. The martial arts test is then an artificial copy of the test scores, with a win/loss record against the ring. Only those who rank in the top 50 in the entire city in the double composite will qualify for the national composite exam. Either way, it's all about the individual. But after Su Qing's explanation, the escape battle and the team battle were battles of comprehensive strength in terms of school units. It's normal. This year's newborn Imperial Beast Masters, many talented and excellent people emerged. Xia Bing held the steering wheel, looked through the rearview mirror at the 2 people sitting side by side, and continued, "Student Evergreen, regarding your legendary beast pet, it is indeed the only one ever in Jinhai City. But in the provincial capitals, Kyoto, and even other large cities, it is not a phoenix. And Su Cheng, even though your family is tilting all of its resources towards you, it still can't be taken lightly. It's a pity. If you, Evergreen, could come to our Jinhai Girls' High School, the 2 of you and Su Cheng, would definitely be famous all over the country." Gu Changqing bristled. "Famous nationwide? Must not be a good name, Brother Evergreen. Otherwise you." Seeing Su Ching's tendency to come up, Gu Changqing hurriedly sidestepped, keeping a safe distance. Don't. I'm afraid Jean will get jealous. Humph. Su Qing arrogantly sat back down, not at all understanding. Gu Changqing glanced at the slightly raised hill and the flatness of the. It doesn't seem to make a difference whether you solve it or not. Xia Bing looked at Gu Changqing, who still didn't give words, and couldn't help but sigh softly. If had believed a little more and insisted on following through with the university's intentions and not analyzing them with a normal mindset, perhaps things would not be as bad as they are now. She was ready to be punished by the female high. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, looked through the several beast pet cards lying in his backpack and flooded with difficulty. The second Imperial Beast Space currently has 5 options. The first was the Swift Wind Eagle King, and with little gold, it was naturally out of the question. The second was the Mimic Beast, although it was only the most common beast pet, its ability was exceptional. The third was the 3-headed tentacle dragon, for which Gu Changqing already had plans. The fourth, a king-level beast pet rewarded for completing the quest, a snow leopard with extreme speed. And the last one, the black card of the unknown species. He was mentally leaning more towards mimic beasts, with 5 more gold words left to be drawn, and looking forward to what the ability is for the word that corresponds to the mimic beast. Compared to the 4 of them, the unknown beast pet in the black card was filled with magic-like power. It kept him on the prowl. Indecisive. Here it is. The car stopped, and Gu Changqing looked up just in time to see Yi Ruyan's anxious and haggard face. It was a relief to see him safe and sound. Sis. Gu Changqing opened the door and got out of the car. Yi Ruyan's hands felt around his body for a long time before she worriedly said, "Are there any injuries? How can you get hurt? My name is pretty big in town, isn't it?" Looking at Gu Changqing's childlike appearance, Yi Ruyan's eyes softened, her right hand resting on his neck, saying, loud and clear, "My ears are almost cocooned from hearing it. Evergreen-san, we'll leave first then." Xia Bing snorted and drove off. "Brother Evergreen, I'll see you at the big test." Yi Ruyan frowned slightly. "Brother Evergreen, calling is very sweet." In the eyes, with a different emotion, Gu Changqing hurriedly summoned Little Gold and blocked it in front. "Ordinary friendship. Ask Kim if you don't believe me." Little Gold knew the status of the woman in front of her in her master's heart, spreading her wings and flying into Yi Ruyan's arms, chirping. Gu Changqing's face, however, slowly darkened. This guy, tattling, tearfully describing how he was so flirtatious with Su Qing that he left it out in the cold. Luckily it was now of a low grade, and only he, as the owner, was able to hear what was being said. "Well, the trip outside the city was a big one, wasn't it? Come inside and speak with me slowly." "Good." At the table, one man and one bird winded up eliminating the food in front of them. From time to time, Gu Changqing transformed himself into an excellent storyteller and added to what he had experienced, but life-threatening fragments are automatically hidden from view. Yi Ruyan smiled sweetly, couldn't stop adding food to them, and listened silently. Gu Changqing realized that something was wrong and stopped mouthing off, putting down his chopsticks and saying, "Sister, you." At some point, tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Yi Ruyan wiped it off and said, "Seeing you become an excellent and talented Imperial Beast Master, it is considered that you have lived up to your parents' trust. I am very happy." "Lying, every time you lie to me, it's always this cloudy look." "Sis, you want to return to the battlefield too, right?" Yi Ruyan froze, her mind was poked and prodded, and for a moment she did not know how to answer. "The biggest reward of this trip is knowing about the returning sun ginseng. I believe that Sis's family has been sparing no effort in searching for it." Returning sun ginseng, capable of remodeling and eliminating dark diseases in the body, helping the Imperial Beastmaster to come back to life with full blood. What surprised Gu Changqing was that Yi Ruyan's reaction was too strange. Not only did she not show the slightest bit of joy, she instead stood up violently as if she had touched a reverse scale. The feathers on his back exploded as he scared Xiao Jin, who was still showing off his rice. "No, even if I know. So what? My injury is not something that can be cured by the returning yang ginseng. With my background, do I still find a reducing yang ginseng? It's all just a bunch of crooks and liars. Don't fall for it. The people from the Min Duo, private independent, high school are all people who rely on flowery words to woo people." "Sister." Yi Ruyan losing her temper like this had never happened before in his impression. Even when he was nearly killed by the Chen family, Yi Ruyan was more angry, as well as using the resources she could to help him defuse the situation. Now, hearing about the whereabouts of the returning sun ginseng, she was like a lioness stirring up horrific memories, completely ready to devour people. He didn't mention Min Dok High School, but Yi Ruyan knew. "Chang, your energy should be focused on the big exam now. There are still 2 or 3 days left, so don't fail our expectations of you." Gu Changqing nodded and softened his tone. "Got it, sis. This time, I'm going to let everyone know that my sister is the strongest, because yeah, she's the one who brought out the stronger me." Bastard, making fun of me again. After a meal, Yi Ruyan went back to Jinhai First High School. The big test is coming up and the responsibility of being a teacher is heavier. Gu Changqing sat on the sofa, rubbing the rounded stomach of the golden crow lying on his lap, and said, "Little Gold, is the returning sun ginseng really useless? I don't know, hey." The little golden paw scratched his belly, his eyes dribbled, and he said, "Master, that black egg might know." Then, Little Gold returned to the Imperial Beast space on his own and pulled the black card out of it. What for? People are resting and recovering their energy. The mysterious beast pet in the black card's tender voice rang out in Gu Changqing's consciousness, scurrying to use the communication channel unique to me and my master. "That's for your face. Push any further and I'll peck you to death." The little gold sharp beak stared down the black card and made it scream. "Humph. Be honest. Master wants to ask you what effects the returning sun ginseng has." "Ginseng of the returning sun? Do you guys have it? Give it to me so I can eat it and I can raise another level." "Black Eggman, if you keep being poor, you won't really have a chance." "Well, the returning sun ginseng does have those effects that the master knows about. However, that is only the most shallow and wasteful use of it. It is then paired with several near-extinct divine-grade materials to have the ability to break through the peak Imperial Beast Master barrier and reach a mysterious level with top-tier ferocious beasts or others." The black card paused and the main sister reacted so strongly. I think she is still worried about her master's safety. After all, the growth environment of the returning sun ginseng is guarded by powerful ferocious beasts in addition to being harsh. So that's it. How powerful are the guardian ferocious beasts? How does it compare to you and Little Gold? "Master, although you have the miraculous greatness of allowing Big Sister's bloodline to continuously advance, don't forget that Big Sister, no matter how strong she is still invincible between the same level or a higher level. Unless Big Sister's rank reaches that of a king, only then can she have the power to fight. 60 levels, 5 promotions, which meant that Little Golds would have to evolve into a 9 marginal flame saint ruler before he could do so." Gu Changqing stared. He couldn't wait that long. "Of course, if you contract with me, as soon as you reach gold, you will be able to hand the returning sun ginseng to Sister Lord." When Xiao Jin heard it, this black egg, disguised as a way to bury me, just as it was about to continue its repairs, Gu Changqing said, "Good, the second Imperial Beast Space, it's yours." Chapter 40, A Black Sword-Playing Minion. Is it true? Righteous Father, Big Father, Kissing Ancestor. The black card fluttered from side to side in excitement, sparing no effort to please. Gu Changqing took the fruit knife from the fruit plate and pulled a wound in his index finger, and the reddish blood dripped down in the center of the card. The blood was instantly absorbed, and at the same time, a dash of cold, unsettling blackness, from which flourished an evil, sinister laugh echoed through the living room. Gu Changqing's heart fluttered and he secretly said that it was not good. "How the hell did you get so spooked that you dared to take such a risk?" The black aura almost filled half the living room, and he could vaguely see a grotesque figure slowly molding itself in it. As a matter of common sense, the prompt from the abyss would have gone off in time at this point. But right now, there's no word on any of it. He wanted to stop, but unfortunately it was too late. Just then, a flame without any temperature rushed into the black gas. As if the black gas had met a natural enemy, it was vaporized in an instant. When the gas completely dissipated, only to see a black card on the coffee table, a monkey of only 30 centimeters, all black, crossed his waist to maintain a laughing posture. Xiao Jin was calm and relaxed, a picture of being in control, and glanced at the monkey with a salty look. "Black Eggman, who are you talking to?" Monkey immediately pandered and jumped to the side of Xiao Jin. "Big Sister, it's not that it's been locked up for too long, so sympathize with my little brother. Hurry up. If you keep inking, I'll refine you." Gu Changqing had been dumbfounded and stunned as he watched the monkey return to the black card and then, along with itself, disappear into his body. "Congratulations on contracting your second beast pet. Your beast pet is not among the required records for the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and cannot be activated." In the space of the Imperial Beast, the monkey was very satisfied with his new abode, and after celebrating with his hands and feet, he came out accompanied by a black hexagram formation. "Master, is there any more of that good stuff that instantly boosts the bloodline?" Gu Changqing looked at the two blackened beast pets. "Little Gold is okay, restoring the body of the golden crow, as usual, the posture of the invincible king. But this monkey, what's with the black minions? It's nothing like what was in your mind." "Wow, there." Gu Changqing opened the golden phrase, and the one called the Path of Heavenly Destiny shone with a glittering light. "Will the gold phrase Path of Heavenly Destiny be given to an unknown species of beast pet?" "Yes, gold words confer success. Congratulations to your beast pet for obtaining a special Heavenly Destiny bloodline." The golden words conferred the moment of. The blackness of the monkey's body surfaced again. Only this time, just flowing around the body. Within moments, the black gas continued to condense and cover the surface of its body. It gradually turned into a pair of shiny black armor, as well as a long sword with flowing black light. Shouldn't it be a stick? How come it's a long sword? With doubt, he opened the monkey's information properties. Beast pet black egg, unknown species, unidentified, grade, general, rank, 0, bloodline, unknown bloodline, heavenly fate, special bloodline. The road to heaven is bumpy. Every rebirth can greatly improve basic attributes and unlock special skills. Note, forced suicide is invalid. Attributes, strength plus 35, physique plus 20, agility plus 25, spirit plus 20, skills, darkness surge, unavailable, darkness trace, unavailable, eternal motion body, level 1, predatory swordsmanship, introduction, once a lawless black monkey. For some reason he was sealed in the stone man and fell into the world of the imperial beasts along with the ferocious beasts. Good guy. Gu Changqing straightened up. Abyss can be really good at saving time, not knowing people's names and froze with nicknames. However, its base attributes were the same as Xiao Jin's at a full 100 points. I don't know if it's because of the Heavenly Destiny bloodline or that unknown bloodline. Deluxe 4 skills, the most anticlimactic and powerful but unavailable. Gu Changqing looked at the black egg, not knowing what to think for a moment. Black egg was tingling from Gu Changqing's look and trembled. Master, what are you going to do? I'm curious. Why don't you use a stick? A black minion playing with a sword really made him uncomfortable as a traveler. Sticks. Yes. The black gas dispersed and reformed into a black stick. Black egg thought himself handsome as he danced twice, and the next moment the stick came off, shattering the lamp above his head. Blunder, blunder, blunder. I'm practicing in designating as arm's length. The last vestiges of expectation have been dashed. You might as well use your sword. If you don't know, you'll think I'm a monkey. Okay. After resolving the second beast pet, Gu Changqing had no desire to continue upgrading. There is no longer enough time. He had always wondered how other people's upgrades were as easy as drinking water. When it came to him, it was so hard to level up even if you were soloing a wild copy. Forget it. Let's just do our best for the big test first. For the rest of the time, Gu Changqing mostly stayed at home to consolidate the knowledge of cultivating imperial beasts. It was really unlearnable, and with the advantage of being level 10, it took all the records of all level 10 copies. Those beast pet stores that occupied a dozen names on the list were secretly gnashing their teeth. But there was nothing to be done about this plague of his, so he could only break his teeth and swallow. Finally, when the sun rose on a new day, the entire Jinhai city welcomed the grandest moment of the year. All the colleges and universities were concentrated in the Pingding Square in the center of Jinhai city. The city lord's mansion had already set up a stage here, a wall of oversized wide-angle light curtains that floated in mid-air to ensure that everyone could see it. One after another, the reference imperial beast masters from the major universities were led by their teachers to settle in the area that belonged to them. At this time, Gu Changqing had just woken up, stretched and shook awake Xiao Jin who was still sound asleep in his arms. Brat! What day is today forget? Yi Ruyan was in a teacher's suit, raging with surges, undulating violently with anger, the poor buttons wailing. Strike any time. Sister, I'm an idol candidate, and I went early to listen to those leadership formula speeches. It's boring. Get up. Breakfast is bought for you. Good. Gu Changqing put on his shoes and got out of bed, while Yi Ruyan cleaned up his messy bed. Looking at Jean, who was rubbing his eyes, she was greatly surprised. The petite and cute image was gone, and at this moment, it had expanded nearly 3 times in size. It had evolved from the primordial sunbird to the true fire sparrow. Is little Jean promoted? Well, after brushing the copy 10 or so times, I've finally leveled up. Yi Ruyan nodded, stayed for a moment, and then added, a dozen or so copies of hell difficulty? How many levels are you? 10 levels, that's a lot of experience to ask for. Yi Ruyan said suspiciously, how much experience is needed to level up? Gu Changqing gnawed on a bun in his mouth and opened the information panel to take a look. 51,012 Oh, Yi Ruyan continued to pack and suddenly shouted, how much? 51,012? Yeah, why? She dropped the covers and walked to the living room. What's wrong? Your experience doubles with every level. Gu Changqing was also confused by the question. Wasn't he? At that moment, Little Gold flew to the dining table, pecked a bite of the bun, and said, the limit of gold words. In an instant, Gu Changqing came to a realization. No wonder those monsters were able to rush to the rank of Gold Imperial Beastmaster in a short period of time. Emotionally from the start his experience was double that of the others. Before Gu Changqing could figure out how to go round, Yi Ruyan's double palms slapped, and even the surges shook 3 times. It should be Little Gold, a legendary class beast pet, more or less, will have certain restrictions before and after the contract. Brain smoke is online. After eating and drinking enough, It was only under Yi Ruyan's urging that Gu Changqing was taken out of the door with his arm wrapped around him and headed to Pingding Square. He had just arrived and looked at the crowded enclosure, trying to find a random place on the periphery to wait. After all, they are unschooled candidates and are very low in the pecking order. Brother Evergreen. Green. Here. Two voices, coming from opposite sides. Chapter 41, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. Humph. New love and old love. I'd like to see how you choose. Yi Ruyan crossed her arms across her chest, looking at Su Cece on her left, watching Su Qing on her right, and ate her melon with interest. Gu Changqing spread her hands helplessly at him. No matter how good others are, sister is the best. Don't go anywhere. Just stay by sister's side. Yi Ruyan was amused by the sweet words, and her gentle laughter as well as her trembling fullness caused many of the surrounding targets to move over. Don't give me any more of that. I'm going to get busy and you do what you need to do. As a teacher of Jinhai No. 1 High School, or a senior teacher with the authority of Imperial Beast knowledge, Yi Ruyan left Gu Changqing and sat in the exclusive seat of the No. 1 High School's teacher's gallery. As soon as she sat down, a few school leaders of the first high school came up with fawning smiles. Teacher Yi, if student Evergreen doesn't have a regular college, I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage in the big exam. Right, why don't you go and persuade and talk him into it, and we'll reinstate him in school immediately. According to our understanding, this grand examination can be characterized by a great number of talents. Without backup support, it's hard, very hard for Evergreen to fight one against many. Listening to the 7 voices, Yi Ruyan had no interest in making false pretenses with them and directly said, to say nothing of it, the conditions for wanting him to change his mind have always been there, but your school is pretending to be deaf and dumb, attempting to cross the barrier and force him to give in with out-of-the-box tactics. No wonder First High is getting worse and worse, and its popularity is going downhill. With you think tanks, no good. You, being publicly humiliated, they couldn't keep their faces up, but they could do nothing about Yi Ruyan. Is it possible that you are willing to let him bear the infamy of infidelity? It's true that the school has been ill-considered in defending him, but he's not at fault? We're looking out for his future, and that's wrong? Ha! Yi Ruyan sneered, and the cold light in her eyes grew a few points more. You did something wrong and regretted it, and now you're coming after what was right or wrong at the time. How do you have the nerve to say these words? I'm even ashamed for you. I'm still in a pretty good mood, so don't piss me off and shake out all your nasty, dirty business here. It's not because I'm afraid of you guys that I haven't made a move all this time. It's because I believe in Little Green, and he'll ask for a statement. Fair. Otherwise, do you guys think that my Yi Ruyan's leaf is just a decoration? Her voice was small but intimidating. For a moment, several school leaders panicked and returned to their seats. One had a cold sweat on his forehead. It's not true that they are co-beneficiaries of the school, but only favorable. If we really pissed off this great god, Jinhai City would have to be turned upside down. After the last beast-tide battle, this great god's anger had shaken the Jinhai hierarchy and even the provincial capital up and down. Yi Ruyan tossed her hair and hummed contemptuously, while her afterglow looked towards the big back. The figure with the upright posture gradually shrunk in its eyes, and in its mind, that childish voice resounded. Auntie, are my parents not coming back? Do I have to live with you from now on? At the corners of his mouth, a warm smile spreads. On Gu Changqing's side, ignoring Su Cece, he walked to the exclusive area of the female high school. The moment he appeared, he immediately drew the attention of all the teachers and students of the female high school. Su Qing, on the other hand, bounced to his side and laughed. Brother Evergreen, show mercy yo. Gu Changqing just smiled. At that moment, a mentally competent, old man of about 60 years of age or so walked towards him with a smile on his face. Mr. Evergreen, it's better to hear about it than to see it. We are aware of what happened the other day and have punished Mr. Xia with a suspension. Please believe in our sincerity to work with you. Gu Changqing sized him up carefully. Su Qing introduced. This is the major shareholder of our female high school. Mr. Morong Yuan, Morong City Lord, is his daughter. Gu Changqing nodded and smiled in response. No wonder the female high is so reckless. So the actual controller behind it has spoken. There's no need for that. Mr. Xia's behavior is reasonable. The descendants of heroes are extraordinary. Since you've begged for mercy, we'll discuss it at our discretion. The follow-up contact work is still left to Mr. Xia. Alright, you young people exchange. Old man, I won't get in the way. Morong Yuan smiled as he was about to leave, but suddenly stopped in his steps and said, it's a pity. It's too bad that I can't absorb you into the female high. Looking at Morong Yuan, who regretfully shook his head and returned to his seat, Gu Changqing skimmed his lips. You're a shareholder of a female high school. Sucking up to me? A man? For what? Don't you know what a man's got to do to make things difficult for a man? I think it's a shame too. Su Qing flirted with a sentence, drawing a blank stare from Gu Changqing. The two of them were making small talk for a while. Suddenly, Su Qing looked behind him, the disgust on her face showing. Gu Changqing turned back in surprise and did the same, only to see Su Sisi bring two men and a woman. Don't come up, the older men and women, a picture of scrutiny, looked him back and forth. The younger ones were indifferently hangdog-like, skittish and disdainful. Something? Gu Changqing was diabolical and asked coldly. On the contrary, the other side is still a self-satisfied dogpile. Su Sisi couldn't hear the dislike in her words and said, Chang, these are my parents, and my brother. They heard me mention you from time to time, so they thought to come and take a look. What's there to look at me for? There's nothing to look at. Su Sisi's mother, with her small eyes narrowed, rebuked, You're the one who confessed to our family, Sisi? You're not bad looking, but your mouth stinks. Didn't the adults in your family teach you the attitude you should have when talking to elders? The man also discontentedly chimed in. That's right, if it wasn't for Sisi begging us, just like you still want us to come and watch. Dream on. Gu Changqing smiled instead. Oh, so it looks like it's still my honor? Hurry up if you have something to say. It's time for the exam in a few minutes. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Su Sisi busily pulled her parents and piled on a smile. Chang, you should understand all of my intentions. My parents know that I only have you in my heart, and they've gone along with me. With that, she pointed to the young man behind her and, my younger brother, Xiao Hao, is going to take the big exam next year as well, but he hasn't had a decent beast pet. That Lord-level beast pet card of yours, you haven't used it yet, have you? If it doesn't work, take him out and give him to Xiao Hao in case of emergency first. With your help, he will definitely achieve good results. At that point, we may be able to. Gu Changqing raised his hand, interrupting Su Sisi. You want a beast pet? I've already given it away. What? His parents sniffed and exclaimed in unison. Gave it away? A beast pet worth millions of dollars, and you say you're giving it away? Who did you give it to? Immediately ask for it back right away. I'm telling you, without a lord-level beast pet card, you'll never get CC to agree to be your girlfriend. A poor man still pretending to be generous. Has he never seen the world? Su Sisi's face, too, clouded over. Gu Changqing, how could you? Even if you're angry that I'm close to high, you don't have to waste it, right? Who did you give it to? Speak. Gu Changqing now understood what it meant to be a nest of snakes and rats. It was originally thought that Su Sisi was a genetic mutation that awakened the attributes of a tea master. I didn't realize that people are genetic. From roots, this skill has been cultivated to its fullest. Not going to evolve. The face really condescends to it. It's just a lord-level beast pet card. I'm sure the Chen family's great young man will easily send you 10 or 8 of them. Su Sisi choked. Her hatred went to her head, and her face gradually became hideous. Ever since he broke the copy record, Shen Hai had been upgrading like a fiend. She was ignored and even verbally abused. If she hadn't lost her favor, she wouldn't have remembered that Gu Changqing still had the lord-level beast pet card here. You are incorrigible, and you are shameless to this extent in order to gain my attention. What's the point of wasting words with him? Let's go. Hurry up and go find Chen Xiao. I saw him. Su Sisi let her mother pull her back and said hatefully, Don't think that I can easily forgive you. After they left, Su Qing but snorted a laugh. Brother Evergreen, how did you provoke such an extreme talent? Gu Changqing was embarrassed, young and uninformed. He was now itching to find the man who had beaten him in the first place and kick his ass. Unfortunately, the guy transferred to another school. Suddenly, a hunting gale swept through the entire grand examination venue. Gu Changqing looked high into the sky along with everyone else's gazes. Only a divinely handsome big bird, like a king, was seen looking down on the venue. 3 colors of wind, floating up and down around the circumference. A tall unkempt man, lying on the back of a bird with half his head exposed, said in a voice that sounded like a bell, It's time for the national exam. I, Zhao Zhanxiong, would like to wish all of you a prosperous destiny. Chapter 42, The Ring Battle Begins. Directly killed in seconds. He's Zhao Zhanxiong? Eyeing the middle-aged man on the back of the large bird with white, black, and green wind flows clustered around it. Just looking past him made Gu Changqing's heart beat wildly. Strong, very strong. Moreover, it wasn't just this 3-way wind falcon that was regarded as the pinnacle of the king grade, which even ordinary legend grade beast pets couldn't defeat. That was strong. Zhao Zhanxiong, the city lord of Jinhai City who had just taken office not more than a few years ago, exuded an aura of his own that was enough to make people look away and tremble in their hearts. I can't imagine there are interesting guys here. In the space of the imperial beasts, the black egg stroked the long sword made of black chi, pulled a sword flower into the sheath, and his pitch-black hands were behind his back, stepping into the king rank sequence with the physique of a beast royalist. Not bad talent. Xiao Jin, who had been holding black egg's tawdry streak, rarely showed up to storm the place, clearly approving. For a moment, Gu Changqing had the vestigial feeling that my contracted beast pets are all hidden giants, while the golden words infinitely uplifted their bloodline. It seemed to grant some knowledge beyond the scope of the Imperial Beastmaster. King rank? The rank after spirit level Royal Beastmaster? Yes, Master. This step is very important. It is the watershed for Imperial Beastmasters. No, I should say that whether it's a fierce beast or an Imperial Beastmaster, or any other unknown, this step is extremely important. Stepping through will be an unimaginable metamorphosis of ascension. If you can't step over it, then it will be hopeless for the rest of your life. This is the hierarchical rules of the abyss, balancing the ferocious beasts while similarly restraining the Imperial Beast Masters. Gu Changqing was convinced of Black Egg's words. Given a gold word, the loyalty will be 100% and will not act to deceive the master. Whoa! Just as Gu Changqing was mulling over digesting Black Egg's words, the whole square suddenly boiled. Extremely strong sound waves and hissing and shouting, especially girls, tearing their throats. Gu Changqing followed their line of sight, and on the 10x10 sparring ring, a milk dog type youth with a clean cut and handsome look, exuding an elegant temperament with his hands and feet, in collaboration with several senior members of the city lord's mansion, including the vice city lord, slowly walked up. Su Qing's eyes revealed a pink light, a small star filling them. Hey, wipe the harumph. Being interrupted in her attention, Su Qing was quite dissatisfied. Brother Evergreen, don't delay me from watching the idol. And who is he? Gu Changqing instantly regretted it after asking. Not only Su Qing, along with a portion of the students of Jinhai Female High School, cast a guarded and alien-like gaze at him. Brother Evergreen, are you really from Jinhai City? Don't even recognize him. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. How many people at the bottom have ever seen or been exposed to this level of seniority? It's normal not to know. Seeing that Gu Changqing really didn't know, Su Qing had to put down her waving hand and said, Shen Lin, an outstanding student of Min Duo High School. After graduation, he joined the city guards, and in the last beast tide, his teammates were all wiped out, and only he survived. After that, he was valued by City Lord Zhao, who wasn't a city lord at the time, and stayed by his side as a secretary. By the way, he and Chen Go were in the same class, but unfortunately, Shen Lin didn't participate in that year's grand examination, or else it would have been designated to surpass Chen Go's results. Oh, yeah? From Minute Maid High School, Gu Changqing's gaze, crossing over the crowd, surrendered to Shen Lin on the main podium. The more I looked, the more familiar I felt, as if I had seen it somewhere, but I couldn't remember. As if sensing it, Shen Lin also looked in Gu Changqing's direction. The two men's eyes intertwined and very briefly and instantly parted. Familiarity. A strange kind of familiarity. It's a very tangled feeling. With the deputy city lord on the main podium and a few high-level speakers finished, Shen Lin began to go through the grand examination process. The national exam begins with the first subject, ring sparring, so please listen carefully to the names and enter the ring copies in order. If there is a designated sparring partner, submit the information to the town hall, and after a comprehensive evaluation, you will be able to enter the ring at the main station. Those whose names are read below, please come up to the stage and enter your copy. Shan Son, Mu Yang, Zhang Dahua. One by one, the names were read out, and the candidates from the major schools went up to the main podium to take their assigned numbers and enter the replica light door by the main battle ring. As the number of candidates dwindled, there was not even a single designated appointment. It's actually quite normal that the rounds of ring sparring are 30 rounds, scored by the number of victories. The main event, usually at the end. Su Qing, Ginger Fang, Brother Evergreen, it's my turn, I'll go in first. Okay, cheers. Gradually, all the candidates in the square entered the copy, and the light screen began to pick and play the images of the battles in the copy. Gu Changqing. Finally, it was the turn of the unschooled idol candidate. Gu Changqing took a step toward the main podium, eyes radiated all around, and apart from Yi Ruyan who was cheering him on, the others were with scrutiny or disdain, especially on the side of the Chen family as well as the vice city lord. Without the fear of Gu Changqing's beast pet, it seemed that Chen Hai's sudden progress had given them a lot of confidence. Here's your number plate. Shen Lin picked up a sign and handed it over to Gu Changqing. As Gu Changqing turned around, he lowered his voice and said, cheer up. Gu Changqing froze, and when he turned his head to look, the latter had already gotten off the podium. With a rather puzzled mind, he came to the replica light door and gently touched it. Welcome the 666th candidate, who will soon enter the ring for a copy of the sparring match. Functional props will not be available during the sparring session. Gu Changqing's eyes went black, and when he regained his sight again, he had already appeared on top of a ring. Opposite him stood the same candidate, currently in the preparatory phase. Gu Changqing released the hexagram formation and summoned Little Golden Black Egg, maintaining the form of a night bright raven. Xiaojin took a look at the same number of two beast pets on the opposite side of the room and returned to the Imperial Beast space uninterested. Black Egg, on the other hand, was skittish and doubly bored. Master, it's too weak. It's not worth it for me to come out. Gu Changqing's eyebrows jumped as he gritted his teeth. If you won't make a move, then I'll do it myself? Black Egg Monkey's head stuck out in righteousness. What cow or horse deserves the master's personal attention? Master, just stay here and watch. I'll go and come. Countdown to battle. 3, 2, 1. Matchmaking begins. The Imperial Beastmaster on the opposite side, after the countdown ended, immediately attacked with tons of boars and a long green snake. Once he took a look at Gu Changqing's only one beast pet, he immediately smiled with joy. Boar charge. Venom corrupts. 2 skills, thoughtlessly flung out. The little 200-pound end boar slammed the ground, like a heavy tank, with a dim light wrapped around its body. The green snake coiled up, its bloody mouth opened, and a cloud of brown venom spewed out. Black Egg, only a few dozen centimeters tall, stood there with an air of. The longsword slowly materialized in his hand and, seeing the boar about to crash, in the next second, the extremely fast charging boar suddenly came to a hard stop. The extreme inertia caused the entire rear butt to take off and fall heavily to the ground. One of Black Egg's pitch-black fingers pressed against the boar's snout, and instantly Pig's blood burst out, and the venom that smashed over. It drew out its black sword with its other hand and flicked it. A half-moon-shaped meter-long sword chi shot out. Once the venom touched, it was instantly absorbed cleanly by the sword chi. With a heavy thud, the head of the green snake, the wound smoothly detached from the carapace. I concede. The other side surrendered dryly. Congratulations on winning the match. +1 point, +1 win. That's a win? Although the opponent's beast pet was propped up at the silver level, the increase in attributes after promotion was unfeasible. Black Egg had been recovering its energy in the Imperial Beast space since the contract, and hadn't even risen a level. Nima, is the unknown species such an oxymoron? Straight up seconds. Chapter 43, Bullying Hard, 20 consecutive wins. And on the panoramic light screen outside of the replica, after Gu Changqing entered the sparring ring, the scene inside was relayed on the big screen. At the same time, the Abyss listed out all the basic information about the two opposing sides. When Yurian saw that Gu Changqing's opponents were only 2 silver-level beast pets, her hanging heart was released. But when he looked at Gu Changqing, his heart clenched once again. Because of the information exposed by the Abyss, one of Gu Changqing's beast pets was classless and one was unknown. Unclassified. It's a waste of favor. The unknown represents the same unpredictability of good and bad. It's no fault of the rules of the Abyss that, when Gu Changqing contracted Xiaojin, his indeed legendary bloodline was depleted and he was reduced to a ruined pet. And the bug that is infinite gold phrase pulls its bloodline up over and over again. Supergod after supergod. Not to mention the abyssal. Even Gu Changqing, who was the owner, didn't understand what grade of bloodline breed the current little gold was considered to be anymore. Black eggs, that's a different story. Classless? What a joke. That's not right. Was Gu Changqing single-handedly making the genius Chun Go automatically concede defeat a fake? Looks like yeah. The forces behind him are starting to make noise. Mud. I really thought a big drama of the bottom against the sky was going to play out, but it's really a drama. It's all a setup. At this time, in the direction where the Chen family was, Chen Ziming's laughter was so unbridled. Certain colleges and universities use people of public opinion to create rumors and sound bites, and this wave is really blood money. Only, even if it's packaged well, there's always the day when it's exposed. When the backlash comes, it can only become a laughingstock. Lu Renjia, who was next to Su Qing, cooperated. AI, it's true. This son is going farther and farther down the evil path and has already brought shame to the heroes. Originally, Weiedigao still wanted to give him a chance to reform. Unexpectedly, this son was so rampant that he thought that we already had remorse, and made all sorts of unreasonable demands of defamation. The data of the Abyss was in front of her, and even if Yuruyan had the intention to retort, she couldn't find a point to counter. How can an empty mouth have authority over the Abyss? Yo! The evil one jumped first. What? It's not time to stick it hard like a maggot? What we do in the female high school? Do you need to judge? Let's not say he really has the strength. Even if he doesn't, we're happy to go ahead and package it. So what does your first high school care? Morong Yuan, who is the big man behind the female high school, smokes a tobacco pot, and his eagle eyes gleam as he stares at the several leaders in the first high seating area and fires directly. I've recorded what I said just now. Don't, when the time comes, do the despicable and humiliating face-slapping thing again. Humph. Lu Renjia instantly lost his temper once he saw the hidden big brother appear. Don't look at the Morong family's low profile in Jinhai City, but it was a real fight, especially when the former city lord was in power. His prestige and reputation was at its peak, and even if it had fallen, It was not something that he, a director, would dare to dialogue about. Chen Ziming's eyes were gloomy as he got up and hummed coldly. Morong family master, siding with a notorious disciple. Don't you think you're slapping the former city lord in the face? To YouTube, what are you? When Laozi reigned over Jinhai City, you were still in front of various copies praying for a big brother to beg for a belt. Calling out to me, are you qualified? I'll even say it plainly. Gu Changchang I, Morong Yuan, am the one who will protect it. You. Chen Ziming could not have imagined that Morong Yuan would be so forceful in front of the Imperial Beast Masters, the people, and most of the higher-ups in the city. Nowadays, the Chen family is the one family in Jinhai, but compared to its heritage, it is quite inferior to the Morong family. May you still have a stiff upper lip afterward, and by vile means, in full view of the public, see how he will be disgraced. Yeah, let's see it then. Do you dare to make a bet? If Gu Chongqing easily takes his opponent, you eat in public. Dare you? Chen Ziming felt like his temples on both sides were about to burst. Angrily, he sat down and no longer faced off with Morong Yuan in the middle. Lu Rinjia saw a good opportunity to lick and said, Morong family master, I still advise you to think twice. With a classless beast pet, trying to win against 2 silver classes. If he can win, I'll take it for family master Chen. The onlookers, with high spirits, watched those high and mighty people go back and forth with swords drawn and words exchanged. Suddenly, the words "the battle begins" had just appeared on the light screen. The beast pets of both sides had also just battled head-on. It was the blink of an eye, and a large, congratulations to candidate number 666 for winning, banner was scrolling up in the center. Lie down. What's happening? The abyss malfunctioned? Too many candidates causing the rules to collapse? No, there's no replay. Didn't even see it. Second kill in one move? Didn't you say that Gu Chongqing is a waste? How the can you call this a waste? The change came too soon. It's just a blink of an eye. But the faces of the leaders of the schools and the top management of the city lord's mansion, who were sitting in the front row, became stunned in unison. They clearly saw a monkey with a pitch-black body, a finger against the boar's charge, and a sword chi that chopped off the green snake's head. Ha ha ha. Yi Ruyan's suppressed emotions were instantly released. She looked coldly at Lu Rinjia and said, Director Lu, what you just said about taking over for the Chen family master, does that count? Lu Rinjia's cheeks were raw and he sat down pretending he couldn't hear and lowered his head into his arms. A mere intermediate imperial beast master. Teacher Yi, don't gloat. Bah, don't jump around if you're a jumper. Just sit back and watch honestly. A high leader tried to relieve Lu Rinjia, but Yi Ruyan disliked him in a domineering manner. In the sparring ring, Gu Chongqing waited for his next opponent in the waiting area. He didn't know about the hot mess outside. Black Egg returned with a dashing sword flourish and smiled cheekily. Master, easy to hold. Okay, since it's easy, let's move on to the next opponent. By order, but master, if I take them all for you, can you prioritize me when you get that kind of treasure again? Those things, they can change your bloodline? Black Egg shook his head. I can't, because not all words are specific to bloodlines, but it has the ability to sway bloodlines. Except, of course, Big Sister, you have given it so many good things, and almost all of them are customized for it. At that moment, the waiting area across the street flickered with light, and the next opponent was assigned. Go ahead, you'll be prioritized afterwards. Got it, with the promise. Black Egg is in high spirits. Pity the sentinel across the street. The countdown just ended. Before he could issue a command to the imperial beasts, just see the heavily armed and armored sword-wearing monkeys killing and killing. A few swords cut the beast pet to the ground. The next opponents were still pretty much rookies, with no more than an intermediate-level imperial beast master. The early part of a ring battle is basically giving wins and points to the stronger ones. Slowly, Gu Chongqing's winning streak came to 19 games. In the 20th game, he finally waited for a senior imperial beast master. The configuration of the beast pets was also considered to be good. 2 gold grade and 1 lord grade. As soon as the light curtain in the waiting area opened, he saw the man running to the center of the ring with great gusto, looking at Gu Chongqing and saying, "It's fellow student Gu Chongqing. Ah, oops, it's not unfair for me to lose my second defeat at your hands. No more wasting time then, I admit defeat." The actions of the man across the street confused Gu Chongqing. A high-ranking beast master admitting defeat to him of his own accord? Could it be that he has special pupil power? A glance at the overbearing and overwhelming monstrous aura behind me? Gu Chongqing understood largely after seeing the school uniform he wore. What a student at a private independent college. This favor was given and couldn't be pushed away even if I wanted to. Congratulations on reaching 20 consecutive victories. The ring rankings have been opened for you. You are ranked 21st, and after the ring match, different rewards will be given out according to the rankings. So please keep up the good work. The charts are open. During the wait, Gu Chongqing opened the list. and when he saw the names and rankings on it, he muttered, "Fruity." Ring battle rankings. First place, Shanghai, Senior Beast Master. Wins, 25. Losses, 0. School, Shanghai First High School. Second place, Su Qing, Intermediate Beast Master. Wins, 23. Losses, 0. School, Shanghai Girls High School. Third place, Qi Shang, Senior Imperial Animal Master. Wins, 22. Losses, 2. School, Private Independent. Fourth place, Gaohan, Senior Beast Master. Wins, 21. Losses, 1. School, Xianglin High School. 21st, Gu Changqing, Intermediate Beast Master. Wins, 20. Losses, 0. School, none. The rankings of the leaderboards are based on wins. The 20 men in front of him were all above 20 wins. Such an average record is rarely seen in previous years. Most of them were a few or more outstanding Imperial Beastmasters breaking off and dominating the list, with all the other candidates being relegated to the sidelines. It seems that this year, there are quite a few masters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There was a flash of light in the waiting area across the street, and a melodious female voice burst out. Gu Changqing followed the sound and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's really bumped into ah. Chapter 44, Su Qing's full power form. Gu Changqing dangerous? Su Qing, with a black face, followed by the beautiful and dreamy unicorn behind him, sighed as he came from the waiting area to the center of the ring. Seeing the situation, Black Egg drew his sword and was about to charge upwards. While rushing, he also shouted, "Here comes a stubble cargo." Its own attributes are extremely compatible with the beast pet. A rare sight. Come back. Gu Changqing called out to the serious Black Egg and walked to the center position, standing opposite Su Qing. Hey, Su Qing sighed, 1,000 worships, but I still ran into Brother Evergreen. It seems that my first defeat was planted in your hands. Su Qing hadn't known Gu Changqing for a long time, but because of the relationship of the beast pet, she had a rough idea of his strength. Knowing that there was no hope of winning, she still held her head high and said, "If it were usual, I would have surrendered immediately. But today, it's about the honor of the female high school. Brother Evergreen, I'm sorry, the big national test is about the candidates' performance, not just the obvious fight for themselves. It has an impact that encompasses the school. Even the significance of the impact is sometimes more important than individual accomplishments." That was why the senior management of Shanghai First High School had tried to restore Gu Changqing's school registration several times. On the one hand, one may truly regret giving up a dusty jewel. On the other hand, and on the biggest level, is the use of students to grow the school's reputation. Great! I can open my eyes to your second beast pet today. Su Qing's second beast pet. Gu Changqing knew it well. A beast pet that specialized in spirits was something he had come close to losing. Su Qing looked at the short Black Egg and subconsciously said, "Doesn't Brother Evergreen intend to use his full strength? Without Little Gold, it may not be possible to defeat Neo." These words deeply irritated Black Egg. "Where did you get the little who doesn't know the sky and the earth? When Master Black I was killing people, you didn't know which nook or cranny you were in. Isn't it just a unicorn? It's just a target for me to take a beating. The other one, you're still breathing after a few compliments." Listening to Black Egg's whiny words, Gu Changqing also put down the idea of summoning Little Gold. But in Su Qing's eyes, the Black Egg's chirping and barking was a sight to behold. Brother Evergreen's beast pets are also adorable. Why don't you? When I've risen to the gold rank, brother cuts off his love and lets his sister have it? Let your sister let. Black Egg breaks defense and instantly draws his sword. Sharp black sword chi swept out, obviously furious, with no intention of staying. Su Qing didn't expect this monkey to be unconventional, and when he saw that Gu Changqing didn't order any action, his heart couldn't help but be shocked. Be careful, this monkey is not normal. In the back of her mind, a seductive, imperial voice rang out. In the nick of time, Su Qing stomped the ground and jumped horizontally, narrowly dodging the sword chi. At the same time, his hands pinched the summoning spell of the beast pet twice in a row, only to see that when the sword chi arrived in front of the unicorn, the hexagram formation pulled it into the imperial beast space on its own. After the sword energy flew by, it reappeared again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Changqing, who was watching from the side, was also shocked by Su Qing's hand. He had almost zero experience against battles, as it was all one-sided crushing education. For combat skills, it's even paler. Both Little Gold and Black Egg had completely transcended the limitations of a beast pet. They had independent minds, and how they fought and how they responded was basically not something Gu Changqing had to worry about. Taking orders is completely instinctive compliance with 100% loyalty. Su Qing, on the other hand, with the premise of having a not-so-weak beast pet, and his own outstanding coping ability, if it was a sparring match between the same intermediate imperial beast masters themselves, Gu Changqing felt that he couldn't take her. Looks like I'm not walking away from this road after all. Gu Changqing gently shook his head before exploding into a powerful momentum. Although it was an instantaneous shift, it was still captured by Su Qing. For the honor of the school, she'll show no mercy. When he returned from outside the city, he had been studying Gu Changqing's weaknesses, because he was the biggest obstacle to her stepping into the first place in Jinhai City. She had also already discovered Gu Changqing's shortcomings. Nowadays, she has no bottom, not from the unsummoned golden crow. Little, but she has a knack for it. Only at the intermediate level, you can establish such a deep connection with a beast pet. Since that's the case, Master Black won't treat you as a fledgling and chop you to death. The black egg lashed out and instantly bullied his way to the top. The unicorn, however, was fully prepared, with a bulge on top of its head that crackled and popped with electric sparks. As Black Egg's long sword passed to Su Qing's waist and abdomen, blinding white light and noisy thunder appeared at the same time. Back! Gu Changqing let out a steep and loud cry. A minefield had formed in front of Su Qing. Black Egg's attack lurched and was impartially struck by the white lightning. Gu Changqing's command was carried out only a few seconds later. The black egg flew out of the minefield as if it had been struck. Gu Changqing saw that the pink glow in its eyes was disintegrating in spots. Charmed, his heart tightened. That's a little too much to specialize in spirituality. The black egg was an uncompromising mythic rank bloodline, and it was only logical that any beast pet under it would be suppressed to a certain extent. It's hard to believe that. Su Qing's second beast pet is also Tai. The charm disappeared, and Black Egg rubbed his splintered and fried black hair and was a mouthful of output. The thing that hides its head and its tail has caught Master Black's life so quickly. Good. So play it right. In the middle of the thunder zone, Su Qing was bathed in thunder and lightning as she walked, and at this moment, her aura changed greatly. In the elegant and noble, with the youthful vigor that belongs to young people alone, she also had one pair of pupils, one normal and one filled with a rich pink color. Gu Changqing frowned. He was familiar with this kind of power. It was the first Imperial Beast Master skill that was opened after being promoted to an intermediate rank, Beast Power. Compared to him, who could only rub out a single flame to light a cigarette and start a fire, Su Qing's use of Beast Power as well as her level of exploration was way higher than her. Brother Evergreen, watch out yo! There seemed to be another voice in Su Qing's words. The voice was so penetrating that it sounded like a ripe woman, lying on your ear, blowing in the wind. As the mesmerizing sound fell on your ears, all sorts of mosaic thoughts in the back of his mind, uncontrollably bouncing outward. White said that the only thing in the sanctuary is light. Suddenly, Su Qing started chanting that laughing mantra again, only this time, it was different from the last, only to see that the unicorn's forehead bulged and once again condensed a large amount of white lightning, not attacking Gu Changqing. Instead, it landed straight on top of Su Qing's head. Immediately afterward, an unimpeded hissing, the unicorn's entire body dissolved in white lightning, and slowly, it transformed into a white crown of glittering lightning on top of Su Qing's head. Phew! Seemingly extremely comfortable, Su Qing couldn't help but murmur a moan. But just this one sound nearly caused Gu Changqing's Taoist heart to collapse. Master Black was even staring straight at her. The pink stars in his eyes were about to form a galaxy. Outside the replica, the light screen had just finished broadcasting one of Chen Hai's battles against each other. The former easily defeated the private independent Qishang with a devastating momentum, adding a negative field to the mix. Seeing his son's long face, Chen Ziming laughed coldly. That's what a genius is. That's what Jinhai City's undeniable number one is. That selfish and self-serving waste of a man, though still undefeated, takes turns against opponents with less than half the winning percentage. Yi Ruyan sniffed and clenched her fists. The facts were in front of her and she couldn't refute them. Suddenly, the light screen pulsed again, and the images of Gu Changqing and Su Qing surfaced on the screen. Ah! A loud shriek of shock emanated from the Jinhai female high. Morong Yuan, as well as the leadership of female high, all frowned as they looked at Su Qing, who was bathed in lightning on the light screen. Morong Yuan, on the other hand, had a deep expression on his face as he muttered, "How did you run into each other so quickly? Su Qing has all of his horsepower, and, for that beast pet, his use of it is even more refined. It's just that I don't know how much assurance Gu Changqing has in dealing with this form. He's still only summoned a beast pet. He can't be too big for his britches, although Su Qing is at the same level as him. But her beast pet is by no means as simple as an abyssal classification king." The whispers of the women's high leadership made Morong Yuan's heart even more uncomfortable. And in the air, Zhao Zhanxiong, who was squatting on the three-way winged falcon and drinking wine, his dazed eyes finally brightened up a bit after seeing Su Qing's form. Could it be a legendary bloodline that surpasses the legendary bloodline? I just don't know how much of my ancestor's essence blood it has inherited in its body. Gu Changqing, how should you win against her? Chapter 45, A Complete Victory. Brother Evergreen, watch out. A woozy, seductive voice, filled with countless evocative magic, white lightning surrounded Su Qing's body. and his right hand was lightly raised, pointing at Gu Changcheng. Snort! The sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound, mixed with a cacophonous sound of thunder, transformed into a unicorn made up of thunder and lightning. Sanctuary ruling, Su Qing lightly shouted under his breath, and the unicorn grew larger and larger. When it was about to approach Gu Changqing, the entire thing violently exploded. A thunderbolt with destructive lightning, like a pouring rain, covered the 10 meters around Gu Changqing in the blink of an eye. Not to mention the back way, the way of life is blocked to death. I've got beans. The hairs on Black Egg's entire body stood on end in fear, immediately dodging all in front of Gu Changqing and pushing him out of the minefield's coverage in the process. Eternally moving bodies. Countless thunderbolts struck the armor formed by the Black Egg's black chi, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It is assimilated and absorbed at first contact. The Black Egg's monkey body was rapidly expanding, and it looked like it was about to burst. The winged body ignores damage and can also absorb the energy of others for its own use. It can its current state. At this point it has reached the tipping point. Gu Changqing's mind moved, wanting to recall the Black Egg while releasing Little Gold. Tai, how dare you? Watch me blow your head off, Master Black. In the white-oned grid, a dense black aura spread out and turned into a blazing flame, cancelling out all the effects of the hallowed judgment skill. Black Egg sharply flipped in the air. The long sword in his hand danced out a black sword flower. Those sword flowers bloomed out of thin air, and the lightning on Su Qing's body was seen to be drawn into the sword flowers as if it had been pulled by some sort of pull. But she didn't sit still. Her whole body trembled violently, and in a cry, a pink tail extended out behind her. Shining at the black monkey, it smashed down like 1,000 pounds. After taking some advantage, the black monkey did not engage in battle and quickly pulled away from it. Returning to Gu Changqing's side, it wiped its face, its splintered and charred fur flopping off. With a palpitating heart, he sucked in a breath of cool air and said, Master, the dots are solid. It's better to change the big sister to come out. I can only guarantee that you won't be defeated. I'm not sure I can win. Gu Changqing had seen everything, especially Su Qing's tail, which was really surprising. It was eye-opening to see her use herself as a medium for her beast pet to exert its play. At first I thought it was an unusual unicorn, and I almost fell for it. There must have been a mysterious fellow pointing it out. Otherwise, how would one find the way to advance on the path of the sacred hall? Is it great? Black Egg scratched his head. Beast pets themselves are mainly supportive, but once they merge with their masters, they will trigger the sanctuary bloodline. With light as God and thunder and lightning as power, it is stored in one's own body to punish the evil and punish the sin. Not an imperial beast master skill? Gu Changqing was thinking about the application of beast power. No, it's an ability unique to beast pets. Aside from this unicorn that went the sanctuary route, the other one on her is only as strong as it is weak. It's okay if it's not beast power. If he couldn't catch up when he had 2 super god plus grade beast pets, then he wouldn't have the face to mix with the imperial beast master. Jin. Gu Changqing snapped his fingers, and the 6 main star formation appeared, and Xiao Jin in the form of a blackened nightingale made his appearance. As soon as he appeared, he shook the golden feather on top of his head and glared scornfully at Black Egg. Useless thing. Still need Big Sister to come out and clean up the mess. Black Egg completely lost the domineering spirit he had when he was still in the beast pet card, and licked his face and smiled. When Big Sister steps in, they all have to get down. Little Gold flew to Gu Changqing's shoulder and rubbed his cheek affectionately. Master, I'm the one you want, right? With his domineering and haughty stance, Gu Changqing's heart warmed as he gently stroked his not-so-large body and said, That's natural. Go Big Sister. Big Sister is mighty. Amidst Black Egg's cries, Little Gold flew to Su Qing's side and, ignoring the throbbing white lightning, he said while flying, There is indeed a bad guy hiding in her body. For the sake of being a friend of the master, I'll drive it out for you. Little Gold's tiny claws opened up, blazing white-hot flames wrapped around. It was several times more powerful than the true flame of the first sun. Wait! Su Qing stormed back several meters away, pulling away from Little Gold and said, Little Gold is out, so I admit defeat. She conceded defeat to abyssal submission dryly, and heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the prompt go off. Just a moment ago, her second beast pet desperately warned her to be careful as if it had met a natural enemy. It was as if what Xiao Jin poked out was not a bird's claw, but a life-threatening hand from hell. Your opponent voluntarily concedes defeat. Congratulations on your victory. Current wins are 21 points 21. Su Qing, who had returned to normalcy, was not annoyed, and cheekily came to Little Gold's front, pulling out materials from his backpack space. Kim, looks like you know what you're doing. One ingredient at a time. Crunch. Lose lose lose. I couldn't even hold Brother Evergreen's new beast pet with all my might, let alone Little Gold. Gu Changqing smiled and said, Your combat experience and skills are also not something I can compare to. If there's still a chance, it's time to ask for your advice. Su Qing's face collapsed. It's better not to learn. From the time I understood, I was pressed by my family to learn, and suffered a lot yo. If brother Chongqing is willing, come to my house as a guest after the big exam. Yes, definitely there. The way the big families nurtured their offspring, Gu Changqing couldn't really learn from them. People start from a baby, and are born to win over the average person at the starting line. However, he also understands that the only way to make up for the gap back in this section if you want to learn from combat experience and techniques is to face the ferocious beasts head on and fight for your life. Then say yes. Su Qing's body slowly dissipated in the ring. Right, be careful of Chen Hai. He gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. After the explanation, she teleported to the other replica rings. Chen Hai? It wasn't just Su Qing who reminded him that. Chen Go of the Chen family also made this clear. Gu Chongqing didn't think it was a good idea to settle new grudges and old grudges at once. After that opponent, Abyss puts up another watering hole for him, until they keep winning 30 games in a row, earning 30 points for teleporting out of the copy. During this period, none of the top 30 best talents on the charts were encountered. When he teleported out of the copy, Yi Ruyan greeted him with a smile. Chen Ziming snorted coldly. Got lucky for a moment. I don't believe you'll stay lucky in the next lesson. At that exact moment, the replica light door shook again, and Chen Hai walked out from it. He glanced at Gu Changqing in surprise, and then checked the list. Upon seeing that both men were ranked first and second with a 100% winning percentage, their faces grew more and more somber. It was only because Gu Changqing was pressing on top of his head. Gu Changqing, don't be complacent. I'll show you what the topmost Imperial Beast Master is. Putting down a harsh sentence, Chen Hai folded his body and went down the podium. Gu Changqing felt surprised instead. This guy, he seems to have a bit of a brain, with guidance from a higher power? But this is what makes it fun. The instantaneous crushing of the, far better to have the mental defenses crumble a little and hopefully sink slowly. Nearly an hour later, all the candidates had finished competing against each other in the ring. At this time, Xin Lin walked up to the main podium and said, the results of the first lesson of ring sparring have come out. So let's proceed to the second lesson, the artificial replica of hell level difficulty. The rules of this year's literature examination have also been changed, and according to the total score of the martial arts examination, the examination will be conducted by the university of choice. Please work hard and hope to be recognized by the university of your choice. After the manual copies are taken, the overall results will be posted. The top 30 ranked candidates will represent Jinhai City, the school, and fight against geniuses from all the provincial capitals and cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 46 Artificial Copy Bloodshed Wasteland. The literature exam was pushed back? Getting picked first before you get a chance? A series of altered operations left most of the candidates present full of shock and confusion. There are only a small number of some people who have a general idea of how special this session of the national exam is. All of them are gearing up to fight for THE final highlight. Little Green. So far, you haven't been selected by any of the Imperial Beastmaster universities. The scores of the ring battle have been communicated by Abyss to all the cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Those within the first and second tier universities received it as well. It's normal. Gu Changqing wasn't surprised. This year's big exam is so much more difficult compared to the past. Accordingly, the admission requirements of those Imperial Beastmaster universities naturally rose. Also, a ring battle doesn't tell us anything substantial. In this case, the individual scores become mere references. The main event, still at the end, is the Battle of the Escape and the Battle of the Teams. But, Yi Ruyan's words changed. Xuanwu University, one of the 4 elephant colleges in the provincial capital, is paying extra attention to Chen Hai. If his grades at the back keep topping the list, it's probably a sure thing. Oh, 4 Elephants University? 4 Elephants University? Named after the 4 legendary beasts, it is second only to Kirin University in Kyoto in terms of both school history and faculty. It could be said that being able to be looked at by one of these universities was enough to show that Chen Hai's immediate power and potential were fully recognized. What's even stranger is that I asked around from the side. In the 2 days that you went outside the city to practice, Chen Hai also went outside the city. Only regarding his movements, the Chen family kept it perfectly secret. Not a drop of water can escape. Gu Changqing's brows furrowed and quickly stretched. Don't worry, I'll personally pop the Chen family's wishful thinking. Can't be careless. I always feel that Chen Hai is different from before. Where exactly is it different? Can't say. It's very out of character. Very. Yi Ruyan thought of a lot of words, but none of them could describe the strangeness. I don't take every opponent lightly. After speaking about the slight changes to the rules, Shenlin pushed up his glasses, glanced at Zhao Battlebear, who was drinking to himself on the back of the three-way wind falcon in the air, and said, below, the second item of the examination course will be carried out. The passage of the artificial copy. The extent to which the copy progresses will be an important indicator for judging the score as well as the competence. In the copy, you can use any props. Theoretically, there is no limit. Unless, of course, you use them in such a way that even the abyss can't look at them. Please focus on this for all candidates. And I would like to wish you all the best of luck in your martial arts endeavors. Shenlin finished his narration. The leading teachers of each school began to lead their students towards the back of the hill of the second examination center Zhenhai First High School. One higher you. Good. Yi Ruyan followed a high team to leave. And the huge square, not long after, was empty. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling that he was the only candidate who didn't have a school to belong to. What's wrong? Not leaving yet? Shenlin held the folder in his hand and inquired suspiciously as he marched to his side. It's gone. Gu Chongqing still couldn't help but measure him with his afterglow, his mind recalling where exactly he had seen him before. Noticing his gaze, Shenlin just smiled faintly. Cheer up. You should have gotten certain messages from the big exams this year. You guys, caught the best class and the worst at the same time. Only, when there are choices, don't weigh the pros and cons of them. Just as your heroic parents, who had the choice, ultimately chose the worst, but also the best, decision. Looking at Shenlin, who was straying between the familiar and the unfamiliar, Gu Chongqing said, Secretary Shun, you know my parents? Everyone in Jinhai City who survived the Beast Tide knew your parents. If that's the case, why am I still? Shenlin raised his hand and pushed Gu Chongqing's words back. Recognize, identify, acknowledge. Understand what that means? Their sacrifice puts its image deep into everyone's mind, but it doesn't mean, for what the descendants do is recognized, and what you have to do is to use yourself to break this monstrous shackle, to be a party to it, to recognize it. The light in Gu Chongqing's eyes, from dull, gradually turned bright. He bowed deeply to Shenlin and said, Thank you, Secretary Shun. I think I know what to do. A little goes a long way. The appearance of the Imperial Beast Masters is so that humans can have the strength to defend their homeland. Not. Enough said. I hope we still have the chance to meet after the big exam. Shenlin quickened his pace, and suddenly, a behemoth snow ape appeared beneath him. The large palm lifted him up and disappeared in front of Gu Chongqing's eyes in a few horizontal movements. TSK, truly worthy of being from the city lord's mansion. One by one, they were frighteningly strong. 10 minutes later, with the number plate smoothly entered Jinhai First High School. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, Gu Chongqing stepped and rushed to the back of the mountain. When he arrived at the second examination room in the back of the mountain, in front of the replica light door, he found that nearly a quarter of the exam was missing. When the rules were announced, Gu Chongqing knew that there would be some exams abandoned in absentia. I didn't realize there would be so many. Zhao Zhanxian was no longer in a disheveled form, slightly groomed his attire, and in his body, the invisible majestic aura overflowed, like an unattainable mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. Before I begin, I have only one thing to say. That is to not forget the blood shame and the dedication of our forefathers. This place, the reason why it has become a forbidden place for newborn Imperial Beast Masters is because you all have yet to comprehend the essence. Hopefully, one will emerge this year. After saying that, Shenlin began to read out the number plates. One by one, the students lined up in a long line and entered their copies in order. But the replica light doors, in succession, sent out the candidates who had previously entered. Mercilessly, looking at Zhao Battlebear, he shook his head repeatedly. Shanghai, Gu Chongqing. Coincidentally, the two of them were named one after the other. Gu Chongqing traveled to the replica light door and lightly touched it with his hand. Information about a copy of the Chattering Wasteland appeared. Artificial copy Bloodbath Wasteland. Difficulty, Hell. Introduction. Jinhai First High School has specially created a ferocious beast trial ground for the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters, and the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters under the age of 18 years old can enter it. The Bloody Wasteland. The school's curriculum holds not only the now known ferocious beasts, but also the bloody memories of a time when mankind had not risen to power. And the Bloody Wasteland, in these memories, definitely ranks in the top 10. I didn't realize that the school had moved that dark history into the copy. Humph, Gu Chongqing. Even if you can thwart Chenggo, so what? The self-sacrificing him no longer deserves to be in the position of having the name of a genius. I forgot to mention that yesterday afternoon, the officially returned me easily defeated him. Spirit-level Imperial Beast Master. How ridiculous. Not only will I trample you under my feet, the first place in Jinhai, I'll take it too. Gu Chongqing condensed and said indifferently. Before entering the copy, take a look at the realistic scenery more often. I'm afraid, you don't have the life to see it again. Humph. The tongue. Chen Hai was the first to enter the copy. Gu Chongqing likewise nodded into it, only to see the door of the replica slowly open. And at once, a dense black and red mist seeped outward from it, creepy and menacing, without a care in the world. Gu Changqing took a step into the copy. Chapter 47, Enhancing Skill Proficiency. After a moment of intense dizziness, when Gu Changqing opened his eyes again, he was already on top of a vast grassland. You have entered the hell-level copy, Bloodbath Wasteland. The grassland was shrouded in a cloudy black and red mist. The grass, half a man's height, also provided the most favorable assistance for the lurking of the ferocious beasts. Little Boar. Before Gu Changqing could make a move, Black Egg, who had come out of the Imperial Beast space on his own, had already borne the brunt of the attack, using his longsword to cut through the weeds and clear an avenue. Looking at a disturbed lower-level ferocious beast bloodthirsty porcupine staring at two arm-thick tusks charging up, Black Egg was so excited that his longsword was slashing left and right, and in a short time, the 5 bloodthirsty porcupines were then dismantled into a pile of meat. The degree of skillfulness is almost as good as that of a master pig killer. A single 10-point experience is a bit shabby. So little experience. Not at all like hell difficulty should be. Black Egg stroked the sword as if he were a swordsman with an ethereal body, wandering between a bloodthirsty porcupine. Gu Changqing sighed. It is a pity. Why do you have to play with the sword? In a short while, there was no more shadow of the bloodthirsty porcupine. Go! Gu Changqing was walking forward with the 2 beast pets, and when he was out of this grassland, suddenly, the thick clouds and mists, like the sky pouring down, pressed over from the depths of the copy. Ha! Black Egg just looked at it and said in amazement, this power. It seems to be the first batch of ferocious beasts that were drawn here, right? Amazed as the fog rolled in, immediately afterward, a tiger shrouded in green flames leapt out from it, and first, there were several green fireballs that rushed straight at Black Egg and Gu Changqing. While they were dodging, they utilized their extremely fast speed to sneak towards the black eggs. This tiger is a dead thing. Master, beware of its flame. It's a flame that specifically targets the soul. Black Egg transformed into an encyclopedic beast, and while explaining to Gu Changqing, when the sword came out, the flames were extinguished, and the energy in it was squeezed out by the plundering sword technique. Lead. At Gu Changqing's fingertips, white flames rose, and with a murmur of, I saw several lines of fire branching out from the small flame, wrapping the green fireball, which had no temperature but was extremely corrosive. In the blink of an eye, he was pulled into the cluster of flames. Little Gold's flame power, but it came from the Golden Crow's unique Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline. After the green fireball was disintegrated, it was still trying to struggle before it was swallowed up by the overbearing white flame. Your Imperial Beastmaster skill Beast Power Fire Control, Proficiency plus 10. After the battle with Su Qing, despite the fact that Gu Changqing completely crushed in terms of beast pets, it also made him value the ability of the Imperial Beastmaster himself. The Beastmaster skill originated from beast pets, and he had a sudden idea to see how powerful the fire control technique was. However, it was unexpected that its power greatly exceeded Gu Changqing's expectations. Only, upon seeing the proficiency in fire control, the 3 zeros after 5, a basin of cold water poured down mercilessly. It's a long way to go. On the other side, Black Egg's sharp black sword chi absorbed the fireballs that kept flying at him. Seeing the Inferno Corpse tiger in close combat, the figure turned like a ghost, almost instantaneously to the back. The black longsword stabbed in the back. The tip of the sword stabbed through the heart, and a green crystal shattered and, the energy inside, little by little, entered Black Egg's body along the sword's body, merged with the black gas. Congratulations on killing the mid-level beast. The Inferno Corpse tiger? Experience plus 30. Your beast pet levels up, smoothly going from level 0 to level 1. The Black Egg has grown slightly in size and height, barely recognizable to the naked eye. The fur on his body, however, was much more oily. Thinking himself handsome, he stroked the black hair on his face and said, Master, isn't he much more spirited? Gu Changqing didn't have the heart to say, hurry up and get to work, and remember to leave the good stuff for the master. You think you're like Xiao Jin, eat what you want to make up for it. Black Egg bowed his head like a child who had done something wrong and whispered, yes, although it's different from Big Sister's ability. Instantly, the killing intent in its eyes rose, and the long sword condensed by the black chi became even sharper. Facing the thick fog, he rushed in, shouting non-stop, damn thing, causing me to be scolded by my master. Chop you to death. Look at the sword, look at the sword, look at the sword. At this moment, a few leaky fish bypassed the black eggs and began to lay their hands on Gu Changqing. Sensing danger, Little Gold appeared from the Imperial Beast space and several fireballs instantly took shape. Kim, I'll do it myself. After being promoted to the rank, Gu Changqing's baptism of flesh had given him unparalleled reflexes. Facing the siege of the mid-level Inferno Corpse tigers, although it was a retreating resistance, a couple of times I came close to being disfigured by a tiger's claw. With a highly focused reaction to a critical situation, he narrowly dodged a bullet. Slowly, regarding the play of their various attributes, Gu Changqing's heart became clear. Coupled with a single means of attack, Gu Changqing gradually turned the tide. The fire control technique burned a big hole in their bodies from time to time. Until his strength ran out and he fell to the ground as a rotting corpse. Your Beast Master skill Beast Power Fire Control. Proficiency plus 20. Your Beast Master skill Beast Power Fire Control. Proficiency plus 20. A broadcast scrolled by, making Gu Changqing overjoyed. He had thought that the only way to increase his proficiency in fire control was by devouring flames. It turns out that faster access is to fight and use the skills yourself. Finding ways and means. Gu Changqing had Black Egg constantly release ferocious beasts. Increasingly skillful, the fights were shortened considerably. Gu Changqing came to have fun and tirelessly took the ferocious beasts to brush up his experience. When you reach the limit of your physical strength, take a pill and continue to be reckless after that, forgetting that it's exam time. Until, the solemn voice of the abyss, echoed among the copies. A cue that all candidate copies can hear. Congratulations to candidate 439 Chen Hai for killing the level 40 advanced fierce beast Immortal Inferno Corpse and finding the secret of the Immortal Beast Core. The first stage of the plot is over. Opening the second stage of the plot. Bloodshed in the Wasteland. Broadcasting 3 times in a row. Gu Changqing burned the last of the ferocious beasts to death, his gaze slightly condensing. Chen Hai is really off the hook. The Chen family put their hopes all on him. Congratulations to 119 candidate Qi Shang for killing the 40th level advanced ferocious beast Immortal Inferno Corpse. Found. Congratulations to candidate 076 Su Qing for killing a level 40 advanced fierce beast. Congratulations to candidate 444 Morong Qin for killing level 40. More and more Imperial Beast Master candidates, after Chen Hai, rained down to complete the first stage of the plot one after another. The race is on, and no one wants to waste even a second. Gu Changqing looked at the 2000 proficiency in fire control. If you want to bring it up, I'm afraid you'll have to put it on hold for a while. Little Gold. Black Egg. Kill. Black Egg's sword momentum in his hand was unceasing, and he twisted his head at the words, Master, I've already added full power. Suddenly, a light golden fireball the size of a faceball, trailing a golden flame tail, shot into the thick fog. Boom! Like a brilliant firework exploding in the darkness of the night. The golden light is blinding, and the waves of fire, surging sparks scattered in all directions. Any ferocious beasts that were stained were all devoured by the flames in a hiss of pain. Even the fog was forced back by the waves of fire, revealing the covered land. Ouch! Black Egg let out a cry of surprise and, like a kite that had dropped its strings, lifted off and flew out before landing on the ground. Gu Changqing's throat wriggled. He knew that Little Gold's attributes had increased after he was promoted to the silver grade, and yet, not as much as one would expect. Gu Changqing clicked on the message, scrolled down and, as soon as the skills were listed, the original True Flame of the First Sun disappeared in the, replaced by another skill. Chapter 48 Super God Beast Pet Advancement Route. Immortal Flame Corpse. Blazing Sun Flame, True Fire Sparrow Bloodline Skill, evolved from First Sun True Flame, an invisible, formless, golden-colored flame-type skill that cannot be upgraded. Spiritual Energy Consumption, 100. Skill Effect, Flame Attack plus 600%. The higher the spiritual attribute of the beast pet, the more powerful the skill released. No accumulation ability. Golden Crow's Shadow State triggers the combination skill, Golden Crow Roar. Shadow of the Golden Crow, a new skill generated after the evolution of the Golden Crow's body, which can summon the shadow of the Golden Crow to fight. Skill Effect, the Shadow of the Golden Crow stores flame energy, immunizes against flames, and increases the power of flames. For every 100 points of spiritual attributes, it increases flame-type skills by plus 20%. The duration of Golden Crow's shadow is 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. Trigger combination skill with Blazing Sun Flame, Golden Crow Roar. Golden Crow Roar, a combination class skill that releases all of the flame energy at once, inflicting 100 times the skill damage of the spiritual attribute. Flame energy storage 100% usable. Cooldown time, 12 hours. The True Flame of the First Sun and the body of the Golden Crow were replaced by the Blazing Sun Flame and the shadow of the Golden Crow. Looking at the cumbersome and lengthy skill introduction, the shine in Gu Changqing's eyes kept flickering. If the two skills before evolutions were exactly the normal doubling of damage, it's more like a framed base bracket. After that evolution, Little Gold's future growth path was thoroughly paved. The strength of the spiritual attribute would determine what grade 1 could advance to in the future, especially the combo skills, 100 times the mental damage. So many golden words conferred that, finally, it's time to see the right payoff. Pale golden flames that burn cleanly the bizarre ferocious beasts that were thick with them. The golden hair on the head of Ho Shaojin was like a powerful vacuum cleaner, absorbing the flames back. Behind the Blazing Sun Flame, a 2% progress bar also appeared. This is the stored energy that can only be used by combos. A white smoke rose from the top of his head as Little Gold burped and said, Master, my rest is complete. Next, your kissing little baby will accompany you to continue the adventure. As for the black coal ball, a flash of gold-shrouded eyes filled with contempt and disdain. It's good to go back where you came from. Ha ha ha. In a good mood, Gu Changqing stroked Xiao Jin's little brain and nodded his head repeatedly. Black Egg became anxious and ran under Gu Changqing, crying tearfully, "Big sister, you can't discard your most loyal little brother. I'm still very useful, and when I'm full of energy, I'll be a competent and reliable rechargeable treasure again. Just you, nearly put your master in danger, and you still have the nerve to say competent." Little Gold flew over to Black Egg's head and his sharp beak kept pecking at its head. Eternal motion body in the body, a body of copper and iron bones, only to hear the dang sound. Good and bad. Black Egg smiled panderingly. Hey, that's not because I want to admire big sister's heroic posture. Since you reached level advancement, you seldom come out for activities. I haven't seen you for a long time, and my dark circles under my eyes have gotten heavier from thinking about you. Gu Changqing watched the two beast pets fight with a smile on his face. Just then, the sound of heavy treading on the ground. The temperature around them instantly dropped. The kind of cold that doesn't come from the irritation of rather, it acts on the soul. Mud, which one of you is not open? Black Egg's pupils were covered in blood. Can't you see that I'm reporting back to Big Sister for a review? A huge-sized inferno corpse tiger, reborn from the ashes at some point in time, but it moved extremely slowly, as if each step weighed 10,000 pounds. Black Egg drew his sword, and the black sword she instantly transformed into dozens of channels, slashing at all the vital points of the inferno corpse tiger. In the next second, the sound of gold and iron clanking together rang out and those plundering sword chi, upon hitting, were actually disintegrated. Humans, all deserve to die. The head of the tiger, which was already dead and stiff, suddenly opened its fishy-smelling mouth and spat out human words. Black Egg. Gu Changqing called out to stop Black Egg, who continued to go forward to chop. Right now, information about this Inferno Corpse tiger appeared. Immortal Inferno, Senior Puppet Beast, rank, 40, attribute, physical fitness plus 3000, skills, immovable mountain, immortal corpse inflammation, description, a golem beast brought back from the true wasteland of bloodshed, possessing unparalleled and perfect defense. However, it also possesses the same weaknesses as a golem, and once upon a time, a human beastmaster used an army of 10,000 to wear out its energies. It was the first time Gu Changqing had seen a ferocious beast with only a single attribute, but that up to 3000 points of physique was enough to prove how nigh able it was. Is this the culprit behind the undead Inferno Corpse tigers in the Chattering Wasteland? Those candidates who made a path for him did prove that defeating it would lead to the next stage of the plot. Humans, all deserve to die. The tiger head of the undying Inferno Corpse roared once again. A flurry of green flames burned up from under its feet, rapidly spreading in all directions. Wherever the green flames burned, it turned gray and lifeless. Fire control. Gu Changqing ignited the white flame and wanted to use the method he started with to try to absorb and devour the green flame, but the white line of fire had just touched, and immediately withered and died out. Even the white flame on Gu Changqing's fingertips, as well as his fingers, began to turn gray. Woj. Gu Changqing hurriedly put away the fire control technique and took out several pills from his backpack to fill his mouth before his fingers returned to normal. The green flames of the immortal Inferno Corpse were many times stronger than those Inferno Corpse tigers. Kim, you go. Kogain flew to the ground and stepped in of his own accord. The green flame was suddenly like a maggot attached to the bone, wrapping it throughout. Black Egg was in a hurry, and just wanted to bring his sword to the rescue. Gu Changqing pressed down on its monkey head. Don't worry, a near unbreakable body must have an organ. The difficulty of this first hurdle is not too high to say the least. Through Abyss introduction, Gu Changqing already had a general coping strategy in mind. That's the resistance. The energy of the undying Inferno Corpse was specified to have been drastically reduced. There was no longer the ferocious might of the previous power over 10,000 troops. As it happens, Little Gold's blazing sun flames rose to the sky after the green flames wrapped in. It transformed into a dazzling light gold fire sword, slashing across the sky with force. Dang! This sword directly split the undying Inferno Corpse backward several steps. A half-meter-long wound opened up on the huge tiger's head. The next second, the wound recovered on its own. Only the color of the flames that spread and burned outward was dimmed by a few points. Effective. Big Sister deserves to be called Big Sister. What a bull **** flame that can't come close to a single point. Next, King Jr. pulls the same trick. The formless and stateless blazing sun flame was played out by it. Wounds erupt and heal on undead corpses. The green flames began to shrink as the energy drained away, returning to the body of the immortal Inferno Corpse. Big Sister, I'll help you. Without the threat, Black Egg can finally take his breath away. the longsword danced with a sky of sword blossoms, and the wonky green flames were also defenseless against the marauding sword chi. Dang! Under a 5-minute-long, airtight attack, various parts of the body of the immortal Inferno corpse detached. It crashed to the ground, smashing up a thick cloud of dust. Huge inflamed corpse tiger body. Only the head and body of the tiger are more intact. Losing the support of his energy, he slumped to the ground. Congratulations to candidate 666, who has killed the 40th level advanced grade fierce beast immortal Inferno corpse, and found the secret of the immortal beast core. The first stage of the plot is over, and the second stage of the plot will open soon. Do you want to enter the second stage of the plot immediately? Yes/no. Gu Chongqing just wanted to nod yes. Little Gold suddenly said, Master, wait, there's something fishy about this puppet beast. Chapter 49, Coffins and the Puppet Beasts. All old foxes. Catnip? With doubt, Gu Chongqing circled around the large corpse, which was 7 meters long and 3 meters tall. Black Egg banged his fist on the hard exterior, and the sound it made was hollow. Master, it seems to be hollow inside. With that, it slashed violently with its sword, sparks flying, still to no avail. Gu Changqing and Xiao Jin, very tacitly covering their foreheads with their hands and wings, were speechless. Black Egg looked up and saw it, scratching his head in embarrassment. The sword doesn't work. I'll have to change my weapon. Saying that, the raging black chi gathered and transformed into a sledgehammer that was 10 times taller than it, cracked hard on Tiger Head's mouth. Dang, like a flooding bell and a drum. It shook the Black Egg's whole body, one after the other. I finally saw fine cracks appearing at the tiger's mouth. Shatter me. At the last stroke, there was only a clattering sound, and the whole of the tiger's head sank in. The next second, surging green liquid flowed out of the gaping hole that, instantly, a greenish illumination radiated out and, a coffin, bathed in liquid, was washed out of it. Warning, warning, the subplot has changed. You unintentionally release something beyond the difficulty of that copy, and detecting that your life would be in danger will immediately activate the teleportation light gate. After withdrawing, the results of the major exam will be recalculated. The abyssal queue, like a siren, ticked on and on. For a moment, Little Gold and Black Egg simultaneously shielded Gu Chongqing behind them. It was as if something extraordinary had come out of the world. Master, Master, the two beast pets, forcibly pushed Gu Chongqing to retreat backwards, away from those liquids, and even further away from the coffin. Black Egg, in terms of being knowledgeable, Black Egg, who was an unknown species, was longer than Little Gold. Master, it's an alien. The pressure released alone makes half of my power unplayable. Big sister, what about you? Bright light shone in Little Gold's golden pupils, and at a closer look, it seemed as if there was a divine bird covered in fire, soaring up from the radiant sun. A faint shadow, sometimes accounted for and sometimes darkened, enveloped it. Shadow of the Golden Crow, Kogain answered with his actions. The situation it was in, with it in general. To retreat? Gu Chongqing's heart is not in it. Looking at the portal of teleportation light that opened up not far behind him, looking at the coffin again, Gu Chongqing gritted his teeth. Black Egg is the main defense, Little Gold is the main offense. Once it's not right, immediately enter the teleportation light gate. Understand? He wasn't trying to have a go at the big guy. He was trying to find out what was inside the coffin. It can't be. For nothing. Understood. Understood. Black Egg's body, surrounded by black aura, reconstructed its new armor. Gradually, the surface of the new armor, more and more solidified. At a glance, it looked like black jade, eternal motion body, which is a Kuratsuki man level skill. One person, two beast pets. After activating their current strongest form, it began to close in on the teleportation light door. With only one step away from stepping through the light door, Gu Chongqing gave a wink to Xiao Jin, a long and narrow whip of fire, extending out from the shadow on the back of the Little Gold. It was drawn with unerring accuracy on the lid of the coffin. The lid of the coffin fell to the ground, splashing green liquid that, at the same time, Gu Chongqing's hand touched the teleportation light door. Wow! Suddenly, a green liquid broke through the ground and spurted straight up. Mud! Spell it out! Black Egg held the longsword with both hands and thrust it hard into the ground. At that moment, the jade-like black chi formed a protective shell, shielding them within. It's just that teleportation light doors aren't so lucky, resisting the green liquid outside. Seeing that it could not break through the Black Egg's defense, reversing the target, it flushed the teleportation light portal in its midst. A few seconds later, the green liquid returns to the ground and, Gu Chongqing's heart clenched, where there was still a light gate. This bizarre liquid is able to destroy the rule power of the abyss? Gu Chongqing was astonished. This kind of thing is completely beyond perception. The power of the rules of the abyss. It's not like it can't be broken, but that comes with the caveat that the rules themselves are flawed. Now, the green liquid completely ignores this premise that, taking away the life that the rules of the abyss had left him. Just as Gu Changqing was thinking about how to respond next, a green hand, reaching out from the coffin, powerfully raked the edge of the coffin. At the same time, a hint from the abyss appeared above the light screen. After being stunned, Shenlin began to try to call up the live streaming permissions of Gu Changqing's copy. The only thing that came back to him was a few cold words. Candidates are in a special situation that cannot be played and cannot be withdrawn. Zhao Zhanxiong, who was sitting in the center of the leader's seat, stood up from his chair in a mischievous manner, pointing at Principal Wang of Zhenhai No. 1 High School. He cursed in a broken voice, "Surname Wang, how did you manage to get an artificial copy? Tramp." Lao Zi also believed in your evil in the beginning and personally rushed to the blood-chattering wasteland to capture all the ferocious beasts there to populate it. I didn't realize that you were playing dirty behind Lao Zi's back. Principal Wang was sweating profusely. City Lord. The rules of the replica are all set by the City Lord's Mansion and the Imperial Beastmaster Association. We are in the middle of it and count it as an opinion at the end of the day. Moreover, we don't have the right to change the artificial copies. Then tell me, what's going on? Gu Changqing has been punished by your school 3 times for various offenses, and he was even expelled from school. Is this how you treat the offspring of heroes? Principal Wang knew that he was in the wrong, and that he was not the only one who had done the deed, and that the black pot had been laid on himself. He could only look at Chen Ziming, the head of the Chen family, as if seeking help. The latter met his gaze and immediately his heart skipped a beat. As expected, the next second Zhao Zhanxiong's anger burned into his body. Chen family, so majestic in recent years. Chen family master, you at least came from the bottom, right? What happened? The crow flew up to the branch and turned into a phoenix. So you've transformed into the type of person you hated the most before? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you won't have to gain a foothold in Jinhai. Chen Ziming was equally frightened and drenched in cold sweat, and in his heart, he furiously cried out that he was wronged. At that moment, Deputy City Lord Li Haoren came out to round off the conversation. Lord City Lord, what exactly happened in the replica is still unknown. Perhaps, it was Gu Changqing who had a strange encounter, thus causing the abyss to be unable to link. Or perhaps he used the smoothest thing he could find. It's all unknown. Besides, getting so angry over him alone will inevitably make the other candidates think that the reason Gu Changqing is unscrupulous is because he has you behind him. The first paragraph, which the crowd could understand by listening to it. The second half of the paragraph immediately tightened loose nerves. At the same time, the hearts of all the people were filled with the knowledge that it turned out that Gu Changqing had managed to rise so quickly after not having a legendary beast pet. The biggest backer behind it was actually the city lord. Slowly, the whispers turned into tall tales. For a while, the second examination room was filled with people, all looking to Zhao Zhanxiong for a fair answer. Seeing with his own eyes that Li Haoren reversed the situation with just a few words, Zhao Zhanxiong shouted, Vice City Lord Li's words are meant to kill the heart. Li Haoren wore a smile on his face. This statement from City Lord Zhao is what I don't understand the most. It seems that with regards to the motion from the last meeting, Vice City Lord Li agrees with it on his face, but does not recognize it in his heart. The results are in front of me, so I can't afford to disbelieve them. Unless, City Lord Zhao thinks he can. Before he could finish his sentence, the light screen resumed its picture. Just a scrolling abyssal queue across the center of the screen. Li Haoren took a closer look at what was on it and the smile gradually solidified on his face. Chapter 50, Loyalty Breaks 100. Light of Hope. 666 Candidate Gu Changqing. Opening the hidden plot of the bloodshed wasteland. With a few numbers, Li Haoren and Zhao Zhanxiong's expressions switched over. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. It seems like I really misunderstood Principal Wang. I would like to apologize to all the teachers and students of the first high school. In the aspect of nurturing the new generation, your achievements are indeed there for all to see. Hopefully, you can keep up the good work, remove the black sheep of the team, and make up for the drawbacks. On the contrary, Li Haoren's eyes were gloomy, like a sharp steel knife, stabbing straight at Chen Ziming. The latter was also confused, and looking back at Principal Wang. The two of them looked at each other in all directions, and the only thing they could do was laugh bitterly. For the design of the artificial replica, City Lord Zhao and Headmaster Wang have put in a lot of effort. In the Immortal Inferno Corpse level, there's actually an ingenious arrangement. Principal Wang laughed bitterly. Two of the pinnacle behemoths of Jinhai City were fighting, and he, a college principal, couldn't participate at all. Vice City Lord Li, I really don't know. The Immortal Inferno Corpse? It was our school that asked Lord City Lord to transport it back. Perhaps, it's the plot mode that we inputted that allowed the Abyss to make deep amends as well. When it comes down to it, dumping it on the Abyss is the best way to handle it. If you're capable, both of you, go find trouble with the Abyss. Li Haoren would not be foolish enough to think that the Abyss was helping Zhao Zhanxiong and kick the ball back again. City Lord Zhao truly loves and trusts the sun. Zhao Zhanxiang was not in a hurry, casually taking off his wine gourd and filling a mouthful of it. He faintly said, "Once upon a time, there were many new generations like him. It's just a pity that, they made the mistake of coming from a poor background and couldn't cast a good birth. Vice City Lordly, if Gu Changqing can really be salty and get first place, our issue," Li Haoran immediately said. "Yes, I will no longer object and give my full support." Such a painful attitude, instead, made Zhao Zhanxiang suspicious, but today's situation was exactly what he had wanted all along. Gu Changqing, you can't, drop the chain, be divided into two parts, of speech. Gu Changqing saw a green palm picking at the edge of the coffin in the protection of the black egg's perpetually moving body. The warning sounds of the abyss were beeping like a constant. Gu Changqing was even more flustered by the noise and turned the prompt off, waiting to see what would happen. "What year is this?" Suddenly, weak human voices emanated from the coffin and, immediately afterward, the green liquid began to flow back towards the coffin. In a fog of eerie light filling the air, the coffin completed its mission and dissipated following the mist of light, a blurry silhouette that slowly solidified. Sentinel? When the light and shadows dispersed and Gu Changqing took a closer look, the figure was also sizing him up, making a surprised sound. Gu Changqing's pupils shrunk. Is this a person, or is it a ferocious beast? Below the waist and belly, a green serpent's tail that, above the waist and belly, the complete person. The bare arms, a patch of green scales covering them, glistened with a dangerous sheen. Underneath the head of flowing green hair was the face of a draconian. The pupils are vertical, and staring at them sends chills down the body, but he didn't attack, and his gaze moved away, looking around the copy with a hint of nostalgia. Black egg. Gu Changqing ordered it to remove its protection and walked to stop 5 meters in front of him, respectfully clasping his fists and saluting. He said, "Senior?" He turned his gaze back and just stared at Gu Changqing for a moment. At this time, Gu Changqing's heart was also furious, but the teleportation light door had already been closed, and the copy was also deviated because of his appearance. It's just going to have to be hard and fast. Seniors? Ha ha ha. There's nothing wrong with this claimed call. I deserve to be your senior. It was a slight relief to hear him say so. Why was Elder sealed in the coffin inside the puppet beast? This is an artificial replica that restores a certain tragic battle between humans and ferocious beasts in history. You shouldn't be. What a smart junior. The serpent's tail coiled and he changed to a comfortable position. Indeed, the rules of the abyss have been augmented, and the people of the future have not forgotten us old ones. Although he did not answer directly, he gave Gu Changqing the answer he wanted. Yo! Suddenly, he crossed over Gu Changqing and aimed at his 2 beast pets. Can't see through it. Surprisingly, I can't see through it. Junior, is that your beast pet? The bloodline level is very high. Above legendary? Little gold and black egg. At the same time, were like cats with fried hair, trying to hide in the imperial beast space on their own. Unexpectedly, with a wave of his hand, the green liquid then separated them from Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing was instantly cold as he realized that the connection with the 2 beast pets, cut off. If it's a legend or above, it's an extremely important tonic for me. He suddenly snapped, a hideous look on his face. A large amount of green liquid seeped out of the snake's tail underneath the body of, turning into a water snake. It bypassed Gu Changqing and headed straight for Little Gold and Black Egg. Pretenders, think Master Black is easy to bully? The shadow of the golden crow on Little Gold's body is even more massive, and a lofty and ancient aura was revealed in the gradually solidifying shadow. No, it's not a legend. Could this be the legendary divine bloodline? His whole madness, his right hand caressing the tail of the serpent beneath him. We've been torturing each other for so long. How does it feel to see a true god level when you're a self-proclaimed god? Gu Changqing's teeth clenched as he blocked the water snake's path with a single healthy step. Meanwhile, fire control is in use. A line of fire danced out from his fingertips, entangling those advancing water snakes. Whoa! A mouthful of blood was spat out. He's bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. The body is disengaged and still struggling to keep up. Elder, if you are still human and possess a human mind, then I would advise you not to dream. Want my family unless you can carry the rules of the abyss head on. Otherwise, once I die in the copy, I will be immediately teleported out of the copy. Gu Changqing's weak body tensed up a little. Originally, I thought that the Imperial Beastmasters back then were different from today. Looking at it now, they are all the same. Robbing, exploiting, suppressing, all the way over here. Gu Changqing didn't want anything else. Just want to use the power in my hands to get a clean slate. Plus interest, death at your hands. I concede. Nico, ow, steeply. The chirping and growling went off at the same time. In the next second, the shadow of the golden crow, which originally belonged to Little Gold, and the perpetually moving body of the black egg, It actually appeared bizarrely on his body, black as jade protection, pale gold images of majesty. Gu Changqing only felt that there was an inexhaustible amount of chi energy throughout his body, the fire control technique at his fingertips, escaping thousands of lines of fire. Keep every water snake under control and suppressed. Well, not bad enough. He nodded his head in satisfaction at the sight. Just then, a prompt from the abyss went off. Your beast pet's loyalty breaks through 100. Congratulations on activating the Imperial Beast Master's hidden skill, Light of Hope. Chapter 51, My path is different from yours. Loyalty breaks through 100? Where a gold phrase is granted. The loyalty of the beast's pet is 100 points. Gu Changqing hadn't really thought about it. 100 points is not a full value. There is room for improvement. Light of Hope, Beast Master hidden skill. A skill that can only be activated if loyalty pushes the limits and the beast pet willingly gives itself to its master. Skill effect, the owner of the beast pet can set a certain ratio to draw energy from the beast pet for learning, increasing, and strengthening their own Imperial Beast Master skills. Once the ratio is set, it cannot be changed permanently until the beast pet dies. Understanding the effects of the skill, he was momentarily stumped. Light of Hope deserves to be a hidden skill. It has an effect that allows the Imperial Beast Master to drastically increase his harvest in the same amount of time. In particular, the higher the bloodline level of the beast pet, the more lucrative the return. But, Gu Changqing closed the skill information bar and ignored it. Pretend nothing happened. It was also at this moment that the golden crow's shadow and eternal motion body that enveloped him reverted back to little gold and black egg. His green vertical pupils were filled with surprise and puzzlement. As a beast master, in addition to being able to contract beast pets in command battles, it is also only during the promotion of the rank, through the required insight of the heavenly materials and treasures, to obtain the power of few ingredients, to baptize the physical body and strengthen the spirit. Draw enough to open the base conditions for the Imperial Beastmaster skill. 80%, or even 90%, of them belong to beast pets. Now, this hidden level of hopefulness that will upset the balance of the person with the most at stake, from the beast pet to the sentinel. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why do you do nothing about it? Or was it just forced excitement and acting out with him? You don't use it? I should warn you that if you don't set it up, it will be wiped out and repaired by the rules of the abyss. Why should I use it? Gu Changqing's rhetorical question caused the senior, who had kept his strange form alive for an unknown length of time, to suddenly have a moment of bewilderment. Gu Changqing didn't intend to use it, even though the effect of the Light of Hope was comparable to the golden word. But the last thing he needed was gold words. There are still 3 draws left to be used. Not necessarily all inferior to it. Don't you want to be stronger? Don't you want to have a power comparable to that of a beast pet? Don't you want to stand farther and higher, overlooking the path of the beast master? Think. Gu Changqing's eyes were clear and he called his hand, and little gold and black egg leapt to his heels. Stroking their heads, Gu Changqing laughed heartily. But the path I'm going to take to the sentinel beast is not one I'm going to take. It's one we're going to take. Without them, I wouldn't even be qualified to step in, let alone walk. They are the ones who fight for their lives. They are the ones who protect me. And they are the ones who are the first to face death. The sentinel is the master no less. And then what? Is there a deprivation of rights that should be their due? I don't know about others, but in my eyes, they are an inseparable part of me. Only when they are strong will I truly become strong. As for the Imperial Beast Masters themselves, only a loser would find it unfair. After a few words, Gu Changqing spoke in a gushing, impassioned manner. In his mind's eye, all the injustices he's encountered, all the deceitfulness of in the end, it's still because some people desire more and better. You, ha 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 ha, Junior, you make me really, really surprised. The expression on his face was first one of astonishment, then contemplation, followed by open laughter, and the scales on his body, which were shedding in pieces, were crystal clear and green, the great serpent's tail, dissipating in a cloud of green smoke. Within moments, he had become human, a human that Gu Changqing knew well. At his feet, was a small turquoise snake with 2 sarcomas, palm-sized, growing from the ends of its head. Tong Tian Bion. In order to suppress you, we all paid a heavy price. It was also because of this that the tragic battle in the blood-shattering wasteland was triggered. But whether you are a ferocious beast or a beast pet, you are ashamed of your divine-level bloodline, and I, like you, am ashamed of my fellow human race members as well. Tonto, Byron? Gu Changqing was filled with dismay. This small turquoise snake in front of him was hardly comparable to the divine dragon in the textbook that called the wind and rain and traveled the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. Wait, if it's a Tontine Byron then? Gu Changqing looked at him once more and murmured, the son of the first generation of the god of royal beasts, the only genius of the human race, the first royal beast master to contract a mythic grade beast pet. the royal beast patriarch who perfected the royal beast system, the king sage who bled in the wasteland and fought against the absolute peak battle power of ferocious beasts with his own strength. If it was truly the king sage, there were many other famous titles that Gu Changqing hadn't said. The pioneer who proposed cultivating the human race's imperial beast power and founding the school of imperial beast masters was likewise him. In the history of the human race, there have been many sages and predecessors, but he had shown, in a way, beyond the name of his father, the god of the imperial beasts. No wonder it looks so familiar. I can't believe that there are still people who remember me so far into the future. Sage Wang's eyes showed sighs of sorrow for the past. Seeing you and listening to your perseverance and path, it's as if I saw the great power of the radiant human race. I still have to thank the abyss. It let the puppet beasts distribute all the copies, letting me see the vigor of the new generation. It's only stronger than our time. Very good, very good. Gu Changqing didn't bother correcting, as he patiently listened to Sage Wang's words of emotion. That's right, to get into this copy and get to the golem. Excellent imperial beast master indeed. But those people, it's rare for 1 in 50 to come from a poor status. The human race has risen since its humble beginnings, and gradually it has been able to stand up to its powerful enemies, by the selflessness of their generation. And now, the class system of the imperial beastmasters went from false rumor to fact. The higher-ups control nearly all the resources. To the untouchables, the commoners in their mouths, perhaps a piece of the most common spiritual fruit and meat, don't even spare a bite. For a while, Gu Changqing had mixed emotions. Sage Wang watched the change and suddenly passed a hand to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing didn't understand, but still shook it. Congratulations on triggering the third stage of the hidden quest, becoming the first place winner of the great examination of Jinhai City and defeating all the heavenly talents and geniuses. Reward depends on the final result. Fail and you lose everything. Stage 3 hidden quest triggered? Gu Changqing looked up, and what entered his eyes was the slightly supplicating gaze of Sage Wang. Chattering wasteland, it was my mistake that caused the human imperial beastmasters to be green and yellow. I hope that you can stop the tragedy from happening. After all, the human race is people-oriented. The body of the king sage turned into a white dot, and together with the Tong Tian Biyong, began to dissipate into the copy. With his palms empty, Gu Changqing looked at the flying scattered points of light and said in a deep voice, I try my best, until all is calm again and the copies start to function properly. The second stage of the plot is open. Do you want to enter? Enter. Chapter 52, I said shut up. Got it? Unvoted plus version. It's restored. Gu Changqing's live feed is restored. On the second examination ground, the faction of family forces led by Li Haoran and the faction of the Imperial Beastmaster Association led by Zhao Zhaxiong were irreconcilably confronting each other in front of the people visiting the grand examination. Just as the two sides were at cross swords, Principal Wang pointed at the light screen with a sweaty smile, and seeing the live broadcast image of Gu Changqing entering the second stage of the plot's teleportation light door, a heart that was in his throat finally fell down. It seems that the person that City Lord Zhao is expecting has good luck. Likewise to each other. The backstabbers that Vice City Lord Li has planted are quite spectacular as well. Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong, the actual helmsmen of Jinhai City's inner and outer worlds, took this opportunity to give each other a step up in the ladder. The pair sat back in their seats, silently watching the images on the light screen. Yi Ruyan's hanging heart, likewise loosened up. In the blink of an eye when the live feed cut out, she wanted to rip her face off, regardless of the rip off the mask of hypocrisy that shrouds Jinhai City and dissect the truth in all its gory glory. Shen Lin under the podium, his hand reaching into his pocket drew out, and the wet sweat illustrated his unsettled heart. Gu Changqing doesn't know anything about what happened outside the scene. After entering the second stage of the plot teleportation, at this moment, he was standing in front of a broken city wall. All around were pieces of the broken bodies of ferocious beasts as well as Imperial Beast Masters. In and out of the Imperial Beast Masters, in groups of 2 or 3. Some were gathering up the bodies of their companions, while others were grasping at straws to repair the walls. On each face, no emotion fluctuated. Gu Changqing could tell that they weren't mechanized NPCs simulated by the abyss. It's more like an image restoration of a memory, implanted in a copy of the. Let the candidates face up to the tragic battlefield of the time. It's just being numb to life and death that allows you to be so bland. Brother Evergreen, all the way inside and outside the city, in a wide strip of land, Gu Changqing heard the call of the. Looking up, Su Qing waved at him. In addition to her, there were candidates who had cleared the first episode. Su Qing's face was still streaked with tears, obviously having cried. The others had much the same look on their faces, especially Chen Hai. The intense killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Slowly, more and more candidates converged on this place, and after counting, there were still 100 people. All other candidates were kept out of the first stage of the replica. At this moment, A burly and tall man with muscles like gnarled Imperial Beast Masters came before the 100-member team. You are the future of the Imperial Beast Masters. If it wasn't a matter of humanity's survival, I wouldn't be willing to send you into battle when you still don't know what life and death are. But the ferocious beasts are coming. What should we do? They're going to breach the only defense position in this grassland. And after the city breaks down, they'll head straight for the human hinterland. Now tell me, is anyone afraid? Don't worry, I'll use my discretion and won't let him die. The burly Imperial Beastmaster, in fulfillment of the image of mobilizing the new generation of Imperial Beastmasters in the real city back then. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice appeared, nagging, "What kind of tie copy is this? Hurry up and give the quest. It's on the exam." That's right, the rules of the Abyss are quite trendy. I wonder if the Imperial Beastmasters and ferocious beasts inside give experience for killing them? Does it explode equipment? I don't think so. It's a materialized image after all. Gradually, no one was listening to what the burly Imperial Beastmaster was saying. They were all discussing what the next task would be. An artificial copy of the Bloodbath Wasteland, with a hellish difficulty level, allowing for groups of up to 10 people. The second stage of the plot brings the candidates together, and the purpose is already clear. You guys, can you shut up and be quiet and listen to the seniors? Gu Changqing's eyes were unkind as he stared dead at those few candidates from other schools who were leading the way. Though, even if he didn't listen, the burly Imperator would follow a set procedure. But there was just a nameless fire burning inside him. Isn't this great genius, Gu? I've heard a lot about you. To be able to scare the Chen clan's great genius into raising his hands and surrendering with a junior rank, it's really out of our reach. Gu Changqing, what kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? That's right, an unseen pauper who doesn't know what this is? Ask and we'll never laugh at you. Someone quietly came to Chen Hai's ear and provoked. Chen Xiao, this dog has ruthlessly slapped your Chen family's face. Are you just going to watch it like this? It's not like your usual behavior. These people treated Chen Hai with only fear, not dread. Obviously all of them were the sons of families in Jinhai City. The Chen family was indeed the #1 family in Jinhai City, but it didn't mean that they could run rampant. I'll get his debt back. If you have ulterior motives, I'll be the first to kill you. Chen Hai's eyes were dead silent, staring at the man so much that he trembled and grayed away from him. Ugh, Su Qing sighed and said, "Brother Evergreen, no one will care. To them, this is just a piece of history, that's all." Yeah, I'm pissed off about something. Gu Changqing's fists clenched. In Jinhai City, if you can't be complicit, if you can't be committed, you are destined to be on the fringes, an outlier to be targeted. I told you to shut up, believe it or not. I'll send you out of your copies. A black sword chi grazed the heads of this group of candidates and sped past. Black Egg's eyes were scarlet, and white gas spewed out from his nostrils. And, showing his teeth and roaring at them, his form was hideous. Feeling the biting coolness pouring right through my head, it took them a moment to shake their heads and shut up. Chen Hai looked at Gu Changqing's beast pet, and the icy coldness that was so proud of it began to slowly dissolve with a stony face. At this time, the burly Imperial Beast Master droned. Your task is to guard the North City Gate. I'm not afraid to tell you that only the greatest, bravest, and most humongous human warriors are qualified to walk up the city walls. Now, you're it, go on. After he finished speaking, all the candidates received a prompt from the Abyss. The second phase of the plot, Wasteland Bloodshed, opens. You can choose to be in a group or solo, and the score is calculated by the number of ferocious beasts killed. Please go to the North Gate and choose the point you will be guarding. In half an hour, the army of ferocious beasts will soon attack the city. Brother Evergreen, I need your help. Surprisingly, Su Qing took the initiative to invite Gu Changqing to form a team. Hey, let's both pick closer spots and help each other out, shall we? Her thoughts were exactly in line with the wishes of Gu Changqing's heart, and she immediately nodded in agreement. The two teamed up and did not grab the point as quickly as the others. Instead, he walked around the city, observing what the ferocious beasts looked like. So much better to do some understanding. But by the time they got to the north gate of the city, the candidates on the ramparts have finished choosing their spots. Only one left and one right, directly above the gates, were not occupied. One of the candidates who had been intimidated by Gu Changqing laughed coldly. Gu Changqing, Su Beauty, you're both big names in the top 3. So, the toughest position is reserved for you guys. Don't say thank you. Exoteric. Chapter 53, Mad? Specializing in madness. Despicable. Shameless. Using underhanded tricks to pit Brother Evergreen. Su Chang was righteously indignant, and his words defended not his own interests. Instead, they prioritized going to Gu Changqing. Phew, the great lady of the Lingnan Su family, she actually cares about a pauper. Couldn't it be that she has a crush on him? The daughter of a powerful family has fallen in love with the son of a poor man. Interesting and funny. Su Qing's face swelled red with anger. A hand, pressed against the top of his head. Dogs bite you, don't bite back. Gu Changqing's expression was bland, and his eyes kept gathering outside the crumbling northern city gate. It's a vast, sprawling plain, the army of ferocious beasts. They were running from this side. Su Qing obediently nodded. Yes, how disgusting to bite a mouthful of hair. Gu Changqing, you seek death. The barking worldlings, having summoned their beastly pets with a beast pet in his possession, his temper hardened. You're too noisy. The black egg suddenly leaped into the air, like a stringed arrow, shooting to the top of the head. The black longsword met the dim sun's sheen, refracting an oily glow. In an instant, 5 swords slashed out, rolling half-moon sword chi killing. Water dungeon, water shield, wall of water. The world family's son became a mastermind, and the 2 water-type beast pets simultaneously unfolded their defensive skills, layer upon layer of water ripples, entrapped with extreme absorption. When the black sword chi touched it, the swift attack slowed down, slowly wrapped in soft water, just when many of the candidates thought it was nothing more than that. Suddenly, the 5 black sword chi burst apart after being absorbed into countless fine needle-thick sword chi. The 3 layers of water-based protective shields were churned up and expanded rapidly in a matter of moments. In a crunching sound, the protective skill described brittle paper and had been poked with holes by the sword chi. It all shifted so quickly that the world's children realized it was bad when the body was already drenched in blood from the sword chi. Stop, Gu Changqing, how dare you kill your classmates in the middle of a big exam? Who gave you the guts to be so insolent? Do you really think we're for show? They just felt a burning pain in their faces and Sun Min wasn't the strongest among them, but he was still a senior imperial beast master. The bloodlines of 3 beast pets, 2 gold and 1 lord, and both raised the grade to gold as well. It's safe to say that with full defense, there's basically no chance of breaking the shield. But Gu Changqing, the pauper in their eyes, the cheater, only 1 beast pet out, and it's only 1 move. Not only did they break through the defenses that Sun Min relied on, and nearly died under the sword energy, they couldn't figure out in their hearts why a pauper would be so strong. Chen Hai's gaze was biting as he looked at the cloudy Gu Changqing, and inexplicably there was a trace of apprehension in his heart. In an instant, though, he dismissed distractions. 1 move to break the shield. I can do that too. Sun Min, right? Gu Changqing's afterglow swept lightly. I hope your mouth can stay hard. Otherwise, I don't mind having a life and death ring battle with you after I get out of the copy. Bathed in blood, Sun Min's arrogance is gone. The sword chi only caused him to suffer flesh and skin. It was not fatal, but the sense of superiority that had been cultivated for so long was viciously trampled and ravaged. At that moment, on the plains in the distance, the sky was filled with dust and sand that rose abruptly. The earth rumbled and trembled violently, as if it were an earthquake. A curtain of rushing light divided the distance of 10 meters to the left and right of each candidate's chosen spot. An army of ferocious beasts has arrived at the city gates. Candidate's task, kill 100 ferocious beasts. When the kill is complete, you may exit the copy. 100 beasts. Candidates were visibly relieved to see this number of tasks. Those who can come to this level are basically up-and-comers who have been nurtured by the resources of a single family. There was only 1 pauper, Gu Changqing. Coming, Gu Changqing frowned, only to see that the dust was already flying 50 meters away outside the city, and the ferocious beast was extremely fast, already approaching 30 meters. Brother Evergreen, keep little Blackie still. Su Qing brought the unicorn over and tried to apply status to Black Egg, but he stopped it. Protect yourself and remember to call out to me when you're in danger. With a command, Gu Changqing jumped off the dozen-meter-high city wall with Black Egg. Go on. Gu Changqing stood in front of the crumbling city gate. Black Egg's entire body was covered in black aura, and his armor was once again strengthened to resemble black jade. Roar! A tall red horse, over 2 meters tall, pounded out of the dust. The hides of these horses clung to their skin, hard as iron. Arriving at the gates of the city, the heads of the horses rushing ahead were lowered and as if defiant warriors, they crashed up against the crumbling walls. Intermediate beast iron-headed horse. Level, 50. Attributes, strength plus 360. Physique plus 220. Agility plus 300. Spirit plus 20. Skills, steel, charge. Introduction, extinct species of ferocious beasts, known for their recklessness, single-celled. They receive only 1 command. Seeing their message, Gu Changqing's heart beat wildly. A level 50 intermediate ferocious beast with attributes exaggerated to this point. Black Egg took the lead, rather like a one-man army, but the next second, its tiny body was toppled by the iron-headed horse and fell heavily onto the city wall. Mud, it won't cut. Winged torso, add more. The armor thickened again, and Black Egg pulled himself out of the wall and continued to block. Cycle several times until the perpetual motion body is catapulted to its limit. It only managed to hold off the charge of the ironhead horses. Black egg, chop the horse's leg. Don't deliberately fight against it, be flexible. Gu Changqing analyzed the battle situation and gave Black Egg the right instructions appropriately. Sure enough, the move paid off. The Ironhead horse's body was exceptionally sturdy, and the horse's legs were considered its only weakness. Plus, they only know how to crash into the walls, ignoring everything else outside the walls on their own. A horse's leg was cut off, and the iron-headed horse, lying on the ground and struggling, still stared at the city wall without looking away. The single-celled ferocious beasts are truly superb. The other candidates, seeing that Gu Changqing's strange trick worked, followed suit. Within a short time, they were all wiped out under the indiscriminate bombardment of more than 100 candidates. Master, look! Black Egg, who was taking offense at the Ironhead horse, suddenly came over with a decapitated horse's head. Breaking open the fishy mouth, a thumb-sized grain of jade was contained within. This is, Gu Changqing took out the jade. Congratulations on obtaining one puppet jade. Puppet jade, special props, an important core for making manipulative puppet beasts. Puppets, again, he hurriedly asked Black Egg. Every head? Just this one has it, and it's at the front of the pack. Gu Changqing mused. What happened in the wilderness back then? Sage Wang says it's his fault. However, there were no puppet beasts in his beast pets. Suddenly, there was another vision at the end of the wilderness. The flames of the sky are burning halfway across the sky. Jean, Gu Changqing no longer stayed his hand. Kill. Find such a jade. The little golden high cries. Pale golden flames raged across his torso as he darted toward the fire in the distance. Chapter 54. It's just a copy. It's just a copy. At the end of the wilderness, a dim red fire burns through half the sky. The shrill cawing of crows, linked together, was deafening. Little Gold, bathed in fire, flew towards the depths of the plains. For a time, pale gold and red coloring each other. A series of blasts followed. Congratulations on killing the intermediate level beast, Dodo Fire Crow, gaining plus 200 experience. Congratulations on killing the intermediate level beast Yin Crow, gain experience plus 100. Current progress of copy quest kills, 15. Current progress of copy quest kills, 16. A golden crow that was comparable to the legendary divine beast, the Phoenix, landed into the crows. When it comes to the same species, Kim has no mercy. Perhaps inspired by the skills of the Black Egg, one can only see a formless flame like the blazing sun flame changing in Little Gold's hands. Soon, the number of ferocious beasts in his point track decreased drastically. Brother Evergreen, help me. Suddenly, the voice of assistance came from Su Qing, who was next to him. Gu Changqing looked sideways, only to see that Su Qing was being surrounded by a large number of fire crows. The unicorn was struggling to hold on, its snow white fur blackened and grayed by the flames. In a sorry state. Black Egg, go! Black Egg had some hesitation. Master, big sister isn't around. I'll leave again in case. Go! Seeing that his master's mind was made up, Black Egg had no choice but to rush into Su Qing's spot and, combined with the unicorn's assist ability, it was a killing spree. Black Egg's perpetually moving body, which seemed to be immune to Little Gold's flames, burned by the fire skills unleashed by the fire crow flock not only did very little damage to it, but also took the opportunity to absorb and recharge a wave. The situation is under control. Gu Changqing took the opportunity to look at the other candidate tracks. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he was almost infuriated. The quest requirement for the grand examination was to kill 100 ferocious beasts, but the memories of the ferocious beasts originating from this battlefield resurfaced. There were some candidates who saw that with their own strength, they could not finish killing the dozens of fire crows in the track, went so far as to leave the point and release the fire crow into the city, cooperate with NPCs to kill. But Gu Changqing came back on his way to understand the current situation in the city. Of the city's 4 gates, the other 3 were severely damaged, with only the north gate still having protection. Most of the city's ready fighters and wounded were concentrated in the city streets inside the north gate. They put in the flocks of fire crows without resistance. For a while, the city was ablaze with fire, and the shouts of murder were endless. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Chen Hai, who was not far from Gu Changqing's point, commanded the Red Flame Wolf and a Snow Lion to cooperate with each other to stall the direction of the Fire Crow Swarm's attack. He himself was clad in costly armor and wielding a lance, bathed in the red and blue sheen of the, like a god of war. Any fire crow that was shot down by the skill was picked off by it with a single shot, sharp and dry, without any delay. 10 minutes later, Little Gold flew back, blood and crushed meat in the corners of his mouth, seemingly having a good time eating. Not long after, Su Cheng complimented Black Egg and came to thank Gu Changqing. Looking at the sharply operating Chen Hai, Su Qing sighed. It seems that the second position are going to be untenable. The Chen family is really willing to spend a lot of money. The Xuanwu armor and the thrilling thunder halberd, the day before yesterday in the beast pet auction house in the provincial capital, were taken down by a mysterious person at an astronomical price of 54 million. Originally thought to be the handiwork of some super wannabe clan, I didn't expect it to be bought by the Chen family to invest in Shenhai's body. Seeing Gu Changqing's appearance of not knowing much about the equipment, Su Qing explained, Xuanwu armor, king-grade equipment, comes with the purple word entry of the perfect defense skill, which is able to reduce the damage of attacks by 70%. The thrilling Thunder War Halberd seems to be crafted from the spine of the Jintian Thunder Tiger mixed with rare materials, and is also a king-grade equipment. The purple phrase attached to it is capable of releasing the power of thunder and lightning, and can be used both near and far for offense and defense. Only, his greatest reliance should be the third beast pet. From the ring battle until now, it hasn't been released. Brother Evergreen, you have to focus on being careful. Gu Changqing Skedin marveled. In order to be able to represent Shanghai City to face the geniuses of the country with the first place finish, the Chen family could be said to have armed Shanghai to the teeth. Warning! Warning! The third wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive. There are many ferocious beasts, so please be prepared. Brother Evergreen, I'll go back first. Good. Gu Changqing's gaze looked through the gap in the city gates and saw that the city was in chaos. The flames raged and burned what little shelter there was. Some of the sick and wounded who were unable to flee for cover had to perish in the flames. However, this would not be a violation, nor does it affect the measurement of their grades, whether it's the first wave of Ironhead horses or the second wave of Fire Crows. Its ability attributes, though greatly limited, still exceed the average strength of current candidates. Seeking the help of NPCs in the city is also part of the city guarding quest. Coming. What's that? Black water? Not quite. If we can't hold them, let them come into town and we'll pick up the slack behind them. That's a great way to do it. A free hitter. No use for nothing. Sweeping away their previous nervousness, the candidates were at peace with themselves and, the big thing is to put it into the city. Master, I want to split them. Black Egg stroked the sword with an expression on his face, his tone dripping with murderous intent. Kill my ass. Just burn it to ashes in a fire. Kogain gave Black Egg rare props. The mission is important, so don't worry, you'll be given a chance. That black stream of water, in a moment's effort, spread across the entire plain of the. Only when it flowed in front of the city gates did Gu Changqing see that it wasn't black water, at all. Instead, it was a densely packed black ant. Low-grade beasts, devouring ants. Rank, 30. Attributes, none. Skill, devouring. Introduction, an extinct beast ant that, like the iron-headed horse, is crowned as the second mangler. It can eat anything, so run away if you come across it. Gu Changqing used the fire control technique, and several lines of fire were distributed out, and as soon as they came into contact with the devouring ants, they would instantly burn it to ashes. At the same time, the number of kill missions has increased. Gu Changqing was puzzled. So weak, so vulnerable. Is this a benefit? Outside the replica, the failed candidates, their families, and the people watching through the light screen, both cast unbelievable looks at the leadership seat. Is this blatant cheating? On Principal Wang's forehead, cold sweat broke out again. He stood up to face the skeptical crowd and explained, our original intention in making the replica was indeed with the purpose of honoring history. As for why this blunder occurred, it should be a deliberate act of the abyss. You should know that in previous years' replica examinations, no one has ever entered the second stage of the replica. Please believe that we are acting on the principle of fairness and impartiality. Fair and just? Those candidates who easily killed the ferocious beasts have already completed their tasks, and the teleportation light doors are out. A national examination. Shanghai City even openly cheats and speculates. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the whole country? Wait, guys, look. Instead of going to kill the ferocious beasts, why is Gu Changqing skulking around on the city walls? Asterisk. What I saw. Gu Changqing actually cut down Sun Min. Chapter 55. If no one is there, I'll go alone, with votes plus addition. Gu Changqing, what's a punk like you doing in my spot? Suan means beast pet. After killing some of the devouring ants, the goal of 100 ferocious beasts required by the mission was reached first. After being reminded by Abyss, he was going to choose to leave his copy immediately. Meanwhile, in his mind, the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters, the forbidden copy that everyone talks about. That's it? He, Sun Min, will be the first to pass. What Shanghai, Su Qing and the rest? It's all a paper tiger. It's not useful. Just as he was about to tap, a hand squeezed his wrist. Sun Min glanced sideways and saw that it was actually Gu Changqing. The latter, full of indifference. The candidates on the city walls, except for a small portion who were working hard to kill the devouring ants and keep them away from the walls, The remaining ones have chosen that they want to quit their copies, fighting for that prestigious first place. Swallowing ants, iron-headed horses, flocks of fire crows. These ferocious beasts won't choose to actively attack a candidate as long as you don't actively provoke it. The only thing in their eyes were the gates, the walls, and the NPCs in the replica. Want to walk away? Gu Changqing's pupils emitted a compelling icy coldness. Forgot your duties for this episode of the mission? Sun Min violently shook off Gu Changqing's hand, looked at those NPCs in the city, and sneered coldly. It's you who's sick in the head, isn't it? I'm here to take the grand examination, and I'll do whatever I want under the rules. I see. The poor people have high aspirations and sympathize with the NPCs and the copies? Then you sympathize. If you destroy all the ferocious beasts by yourself, you'll turn over a new leaf, and you'll become a great hero of the world. What's it got to do with me? It's just a cold piece of data. Who knows who when you're out of the copy? Can you still crawl out from inside to find me trouble? At the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth, he could no longer suppress a cold smile. His hand, at some point, gripped Black Egg's long black sword. A bizarre black line, with a hissing sound that broke through the air, cut straight through Sun Min's neck. Pop! It was too late for the water shield to protect Sun Min. A flurry of reddish blood jetted out of the neck and crashed into the water shield. Sun Min's eyes were filled with consternation, and he covered the wound with both hands, still unable to stop the blood from spilling. The gradual draining of life panicked him, and with his left hand outstretched to try and touch the portal of teleportation light, Gu Changqing's black sword swung again, sharp and long, leaving flat cuts at his wrists. You can't go out with a completed mission. You can only go out killed and in a sorry state, because you damn well don't deserve it. Sun Min is desperate. Consciousness is fading, though protected from actual death by the abyss, but the process of dying cannot be circumvented. Gu Changqing dropped the longsword, and the black sword transformed into black gas and returned to Black Egg's hand. Bah! Black Egg spat toward Sun Min. Mud, I've been looking at you for a long time. Gu Changqing continued to walk forward. Sun Min was suddenly killed, causing this group of high and mighty sons of the world to panic for a moment. Looking at the strolling figure, like a hellish, life-demanding Thule, hastily tapped the teleportation light door. However, the teleportation light door shattered open abruptly when their hands touched it and only the bright starlight, gradually dimming and fading away, as is their life. At that moment, in Gu Changqing's mind, a prompt from the abyss rang out. Wish replacement completed. The Imperial Beastmaster's hidden skill, Light of Hope, will not be available to you. After the devouring ants appeared, the skill time limit of Light of Hope, 2, expired. The rules of the abyss make amends to him, and any wish that is not excessive can be granted. Originally, Gu Changqing had planned to replace more information about Black Egg. After all, his bloodline was self-contained, and even the golden word path of heavenly destiny could not be changed, which means that Sun Min, the son of these worldly families, wants to walk away, so he changed the terms of the replacement. The teleportation light gate is disabled. At this time, Gu Changqing had already walked to the next candidate's point. Looking at the expressionless man, the candidate shivered and threatened to intimidate. Do you know who I am? The principal of Pingding High School is my second uncle, and I'm the only son of the Gao family. If you dare to kill me, when you get out of the replica, there will be absolutely no good consequences. The Gao family, one of the Jinhai city's lineage families, was the family that funded the construction of the Pingding Plaza. But, pacify? How do you have the good sense to use the word pacify? Can you tell me what was pacified? Leveled the path of ascent for the poor and humble? Fixed the identity of your noble families? Or is it that Jinhai City can calm the beast tide and protect the people's well-being as long as you are there? The only son of the Gao family, not expecting Gu Changqing to speak so sharply, momentarily at a loss as to how to reply, said stiffly, so what? Without our lineage, can Jinhai City develop rapidly? Without the elite of the lineage, who will protect the city during a beast tide? Even the guards in the various city districts, those are the ones that the lineage families pay for and feed up. The only son of the Gao family's words opened up and immediately found a rebuttal point. Then I'll ask you instead. Gu Changqing, you're just an orphan living on a monthly pension. Are you capable of breeding and raising legendary beast pets? Do you know how astronomical it costs to cultivate it? And you still want to presume that you'll get there in one step? Do you know how ridiculous that is? The Chen family's offer to you is considered generous. At least it will allow you to smoothly enroll in an Imperial Beast University. One must learn to see reality, and not to be delusional about things that don't match one's own. His words were loud, so loud that all the candidates could hear them. Su Qing, Shi Shang, Chen Hai and a few other Liao Liao people all had ugly faces. Chen Hai angrily shouted, Surname Gao, what my Chen family does is not for you to mention. Su Qing, on the other hand, sighed and didn't say anything. It's too late to say anything now. It's all in vain. There are a lot of things that are public knowledge to everyone, but you're arrogant enough to poke it in the face. And that's not sneering at people who think they're at the bottom of the heap. Rather, it was to remove that layer of shaming cloth and disgrace all the worldly families to the front of the people. Finished? Gu Changqing remained cold, and he finally understood why Sage Wang had said he was wrong before he dissipated. Perhaps, the moment he inherited the will of his father, the god of imperial beasts, and perfected the imperial beast ranking system, he had a premonition that there would be today. If there has to be one person to take on that human race bloom that Sage Wang is looking forward to, then I, Gu Changqing, will take it. Gu Changqing raised his head openly, his eyes like electricity. The black gas instantly condensed into a sword in his hand, slanting chopping forcefully. The chest of the only son of the Gao family immediately opened up. Gu Changqing's footsteps didn't make any stops, getting faster and faster. The worldly candidates, who had already been scared out of their wits, had long since forgotten how to struggle against the. A beam of light rises up to the sky. Send them away from their copies with the blackest of swords, until more than 30 men died under the black sword. Gu Changqing stopped his hand. Gu Changqing, you! Chen Hai glared angrily. Gu Changqing was not venting his personal anger, but challenging authority. Crossing his sword in his hand, Gu Changqing pointed at Chen Hai from afar and coldly said, "Don't worry, I can't lose the Chen family no matter what. If no one says retreat again, then kill back the ferocious beasts for me. Don't tell me that you guys have forgotten what that Imperial Beast Master Senior said." Chapter 56. If you move him, weigh the consequences. Chen Xiao, you have to stand up for our worldly family clan disciples. The raging waves of devouring ants, under the combined blows of the remaining candidates, before they could get close to the walls, they were cleared out. Gu Changqing disguised as a death instructor, but anyone who contributed to the work was sent out of the copy for free. Experience a handful of reincarnations. There were also some candidates who had settled down and wanted to take advantage of Gu Changqing's lack of preparation to execute him, but when he saw the black egg that didn't leave his side one step at a time, and the little gold that looked like a fire god, gradually, the idea was dispelled. When the wave of ferocious beasts was easily repelled, then someone approached Chen Hai, hoping that he would step forward and lead the children of the world's families against Gu Changqing. Chen Hai's teeth gritted and cackled. The battle power of Gu Changqing's beast pet had exceeded his expectations by several, if not dozens of times. Even though he still had the confidence to fight one of them, it was a waste to use it here. Stupid! Chen Hai snorted coldly in disdain. Can't you guys see that this one big test assesses more than just grades? Higher-ups of the city lord's office, the abyssal rule would set a level so simple? Think about it with your stained brains. He's helping you in a sense by forcing you. The one who wants to send him out of the copy the most is me. The son of that worldly family was scolded by Chen Hai and left with a gray face. Gu Changqing returned to his spot, and as he passed by Chen Hai, the latter coldly grunted. Gu Changqing, don't think you're underestimating the lineage just because you have two powerful beast pets. Curb your hostility. Otherwise, there will be no place to die. Well, I'll be waiting. Gu Changqing responded carelessly, looking at the uncaring back. Chen Hai clenched his fists and, unwitting pariah, you'll pay for arrogance. In the meantime, in the duplicate light door, the dozens of candidates who had been killed out by Gu Changqing walked out of the light door with pale faces and lifeless eyes. As soon as their feet hit the ground, they all plopped down on the floor, until the elders of the family and the leaders of the school came forward to assist. They just slowed down and howled into the arms. Marred. I don't care who Gu Changqing is, who is behind the support tout. My Sun family must severely punish this thief. Sun Min was in a terrified trance, crying for a while and laughing for a while, and his spirit was obviously suffering from a severe trauma. The old master of the Sun family, in his pity, rebuked with righteous indignation, vowing to seek justice for his grandson. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The other parents of the lineage, the leaders of their schools, followed in agreement, wantonly killing classmates on the stage of the grand examination. This is a human imperial beast master? I see a tendency to go to extremes and become a vicious imperial beast master who is the public enemy of the human race. If Gu Changqing is not dealt with, it's not enough to spread the anger of the people. City Lord Zhao, this son should be treated with thunder and lightning, disqualified from the grand examination and expelled from the city. Expelling them from the city is burying a scourge for Jinhai City. I suggest immediate execution to end the future. Gu Changqing dares to provoke authority and disregard the rules. Such a candidate is disgracing Jinhai City and discrediting us. The vociferousness of the denunciation intensified and emotions were even higher. Zhao Zhexiong squinted his eyes, sipping his wine comfortably and listening with interest. And the crowd of onlookers, except for the children of the world's families who were fanning the flames down there, ordinary people, on the other hand, were happy to watch and enjoy the show. Enough said? Seeing that they were showing great signs of chattering, Zhao Zhenxiong suddenly chimed in. The men, After a moment of amazement, the old master of the Sun family said with a meaningful meaning, City Lord Zhao, the helper behind the sun. It couldn't be you, could it? If so, you don't have to go through all this trouble. Give notice to my Sun family, and kill or be killed as you please. I, the Sun family, can follow orders and must not be humiliated. Zhao Zhanxian laughed loudly and said, Humiliated? Humiliated by whom? Gu Changcheng? How could it be? He's a descendant of heroes. His parents died in battle in a beast tide. The provincial capital personally issued the honor of hero. It can only be considered as a disagreement between peers. Why would he be insulted? Descendants of heroes? Is slaughtering your fellow countrymen considered heroic? The merits of his parents can be carried on to the next generation as a reason to get off the hook? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. In the Battle of the Beast Tide, there were more than 2 who were made heroes. Can they all be reckless and trustworthy? Li Haoren sat upright and smoothly passed a glance to Chen Ziming. The latter understood and picked up on the Sun family's old master's words, saying, It's hard to say whether it's a hero or not. I seem to vaguely remember that Gu Changqing's parents were not killed in action while defending the city, right? The honor of being named a hero was also submitted by the former city lord in a temporary mojo before he left the city to fight against the ferocious beasts at sea. In here, could there be something fishy? Surname Chen, if you don't want the teeth in your dog's mouth, old man, I'll crack them for you one by one. Morong Yuan quit, furiously getting up and breaking into a rage. Take my Morong family under the knife. Weigh how many pounds you have. Don't say about the first family of Xinhai. Even if the first of the provincial capital came, they would have to speak to me as human beings. Li Haoren smoothly rounded off the situation. Elder Morong should not be angry. It is natural to resolve any doubts. We don't deny the Morong family's contribution to Xinhai City, and family master Chen has no intention of overturning it. Then what are you guys barking about? Gu Changqing's details, the information you guys have found out is more than detailed. Whether there are any problems or not, you know it all. What? Is there someone above who doesn't agree? Or are you guys harboring evil intentions? Li Haoren's eyes were cold. Elder Morong, this is going too far. Very much over? At this time, Yi Ruyan, who had not spoken, pointed directly at Li Haoren. Do I need to set the record straight? For what exactly did my teacher and my mother die in battle? Quiet. Instantly, the scene that was originally boiling back to life immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Ruyan's body. Her gaze reveals sadness and disappointment in the present that, I'll put my word down here. Whoever dares to hit Gu Changqing and block what he's going to do, I, Yi Ruyan, will spit out some secrets that I shouldn't say. Don't warn me that I also have stakeholders behind me. They are them and I am me. Good. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being the disciple brought out by that couple. Count me as one of the Morong family. Li Haoren took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as knives. Gentlemen, do you realize the consequences of this? Yi Ruyan's chest puffed out. Consequences? You can try. For a while, the families kept their mouths shut and it was as if the vociferous criticism of Gu Changqing just now was just an illusion. Phew, the fourth wave of ferocious beast armies is coming, and it's time for the curtain to fall on the big personal exam. Zhao Zhanxian's lazy words focused everyone's attention. On the light screen, at this moment, at the end of the plane, suddenly, a tall image of a ferocious beast that, erected like the pillars of the heavens, oppressively overlooking the crumbling little town on the Miles Plain. Chapter 57, Super-Dimensional Boss Attacks. The second subplot of the Bloodshed Wasteland has reached its final sound. Please unite as one to fight against the ferocious beasts. At the end of the episode, rewards will be awarded according to the contribution value. Attention! The super-dimensional beasts have gathered to attack. Defend the honor of the human race and repel the beasts. Abyssal queue after abyssal queue. However, the candidates present, looking at the giant beast at the end of the plane that was as tall as the sky, how could there be any thought of confrontation in their hearts? Gu Changqing gritted his teeth, and his insides shook. Those leaders of the city hall and the first high school are out of their minds, aren't they? What kind of guys are stuffing the artificial copies? That oppressive pressure was even stronger than the oppression brought about by the fierce demon of the Lone Eagle Ridge as well as the three-headed tentacled dragon that he had encountered before. The scariest thing was that 10 heads came at once. It's a proper regimental rhythm. How does this even play? All of us together won't be enough to stuff our teeth. Gu Changqing, you're the one who forced us to stick around. If you're capable, go kill yourself. Even Qi Shang, who had always remained neutral and thrown goodwill towards Gu Changqing, sighed. Student Gu Changqing, I'm afraid this is as far as I can go. It's not that I'm greedy and afraid of death. It's just a copy. Su Qing is also full of despair. If it is a head of 2 heads, dozens of people surrounded, there is still a chance. 10 at a time, and all of them were superdimensional ferocious beasts. What is hyperdimensional? That's beyond their average rank, beyond the behemoths of their more upwardly mobile job titles. How do I fight? What to fight with? At that moment, the Abyssal Rule knew humanity and opened a teleportation-like door in the city. Seeing the light gate unfold, most of the candidates showed joyful faces. They're not afraid of failing to get through. After all, the fear is to experience the pain of a reincarnation. You, go right ahead. In front of the huge gap like the rift. Cowardice. Not shameful. Gu Changqing had killed dozens of people in a row earlier because those people didn't know how to show at least some respect. Now he hesitated. Once they heard that they could leave, instantly there were only a dozen or so candidates left on the walls. Gu Changqing twisted his head, saw that Qi Sheng hadn't left, and said, "Why don't you leave?" Qi Sheng smiled and said, "I am going to leave, but not now. This is a super-dimensional ferocious beast. Wouldn't it be a pity not to witness it?" Su Qing rolled her eyes. How pretentious. One of their slaps down. Hopefully you can still stand. Qi Sheng was not stubborn. Miss Su is right. Anyway, I can't fall out of the top 20 in my estimation, so there's no harm in failing once. I'm even more curious about death. No tricks, being too well protected. I haven't even set foot outside the city yet. Gu Changqing crossed over to Qi Sheng and glanced at Chen Hai. Chen Hai just snorted coldly. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. For Chen Hai, the inner emotions were also intricate. It was the Chen family that wanted to put him to death, and he had to die in order for that secret not to be publicized. Chen Hai, this person, arrogance is the family spoiled. Flaunt is the habit of the children of the world family. Other than that, he topped it off with frequent outputs on his mouthpiece, and was often disliked by Gu Changqing in return. When the death knell of the Chen family rings, I will consider keeping you alive. When Gu Changqing finished speaking, Little Gold, who had already switched to the true flame sparrow form, had his body expanding and growing larger. He jumped onto his back and said to the only dozen or so people left, "I'll go explore the intensity of the ferocious beasts." With a soft chirp, Little Gold carried Gu Changqing and flew towards those behemoths. "Come too with me." Chen Hai similarly called on the two candidates and ran towards the other ferocious beasts. For a while, the dozen or so people left behind left the city walls in twos and threes like their hearts were in the right place. Just as they left, the burly Imperial Beastmaster walked up the wall and, looking at the people who were divided into several small groups, the eyes full of approval. Although, that indelible system of equivalence still exists, they are united in their choice before the great right and wrong. At that moment, several more Imperial Beast Masters appeared beside him. That Chen Hai is good, throwing down grudges and knowing the pros and cons. Humph, has your Vermilion Bird Academy fallen for the surname Gu? Be careful, don't get cut down by him. TSK, 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 old bye, you don't mean what you say. When Gu Changqing sent those people out of the copy, you were still clapping your hands vigorously. I'm happy to. The ferocious beasts are killing under the city, and you want to run away after completing your mission without prioritizing the protection of the people in the city? If it were me, I would have cleared them all out, leaving no one behind. This is the main reason why your White Tiger Academy is having trouble enrolling students, and with a principal like you, it's quasi no good. Okay, our time is up. All four of our universities, we all have our eyes on the seedlings. Just be quiet and watch their performance outside. The slowly approaching men were unaware of the discussion about them on the walls. At this moment, every meter they advanced, they felt the winds of the astral deities hunting and their hearts trembling with fear. The closer he got to the big guys, the more his heart skipped a beat. Can you guys see its message? Chen Hai, who was wearing a king-level equipment, was subjected to less pressure, and he blocked the front, taking the pressure for the other two. No, it's still a bit far. Advance some more. What's the point of advancing? They're moving, nearly 200 meters apart. The body, which was like a tall building, slowly raised its feet and stepped forward. Dang, like a cannonball exploding. The ground shook with it. This step, which actually spanned more than 10 meters, the jaws of the three men watching were staggered. There's you Abyss rules his ass. In front of the three, information about the ferocious beasts all appeared. Chen Hai rolled over and mounted the red flame wolf, saying, go back and gather. When they returned to the city gate location, they found Su Cheng and Qi Sheng each returning with their men. Once the several parties met, they all looked at each other. It's impossible to fight. On our side are two level 50 fierce demon level ferocious beasts, Jianmu giant ape, Wind Willow demon tree, Nima. The two beasts are still together. They can borrow each other's power. It's impossible to play. It's not good on our side either. A 55 level fierce demon level fierce beast hails three-headed dog, a proper legendary bloodline. The east side is a bit better. For level 60 elite level ferocious beasts with impure bloodlines can be prioritized for killing. Su Cheng and the others explored the relatively weak points after exchanging information. Gu Changqing hasn't returned yet? It can't be that he's been pestered by a ferocious beast, right? Are we going over to the rescue? A son of a worldly family, with a weak voice, offered his thoughts. Even though they hated Gu Changqing so much that they couldn't wait for him to die at the hands of the ferocious beasts, but Gu Changqing's strength as well as his means, though not really revealed, yet it also tells them the truth that it's so much better than them. One less strong player is one more danger. I'll go. Su Qing summoned the unicorn and was just about to roll over and go up. Just listen to the abyssal beeps that rang out across the plains. Congratulations to candidate 666, Gu Changqing, for slaying the 65-level elite-level ferocious beast, the three-tailed white fox. Chapter 58, Fierce Demon Five-Tailed Blood Fox, Blood Prison. Ward Hare? While they were still discussing how to strike the Gu Changqing, alone, had already solved one head. Although, there is a difference of 1 grade between the elite-level ferocious beasts and the ferocious demon-level ferocious beasts. The shelves can't help but vary in rank. There is a difference between the two when comparing attributes alone, but not much. The fierce demon class was strong in the special nature of its bloodline. This, Gu Changqing, single kill? That's the way it was heard. Chen Xiao, he, all those windy comments about him that are coming out of the world are false? It's hard to believe that his shocked Chen Go's active surrender is true? The few remaining sons of the worldly families had their Dao hearts shattered by Gu Changqing's appalling record. Despite knowing that the news that came into his ears was false, he did not expect that the difference is so outrageous. Chen Hai clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, and suddenly put on his Xuanwu armor and thrilling thunder war halberd. Carrying his gun, he went to block the position where those high-level ferocious beasts were traveling forward. The puzzled inquiries from the disciples of the worldly family were like a steel needle that penetrated into his heart. Gu Changqing, what a punk like you can do. I can do it too. And, better than you can do. Looking at Chen Hai whose cockfighting vigor had come up, Su Qing snorted and laughed. Qi Shang also held his forehead and muttered, "It's been a long time since I've experienced a feverish state. Let's go. We can't do 1 against 3, so let's go many against many without reservation." Only a golden hexagram star formation emerged under his feet and a Vajraluahan-type beast pet that was covered in golden light and had 3 heads and 6 arms was summoned from the royal beast space. Only the arms and head of the beast pet are in the form of a lion. Yo, no more hiding. Su Qing snickered. Qi Shang shook his head. It's not hidden anymore. And it can't be hidden anymore. I thought I could hold out until I could compete with the nation's geniuses as a secret weapon. But they are not allowed to be hidden. Ugh. Yeah, what's the point of hiding then? Come on, the family's bottom is about to be shaken out. Gu Changqing, I hate you. It's fine. When we pass the copy, go out and challenge him in the ring by name to get our face back. If you're good, you're on. My beast pet was just contracted not long ago. Don't beat my loyalty out of me. Several disciples of the lineage, after accepting Gu Changqing as a pervert, had their state of mind change at the same time, curbing the arrogance of no one in sight. Treat him as an equal, or even higher, status. Suddenly, I realized that in addition to being foul-mouthed and sinister, otherwise it's not bad. Go, support Chen Hai. The group had summoned their last crushing beast pets. Follow Chen Hai and go block those 4 elite-level ferocious beasts. On Gu Changqing's side, with the advantage of the ferocious beasts being unaware as well as the extremely fast speed of Little Gold, stayed longer, on purpose. By the time you enter combat to activate the battle spirit boil, stacked to double the increase. Little Gold opened the shadow of the golden crow and released the blazing sun flame. That elite level 3-tailed white fox was of the min attack type, a sudden sneak attack, a case of dodging, hit head-on by blazing sun blaze and eat full damage. Black Egg went up to make up dozens of swords again, but once the 3-tailed white fox is dead, 2 deafening roars rang out from the plains behind them. Only 5/10 of meters long tails were erected, like pillars of the sky that tipped over. It smashed down towards Gu Changqing. Xiao Jin moved swiftly and sensitively, immediately pulling himself up high into the air and dodging the 5 tails attack. Dang! Dust flew up on the ground, and a blood-red aura pressed over from the sky. A 5-tailed blood fox that was several times larger than a 3-tailed white fox, staring at blood pupils that were even larger than lanterns. Bending his head down to rub against the 3-tailed white fox burned into black charcoal. His sad voice whimpered and, hearing Gu Changqing's body tingled. At that moment, the 5-tailed blood fox's message also appeared. Fierce demon beast, 5-tailed blood fox, rank, 55, bloodline, savage ancient seed, orange, attributes, strength plus 500, physique plus 300, agility plus 500, spirit plus 200, skills, hemolytic orb, blood prison, homologous evolution, corpses and blood, tail breaker. Introduction, one of the genetic bloodlines of the extinct 9-tailed fox clan, because it was not allowed to evolve. It went on the path of promotion to the barbarian ancient seed sequence. This clan has been afraid of flames since ancient times, so please pay attention and don't be hit by its skills. The 2 big, Bright words of fierce demon made Gu Changqing's heart clench at the sight of them. This fierce demon was far more powerful than the one he had encountered before. It wasn't because of the attributes, but the orange legendary bloodline and the 5 skills. Even the old ancestor of the 3-headed tentacled dragon lying in the backpack, the tentacled dragon divine Jiao that wanted to change its fate against the heavens. It's a hair's breadth away from one. Humans, damned humans, kill my child, die. The 5-tailed blood fox roared, a ball of blood, coalescing on its 5 tails. And then 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and 4 becomes thousands. Nico, behind Little Gold, the shadow of the golden crow grew more and more massive and real, vaguely visible. A sun fell from the heights, exploding with a blast of immeasurable flames. A divine bird, bathed in fire, stepped out of it with a flourish. With a long cry to the sky, everything was reduced to nothingness in the surging flames. Ugly old bastard with 5 tails, dare to touch my master. You try. In the shadow of the golden crow, a wisp of blazing flames of the sun was flying all over the sky. It covered most of the sky with a cage. The overwhelming stance that belonged solely to the divine beast, the golden crow, was interpreted by Little Gold with 20% of its power. The blazing sun flame similarly transformed into a fireball the size of a basin, and there were even more of them than the 5-tailed blood fox's blood ball. God, divine beast bloodline? Feeling the suppression from the mind as well as the bloodline. The 5-tailed blood fox revealed an expression of human fear, looking at the Little Gold in the air. Its feet, subconsciously, stepped back. Old mongrel, who are you looking down on? Master Black is here. Why don't you surrender quickly? Black Egg raised his sword to the sky, but at the height of a dozen meters of the 9-tailed snow fox, it was like dust. The 5-tailed blood fox's blood pupils glared downwards, and its heavy dragon-like claws slapped at the Black Egg. Nima, seeing that the deterrent did not work, the long sword in Black Egg's hand immediately skyrocketed. Gathering a length of 3 meters, he met the claws with a hard swing. The black aura briefly resisted the clawed swipe of the. At the same time, strands of blood-colored energy surged into the black sword. Big sister, it's up to you. Taking advantage of the fluctuation of the huge impact, Black Egg moved swiftly and withdrew from the battlefield. Meanwhile, a fireball was like a meteor shower, smashing down on the 5-tailed blood fox from above. So what if it's a divine beast bloodline? Would I be afraid of a divine beast that hasn't grown up? The 5 tails of the 5-tailed blood fox fluttered at the same time. The blood ball shot out. Just hear the continuous explosion of boom boom boom. The fireballs that filled the sky collided with the blood balls. Fire melts away the blood ball, and the blood ball disperses the fireball. For a moment, the colors of pale gold and blood split the sky in two, but gradually, the 5-tailed blood fox roared. The blood that filled the wasteland flowed violently and, from all directions, they converged towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing was startled and said urgently, Xiao Jin, withdraw. It's too late. The blood is gathering faster. Just a buzzing sound. A square block of blood that trapped him. Blushing was the second skill of the 5-tailed blood fox. Blood Prison. Chapter 59, Exorcising Beasts Without Fighting. Golden phrase, Heart of Qingqiu, Boo Boo. The blood prison had become a reality, trapping Gu Changqing within it. Black Egg didn't believe me. He slashed his sword several times in a row, but the sharp sword Qi, which used to be invincible, chopped on it and it could only cause ripples, creating no substantial damage. Even the plundering sword Qi could not plunder the blood-colored energy on the blood prison. Xiao Jin wanted to attack to try it out, but was stopped by Gu Changqing. The 5-tailed blood fox poked out its small mountain-like head, its pair of bloody pupils staring at Little Gold. The voice said coldly, a noble and supreme divine beast has chosen to make a contract with a human, degrading itself to become a beast pet to be driven. This is wasteful and criminal. If I had your bloodline, I would have long ago dominated the ancient world and become the sole truth of the ferocious beasts. And then look at you. You clearly have unlimited and endless potential, and by tapping into your own bloodline you can traverse this world. Now that you've fallen so low that you can't even win against me, your obstacle is him. Surprisingly, the 5-tailed blood fox did not attack him. Instead, he stared dead in the face of Kogain and began to teach it a lesson. Why should beast pets be bound according to their master's abilities? This is the greatest restriction the abyss has placed on us. Come on, let me break your contract with this punk human. Restored to freedom, you will regain the power of a divine beast in a short time. As Little Gold listened to the 5-tailed blood fox's incessant persuasion, his little head tilted, his pale golden eyes turned twice, and he said in a brittle childish voice, the savage ancient breed is a very torturous beast, isn't it? You who should have had a bright future, just because you lacked so much luck, you are missing so much of a strand of the supremely pure bloodline, thus breaking the path of evolutionary ascension. As a last resort, it could only seek other evolutionary routes, but the savage ancient species bloodline evolutionary path has caused its own route to diverge greatly. It is drifting farther and farther away from the ancestors' path of supreme purity. You're bitter and helpless, wanting to give it up but not giving it up. You can only stay at the fierce demon level, even though the level up is very high and the attributes increase a lot. But the most central bloodline of the fierce beasts is also gradually flowing away and muddy. Roar! Little Gold's words had obviously touched the five-tailed blood fox's reverse scales, and it opened its bloody mouth and hissed angrily. With the powerful sound waves, even the blood prison was shaking. When Gu Changqing saw that the five-tailed blood fox was so out of sorts, he immediately secretly said to Little Gold, "Keep playing." All the while, teaching Black Egg and assisting from the sidelines, Xiao Jin once again opened his golden crow's shadow, his small wings pointing at the image behind him, and proudly said, "It's very handsome, isn't it? From my master. To tell you the truth, if it wasn't for the fact that you guys came in too many numbers, I would have to build up my strength to deal with the other ferocious beasts. With the current you're no match for me at all." The five-tailed blood fox's expression became even more grave. Indeed, having completed just one evolution, in the round of exchanges although the five-tailed blood fox was taking the initiative, it could sense that Kogain didn't use his full strength. Divine beasts inherently have the ability to suppress beast pets of low bloodline as well as ferocious beasts. Even if they were legends, then they had to kneel well. Big sister is absolutely right. Old mongrel, look at me. Black Egg took over, and the perpetual motion carapace immediately activated. Black aura lingered, manifesting various kinds of armor and blades. At the same time, there are intermittent breaks on the black gas running at full power that are barely visible to the naked eye. It seemed to be suppressing the Black Egg's bloodline, or like the two complemented each other, only the other had yet to be developed and activated. I'm not afraid to tell you that Master Black is also a god-level bloodline. I'm on a different path from Big Sister. It's responsible for killing, and I'm responsible for crossing the threshold. How about that? Rare and bad. Gu Changqing patted Black Egg's head and said, "Don't say anything. What if it gets aggressive and kills us all?" After saying that, he slammed his forehead. "I almost forgot. This is a copy, protected by the abyss." Little Gold fluttered his wings and flew to the blood-colored light mist of the blood prison, his eyes looking pitifully at the five-tailed blood fox outside. "If you possessed the most pure bloodline, you would be like me now, with endless means. Don't disbelieve me. If I wanted to second you, it would be a matter of minutes." Roar! The five-tailed blood fox once again stormed out. Surrounded by the bloody prison of light and mist, countless blood-colored swords came out of thin air. Swiftly, they shot towards Gu Changqing from all directions. "Why are you still talking about gross?" The blazing sun flame transformed into an ancient bell, covering Gu Changqing and Black Egg inside. The perpetually moving body overflows black, forming armor that wrap one man and two beasts tightly. Although the blood sword was sharp, it was unable to break through the defense of the large bell. Seeing this large bell above his head, Gu Changqing couldn't help but win a jolt. Golden Crow, Big Bell, Nima. The last end of Little Kim's growth should not be to recreate the supreme divine form of the One, right? If you say it's useless, it's useless. Why don't you believe it? Black Egg crosses his arms and looks bitter. "Tell you what, become my master's reserve beast pet. I'll bear the pain and give you the spot that belongs to me. With a heavenly opportunity before us, it would be a waste not to cherish it." Black Egg, Gu Changqing chortled. "How can you just make a choice for me? You know how precious that thing is. Master, you can't bear the idea of a confused beast going astray for the sake of the road ahead, can you? Give it. Let's give it." Ugh, Gu Changqing sighed, while opening the talent bar and selecting extract. Thousands of golden haze rose, after which one strand fell into the backpack. "Congratulations on drawing the gold phrase, flowers smile at me. What a Thai name. A pair with the sun shining in the sky? Smoke again. Congratulations on drawing the gold phrase, 10,000 battles in all directions. Aha, be serious now." Gu Changqing clicked on the words and skimmed over the Black Eggs. Tailor-made for it. 10,000 warriors, the golden word. Ability, become a god after 10,000 battles and ascend to the next level by bathing in the blood of thousands of enemies. For every battle you experience, your four-dimensional attributes will increase by 1. When you reach the limit of 10,000 battles, you can be shattered and become a god. Requirements: Nirvana Reborn, reincarnation available. Nirvana? Gu Changqing knew that the legendary divine beast, the Phoenix, had such a gifted bloodline. And reincarnation? Do Black Eggs belong? He placed the gold phrase in the Black Egg Sentinel space. This beast pet meets the requirements for use. Will the gold phrase be given to the beast pet Black Egg? No. Black Egg's evolutionary path is becoming more and more like that black minion. It's the weapons that don't fit the image. Smoke again. The golden haze soared once more. Gu Changqing clasped his hands together. Come on. Have a most wanted golden word. The golden light was hidden. and Gu Chongqing opened his backpack expectantly. In that golden haze, he seemed to see a ferocious beast with 9 tails. Congratulations on drawing the gold phrase, Heart of Green Hills. Gu Chongqing tapped on the golden word message and immediately rejoiced. Out. Fruity is really out. Chapter 60, An Honest Fierce Beast is quite cute, just love plus edition. Heart of Qingxiu, limited unique bloodline golden phrase. Introduction, the purest bloodline left behind by the legendary 9-tailed god fox. Used by beast pets to unlock the evolution route of the 9-tailed god fox bloodline. Ability, to een and pure, born to charm. Unlimited stacking of beast pet charms. Certain status inspires the special skill of not fighting. From the looks of it, the Heart of Qingxiu serves as a bloodline phrase of the same type as the golden flame of the Great Sun, but its presentation was not as colorful as the Great Sun golden flame. In keeping with the truth that there is no such thing as a wasted word as a golden word, Gu Chongqing chose to draw on that. In the palm of his right hand, a ball of golden haze coalesced and, through the haze, a fox with 9 tails was vaguely visible, standing at the top of the mountains. Rushing up and roaring at the full moon hanging high in the sky, the silvery white moonlight pie spilled down, cloaking its circumference in a dazzling veneer. Steeply, the attack in the blood prison lurched and, the 5-tailed blood fox seemed to have caught the scent of its own kind, and its blood pupils converged on Gu Chongqing's palm, instantly shrinking. This is, the bloodline odor of the most pure divine fox. Its eyes stared straight up, unblinking, afraid that the next second would be like a dream. Black Egg also looks like he's seen a ghost. He assumed that those gold phrases that Gu Chongqing had slammed on Xiao Jin were inevitably obtained after a grueling process as well as a state of bursting luck. It was so brightly displayed right in front of his eyes that all his black hair exploded in fear. However, as good actors, you can't be influenced by external things. See it, feel it, I'm not lying to you. What's the most important thing about being a beast? Whether it's a ferocious beast or a beast pet? The natural self-hatred? No, it's knowing the time. My master is just capable. Still thinking of being trapped and dying in a copy with no hope of evolving for the rest of your life? Don't be silly. Bravely take that step and you'll have a brand new life of infinite light. Gu Chongqing listened to the straight music. Black eggs are not big. The axiology to speak up a set of things. Bluffed the 5-tailed blood fox. Human. Name your terms. The temptation of the Heart of Green Hills was too much, and the 5-tailed blood fox took a step along with the step given by the black egg. Gu Chongqing pointed at a few ferocious beasts in other directions and said, "Stop them, and if you can kill any of them, don't leave them behind. As long as we do that, our trusting cooperation will continue." No, the 5-tailed blood fox refused without a second thought. Gu Chongqing's eyes darkened. Oh, does love exist between ferocious beasts? You're wrong. I can't leave. Not only can I not, in a moment behind me, another fierce beast will appear. And it is the final king of ferocious beasts in this copy? You can start by giving me the gold phrase and I'll block it for you. Black Egg snorted coldly, thinking my master is stupid. Don't use your head when even Master Black can see what's going on. Seeing that he wasn't fooled, the 5-tailed blood fox had no choice but to say, I'll block that last ferocious beast for you, and tell you all the weaknesses of the other ferocious beasts. After it's done, give me the golden words. Yes, Gu Chongqing agreed painfully. Okay, it's a deal. Among the ferocious beasts, besides me and the last one, the most difficult ones are that old ape and the willow tree. The two have created a symbiotic relationship and are inseparable. But the old ape's right leg was greatly injured and lacks intelligence. The willow tree is afraid of fire and thunder, so it shouldn't be difficult for this divine beast of yours to deal with it. As for that dog, you guys can completely ignore it. As far as I know, he was born as a beast pet and survived on his own after his master died in battle. For humans, there is some good feelings. The others are all elite ferocious beasts with good attributes, lacking powerful bloodline skills. If there are more people, they can be completely dragged to death. As for the last one, I cannot know, for it was not caught in, it was formed by the rules of the abyss. After the 5-tailed blood fox finished speaking, it turned around and ran towards the back of the plains to fulfill its promise. Gu Chongqing was a bit confused. This 5-tailed blood fox is a bit too honest, isn't it? Only a verbal agreement was reached to betray the other accomplices. If only we knew in hindsight that gold words can only be bestowed upon beast pets. I don't know how I would feel about that. Honest ferocious beasts are just too cute. Gu Chongqing sighed with emotion and took little gold and black egg with him, heading towards the two fierce demon-level ferocious beasts. Defense keep up. Status? Shi Shang pulled out his crushing beast pet. The 3-headed, 6-armed raging lion is good at offense and defense. The 6 arms swung up, and for a while, the elite-level ferocious beasts in front of them could not even move an inch. Su Qing and one of the candidates, busy and sweating. 2 auxiliary-type beast pets. Skill cooldowns arrive to be released immediately. It's not even close. All step up the offense. Their momentum is starting to decay. Don't stop. The The medicine is all knocked up. We can't lose the battle. Chen Hai also shared the battle with a few candidates, and cracks appeared on both of his king-grade equipment, especially the Red Flame Wolf and the Snow Lion, with their fire and ice skills going on at the same time. The two worlds of ice and fire, together with the incidental skills of the thrilling Thunder Halberd. Chen Hai was actually the fastest one to kill. The rest of the candidates, however, flew kites against the other two heads of the various kinds of talk with extremely high content of mom. Stimulate the already sane ferocious beasts to catch up with hate, cannot eat them alive. Why did Gu Changqing's side stop? Qi Shang was sucked by the three mad lions, and while knocking on the medicine, he saw that the color of the sky in the distance was fading in blood, and he was not worried. Su Cheng enchanted the status incantation. Her voice was muffled from chanting, and she reluctantly returned. There's no need to worry about Brother Evergreen. He has more cards than all of us put together. This guy, has he been forced to jump off a cliff by the Chun family? It's only been a short period of time, and you have such a powerful beast pet. If I had known that, I wouldn't have voluntarily conceded defeat during the ring battle. Su Cheng laughed lightly and enchanted the three-headed berserkers with statuses. Just then, far away in the plain sky, a touch of green coloring half the sky, immediately following, a meteor-like flame, trailing a long flame tail, smashed heavily on the ground. The waves were as big as a hot weapon impact. *********. Gu Changqing's side is exchanging fire, and looking at the direction, it seems to be those two fierce demon-level ferocious beasts. Our gang, with all 36 stratagems, can barely hold it together. Gu Changqing single-handedly took on two? Nima, who spread the negative news about Gu Changqing? Let's see if I don't pinch his head. Shu, keep it down. Can't you see that Chen Xiao is more desperate? People are afraid of comparisons. The facts are in front of them, and there is no room for disbelief. Su Cheng proudly stretched her swan neck. Brother Evergreen is naturally powerful. I've seen it with my own eyes, yo. Qi Shang said bitterly from the sidelines. Big sister, don't make small talk. Status plus Gu Changqing, at that time, was suffering and could only know it himself. He had the urge to curse the five-tailed blood fox to death right now. All you told me was that this Kenwood ape had a leg wound. Can you at least tell us where it is? That's a lot of legs for 5 meters. Chapter 61 Golden Crow Roar, 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Fierce Demon-level Beast, Jianmu Great Ape. Rank, 55. Bloodline, Divine Wood Spirit Ape, Purple. Attributes, Strength plus 700. Physique plus 200. Agility plus 600. Spirit plus 0. Skills, Earth Tier. Divine Power, Passive. Tongtian Jianmu. Symbiosis. Introduction. Legend has it that the offspring of the spirit ape that consumed the fruit of the divine wood has an agile body and unrivaled divine power. Due to a stub in its evolutionary path, it has suffered a significant decline in physique, and can only rely on symbiosis to make up for its weaknesses. Fierce Demon Class Beast Wind Willow Demon Tree. Rank, 55. Bloodline, Ethereal Split Willow, Orange. Attributes, Strength plus 200. Physique plus 600. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 600. Skills, Regeneration. Deadwood. Willow Chain. Symbiosis. Introduction. There is a willow tree. No one knows where it came from, but it kills ferocious beasts and imperial beast masters. Rumor has it that the willow tree died a horrible death under a thunderbolt when it was evolving into a divine beast. Afterward, a new bud grew out of its dead roots. Two fierce demons whose attribute points had both reached 1500, despite the fact that the replicas weakened their combat power. But there was no loss of combat alertness or bloodline ability. Gu Changqing had wanted to quickly make one of the three-tailed white foxes lose most of its combat power, just like the sneak attack on the three-tailed white fox, but they are too alert. Before he even got close, he was greeted by a sky full of willows like steel chains, as well as the flying sand and stones brought about by the heavy impact on the earth. Jean, pull up, blast them with flames. Kogain quickly withdrew, flying out of reach of the willow chain. The blazing sun flame was like a shooting star, striking with full coverage and no dead angle. At the same time, he entered the Imperial Beast space and bestowed the 10,000 Battles Quartet to the Black Egg. A splash of golden energy melted away in the Black Egg's Imperial Beast space and disappeared in an instant. In the next second, the Black Egg on the ground, who was freely carrying out attacks, suddenly felt a wave of energy spreading through his body and the soothing love couldn't help but cry out, "Master, is it really my turn? I'm so strong now, ridiculously strong." Gu Changqing sniffed and clicked on its message to take a look. Black Egg's attributes hadn't changed at all, except that the winged body skill had disappeared. Turning to metamorphosis, it was the 10,000 Battles God's Body, 10,000 War God Body, active skill. After use, basic attributes increase 3 times, defense and attack skills plus 200%. Passive effect, ignores attribute damage from mental, charm, and toxin skills. Special ability, for every 100 battles, the the skill is raised by 1 level. Black Egg was spirited, and his black longsword was even deeper in color under the increase. It jumped several meters into the air, and its sword Chi-Pai. In the next instant, a fist that was several times larger than it, mercilessly landed head-on on its face. Well mama! The black egg flew out backwards like a discharged cannonball and hit the ground so hard that the ground cracked and sunk, but it climbed out of the pit like nobody's business, patted the dirt on its mud, nearly broke your black master. This game doesn't count. One more, said the man, continuing to humbly charge upwards. Gu Changcheng, however, saw that the black egg's 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 1 point. Black egg, stall it, don't let it come back to help. 0 points for the spirit, fully demonstrating the intelligence of the Kenwood great ape. Seeing a minion 100 times smaller than it, madly provoked, the Jinmu giant ape leaped several feet in the air. His fists clenched together as he hammered the ground with all his might. Boom! The earth was centered on the hammering point, and sand flew in a 10-meter radius. Hey, I can't hit you. I'm mad at you. Black Egg is as slippery as a loach, and his anticipation is quite accurate, easily dodging the splashes of gravel. Every now and then his black, ungainly monkey butt rushed at the giant ape and slapped it twice. Roar! The fire of the Jinmu giant ape was completely ignited, gradually leaving the slow-moving wind willow demon tree. Good chance! Suddenly, as if a meteorite had fallen, the great fireball reversed its falling trajectory. Hundreds of light golden flames aimed at the wind willow demon tree as much as they could. Boom! Boom! A ball of fire exploded in the sky above the wind willow demon tree. The flying willow chains, while poking through the fireballs, were also burned backwards and retracted by the flames of Shao Jin's up to 1500 points of spiritual attributes. But the fireballs come in endless numbers, and have a restraining attribute within themselves. For a time, the sky-rushing pillars of fire were mixed with small mushroom clouds, drowning the wind willow demon tree. Gu Changqing took out an elixir and ate it, recovering quite a bit of chi before saying, "Little gold, keep blasting it, a fierce demon-level beast, or an orange legendary bloodline, plus at least 2 recovery-type skills, dead but showing no signs of rigor mortis. Master, the tonic is ready, I'm going to suck it." Kim's thoughtful reminder. And then, the shadow of the golden crow was expanding and solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. The exhilarating sensation of being sucked was back, nearly making him high. Gu Changqing hurriedly stuffed medicine into his mouth. The progress of Little Gold's energy storage soared at an extremely fast rate. Until, Nico! A loud and clear cry of a golden crow. The shadow of the golden crow instantly transformed into a fire-bathed divine bird, with a surging breath of fiery flames that, it was an unknown number of grades higher than the blazing sun flame. Combo skill, Golden Crow Roar. The wind willow demon tree that was covered by the sea of fire, with its charred branches and trunks, was continuously anti-springing and regaining its lush green color. But as the golden crow roars into shape, a female human face emerged from its thick trunk. "Humans, I surrender, and I will immediately withdraw deeper into the plains and stop attacking the city." Gu Changqing's mouth was stuffed with pills, and he was weakly lying on Little Gold's back. Sniffing coldly, he grunted, "It's too late for you to know to shake it off with snot running down your mouth. You're just born to be useful, Talabai, vegetable pussy." The golden crow roars and whistles and lands. The blazing temperature made the space around the dozen or so meters illusory and blurry. Gu Changqing was also filled with curiosity. How powerful is the new skill made up of the 2 divine skills? From the pumping alone, it was much more violent than when dealing with the 3-headed tentacled dragon. No! The wind willow demon tree let out a cry of despair. It was then completely drowned out by the golden crow's roar. There's no destructive movement. The location where the wind willow demon tree was located had long been turned into a lava field. In the large pit in the center, the magma churns and bubbles. Flying dust and annihilation. Gu Changqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and, is this a combination of skills that increase 100-fold? Straight out of a crater. Master, I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while. Little Gold was mentally drained and sent him to the ground, returning to the Imperial Beast space on his own. Hard work, let's leave it to Black Egg next. At that moment, the prompt from the abyss resounded through the plains. Congratulations to candidate 666 for killing the fierce demon-level beast Wind Willow Demon Tree. And just at the same time, 2 more cues followed. Congratulations to the candidate team Su Cheng, Shi Sheng, Yuan Huan, and Feng Weisha for killing the elite-level beast, the humongous earth-horned rhinoceros. Congratulations to candidate team Chen Hai, Gao Han, Mu Rong Qin, and Wu Daxiang for killing the elite-level fierce beast Desert Lizard. Looks like progress is good over there too. Seeing that although Black Egg couldn't defeat the Kenwood giant ape, he was able to defend himself. Gu Changqing simply left it alone and headed towards the hellish 3-headed dog that had been strolling along since it appeared. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came out of the backpack abruptly and, I only saw the book of 10,000 beasts, unfolding on its own, and, on one of the pages, a portrait of the wind willow demon tree that had just been killed appeared. Chapter 62 A Light in the Darkness of the Night. The 10,000 Beasts Atlas has been activated? Gu Changqing stopped his advance and opened his backpack to take it out. All beasts catalog, specialized auxiliary equipment. Function, every kill of a beast of fierce demon level or above or of legendary bloodline will be automatically recorded in the register. The registered image of the beast will automatically collect and condense the energy needed by the owner of the equipment. Currently, this energy cannot be used. Introduction. The Atlas of all beasts was once the equipment held by the first god of beasts. Later, due to irreversible factors, it was forcibly recovered by the rules of the abyss and thrown into a certain copy. After fusing with the stone of the outer heaven, it generated new abilities that need to be slowly explored by the owner of the equipment. The equipment used by the god of beasts? Gu Changqing flipped through the Atlas of 10,000 beasts, and aside from some bluff introductions, there were no other effects. Keep it for now. From afar, a vicious canine beast with 3 ferocious, death-drenched auras could be seen slithering aimlessly across the plains. Perhaps something touched a memory. The beast stopped and stopped, 3 heads looking around. Senpai, Hell's 3-headed dog's amusement has been disturbed. 3 mouths spewing out searing jets of dead air. At the same time, he lowered his head, looking down on the tiny Gu Changqing, and spoke coldly. Human, have you come to get yourself killed? Get lost before I want to take you in the teeth. Gu Changqing consciously pulled out Xiao Jin's snacks from the package. Elder, please eat, you little brat. One of the heads of the 3-headed dog of hell picked up a large piece of meat and chewed and swallowed it without a care in the world. Although the meat is fresh, the grade is low, and the miscellaneous bloodlines hurt my teeth when I eat them. Gu Changqing ate the elixir by himself and smiled at his words. It seems that Senior has eaten quite a few delicacies of the higher bloodline in the years before. Has it been years before that? The last time I awoke from my slumber, I was transported here from the depths of the plains by a little fellow. Junior, I know your intention to come. Get lost. I have an agreement with that fellow that I won't attack humans even if they are bound by the rules of the abyss. What's more, it's just a memory resurfacing. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness to the human race. Receiving the desired answer, Gu Changqing respectfully saluted. Despite being only a beast pet of a certain great power, it had made indelible contributions to the human race. Junior, wait. Suddenly, the other head of the 3-headed dog of hell called out to him. What else does Elder command? I can't talk about the command. It's a command of sorts. Since entering the replica, no one has ever entered the deep memory recovery. Consider it a boring beast's advice to future generations of humans. That guy once told me that the existence of the Imperial Beast Master is beyond ascension. Gu Changqing listened attentively and nodded. The 3-headed dog of hell didn't say anything after that. No? Nope. That's what I hate about you guys. You can't be direct about something. You have to beat around the bush. Gu Changqing smiled faintly and slowly retired. Looking at the tiny figure disappearing across the plain, all the heads of the 3-headed dog of hell looked back into the depths of that plain. It seems that the successor is expected. After murmuring, he resumed his stroll. When Gu Changqing rushed back, the scene in front of him was truly heart-stopping. The Jinmu Great Ape's pillar-like arm of refined steel slammed the Black Egg hard onto the ground. Black Egg, under his fist, couldn't stop spitting blood bubbles out of his mouth. The guards formed by the Black Chi were all shattered. Black Egg, Gu Changqing anxiously shouted. Black Egg, at the bottom of the pit, forced a smile and, Master, don't worry, you can't die yet. It's just that a lot of bones are broken. But it's fine. The old ape was exhausted by me. Black Egg barely managed to pull himself out from under the giant ape's fist and limped out of the bottom of the pit, spitting at the head of the giant ape that had collapsed on the side of the pit. Go back to the Imperial Beast space to rest first. Black Egg shook his head. Let Big Sister rest a little longer. It's the only one who can save the day in the evil battle below. My strength, however, has increased quite a bit. Gu Changqing scrutinized it carefully, and it really was. Black Egg had grown a few centimeters taller, and the muscle mass on his body was much more pronounced. Taking a look at his attributes, the 4-dimensional attributes had increased by another 10 points in such a short period of time. Good job, Gu Changqing complimented with some heartache. Hey. Just give me a little extra boost in the future. Master, cunning human, hateful beast pet. If it was back then, if the rules of the abyss hadn't weakened me, if I hadn't been injured, if you weren't born, where's the ifs? The fact of the matter is that you were ate over by Master Black. Understand? Gu Changqing looked at the injured leg of the Jinmu Great Ape. Good grief. The hair on it had been shaved clean. The whole leg was covered with densely packed sword marks. Especially near the base of the thighs, where it was almost stabbed. Do it. We have to gallop in the other direction. Got it. The Black Egg flipped up the huge body of the giant ape and came to the heart position. The black chi condensed the giant sword and stabbed it in heavily. Human, you shall not die. With a growl, the giant ape's eyes faded out. Black Egg had no qualms about dividing the giant ape's corpse. Handily, master, put it away. Big sister will eat it when she wakes up. In Black Egg's hand, there was an additional fist-sized beast stone dug out from the heart of a giant ape. Gu Chengqing ordered it to absorb it. Good lord, licking sis is a bit deranged. Congratulations to candidate 666 Gu Chengqing for killing the fierce demon-level fierce beast Jinmu giant ape. After staring at the black egg absorbing the beast stone, it recovered from the injuries it had sustained. Taking another look at the attributes. Good lord, the growth rate isn't much weaker than little gold. Beast pet black egg, unknown species, unidentified. Grade, general. Rank, 5. Bloodline, unknown bloodline. Divine destiny, 10,000 battles of the four directions. Attributes, strength plus 53, physique plus 34, agility plus 40, spirit plus 34, skills, darkness surge, unavailable. Darkness traceability, unavailable. 10,000 battles God's body, level 1. Looting sword art. Unfortunately, Black Egg was unable to grant a gold phrase with the effect of doubling its base attributes like little gold. He was getting more and more excited to see what would happen to the path of heaven's destiny at the 10th level. Having pretty much cleaned up the Kenwood giant ape, carrying a hard rib 3 times its height, Black Egg majestically reinforced the rest of the squad. Resist. I can't. My beast pets have all suffered heavy damage. Their loyalty has decreased and they can't be summoned. MS. Su. Status. Young Chen. We've reached this juncture. It's time to debut the third beast pet, right? All pull back. It's building up to a big move that covers a wide area. The last 2 elite-level ferocious beasts, the already extremely depleted dozen of. When it came to the crunch, the unexpected happened. Su Qing gritted his teeth strongly, and the unicorns collapsed to the ground in exhaustion one after another after releasing their auxiliary skills. Qi Sheng hurriedly rushed in front of her, and the 3-headed, 6-armed Rohan Mad Lion had 4 of its arms twisted and deformed, out of ammunition and at the end of their tether. Seeing the thunder and lightning raging above the head of one of the ferocious beasts, the manic power rippled across the entire battlefield. All is rested. Everyone's hearts were shrouded in despair. Thieving beast, look at the sword. Suddenly there was a yell that, a radiant black sword chi, wrapped in a white beast bone that, if it was like a shooting star, it cut through the darkness of the night. Chapter 63, Final Boss. Dragon. Sword energy surging, sharply stabbing into the thunderbolt birthed by that purple-blue thunder beast. The energy in it was hit by an external force, and the Denge skill was interrupted. The overflowing lightning covered a 7-meter radius, startling the crowd who rushed to flee and dodge. That doesn't seem right. Black Egg scratched his monkey's head, and the formation, which was already holding up, collapsed completely. Ribs come. The black aura rewrapped itself around the giant ape's ribs and flew back into Black Egg's hand. The 10,000 battles God's body opened, and Black Egg rushed up, carrying the bones. As he approached the thunder beast, he didn't forget to shout at Su Cheng, "Beauty, come to a state. Your increase Master Black likes it very much." Gu Chengqing arrived a step behind and couldn't help but listen to Black Egg's words. Su Qing regained some of her chi, and the unicorn put a layer of milky white halo on the Black Egg. With black and white intertwined, the Black Egg's attribute soared. Together with the defensive power of the 10,000 battles divine body, they fought the thunder beast on equal footing for a while. The dozen or so people were suddenly under much less pressure, and when the thunder and lightning dissipated, with Chen Hai and Qi Sheng as the front row, a dozen people surrounded another ferocious beast with great vigor. "Brother Evergreen, you're here." Su Qing's voice was hoarse and his face was haggard, but his eyes were filled with joy and composure. "Communicate well with the ponies. As good as the spell is, chanting it too much hurts the Imperial Beast Master." Su Qing's face flushed, and the unicorn beside her sneezed, seemingly dissatisfied with Gu Chengqing's proposal. At this time, a good-looking, calm and competent girl came forward and after sizing up Gu Chengqing, she said, "At first, I didn't believe it, thinking that Grandpa had been tricked. Now it seems that I was short-sighted. I apologize." Gu Chengqing looked at her in her Yutong High School uniform and couldn't recognize her identity. "And you are? Murong Qin." The girl handed him the palm of her hand and, Gu Chengqing shook his hand halfway and said indistinctly, "So it's the Murong family's eldest miss. Elder Murong is indeed an amiable elder. After the big exam, I hope you can come to the Murong family as a guest. Sort of, for my aunt's sake, a kind of repayment. Okay, sometime for sure." After more than half an hour, the 2 ferocious beasts, already heavily consumed, with the crowd working in unison, they wailed and fell to the ground, looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were constantly being decomposed. Some candidates sighed quite a bit. Alas, these ferocious beasts only begged for mercy. and at the mention of a contracted beast pet immediately rebelled as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Yeah, if we could deed ahead, we'd just take off in place. When I get out, I'll make sure my family buys me a beast pet above the king level. Otherwise it's too much effort. Gu Chongqing slowly walked up to them and said, "It's not that the beast pets aren't strong, it's that the copies are severely overpowered." Once the crowd saw that it was Gu Chongqing, they no longer looked contemptuous and came forward. "Don't console us, we know exactly how big the gap is. Gu Chongqing, have you ever jumped off a cliff? Where did you jump? Give me a direction. It's up to you to go up against the nation's geniuses." Even Shanhai hardened his head and said, "Humph, don't think you're going to win. I'll take the first place in Jinhai City." Gu Chongqing just smiled and, "Take it? With your life?" Just then, in the direction of the city, suddenly smoke and dust shot straight up into the sky. The 4 Imperial Beast Masters of the 4 great academies who had been possessed led the Imperial Beast Masters of the city, and they all stood up on the walls of the city, seemingly in anticipation of the final showdown. The final boss of the artificial copy of the fierce beast has descended. Please return to the city and fight back the strong enemy with the NPCs. Come on, the final showdown has just begun. As soon as Gu Chongqing shouted, a dozen or so candidates silently followed him towards the city. Invisibly, Gu Chongqing had just become their backbone. Gu Chongqing and the others had just reached the vicinity of the city gates when they saw a fierce battle open up behind the plains directly in front of them. 2 behemoths, the ground shook and the earth cracked wherever they passed. Gu Chongqing's eyes were cold, and he thought that it was not good. He saw one of the ferocious beasts clearly. It was the 5-tailed blood fox, but he's a bit of a mess. 4 of his 5 tails are broken. Only one was left, still seized, turned and then flung with force in the direction of the city. Boom! The 5-tailed blood fox, covered in blood, heavily smashed into the city wall, causing the already unsound wall to crack out a large opening. It's covered in bite marks and disintegrating wounds. With a tilt of his head, he met Gu Chongqing's gaze and, immediately, he said, "Humans, I will block it for you as promised. Give me that thing, and when I recover, I will definitely be able to suppress it. You're on the verge of being killed. Can't you just stop? Stop bragging." Gu Chongqing sighed. "I forgot to tell you, the only way to be empowered is to become my beast pet." The 5-tailed blood fox froze, then burst into a rage. "Human, you lied to me. Cheat your ass off. Either die or become your master's spare beast pet. Choose between the 2 paths yourself. Black Egg's tone is strong. Full strength cannot do you. Half dead still cannot clean up you. Human, you let me think. Yes, tell me, what went wrong?" The 5-tailed blood fox said weakly. "I didn't expect that the last one would be it. Human, don't die." Roar! A deafening roar came from the distance, and all the beast's pets present, even the black eggs, all of them shivered under this long chant. Little Gold was awakened by the long chant and also came out from the Imperial Beast space. A dozen people, all swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. As if he had seen a ghost, he muttered, "Tell me, did I hear you right? That roar just now, was it a dragon's roar?" Everyone's face was pale and their hearts felt powerless. There's no mistaking it. It's a dragon's roar. Holy crap, I can see a dragon in my lifetime. No regrets in this life. No, why are there dragons? The burly Imperial Beast Master sucked in a sharp breath and shouted in a voice like a bell. The Imperial Beast Master is the first line of defense for the human race, and also the last. Gentlemen, my dear friends and brothers, I am ready to die. Are you? The human race is fearless. My generation is fearless. The human race is fearless. My generation is fearless. The human race is fearless. My generation is fearless. The deafening shouts in unison gradually overshadowed the dragon's roar. The hot blood ignited a blazing fire in the chest that Gu Chongqing and a dozen other people were also infected by the strong emotions of the fear of the dragon in his heart disintegrated little by little and vanished. Roar! Another dragon's roar suddenly rises and only the depths of the plains were flooded with a thick, blood-colored mist that, a behemoth of a thing, snaking its way through the mist. Until a blood-colored dragon's head violently poked out from above the city. A pair of slightly closed dragon eyes open wide. A rain of blood fell steeply. Kill! The burly Imperial Beast Master tore off his tunic, his muscles like gnarled dragons, and rose into the air, kicking off this final battle. But the next instant, the burly Imperial Beast Master's iron fist, which was 1,000 pounds thick, was about to strike the center of the dragon's forehead when Ogawa, you've grown! A figure landed on the dragon's head faster than the blood-colored arm, clashed with the burly Imperial Beast Master. Chapter 64, The Prerequisite to Becoming a Legend, Killing a Legend. How could it be? You! The violent impact fluctuation caused the burly Imperial Beastmaster to quickly fall back and, upon seeing the face of the visitor, his pupils widened in an unbelievable manner. steadily landing back on the city wall. His entire body froze, his mouth muttering impossibility. Captain Yang Chuan, what's wrong with you? The remaining 3 Imperial Beast Masters went up to check and inquire. Yang Chuan's brows tightened as if a substantial murderous aura was spreading. Suddenly, he raised his head to look straight at the man on the dragon's head and rebuked. Why, as a teacher, you have broken your promise of imparting education to us in the first place, and have degraded yourself to the point of standing on the opposing side of the human race. Tell me, why? Our once god Wang Yuntian. With Yang Chuan's angry words, the blood mist on the dragon's head began to dissipate. A middle-aged man who looked 7 times similar to Sage Wang revealed his original appearance. Only, his body was covered in fine scales, identical to the scales of the dragon beneath him. Gu Changqing secretly said bad big deal. The people around him were also confused. Yang Chuan? Wang Yuntian? Are we traveling through? Crossing over your ass. We're in a recreated copy of our memories, but that's too much of a stretch, isn't it? One of the worst battles of shame in the history of the human race is infighting at the end of the day? Wang Yuntian? That's the first batch of the oldest royal beast masters, an existence known as the god of royal beasts. Yang Chuan, the head of the top 10 strongest royal beast masters. I was deserting when he was lecturing. Brother Evergreen, what do we do? Gu Changqing's fists clenched. So it turned out that there was another layer of meaning to what Sage Wang had said about being wrong. From Yang Chuan's conversation, he pieced together a possibility. That is, while exploring the Imperial Beast system, this god of the Imperial Beasts made a mistake and, like those Imperial Beast Masters in the copy of the Hand of the Evil God, they turned into a human-unhuman beast existence. But even if you know that, there is no better way than to take one step at a time. We're not the main force, so remember, everyone, protect yourselves as much as possible. If it's a man versus a ferocious beast, there's nothing to say until the battle is over. If it's a civil war, do your best. Oh Xiaochuan, you are still so naive. Even if it's called the god of Imperial Beasts, so what? I am always not a god. Human life is too fragile, and what can be done in a limited amount of time is minimal. Therefore, I have fused with the Tongtian Biong. Now I have a long life and endless power. But there is one drawback, and that is eating a bit too much. So, give me all their Imperial Beast power, and treat you. I won't kill. After all, they are my beloved disciples. You dream. Yang Chuan whistled long, and one by one, a hexagram star formation appeared around him, and a strong and unparalleled beast pet came out from the royal beast space. What do you take the human race for? Wang Yuntian laughed coldly, his blood-red hand wiped at the corner of his mouth and said, captive grain, by layering it one level at a time, eliminating the inferior ones, the ones left behind are naturally the cream of the crop. Incorrigible, you're half dead. Let me give you one last ride. Yang Chuan attacked again, and his 7 beast pets erupted with overwhelming power, following behind. However, the Tongtian Biong opened its mouth and let out a dragon roar. A crushing pressure that caused the beast pets to be shaken. The guy who has already betrayed. Don't come out and disgrace yourself. Suddenly, the rolling death aura suddenly emerged, transforming into an arm that climbed out of hell and choked the neck of the Tongtian Biong. The Tongtian Biong dragon ate the pain, and its blood-colored energy flourished, propping up that arm. The 3-headed dog of hell, who at some point had already been on the other side of the city wall, looked up at the Tongtian Bidragon and said to the crowd on the city wall, I'll hold back this sinful dragon. And you guys do your best to send the old man to his death. Unimaginable battles were staged in front of the people. A beast pet that fully cashed in on its bloodline did possess a terrifying destructive power like that of a catalytic city. The plains beyond the city walls have been shrouded in dust and sand, and the Imperial Beast Masters of low rank could not even get close. Numbers are sometimes so insignificant in the face of absolute strength. But, do you have any more medicine? Give me all the medicine. The crowd sniffed and started pulling out their backpacks. Within a short time, piles of various kinds of expensive or inexpensive medicines were piled up into a small mountain. Kim, is it still okay? Gu Changqing tilted his head and stroked Xiao Jin's head smoothly. There was a slump in Kogane's essence, but the fire in his eyes was not extinguished. I feel the power coming up. Gu Changqing froze and checked the time. Half an hour before noon. The time in the copy is exactly as remembered. Protect yourselves, don't do anything rash, and act on the NPC's command. After saying that, he leapt onto Little Gold's back and flew up in a single bound towards the center of the tumultuous battlefield. A crowd looked dumbfounded. Let's hunker down. How you fly? The flame energy fluctuated around Little Gold, and the aftermath of the chaotic battle's prestige was blocked out. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Kong, the progress of the few of you is too meager. Wang Yuntian resisted with ease as he fought 1 against 4, coupled with the indiscriminate bombardment of a dozen beast pets. The hard, Blood-colored dragon scales were the best defense. No matter what skill was bombarded on it, it could only create waves of energy, creating no impact. Yang Chuan's muscles bulged all over his body. The three beast pets gathered energy around him, and the three-colored fluctuations surrounded his entire right arm. Combination skill, chaos kill. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of fist seals erupted out of, wrapped in the power of the beast's pet and itself. Reverse scale armor. Wang Yuntian opened his arms, and the silhouette of the Tongtian Beyond dragon snaked and twisted up from beneath his feet. The dragon's scales on his body burst into a bloody light. Yang Chuan's fist seal was suddenly like falling into a quagmire. Slowing down. Surnamed Wang, even if I have to spell out this life, I can't let you go on with your unscrupulous evil. Yang Chuan turned his palm into a knife, leaving a shocking wound on his left wrist. The reddish blood surged out, turning into threads of blood that were continuously injected into the fist prints. Seeing this, Wang Yuntian sneered disdainfully. The path of the imperial beasts is wrong. Weak humans who think that if they can harness ferocious beasts as their favorites, they will be able to expel them and reclaim their homes. But forgetting that one's own strength is the ultimate goal. I will be unrivaled with the fusion of my god-level bloodline. The reverse scale armor opened up in front of Wang Yuntian's body like a seamless net. The blood-infused fist prints were still unable to break through the reverse scale armor despite being infused with majestic energy. Right at that moment, a loud and clear phoenix cry suddenly rose. Yang Chuan and the other four then saw that. A sun rushes into the fray. It was so hot that it seemed to dry one out. And in the midst of the sun, a godly bird of divine handsomeness and greatness. Every time it stirred its wings, shaking down flames that immediately melted the earth. Gentlemen, attack please. His reverse scale armor. Leave it to me. Hearing the sound, they then saw that there was actually a human standing on the back of the divine bird. Tongtian Biong? A god-level bloodline? The god of imperial beasts, right? It seems you've always been a toad, staying at the bottom of a well without ever seeing how big the sky really is. Today, I'll show you what a true god-level bloodline is. The flames of wariness blazed in the eyes of Gu Changqing and Little Gold. Kill the legend. Become a legend. Beyond Legends. Chapter 65. Becoming a legend. Transcending legends. Hubris. Arrogant. I don't know what to say. The eyes are devoid of spirit. A newborn calf is not afraid to die. Or even a psychopath. The four top imperial beast masters of the human race on the plains looked at Gu Changqing on top of Little Gold. All thought he was crazy. The god of beasts. A divine bloodline. Whichever one it was an overwhelming presence. Wang Yuntian had traveled far and deep on this path, a height that they simply could not reach. This new generation of calves that came out of nowhere had gone so far as to wildly claim that they wanted to show the god of imperial beasts the world. Wang Yuntian's gaze was cold, and his massive might spread in all directions. He was staring intently at Xiao Jin, who was nearing noon and constantly raising the intensity of his flames. The rippling heart gradually developed holes with the inexplicable pressure. He clearly felt the Tongtian Biong struggle, as well as a faint panic and fear. It was a primal instinct from the depths of the heart, a submission to a higher bloodline. God-level bloodline? Impossible. There isn't any beast pet whose bloodline level can exceed that of my Tongtian Biong. No, this trembling feeling. No, it's not god level. Is it the super god above? Wang Yuntian's expression and tone of voice began to show a different contrast. A bloodline above the divine level? The four top imperial beast masters looked at each other in dismay. Yang Chuan, however, was invigorated and yelled, God bless the human race. The human race should be self-improving. I will never allow it. Wang Yuntian completely fell into madness. The fishy red blood aura and the ominous turquoise color erupted from his body at the same time. And after a dragon roar that shook heaven and earth, the Tongtian Bi-Dragon, who had been fighting with the three-headed dogs of hell, a flinging dragon's tail drove the three-headed dog of hell back, and rushed into the cloud of. The next moment appeared above Wang Yuntian. I am the true transcendent god. The body of the Tongtian Beyond dragon entwined Wang Yuntian, then slowly turned transparent, thoroughly integrating into his flesh. The blood and turquoise colors of light were loud and formed an impenetrable egg. Wang Yuntian sublimated and evolved in it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Man in the form of a dragon. Dragon in the form of a man. Half dragon, half man. Several forms switch back and forth. No good. Stop him. The partially dragonized Wang Yuntian had already hung on to beat the four top royal beast masters. If all dragonized, the entire city, or even the entire human race, would no longer have anyone to contend with. But their attacks, the skills of their beast pets, it hit on top of the dragon egg and was absorbed as much as it could be, used as nourishment for evolution. Nico, the shadow of the golden crow on Little Gold's body, the true body within that burned out the heavens and the earth, let out a stirring chirp. And then the fiery blazing flames of the blazing sun, uncontrollably overflowing outward. Noon, time 2, god of carnage, Little Gold, kill. getting orders from Gu Changqing. With the tenfold increase in full attributes from the gold phrase sun shining in the sky, a blazing pale golden flame, cloaked in a dazzling golden glow. A blazing ball of fire, like the sun, it keeps expanding and growing. Kid, we've come to wish you well too. Yang Chuan and the others, respectively, channeled their own energy as well as the energy of their beast pets as much as they could into the ball of fire that little gold had condensed. Until the minute is almost up, the four top royal beast masters looked up in consternation and, the sun, as the real sun falls down, wrapped in heaven-defying, irresistible, destructive divine power, heavily slammed down on the dragon's egg. At first, the power on the dragon's egg could be absorbed and transformed. As the extreme temperatures in the core of the sun's fireball revealed themselves, just see the surface of the dragon's egg begin to melt, and the gas, like water vapor, has not yet drifted away. It's just killed by the heat in dribs and drabs. When the outermost layer of the blazing sun's flames have worn off, only on the dazzling golden glow at the center of the Ka-ching, a crack appeared, followed by a second, third and fourth. On little Gold's back, Gu Changqing, who was weak and only cared about stuffing pills, patted little Gold and, barely peeking his head down, he shouted, "Run! The fireball's follow-up damage is going to explode." Yang Chuan and the other four heard this, and after looking at each other, they put the beast pets away and listened to the advice to stay away as fast as possible. Little Kim flew away in a hurry, no longer able to support themselves as they approached the walls of the city. The pack fell from the air with Gu Changqing, Brother Evergreen, Shi Sheng, Su Qing, and the others rushed over and helped the frail Gu Changqing up. "Quick, duck!" Before he could finish his sentence, I saw a blinding golden glow, suddenly illuminated from the horizon of the plains. The whole plain, as if welcoming the first rays of the morning, the golden radiance irradiates and sweeps away evil, mud, the destructive force that erupted from gathering the power of four top imperial beast masters. It was even more perverted than Black Egg's forbidden skill of strongly lifting the bloodline. Ow! An agonizing dragon's roar came out from the place where the golden radiance burst. Dang! The sound of a firework exploding, reaching every corner of the plains. It's not very loud. The ensuing shockwave, wrapped in a lurid heat wave, like a hurricane passing through wreak havoc. Is heaven and earth going to be destroyed? Nima, get down and take cover. With this temperature, it feels like I'm going to melt. Over there, what the hell is going on? A dozen men, some digging holes in the ground, some summoned their beastly pets and hid behind the, others buried their heads in the dirt and blushed from the warm sandy soil. And beyond the replica, the curtain of light, after being filled with the golden glow of the replica light door began to shake, the clear sound of cracking stimulating everyone present. No good. Zhao Zhanxiong reached the light door in 2 strides, using the identity of the copy creator to tickle the power of the abyss. Reinforced copies are smooth. Even so, Zhao Zhanxiong's forehead was still dripping with sweat, and it was hard to maintain. What the hell happened? What triggered such powerful energy that even the replica couldn't be stabilized? The golden glow lasted for almost 10 minutes before gradually regaining its calm. The 3-headed, 6-armed berserker lion, loosening his tightly clasped arms. Shi Sheng and Su Qing let out a long breath at the same time, looking down at Gu Changqing, whose face had regained its rosy color. He said in astonishment, "What have you done?" Gu Changqing let out a bitter laugh. "Didn't do anything, just lost a skill." "Skills? Only?" The two men looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. "Brother Evergreen, you're even more perverted than when you were at the Imperial Beast Master Association camp." Gu Changqing continued to smile bitterly. "It's not me who's perverted, it's those 4 old guys with their perverted powers." Thinking back to that minute in which a constant stream of energy converged as if it were an ocean, Gu Changqing's heart was not without emotion. The older generation of Imperial Beastmasters were worthy of being the backbone of the human race. They were using a pair of fists to harden the path of hope for the human race. Gu Changqing was busy checking the status of Little Gold in the Imperial Beast space. This time it was a complete slumber. It had reached the limit of what Little Kim could take. At this time, Yang Chuan and the other 4 began to head towards Wang Yuntian's side. Gu Changqing and the others all followed close behind. The wave that encompassed almost the entire copy did not cause any damage. Only Wang Yuntian, who was in the center of the outbreak, took all the attacks. The dragon egg had shattered, and all the dragonization on his entire body had disappeared. Returning to his full human state, he stared up at the sky with confused eyes. "The old teacher?" Yang Chuan shouted tentatively. "Ogawa, I seem to have done something wrong, right?" Yang Chuan was speechless, unable to answer the facts that had been generalized. Gu Changqing also bowed his head and sighed helplessly. From the spiritual anchor of the human race, to the demon of slaughter, Wang Yuntian hit rock bottom. Dragon slayers end up as evil dragons. Qi Shang Su Qing and the others also looked at this class god powerhouse who was the most colorful in the textbooks and who had pioneered and tinkered with the forefront of the Imperial Beast system, and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The worst sacrifice in the history of mankind would be his doing. This truth is not a heavy one. However, at the moment of failure, it was as if I saw the right path for the future. Wang Yuntian barely raised his arm and pointed a finger at Gu Changqing. How can I talk about becoming a god when I have not seen a god? Thank you, later ones, you have given me no more regrets. I have finally seen the true god before I close my eyes in peace. I'll pay for my sins in my next life. After saying that, Wang Yuntian's arm fell to the ground. A generation of the god of the imperial beasts fell, but he just left. Within his body, the Tongtian Byong broke through the imperial beast space and flew out from his corpse, the turquoise-colored energy, emanating an endlessly eerie aura of, with the breath of the manipulated Inferno Corpse Tiger. It was exactly the same. The Tongtian Byong dragon appeared without any nonsense, opening its mouth and swallowing towards Gu Changqing. Having seen a true god-ranked, or even super god-ranked bloodline, it's on its way, and it's showing up. It all happened so fast, there was no time to react. Just as Gu Changqing watched the dragon's mouth getting closer and closer, suddenly, a voice rang out and, at the same time, a great suction and pulling force pulled the Tongtian Byong over. My father is dead, so let the sins end here. A young imperial beast master with a bountiful god like Jade stepped into the light. Gu Changqing, as well as the three heads of the three-headed dog of hell, said at the same time, "It's you." Chapter 66, Crushing First Place, Rookie King. The person who came was none other than Wang Yuntian's only son, the Wang sage who perfected the entire imperial beast system. Gu Changqing thought of the end of the first episode, where Sage Wang had had a brief conversation with Tongtian Bilong. It seems that, following the original memory line, even without him making a move, Wang Yuntian was bound to lose. Sage Wang's appearance was to close the show, and in the process, lift the hidden danger that was the Tongtian Bilong. 2 reoccurring memory episodes close here. Compared to being young, you're still really hard to look at when you're older. The three-headed dog of hell bent down its 3 heads and surrounded Sage Wang like an old friend greeting him, but Sage Wang's lifting expression, formatted as it was, did not change in any way. He raised his hand and pointed at the Tongtian Byong dragon, and the huge dragon's body was not able to resist in the slightest. It was then sucked into the imperial beast space in his body. You're not him. The three-headed dog of hell was disinterested. It seems that my mission ends here. Just as it finished speaking, a particle of light and dust slowly floated up from underneath its feet. The entire body slowly dissipated in it. Little one, to be able to see in my remaining memories that there is a junior like you inheriting the future of the human race, I am heartily happy for him. Gu Changqing bowed 90 degrees and said sincerely, it's a blessing for the human race to have a beast pet like Senior to guard them. Needy as it is, I'm all ears. If I hadn't long since ceased to exist, I would consider following you around to see if the present Earth is more interesting than it was then. It will be, and the human race will only move forward and prosper more and more. We won't forget the sages. It was you who allowed us to stand taller and see farther. Elders, go in peace. Yes, yes, yes. The three-headed dog of hell exclaimed 3 times in a row before it turned into particles of light and dust and dissipated into the copy. At that moment, Yang Chuan and the other 4 top royal beastmasters, as well as that city, the city's once unyielding and fearless human royal beastmasters, all gone. Sage Wang's feet left the ground and hovered in the air, his tone cold and emotionless. Congratulations to the candidates Gu Changqing, Qi Shang, Su Qing, Chen Hai, Mu Rongqin, and the other 15 freshman Imperial Beastmasters for clearing the hell-level artificial copy of the Chattering Blood Wasteland. Reward each candidate with 50 points added to their total score and a Beast Pet Evolution Stone. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for completing the plot mission, Stop Wang Yuntian, and obtaining a piece of random Imperial Beastmaster equipment. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing. The plot mission has reached 90% completion, and he has been awarded a random Beast Pet Skill Opening Stone, Must Become. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for becoming the king of the second plot quest kill, rewarding him with a piece of unique Imperial Beastmaster equipment. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing, leading his companions to pass the Bloodshed Wasteland copy, rewarding Jinhai City's newcomer King Halo title. Congratulations to candidates Qi Shang, Su Qing, Chen Hai, Mu Rongqin. A flurry of abyssal information announcements were too much to read. Gu Changqing, undoubtedly, was the biggest winner. Qi Shang and Su Qing both cast congratulatory glances at him. The other sons of the lineage, on the other hand, were convinced, and verbally gave a congratulatory meal, hardly concealing their loss. Only Chen Hai, his fists clenched and unclenched, and his expression changed even more. There is resentment, anger, dismay, chagrin, and, wait a minute, Almost every emotion is included. Finally, with a bitter laugh, he seemed to put everything down, to look away. 2. People seem to grow in moments. Gu Changcheng, congratulations, first place in Jinhai City, it's yours. Looking at Chen Hai's hand that had dropped everything and handed it to him, Gu Changcheng just looked at it and didn't bother to shake it. He has a sense of family and a passion for the human race, but there is no mercy when it comes to the enemy. Chen Hai lowered his hand rather awkwardly, although I still have confidence that I can defeat you in the ring. Unfortunately, it's better to forget about it. The others didn't know what to say for a moment, so they could only pretend they hadn't heard anything. The copy is finished. Please enter the teleportation light door to leave. With a wave of Sage Wang's hand, a portal of teleportation light appeared in front of the crowd. When Gu Changqing walked in and reappeared in the one high backcountry outside the replica of a fragrant breeze that swooped into the arms. Green, you're number one. You're number one. You're number one. Number one. Yi Ruyan shouted excitedly, shouting. Her voice choked, and her warm tears wet Gu Changqing's chest. Gu Changqing hugged her tightly, and for a moment, he was overwhelmed with emotions, as if he were dreaming. In front of his eyes, he could vaguely see that in front of those high and mighty clans, Xiao Jin was willing to exhaust his legendary bloodline for its sake, rather than leave him. Seeing that the Chen family used all sorts of tactics in order to block him, saw the cynicism of various people, saw the worry of Yi Ruyan. Now that all the bitterness is over, he can stand in front of people without fear and shout it out. Me, Gu Changcheng, Jinhai first, sis, if you cry again, you'll get smaller. Collecting himself, Gu Changqing flirted. Small? What would be small? Yi Ruyan wiped her tears and came out of his arms in a daze. Seeing Gu Changqing staring unsuspectingly at the mountains in front of her chest, she let out a delicate cry and the slender fingers were as fast as the wind and grabbed Gu Changqing's ear. Good boy, the guts are getting bigger and bigger. Dare to open my sister's dirty jokes, itchy ass, is not it? Her strength was so small that Gu Changqing pretended to be in pain and kept begging for mercy. Ahem! An ill-timed voice came from the side. Shenlin pushed up his glasses and said in a somewhat doting tone, why don't you two go down and flirt? I'm going to announce the results. Get out! Yi Ruyan glared cross-eyed and tugged Gu Changqing to the side. And now, the individual results of the national exam Jinhai City are announced. A curtain of light in mid-air. A report card unfolded. National exam for Jinhai Chang ranking list. First place, Gu Changcheng. Ring battle score, 30. Replica record score, 150. Extra bonus points, 20. Total score, 200. Second place, Chen Hai. Ring battle score, 30. Copy record score, 100. Extra points, 0. Total score 130. Third place, Su Cheng. Ring battle score, 29. Copy record score, 95. Extra bonus points, 0. Total score, 124. Fourth place, Qisheng. When they saw the score of 200 points, the leaders of the various schools and the top management of the city lord's office under the stage were dumbfounded. Chen Hai's 103 was not rare amongst the Jinhai City candidates over the years. This 200, like a heavenly moat, set Gu Changqing off as even more unfathomable. Candidates ranked in the top 30, please continue to prepare and replenish your status. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you will represent Jinhai City and compete with the talented elites of the country. I would like to wish you all good luck in your martial arts endeavors. Gu Changcheng, who was being severely praised by Yi Ruyan. Suddenly I saw those in the leadership table start to leave. Wait, Gu Changqing shouted, looking at Chen Ziming as well as Li Haoren and the others. He coldly said, Chen Family Master, Deputy City Master Li, have you forgotten something? Chapter 67, One Man Against a City. Hard Kong. Chen Hai's footsteps, which were retreating along with the elders in the family, stopped at the sound of the voice and was about to fold and turn back. Chen Ziming stopped his shoulder with brute force, as if he hadn't heard him. At this time, Li Haoren stopped, with a bashful smile, and a little bit of ruthlessness in his elegant temperament. He met Gu Changqing's gaze, his tone smooth and unruffled. Student Gu Changqing, you are now the number one in Jinhai City, the deserved king of newcomers. Your achievements, even in the whole country, are a rare example. So, for the sake of the people of the city's expectations, and to be able to console the two hero spirits in heaven, it's better to focus on the two matches against the national candidates this afternoon and lead the candidates of Jinhai City to a successful outcome. This is what all of us in the city lord's mansion are looking forward to. Can we? Gu Changqing nodded, agreeing. Vice City Lord Li really does have a deep sense of justice. Ah, if you don't want to talk about it, then I'll do it for you. All of you present, whether you are from the rich and powerful families or the common people, I believe that you have eaten your fill of my Gu Changqing's big melon. But to your disappointment, the culprit that caused my legendary beast pet to fall to the status of a ruined pet is actually Gu Changcheng. Li Haoren suddenly aggravated his tone. and his eyes under his glasses flashed with coldness and viciousness. Please be mindful of who you are at this moment. The battle for the nation is imminent. Are you trying to sway the others? Gu Changcheng, I hope you've taken the greater good into consideration. Isn't what you want an apology? I'll give you a guarantee that after the big exam is over, the entire Chen family will face Xinhai City and give you a most satisfactory reply. Li Haoran's seemingly righteous words were taken in the name of Xinhai City's honor to pressure Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing couldn't help but laugh as he listened. Vice City Lordly, your reasoning is truly thought-provoking. If I'm missing a string in my brain, you've really talked me into it. Gu Changqing's laughter stopped. Vice City Lordly, on that day, it seems that you were also present when Master Chen used the reverse contract to forcefully try to extract my beast pet. Why didn't you press him and tell him that it would be inadvertent and I would die along with my legendary beast pet? At that time, with regards to what the Chen family master did, you tacitly approved, didn't you? If so, is today any different from that day? Li Haoran's face was gloomy, and he deliberately looked at Yi Ruyan, who hadn't said anything by Gu Changqing's side, and said, Miss Yi, there's a misunderstanding here. Do you believe it? Yi Ruyan shrugged her shoulders and took Gu Changqing's arm into her arms, an action that made her position clear. So it's non-negotiable? No last ounce of mercy? Ha ha ha. Gu Changqing laughed coldly. Sentiment? Did you talk about sentiment when you intercepted me? Vice City Lordly, those vicious imperial beast masters outside the city, do you have anything to do with them? Looking at Li Haoran, who had fought his way out despite everything, a thought appeared in his mind. The three-headed tentacle dragon had said that someone had made some sort of agreement with the evil god's hand and was intentionally breeding it to help it break through evolution. Imagine that person as Li Haoran, the Chen family, not unacceptable, especially Chen Hai's attitude, dead set on keeping his last card when he knew he had a chance to fight back. Chen Ziming did the dirty deed, but he's the one who interceded. Is Li Haoran protecting the Chen family? Or does he have another agenda? Or, the two sides have long been entangled and indistinguishable from each other. By preserving him, you are preserving yourself. Gu Changqing's eyes rolled as a new idea arose. He crossed over to Li Haoran and said to Chen Hai, actually, there's another way to get the best of both worlds. Want to hear it? Yi Ruyan was surprised. What is the stinky brother trying to do? What is he doing? But in the next second, seeing the smile at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth, her heart relaxed. Overthink it. Stinky brother is still the same stinky brother. Kill Chen Ziming, the Chen family head. Your father, cruel, vicious? Looking around at those who hadn't left the top echelons of the city lord's office, the leaders of the major universities, and the prestigious families of Xinhai City, Gu Changqing knew one thing well. Chaos kills the Madonna. The clan is in danger of punishing the wolves and traitors. Wang Yuntian's lesson taught him that unless you really are a god, turning your hand to the clouds and your hand to the rain. Otherwise, without absolute strength, the individual remains small. Even if it's going to be a different path than the one we took before, it's also just a more powerful knife. Gu Changcheng, be a man and leave a bottom line. Even if the Chen family lord has done something wrong and can give you compensation, you are trying to destroy Chen Hai. Yes, we strongly resist this punishment. A number of worldly spokesmen, inexplicably united to they smelled an inexplicable crisis. Green, don't. Hai didn't do anything wrong? Why are you being aggressive with him? Tea Master White Lotus Su Sisi, pearly and accompanied by her parents and brother, stood out. Su Sisi's mother frowned. A child's family has such a heavy killing aura. How can we feel confident in handing Sisi over to you? Yes, let it go. Lad, let it go. Chang, my parents have tentatively agreed to us being together. Just let go of your sadness about the sea and turn it into peace. After all, you are the hope of Xinhai City. Before the words were finished, a sharp black sword chi grazed Su Sisi's neck in a flash. Long black hair, broken at the roots, fell to the ground. Reddish blood spurted from his throat. Su Sisi's parents were horrified. Murder! Sisi, don't scare us. Black Egg returned to Gu Changqing's side and stood with his back turned, slowly sheathing his black sword. Where's the from? It makes me sick to hear her talk. Stop howling. It won't kill her. It just keeps her from barking. To hurt someone in public, or when the various families make counterattacks. For a while, the faces of the lineages were hard to see. Gu Changcheng, are you openly calling out against us? Don't think that just because you're the number one in Xinhai City, you can do whatever you want. The Gao family, have put my word here that the Chen family is our most important partner. If anything happens to him, then don't blame me. Ms. Yi, you are also a descendant of a prestigious family. You should know what he has to pay as a prerequisite for trying to muddy the waters, right? Black Egg crossed his waist and raised his sword. Old mongrel, believe it or not, Master Black chopped you with a sword. Green. Yi Ruyan was born and raised on this big boat called the World Family, And what was in it? She knew better than anyone else. Gu Changqing has an unlimited future ahead of him. Over the years, she had been able to suppress the worldly families of Jinhai City by virtue of her status. The biggest dependents is still holding their secrets in their hands. Now, Gu Changqing was no longer facing a Chen family. Rather, it's a collection of interests in the town of. She faltered. The two sides are at cross purposes. Gu Changqing had a grim look on his face. He had already prepared for any worst-case scenario. He was just trying to get justice, and he had attracted so much resistance. After all, it's because he's not the pauper he used to be who could be taken at his leisure. Yo, where are they all? How come someone else got hurt? Zhao Zhanxiang went and returned, accompanied by two middle-aged men who didn't seem to have a simple status. One of them was dressed in white robes and wore a white tiger badge on his chest. The killing aura of his entire body almost condensed into substance. The other was dressed in red robes and wore the crest of the vermilion bird. Underneath the smiling warm smile, it was like a volcano ready to erupt. The white-robed middle-aged man, striding to Chen Hai, said, "Chen Hai, our White Tiger Academy thinks you're very good. You've been admitted early." Chen Ziming was instantly overjoyed upon hearing this. But suddenly, Gu Changqing shook his head and, "A teacher from White Tiger Academy, right? I have no right to interfere in your school's selection of students. May I wait until I finish my business?" Chapter 68. Even Heavenly King can't do it. Gu Changqing, how dare you? How do you talk to the division head of the White Tiger Academy? Li Haoran won, using the power of the families to bully Yi Ruyan into pressuring her to love Gu Changqing. The White Tiger Academy, in turn, pulled his chances of victory up a notch. I could see that Gu Changqing was still unforgiving, and that he didn't put White Tiger Academy in his eyes at all in his words, hence the loud rebukes and signs of currying favor. After the ferocious beasts had descended, the survival area of the human race had shrunk drastically. While the original Dragon Kingdom was much better off compared to the other kingdoms because of the first batch of outstandingly talented beast masters such as Wang Yuntian, Sage Wang, Yang Chuan, and so on, so the populations of those extinct countries are flocking to the Dragon Kingdom. Gradually, the name of Xinhua became the name of the new unified kingdom, but everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knows that, despite the fact that today's families are so numerous, and that the great and powerful look down on them, the four great academies, for every imperial beast master, or supreme sanctuaries, Chen Hai was able to be looked at by the White Tiger Academy, one of the four major academies. That means one thing, the Chen family, preserved. Gu Changqing was fearless as he patted Yi Ruyan's hand, signaling her to feel at ease. Yi Ruyan's heart was in turmoil at the moment. On the one hand, she was absolutely supportive of any decision Gu Changqing made. On the other hand, I'm afraid that he really has no qualms about provoking the system that has been in place for so long in the Qikang Dragon Kingdom, tantamount to unveiling to all ordinary people that layer of extravagance painted only in conjecture. It also simultaneously plants a seed in their hearts that everyone can climb. This is tantamount to declaring war head-on with the entire Longhua Shurjia, so she was both conflicted and hesitant as to which side to lean. Gu Changqing, the guy whose individual scores on the big exam were good enough to rank in the top 10 in the country? The White Tiger Academy's white-robed teacher, after a sideways glance, nodded and said, "Is a good seedling? Future achievements may not be below Chen Hai. Just a pity." No one knew what he meant by pity in his words. In the years of the worldly families such as Li Haoran, it's like pronouncing a death sentence and formulating a thesis. The White Tiger Academy, that is, has such strength and status. Unfortunately or not, I won't let you worry about it. Now I just want to ask for justice. That's all, and if you have the leisure to do so, you can also be a witness for your juniors. Gu Changqing and the White Tiger Academy's teacher looked at each other without fear. Not fearless, rather, he knew deep down that once he backed down a step, what awaits him then will be an endless regression. The old man is on the verge of getting killed. Why should I not be allowed to take revenge? Just because I had a strange encounter and wasn't killed, I can throw away all my grudges? It's only right to pay for what you've done. Not even if the King of Heaven comes. The intense murderous aura on the white-robed teacher's body was becoming more and more prevalent, like a steel knife on Gu Changqing's neck. A cold killing chance, like a cold current, invading the bone marrow. Gu Changqing only felt that he had no feeling in his body, and he couldn't even move a bit, but he still stood taut and held his head unbowed. To bully the small with the big? How ridiculous. Is this the fine style of the four great academies? If given time, you will be no match for me. If you want to kill, then come on. The white-robed teacher's tiger eyes glared, and a fierce strong wind spread outward from his circumference. It's like a tiger eyeing its prey and ready to hunt. Kid, are you really not afraid to die? Gu Changqing snorted coldly and smiled. Is not death or immortality decided in a single thought of yours? For a while, the situation was once again stalemated. Ha ha ha, old white. eat your heart out. At this time, the teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy opened his mouth to tease. Well, let the young people settle matters between themselves. People are right. You ruined my chance and want my life. What? Just because you have power and influence, you don't dare to seek justice? The white-robed teacher grunted heavily, his killing spirit instantly dispersing. Bull ********. Letting my son kill my old man. Then I'll be ruined as a student. Gu Chongqing secretly let out a long sigh of relief, and the big stone hanging in his heart steadily fell back. Gu Chongqing's move was both a test and a gamble with his life. The pressure given to him by the white-robed teacher was not much worse than that of Wan Yuntian in the replica. After all, it was a memory, and the longer it was, the greater the error. Now it was a real one, and if he didn't pay attention, he would be killed. But he won the bet. I just want justice. Someone said a few words in the white-robed teacher's ear, and the latter's eyes flashed with a brilliant light after listening to it. Resuming his walk to Chen Hai, he asked under the gaze of Chen Ziming's eager eyes, "Would you like to enter the White Tiger Academy?" Chen Hai hesitated, struggled, and didn't answer immediately. Chen Ziming, however, answered back for him, "Yes, my family." Chen Hai is willing. Without looking at him, the white-robed teacher continued, "Even at some cost?" "Yes, whatever it is, my Chen family can afford to pay." "Yes," the white-robed teacher suddenly answered. Just a roar of a tiger that shook the mountains and forests. The white-robed teacher's right hand slammed onto Chen Ziming's forehead. At that moment, the blood that surged out spilled all over Chen Hai's face. "Dad!" Chen Hai, who had returned to his senses, saw Chen Ziming, whose smile was permanently frozen on his face, and howled with grief. The white-robed teacher's expression did not move. Hateful? Hateful? Remember the present state of mind and ask for it back in the future, whether it's me or him. After that, he rushed at Gu Chongqing. "Kid, are you satisfied now? The student thanks the teacher for doing me justice." Gu Chongqing bowed to it and was met with a heavy hum. He wasn't in a hurry and said to Li Haoren, whose face was as black as carbon, "Since the Chen family's master is dead, then the next step will be to follow the agreement given by Vice City Lord Li. After the national examination, the Chen family will explain the ins and outs and apologize to me." As for Chen Hai wiped away his tears, his eyes scarlet. "I'll wait a year for you, and by then, it's either you or me." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Chen Hai picked up Chen Ziming's corpse and left the back mountain accompanied by the Chen family's children. Li Haoren and the other heads of the world families could only watch disheveledly as Chen Ziming fell into a pool of blood. Unable to do anything, they could raise their status and power to oppress Gu Chongqing, but couldn't do it to shake a lofty mountain of God. It could only be gray and leave quickly after saying goodbye. "Mr. Jubilee sighed slightly. I hope the kid can pull through. You too, don't give a precaution before you do it. Beat the out of it and get down with it." The white-robed teacher blew his beard and glared, aiming his spear at Gu Chongqing. "It's all because of you. What a bad time to liquidate. Choosing today instead." At this time, Zhao Zhanxian, who hadn't interfered since the beginning, came out and joked, "You don't talk about him either. Back then, when you had your eye on your current wife, you didn't also beat that kid from Zhang's family to a pulp. If a young man is thorough, recognizes the big picture, and knows how to hold back, then he is still called a young man. Ha ha ha, old Bai still has this? Come, expand on it in detail." The white-robed teacher's face sank. "What's the matter? You want to fight, don't you? Hurry up and find the best place for me. It's been prepared for a long time." The three were like children, talking and joking about going down the mountain. "Asshole boy, and ye family girl, why don't you guys follow?" And about me?" Gu Changqing looked at Yi Ruyan, who nodded her head. "Go away, it won't do you any harm." Chapter 69 Zhou Zhanxian's calculations. White whoring twin fiends. Shanghai restaurant. Elegant room. The food is fully served and the wine glasses are filled. Mr. Bai was still nose to nose and face to face, and was quite resentful of Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing, who was sitting outside, couldn't sit still. It wasn't a good feeling to be targeted by a super-imperial beast master. Gu Changqing roughly estimated that this person's rank was, at the very least, king level. The only thing that reassured him was the lack of killing intent. "Brat, if you didn't have a match this afternoon, you'd have to dry a pot and apologize to me before I could forgive you slightly." Gu Chongqing held up his glass of water and said all the nice and pretty things, which made his face smile so much. Teacher Zhu laughed and shook his head, saying, "Don't listen to him, tough-talking soft-hearted guy. For you, we have no malice or prejudice. It would have been right for you to ask for justice. It's just that old Bai is making a choice for his students. Come on, drink." The five raised their glasses together. After drinking for nearly half an hour, Yi Ruyan opened her mouth and said, "Two teachers, since the White Tiger Academy has selected Chen Hai, then Mr. Zhu, are you representing the Vermilion Bird Academy to select?" Teacher Zhu slammed his head, and Yi Ruyan's afterthought stopped there. Look at this head of mine. I'm just watching old White's hilarity and forgot about my precious student. Forget it, let's wait until she's finished all her matches. Yi Ruyan and Gu Changqing were stunned at the same time. Mr. Zhu's statement was clearly not directed at Gu Changqing, seeing that the two men were very. Mr. Zhu put down his glass and looked serious. Gu Changqing, with your first beast pet as well as the skills you've acquired as an Imperial Beast Master, you are a perfect fit for our Vermilion Bird Academy. No, it's not just a fit, it's that we're high on the list. Speaking of which, even the hot-tempered and smelly teacher Bai nodded. The founding deans of our 4 great academies, their beast pets are the Gengjin White Tiger, Nanming Vermilion Bird, Ethereal Wood Green Dragon, and the capricious Water Xuanwu. Nanming, the bloodline power of the Vermilion Bird, is Nanming leaving fire. It was all being rumored that the divine beasts of the 4 academies were of divine-level bloodline, but we are all clear that they are still quite far from being true gods. Mr. Zhu said, suddenly agitated. But you've opened our eyes and vaguely seen what a divine-grade bloodline should be like. The destructive power and might brought about by that one black and gold divine bird that was birthed from the sun. In the existing known beast pets, no matter which bloodline grade it is, it can't catch up. The difference between the clouds and the mud is nothing more than that. For the control of flames, no academy can compare to our Vermilion Bird Academy. I really fancy you. Mr. Zhu did not mince words of appreciation and praise. Just so, the student chosen by the Vermilion Bird Academy is not me, right? Ugh, I'm real. Mr. Zhu looked chagrined, gritted his teeth, and hated it so much that he picked up his glass of wine and smothered it in one gulp. I was blinded by lard, blinded by the dogs, goddamn the 1,000 knives. I saw Mr. Zhu get into the mood and also broke down after mulled wine. What words of tigers and wolves, dirty and filthy words are spewed out without repetition. Only Zhao Zhanxiong, smiling, refilled their wine and listened. Alright, are you full? Go back and get ready when you're full. The honor of Zhenhai City still needs you to get it back. At that time, don't blame me for being impolite if they still want to turn the tables. Looking at the scruffy and unkempt Zhao Zhanxiong, Gu Changqing vaguely felt as if something was missing. He got up to say goodbye and left the hotel with Yi Ruyan. No sooner had the two left than the elegant room erupted with violent noises and the faint screams of a man. Dogs, shameless, I day you ancestors a good rumble. Is this what you call a very bad, even bad, reputation? Is this what you call a rotten tree that can't be carved? Is this your idea of a vicious beast master? Zhao, are you still a human being? You're just picking on the ripe ones, aren't you? Zhao Zhanxiong rubbed his already darkened eyes and reminded. We made an abyssal contract. If you two dare to go back on your word, don't blame me for killing the familiar. Asterisk. Day. The two of them expressed their shamelessness at their arrogant attitude. But there's nothing to be done about it. Seriously, it won't be good for the future if we trap him. Anymore. All 4 of our academies have the right to prioritize resources. Zhao Zhanxiong was unimpressed. I thought the same thing in the beginning. So when it came to anything, I didn't step in as a guarantor. But what happened next was beyond my prediction, making me feel more and more that he is not suitable for the path of the academy. In this regard, the two teachers, Zhu and Bai, rarely shared the same opinion. Gu Changqing's advantage was that his beast pet was too outrageous. And, so far, it's not as simple as one. No one else could see it, but as 2 teachers at a top school, they had seen it all. Although I can't see why the bloodline is there. Black Egg's arrogant and cocky mixed-up energy is really something to see. Zhenhai, a dragon is coming out. What are you going to do next? There are some things that he can't even touch anymore. Zhao Zhanxiong stroked his messy bangs and said, thinking of a way to do it. The old man Morong Yuan's daughter can still be imprisoned in the Forbidden Sea, and you're the one who secretly pushed it? Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. Once it was determined that his beast pet was not damaged, I started laying out the plan. The main reason I did all this was still that his parents left something behind before they left. His parents? Mr. White was surprised. Who is it? Mr. Zhu held his forehead. You're not looking at any of the students' basic information. What's the point of looking at that stuff, as long as it's not an offense? I'm only looking at performance on the spot. Teacher Zhu gave a thumbs up. Let me tell you, his parents are the pair that gave both Green Dragon Academy and your teachers a headache. Mr. White sniffed anew and arose from his chair. White whore. His mom and dad are White Johns? Zhao Zhaxiong nodded. You still remember? Nonsense. The 4 major academies' introduction of never allowing the advance payment of Imperial Beast resources to candidates selected for unenrollment is because of a big pitfall by these 2. My teacher would curse twice every time he applied out to the resource department. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhao Zhaxiong and Mr. Zhu let out a loud laugh. Teacher Bai, on the other hand, came to a realization. No wonder you're taking such good care of Gu Changqing. If it's their child, then it makes sense. I heard that time, they brought out something extraordinary from that place. What was it? Pull back. Don't try to put words in my mouth. Teacher Bai sat down and after some deep thinking, said, in the future, if there is a big event that opens up the world, I'll try to apply for him to participate as a walk-on student. Although the teacher gnashed her teeth at the two, she could hardly hide her fondness for them. It's just a pity that, ugh, God's jealousy. The fame of the Whitehore twins caused a sensational impact in that era. The two geniuses, who were known as the rare geniuses of the decade, had even teamed up at the same time to pit the Green Dragon and White Tiger of the four major academies against a large amount of resources before resolutely choosing to enter the city guard on the day of the report, putting aside a bright future to devote himself to the defense of his hometown. What if I were to say that I now have some evidence that there was something else to their sacrifice back then? Lying to you all is not out of my selfishness. I wanted to personally make him investigate the truth of that year, to push him into the most dangerous situation in order to make those executioners surface.